treasures and secrets, illusions and wonderlands. The word unknown radiates a magic that draws countless powerhouses like moths to a flame. Jiang Yi, struggling to survive in the apocalypse, finally understood the true value of power. A cataclysmic rain triggered a global frenzy of evolution. Ability users, mutated beasts, and zombies will never coexist. In this world, survival demands plunder and slaughter. When the apocalypse struck, zombies flooded the streets. Jiang Yi, who had never awakened any supernatural abilities, was reduced to cannon fodder abandoned in his dorm room. But when he mustered his courage and, against all odds, finally killed a zombie, something extraordinary awakened within him. Chapter 1. Desperation. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying thuds shook the entire girls' dormitory, sending the zombies outside into a frenzy of howling. Jiang Yi pressed his lifeless body against the dormitory door, the weight of his fear holding back the relentless pounding from the zombies behind him. Every ounce of his strength was focused on resisting the vibrations of the wooden door. Damn it all! Jiang Yi shouted in anger, struggling against the door. He never expected that what started as a routine supply run would lead to betrayal from his own comrades. Moments ago, he could still hear the echoes in his mind of the moment he encountered the zombies, the impact that slammed into his back. Falling to the ground, Jiang Yi looked back in terror at the comrade who wore a mocking grin and had callously abandoned him to the zombies, disappearing down the hallway without a backward glance. His face ashen, he glanced at his arm, now stained red with blood. Though he had miraculously escaped the gruesome fate of being torn apart by several beautiful zombies by getting into an empty dorm room, he couldn't escape the fact that his arm had been clawed by dark nails, leaving deep, bloody gashes. The smell of fresh blood only excited the zombies outside, who continued to pound against the not-so-sturdy wooden door, completely unaware of their own fatigue. Panic and blood loss were weakening Jiang Yi further. With the last bit of strength he could muster, he finally managed to secure the door with a bolt just before the zombies could break through. As he slipped down to the floor, he sat against the wooden door, bitterly watching the dark blood trickle from his fingertips. Damn this apocalypse. How did it come to this? Feeling a chill run through him, whether it was just a trick of his mind or not. Jiang Yi instinctively curled up tighter. The terrifying events all began 10 days ago, on a sunny, perfectly ordinary day. Having stayed up late the night before, Jiang Yi overslept and missed his shopping date with his girlfriend, Chun Jiaji. It wasn't until noon that he was dragged out of bed by his drenched girlfriend, who resembled a drowned rat. It was then that he learned that what should have been a clear day in Longcheng had unexpectedly turned into a torrential downpour. The rain had come so suddenly that later, he would hear from classmates and online news that it felt like a giant showerhead had been placed above the entire planet, giving the spinning Earth a thorough wash. This strange rain fell across the globe, even reaching the major deserts. While the downpour was abrupt, it didn't cause much trouble for people. It passed so quickly that it barely had time to wet the ground before moving on. Most people simply got an unexpected cold shower as they were caught outdoors. So, Jiang Yi, feeling the brunt of his girlfriend's anger, had to agree to several unfair terms just to appease Chun Jiaji's fury. Initially, the incident seemed to fade into the background, sparking only a minor topic of discussion online. But what Jiang Yi couldn't have anticipated was that the very next day, Chun Jiaji came down with a fever. No, it wasn't just Chun Jiaji. Nearly a third of the students at Long Province University were all suffering from sudden fever. As the news spread online, everyone realized that this fever was widespread across the globe. By the time Jiang Yi was ready to take Chun Jiaji to the hospital, he found that the hospital had already refused to accept any more patients due to being overwhelmed with fever cases. At that moment, the strength of the great nation was evident. Almost immediately, the capital issued various disease control directives. All medical resources were maximized. Fortunately, the test results did not cause too much panic. All the fever patients were simply suffering from a common flu virus that triggered immune resistance. Aside from a few severely ill patients, most flu sufferers could recover by resting at home. With some flu medications, they would generally be back to normal in about 10 days. Strangely enough, all the flu patients had one thing in common: they had all been caught in the rain that day. Meanwhile, people like Jiang Yi, who hadn't come into contact with the rain, showed no signs of infection even after close contact with flu patients. This discovery relieved many around the world. However, it was soon followed by widespread curiosity about the strange rain. Unfortunately, it had arrived and disappeared so rapidly that there were hardly any samples to analyze. All that was known was that the rainwater had an extremely high level of acidity and intensity of acid rain that was rarely seen in a century. Speculation ran rampant online. Some claimed it was a strategic biochemical weapon secretly used by a foreign European nation. Others suggested it was a retaliatory act by a terrorist organization against humanity, with some leaders of certain terrorist groups even publicly taking responsibility for the incident. In China and several strongly religious nations, there were even those who proclaimed the rain as a warning from the gods to humanity, suggesting it was a precursor to the apocalypse. Jiang Yi did not pay much attention to these matters. He devoted himself entirely to caring for Chen Jiazi for 3 days and nights. His feverish girlfriend showed no signs of fatigue, while Jiang Yi himself appeared increasingly worn out and thin. Just as his girlfriend started to show signs of improvement, the world was suddenly rocked by reports of multiple severe flu patients in hospitals dying unexpectedly. The deaths were sudden patients who had been breathing steadily just moments before suddenly passed away without giving doctors time to intervene. It was an enormous disaster. Preliminary statistics revealed that on that day alone, the death toll in Long Province reached a horrifying number of several 100,000. The abrupt and dramatic turn of events left even powerful nations unable to cover up the situation, plunging the entire world into extreme panic. Almost every industry faced a downturn, and the surviving citizens frantically hoarded any supplies they could find, leading to chaos and riots. Jiang Yi was unaware of the situation in other countries, but fortunately, China responded swiftly. Not only did they reassure the public, but they also issued various countermeasures, managing to somewhat control the emotions of the Chinese populace. However, it was clear that all of this was just the beginning. Leaving no room for the nation to catch its breath, a chilling event has occurred once again, and this time, even the most powerful forces are helpless against it. The zombie outbreak has begun. Nearly 1/10 of the world's population, who died from the flu, suddenly revived less than 12 hours after death. The first thing they did upon coming back to life was to lunge at the living nearby who were handling the bodies. There was no chance for anyone to react, and the entire world was plunged into a horrifying apocalypse. Jiang Yi was undoubtedly lucky, as his girlfriend's condition had improved. They went to the cafeteria for a meal, and because of the zombie outbreak, they were trapped there, thus avoiding the initial wave of the zombie attack. The cafeteria had an abundance of food supplies, and aside from the people present at that moment, survivors from the entire school gradually gathered there over the next few days. At this time, all the survivors were shocked to discover that some among them had awakened supernatural abilities. Yes, those powerful abilities like those found in apocalyptic novels. In a cafeteria with only about 1,000 people, over 100 possessed extraordinary powers. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of wielding control over the elements, most of the ability users only had enhanced strength or speed. Only a few had those supernatural abilities. What excited Jiang Yi the most was that his girlfriend, Chen Jiaji, had actually awakened a water-based ability, allowing her to conjure fresh, clean water out of thin air. This power made Chen Jiaji stand out among the crowd, and also granted her boyfriend, Jiang Yi, certain privileges. With that thought, Jiang Yi endured the pain in his arm and pulled out a crystal the size of a quail egg from his underwear pocket, his expression serious. This was a crystal so white it was almost transparent, and it had come from a zombie's head. With the emergence of ability users, the clever college students couldn't help but wonder if there were crystals inside the zombies' heads that could be absorbed, just like in novels. Initially, some daring individuals smashed open a few corpses, only to be disappointed to find no such crystals, and gradually, they stopped fantasizing about it. Then, just a few days ago, when another group of surviving students stormed into the cafeteria, attracting zombies, and after a battle, Jiang Yi, who had no abilities, discovered this crystal while moving the bodies of the zombies that had their heads smashed. Jiang Yi wasn't foolish, he secretly hid it when no one was paying attention. And for some reason, even Chun Jiaji was unaware that her boyfriend was hiding a valuable zombie core. Ignoring the violent impacts behind him, Jiang Yi examined the zombie core in his hand, his expression tense. As more and more survivors gathered in the cafeteria, the core had been discovered by the others, who even organized ways to use it. The zombie core was the energy source of the zombies. Ordinary zombies did not possess one. Only evolved first-tier zombies had cores. So, even after 10 days of the apocalypse, the survivors in the cafeteria had obtained fewer than 10 cores. As for its function, it was simple. It enhanced the abilities of the users. As an ordinary person, the only outcome of consuming a corpse core is death, and then becoming a zombie. Jiang Yi originally intended to clean the corpse core and give it to Qin Jiazi, but in the end, he never delivered it. Now, feeling the numbness in his arms, Jiang Yi could only manage a bitter smile, yet a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Shintong, Wang Hai, if I ever cross paths with you again, I swear I will tear you both to pieces, leaving you unable to even become zombies. After harboring such intense hatred, Jiang Yi resolutely raised his head and swallowed the corpse core in his hand in one gulp. To his surprise, the once solid corpse core melted instantly upon entering his mouth. A cool liquid flowed into his stomach, and Jiang Yi soon felt a wave of heat surging through him, radiating from his abdomen and spreading throughout his body like a strange substance. Just as Jiang Yi was enjoying this sensation, the warmth transformed into a terrifying heat wave. A powerful energy erupted instantaneously, causing his body to feel as if it were being torn apart, and his skin began to split under the strain. Ah! Jiang Yi screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically. The pain on his skin was bearable, but what he couldn't endure was the excruciating sensation of countless sharp blades slicing through his veins and tendons inside. Chapter 2. Rebirth. It hurts. It hurts so much. In this moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he could see inside his own body. The meridians connecting all his organs being torn apart and then reassembled by this terrifying energy. Jiang Yi didn't want to die. He truly had no other choice. Over the past week, everyone who had been injured by zombies had, without exception, died and turned into corpses. If Jiang Yi didn't do something, he would meet the same fate as the others. What came to his mind was a theory proposed by a biology professor earlier. He said that ordinary people couldn't consume zombie cores because the difference between them and those with abilities was that ordinary people hadn't been through that acid rain. The commonality between the ability users and zombies was that same acid rain. So, was it possible that this was the reason their genes were similar, or even identical? Could it be that ordinary people could first harbor the zombie virus in their bodies, and then consume a zombie core, potentially eliminating the virus or even gaining superpowers? However, this was merely a hypothesis, and the lack of precious zombie cores made it impossible to test the feasibility of this theory. Yet, the professor's counterintuitive theory had stirred quite a commotion. Until yesterday, when he unfortunately lost his life while searching for supplies and never returned to the cafeteria. Because of this, Jiang Yi, having obtained a zombie core, swallowed it in desperation without fully considering the consequences. Even though he was prepared for the transformation, he never expected the process to be so agonizing. His cries of pain drove the zombies outside into a frenzy, and the already flimsy dormitory door began to shake. Jiang Yi could no longer focus on whether the zombies would break through the wooden door. His consciousness was caught in a haze of wakefulness and delirium. The pain in his injured left arm was excruciating, as if it were being seared by a hot iron. He felt like he wanted to tear his left arm off. As the pain reached its peak, Jiang Yi's veins bulged, and he could clearly see the blood surging through his veins. With all his strength, he let out a dreadful scream that left him utterly drained. Yet the next moment, he laughed, a chilling, sweat-soaked laugh. But Jiang Yi couldn't help but collapse to the ground in joy, exclaiming, "Haha, I did it. I'm not dead. I haven't turned into a zombie." At that moment, Jiang Yi felt a strange energy flowing beneath his newly reborn body, the strength he had lost gradually returning to his weakened form. Amid the frenzied banging of the zombies, he struggled to get back on his feet. It wasn't the time to celebrate. If he couldn't resolve the crisis outside, even if he truly succeeded in becoming an ability user, he would still end up being torn apart by zombies in the end. However, Jiang Yi wasn't too worried now. After enduring the extreme pain of evolution, his mind was clear, filled with memories of his abilities and how to use them. So this is what it means to be an ability user? It's incredible. Jiang Yi clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, he felt stronger than ever before. Although he still felt a bit tired, at that moment, it seemed as if he had returned to the healthiest period of his life. However, Jiang Yi knew that this was merely an illusion. His body hadn't truly been strengthened. In fact, he felt quite different from the other empowered individuals he had seen in the cafeteria. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he wondered, were they hiding their abilities? Shaking his head, Jiang Yi found it hard to believe. While others might not share their true situations, there was no reason for his girlfriend to keep secrets from him. So, was his ability truly unique? With that thought, Jiang Yi hesitated before pressing his left hand against the white wall in front of him. With a mental command, a 10-inch light screen unexpectedly appeared on the wall. The screen was exceptionally clear, projecting a futuristic scene. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Even though he had some understanding of how such abilities worked, On the screen, bold letters clearly displayed: Constitution 5, Spirit 8, Strength 4, Speed 5, Defense 3. Note: the maximum standard for survivors is 10. Swallowing hard, Jiang Yi realized that the 5 stats listed were undoubtedly his own. Aside from his somewhat higher spirit score, the rest felt a bit embarrassing, but that was the truth. Despite his handsome, sunny appearance and a standard height of 180 centimeters, he felt weak and frail. Since childhood, Jiang Yi had been the envy of others for his ability to eat without gaining weight. But who knew that the charming Jiang Yi had never passed any sports tests from elementary school to university? Every annual sports event had nothing to do with him. He had never won a single arm wrestling match against kids 5 or 6 years younger than him. The only thing he could brag about was his intelligence. He had always been the other people's child in the eyes of his neighbors. He excelled in the college entrance examination, achieving the top score in the entire city and earning a full scholarship to Long Province University of Technology. Thus, Jiang Yi had no doubt about the accuracy of these stats. With his left hand on the wall, he tapped the screen with his right hand, and the text began to shift. Do you wish to consume your attributes to manifest a soul weapon? Note: this choice is unique and cannot be changed. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, but didn't he hesitate too long before clicking yes. Although he didn't fully understand the meaning of the text, he was in an ordinary girl-less dormitory, unarmed, and had no other options. As he made his choice, he felt a sharp pain in his temples. Suddenly, a stream of black light appeared before him. As the pain within his body intensified, the light before him slowly transformed from an illusion into a tangible form. Ah, that hurts. This pain was different from before. It felt like peeling away layers, not unbearable, but it carried an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This feeling quickly spread throughout his body, and to his alarm, as the black light became more solid, his recently recovered strength and spirit began to fade rapidly. Even his already somewhat nearsighted vision became increasingly blurred. Enduring a headache, Jiang Yi glanced at the screen on the wall. To his horror, he saw that his physical and mental attributes, as well as his power points, were decreasing by the second. With an overwhelming sense of helplessness, Jiang Yi found he didn't even have the strength to sit up. He leaned against the wall and let the solidified, elongated object fall on him. A bitter smile crossed his face as he truly regretted his earlier decision. Had he known it would turn out this way, he definitely wouldn't have chosen it so rashly. He never expected that this manifestation would actually consume his original attributes. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt as if he were being pinned down by a ghost, desperately trying to get up, but unable to control his body, which was stuck against the wall. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up with the weapon that nearly cost him his life. To his surprise, the manifestation of his extracted attributes turned out to be a blade, a pitch-black tang knife. The sheath was made of dark wood, while the guard was a dark silver. The handle was intricately woven from an unknown leather, beautifully wrapped around the entire grip. What baffled Jiang Yi the most was that the leather strap around the handle didn't just end there. It continued to wind down into a strap over a meter long, hanging down from the handle. At the end of the strap dangled a metal skull hand the size of a baby's palm. Before Jiang Yi could examine this strange knife further, the wooden door beside him suddenly exploded. The thin wooden panel embedded in the door could no longer withstand the relentless pounding from the zombies, and a hole was smashed through. A rotting arm reached through the opening, wildly clawing at the air. Jiang Yi gasped, instinctively exerting all his strength to draw the black knife. Since he had been holding the sheath with his right hand, as he gripped the handle with his left, an unprecedented sense of connection surged through him. The black knife was drawn, and Jiang Yi swung it with all his might at the arm. However, with the significant loss of stamina, Jiang Yi found himself struggling. The instant he drew the knife, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. He clearly sensed that despite appearing to exert all his strength, his strike lacked power. With a splat, the foul, blackened blood splattered on the ground as the gleaming black knife lodged into the arm. Indeed, even though the knife was extremely sharp, Jiang Yi, lacking strength, found it stuck against the bone when he struck. The owner of the arm, feeling the attack, attempted to withdraw it, but the black knife was lodged in the door, preventing it from pulling back. In a frenzy, it struggled several times, and to Jiang Yi's shock, the arm was brutally torn off and fell to the ground, taking the black knife with it. Ignoring his own weakness, Jiang Yi hastily snatched the knife back and stumbled backward. Just as Jiang Yi dodged the hole, a grotesquely decayed head violently pushed through the widening gap. The once long black hair was now a matted mess, scraped away at the scalp by the hole. The pale eyes were bloodshot, filled with darkness. The zombie, having caught sight of Jiang Yi, opened its mouth filled with sharp black teeth, snapping them together with a terrifying intensity. However, Jiang Yi was not a rookie who had seen a zombie for the first time. He was surprised but not afraid. To him, the zombie stuck in the door was no different from a cabbage delivered right to his doorstep. With all his strength, he lifted his black knife, bracing the hilt with his body, and lunged forward, driving the sharp blade directly into the eye of the female zombie. The feeling of exhaustion almost led Jiang Yi to have an intimate encounter with the decaying female zombie. Just as he was about to collide with it, a surge of power suddenly welled up within him, and his blurry vision seemed to clear slightly at that moment. With no time to think, he rolled aside, barely managing to preserve his dignity. Chapter 3. A wrong choice. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yi looked at the now-dead zombie hanging on the door, blocking the wooden hole, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Zombies themselves had no intelligence, and the ones outside were clueless about how to remove the body to create an opening. They merely kept crashing into other spots. Just when Jiang Yi thought he could relax, a sudden white light emerged from the corpse of the slain zombie, coalescing into a glowing orb that shot straight toward the exhausted Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was taken aback and wanted to dodge, but he was too weak to move, forced to watch the orb enter his chest and disappear. He felt nothing. Feeling a bit uneasy, he touched his chest and sat up in confusion. Clearly, this was also the first time he had encountered such a thing. Since the apocalypse, Jiang Yi had killed zombies before, but he had never experienced anything like this. The sudden change was undoubtedly related to the abilities he had gained. Once again, he summoned the light screen on the wall, and this time the data displayed on the screen showed a significant change in level. Level 1, 0, 2, Constitution 1 point, Spirit 1 point, Strength 1 point, Speed 1 point, Defense 1 point. Note: when a warrior levels up, their body can recover to the best state for that level and gain 5 free attribute points. Jiang Yi frowned. He clearly remembered that when he materialized his weapon earlier, all 5 of his attributes had been depleted, leaving him with a pitiful 1 point. What did having just 1 attribute mean? It was almost as if Jiang Yi had been reduced from a healthy adult to that of a newborn. If he hadn't exerted himself to kill a zombie and leveled up to 1, restoring his stamina and spirit to their maximum, he would have likely exhausted all his energy just trying to kill a single zombie. Moreover, judging by the note, it seemed that he still had 5 free attribute points available. Fully aware of his current situation, Jiang Yi eagerly tapped on the light screen to try and allocate those points. However, his attributes didn't change. Instead, the whole screen shifted, presenting a long list of options. Please select your future allocation direction. Note: once this choice is fixed, it cannot be changed. Warriors should choose carefully. As he scanned the lengthy list of options, Jiang Yi felt a bit dizzy but gritted his teeth and examined each one carefully. Infinite Combat Level Up System attribute allocation options are as follows. Balanced Strengthening Warrior System. Stability is mediocrity. An overly balanced development direction will inevitably cause you to fade among the strong. Physical Enhancement Warrior Class. Undying and unyielding. The physical warriors have the fastest recovery speed. However, their supreme healing ability comes at the cost of losing the powerful combat effectiveness that warriors should possess. Mental Enhancement Warrior Class. A strong mental capacity grants you abundant energy and exceptional precision. However, your physical weakness and vulnerability in close combat are your Achilles heel. Strength Enhancement Warrior Class. No matter how great your strength is, without speed and stamina, you're just a brute who can be toyed with by your enemies. Speed Enhancement Warrior Class. Unmatched speed may allow you to survive longer than others, but be careful not to get hit. Otherwise, you'll be the one who falls. Defense Enhancement Warrior Class. With defenses as solid as a mountain, you can outlast anyone. But being as slow as a turtle means you'll just be a punching bag. Custom Enhancement Warrior Class. Tailoring the best strategy based on your strengths is the key. Don't settle for mediocrity or ordinary. Showcase your unique flair. Jiang Yi was suddenly enlightened. It turned out his speculations were correct. His powers had formed a system for him. An infinite combat system? Indeed, his abilities were more complex than he had anticipated. A hint of delight surged within him. In this chaotic apocalypse, the strength of one's abilities would determine whether one ascended to greatness or faded into obscurity. There was no time for Jiang Yi to dwell on his thoughts. After quickly analyzing these growth paths, he had a general understanding. Clearly, these were directions for his future development and areas of focus. Having played countless games, Jiang Yi swiftly made his choice. Choosing a balanced enhancement was definitely not an option. Such an allocation would not allow him to stand out. The remaining various enhancements seemed too extreme and did not align with his desired outcome. In the end, Jiang Yi's gaze fell on the last option, the custom enhancement class. It was obvious that this would allow him to choose which attributes to enhance. After firmly clicking on it, the display screen showed something that took Jiang Yi by surprise. He originally thought that after selecting this option, he would be free to allocate points across the attributes at will. However, it was clear that he still didn't fully understand his abilities. On the screen, the 5 main attributes reappeared, but each attribute was followed by a percentage of 20. Jiang Yi, looking at the increasingly dilapidated wooden door, dared not scrutinize further. Instinctively, he dragged his hand across the percentage values, and sure enough, as he moved his finger, the numbers changed. Increasing one value would decrease the others. The total always remained at 100. Realizing this, Jiang Yi cursed under his breath, drawing from his countless experiences in game point allocation to quickly choose the path he envisioned for his future development. Without needing to guess, he knew his future profession would undoubtedly be that of a warrior. After all, the weapon he manifested was a blade, not a staff, dagger, or axe. The only class fitting for a blade was the warrior. Second, whether it's just a feeling or not, Jiang Yi always sensed that his abilities were closely tied to his love for gaming, and his favorite class was the warrior. Even when it came to allocating points for his warrior class, Jiang Yi had his own unique and unconventional method. After finalizing his attribute distribution, he felt a bit dazed, realizing that this was real life, not a game. Was his past experience really applicable? It's important to know that this choice was unique and irreversible. The sound of zombies pounding against the door echoed in his ears, while the bodies stuck at the wooden door were being gradually pulled back, as if they were being torn apart. If it weren't for their necks being wedged in the wood, they would have likely been dragged out through that big hole by now. Clutching the strange black dagger tightly, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and confirmed his choice. The screen shifted: speed 40, defense 20, strength 15, spirit 15, constitution 10. This was Jiang Yi's final decision, an unusually odd allocation for any gamer. As a warrior, he had sacrificed powerful strength and constitution in favor of increased speed and defense. In particular, the 40 allocation to speed made anyone feel that Jiang Yi's choice was extremely radical. Level 102, speed 3 points, defense 2 points, strength 1, 75 points, spirit 1, 75 points, constitution 1, 5 points. The sudden change made Jiang Yi feel as if his body was about to float. Although he sensed that his body had not fully recovered to its previous state, and he still felt the lingering weakness of just beginning to heal from a serious illness. At least he no longer felt as weak as he did right after manifesting the weapon. Having made his choice, Jiang Yi wouldn't regret or second-guess it. While the wooden door hadn't been breached yet, he stood up and examined the peculiar black dagger that had materialized after exhausting all his attributes and soul. He hadn't had the time to think before, but now, as his body gradually recovered, he could take a closer look at the dagger. As his eyes fell upon it, a light screen actually appeared on the blade, showing the details of this weapon. Skull cutter, left-handed dagger. A soul weapon forged from all of one's stamina and vitality, possessing uniqueness, indestructibility, and irreplaceability. Note, the shape resembles a black tang knife, designed for left-handed use. The skull cutter is a manifestable, growth-capable weapon, but only the souls it slays will be counted for experience. More functions await your exploration. Holding the dagger in his left hand and lightly stroking its blade with his right, Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy and murmured to himself, "Skull cutter, huh?" With a gentle swing, Jiang Yi, who had never used a blade before, felt as if the dagger was an extension of his own arm. "From now on, I'll rely on you." He spoke those 8 words with unwavering determination. As if in response to him, the skull cutter trembled slightly. To Jiang Yi's astonishment, the 1-meter-long strap attached to the dagger's handle began to float on its own, wrapping around his left wrist in spirals. What was happening? Jiang Yi stared blankly at the black leather belt tangled around his arm. Could it be that the skull-cutting knife was truly sentient? Roar. Unfortunately, there was no time for Jiang Yi to dwell on it. The dead zombie was finally torn away by the zombies outside, the immense force even ripping its neck open to reveal its ghastly white bones. Next, the zombies scrambled to squeeze through the small opening of the door, eager to devour the delicious meat before them. Jiang Yi gripped his knife, watching as another head reached in, blinking in surprise. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. What a fantastic opportunity to level up. It would be a shame to waste it, especially considering the 8 points of mental strength he once had. To deliver a killing blow, Jiang Yi raised the knife high above his head and swung down fiercely at the long neck that was stretching in. With a splat. This time, unlike before when he could only break through the skin and flesh, Jiang Yi's strike, enhanced by more than double the strength, sent black blood splattering everywhere. The black knife shook in his hands, but still managed to cut through the zombie's neck bone. Though it didn't sever it completely, the spine was severely damaged. and the zombie could only let out a roar before its rotten head drooped helplessly. After battling zombies multiple times over the past few days, this was by far the easiest kill Jiang Yi had made. Looking at the blood dripping from the skull-cutting knife, he could hardly believe this was really him doing it. It wasn't he until a flash of white light shot into his chest that he snapped back to reality. This time, there was no surge of power, clearly. He hadn't leveled up again. Chapter 4. Terrifying experience, however. This was within Jiang Yi's expectations. After all, killing just one zombie at level 1 didn't seem sufficient to him. Summoning the light screen on the wall, he noticed that his 5 attributes hadn't changed much. Except for his level now being 12. Could one zombie really only grant him a single experience point? If he killed another zombie, wouldn't he level up again? Jiang Yi felt a surge of excitement. He had to admit, his ability was rather straightforward. Kill zombies for experience, and once the experience reached a certain threshold, he automatically leveled up, enhancing all aspects of his abilities. It was simple and brutal, yet perfectly suited for this terrifying apocalypse. Eager to validate his hypothesis, Jiang Yi used the sheath of his knife to push the half-head of the corpse stuck in the hole out. The newly cleared opening was immediately filled by another zombie's head the next second. The thrill of leveling up was simply too exhilarating. Jiang Yi swung his knife down. This time, the large head was nearly cleaved in two. Another flash of light passed by, and Jiang Yi took a deep breath, feeling as though his entire being had transcended in that moment. He quickly checked his information. Level 204. Speed 5 points. Defense 3 points. Strength 25 points. Mental 25 points. Constitution 2 points. Just as Jiang Yi had anticipated, he had leveled up once more. However, before he could revel in his success, he felt a jolt in his heart as he looked at the changing attributes. The experience required for the next level sent a chill down his spine. To level up from 1 to 2 took 1 point of experience, but to reach level 3, he would need 2 points, and to get to level 4, a staggering 4 points. Isn't this way of increasing levels just the first number being 2 to the power of 1? The moment Jiang Yi thought of this, a chill ran through his heart, and the joy of gaining powerful abilities vanished without a trace. If this is true, then the difficulty of leveling up will soar to the skies. Although the early stages are quite fast, the difficulty doubles with each level. And by the time he reaches level 10, the experience needed for leveling up will be staggering. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yi once again exposed the hole and swiftly chopped off an entire zombie's head with a single stroke. It must be said that this method of fighting monsters is incredibly safe and convenient. If it weren't for this, even with his newfound abilities, the physically weakened Jiang Yi would find it hard to survive the onslaught of zombies. Feeling the weight of his thoughts, Jiang Yi chopped off 3 more heads, and beams of light shot into his body. He waited for a while, but he never saw the last zombie's head drop. It was only then that he realized the broken wooden door had fallen silent. He had killed all the zombies outside. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed onto the ground, weakly releasing the skull-cutting knife. His arms trembled, and he forced a bitter smile while rubbing his arms. After leveling up twice, his attributes, except for mental strength, had barely returned to their former state. This physical recovery gave Jiang Yi a sense of security, allowing him to temporarily set aside his unease about the experience increase. A sudden pang of hunger hit him, and the acid reflux caused by hunger made Jiang Yi feel even weaker. He couldn't remember when it started, but it seemed that after a large number of ability users appeared in the cafeteria, ordinary survivors found it increasingly difficult to get enough food. Even someone like Jiang Yi, who went out to scavenge for supplies, struggled to fill his stomach each day. Looking around the room, Jiang Yi was taken aback. This was Chun Jiaji's dormitory. How did he end up in her dormitory while being attacked by zombies? There was no time to think further, and Jiang Yi began rummaging through the room in search of something to eat. Even ability users would feel hungry and exhausted without enough food, just like ordinary people. Jiang Yi rarely visited Chun Jiaji's dorm, but he still had some idea of where she hid her snacks. As for Chun Jiaji's cabinet, he skipped it. She never ate snacks to maintain her figure, and at most, she would have some fruit. However, after taking care of her for 3 days while she was sick, Jiang Yi knew that there were basically no edible items left in her place. So, he headed straight for another bed, the cabinet of the chubby girl. The chubby girl named Li Yuling was a cheerful, short, and plump girl whose biggest hobbies were snacking and watching Korean dramas. So, finding food in her cabinet was a sure bet. Sure enough, Jiang Yi quickly found a bag of bread, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a pack of chips in Li Yuling's cabinet. However, there wasn't much else, and it was clear that many of Li Yuling's belongings had been taken away, whether by her or someone else. There weren't many items left, especially the bread, which had already molded and was inedible. Heartbroken, Jiang Yi tossed the bread aside and eagerly consumed the entire bag of chips with the mineral water, not wanting to waste even a tiny crumb. Jiang Yi didn't feel truly satisfied until he drained the last drop of water. Who would have thought that a bag of chips he usually ignored could bring him such a sense of happiness? However, this satisfaction was merely psychological. A bottle of water and a bag of chips did nothing to alleviate his hunger. Jiang Yi knew that while ability users possessed various extraordinary powers, they also consumed energy at a much greater rate. The amount of food that could fill two ordinary survivors barely made a dent in the hunger of a single ability user. After just appeasing his hunger a bit, Jiang Yi approached Chun Jiaji's table, starting to rummage through it. Strange. Jiaji clearly said it was in the drawer, so where is it? Jiang Yi searched every possible place, but he still couldn't find the jade pendant necklace that Jiaji mentioned her grandmother had left for her. He was certain that during the 3 days he had taken care of her, he had never seen such a pendant. In fact, in the 3 years they had known each other, he had never seen it. It was somewhat amusing to think that although Jiang Yi and Chun Jiaji were in the same class and had gotten together, even now in their 2nd year of college, they had never been more intimate than holding hands. It wasn't that Jiang Yi couldn't, but during high school, they had focused on the college entrance exam. And even after entering college, various reasons prevented them from taking that final step. He wanted to, but reality just wouldn't allow it. So Jiang Yi had truly never seen the jade pendant that was a cherished heirloom from Jiaji's grandmother. But since it was something important to her, Jiang Yi didn't dwell on it too much. Coincidentally, a small team was scheduled to come to the girls' dormitory to gather supplies today. After Jiaji's heartfelt plea, Jiang Yi, whose original plan was not to go out, decided to join her out of kindness. Such requests were naturally not turned down, although Jiang Yi was just an ordinary survivor. He had fought zombies and possessed strong mental resilience. Many ability users preferred to have someone like him along, as they weren't invincible and needed capable allies to face hordes of zombies. Having found no trace of the pendant, Jiang Yi slumped into a chair, feeling a bit dejected. He didn't know how to face Jiaji when he returned. Just the thought of her quietly crying over the loss of something so important made him feel inexplicably uneasy. However, he couldn't stay there forever. It was getting dark, and Jiang Yi didn't want to be left alone outside the cafeteria. He picked up the backpack he had left there a few days ago, intending to gather some of Jiaji's things to bring back for her. In truth, there wasn't much of importance. Jiaji came from a modest background and didn't often buy frivolous items. So, Jiang Yi stuffed her diary, some jewelry, and cosmetics into the bag. The ordinary black backpack was quite large, and it only contained one set of his own clothes. But just as Jiang Yi reached into the bag, he suddenly felt a jolt, staring in surprise at his hand that was reaching into the backpack. As his hand plunged deeper, a glowing screen appeared on the bag. Could this be a system backpack? Realizing this, Jiang Yi excitedly looked at the little slots displayed on the glowing screen. The grid was empty, except for 2 items inside the first 2 cells. The first was surprisingly a water bottle, with the number 4 displayed in the lower right corner. The second was a piece of meat with a striking red and white color. How could he take them out? As Jiang Yi pondered this, he suddenly felt a weight in his hand and quickly reached out, only to find a transparent glass water bottle had appeared out of thin air. But he was sure there was nothing like this in his bag. As he extended his hand, the screen on his bag vanished. In its place, a small display appeared on the water bottle. Heavenly Spring Water, a spring water refined from the energy essence of monsters. 1 pound can quench thirst for a day. Long-term consumption can slightly increase mental acuity and recovery speed. Jiang Yi was taken aback and hurriedly put the bottle down to reach for his backpack again. However, the screen reappeared, but this time, the number on the water bottle had decreased by 1. The piece of meat still showed 2. With a thought, he conjured a piece of crystal-clear meat roll. Jiang Yi was genuinely excited. He had thought his abilities were already impressive, but he had underestimated them. He had killed 6 zombies, and with 4 waters and 2 meats in the space. It was obvious that the glowing orb that emerged from the corpses was a reward for him. But could this stuff really be eaten? The thought of the water and meat coming from the bodies of zombies made Jiang Yi a bit uneasy. Gritting his teeth, he opened the bottle and took a strong whiff. His eyes lit up. It didn't have the strange taste he imagined, but rather a refreshing natural coolness. He took a sip, and his mouth watered, instantly relieving the dryness brought on by eating chips. Remembering the description on the screen, he immediately gulped down half a bottle of Heavenly Spring Water. A wave of coolness rushed from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, making him feel invigorated, refreshing. He had never tasted such sweet water before, which made him a bit giddy. Looking at the meat roll that appeared to be rolled up like a barrel, the screen displayed its effects. Jade fat meat. Food refined from the energy essence of monsters. Half a pound can satiate 1 meal. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance physical fitness and speed up recovery from injuries. It even had benefits for physical fitness and injury recovery. Jiang Yi took a big bite, and the meat juice exploded in his mouth. Although it was cold meat, it wasn't too greasy. Instead, it had the taste of carefully cooked red wine beef. The entire meat roll seemed to be coated in a layer of meat jelly, rich in protein. With each bite of meat and sip of water, by the time Jiang Yi realized what was happening, he had devoured the entire half-pound meat roll, letting out a satisfied burp. This was undoubtedly the fullest he had felt in the past 2 years. Chapter 5. The unlucky Jiang Yi. Did he get one portion of food for every zombie he killed? If that's the case, he would never have to worry about food again. Feeling full and satisfied, Jiang Yi slung his backpack over his shoulder, picked up his skull-cutting knife, and gently opened the door. A foul stench hit him as he stepped over a pile of emaciated corpses and walked out. He couldn't wait to return and tell Jiazi that he had become an ability user, capable of providing her with a stable life and no longer exhausting himself every day just to supply water. Jiang Yi had a strong affection for Chen Jiazi, not just because of her looks, but because she had been a well-known, ambitious student at their school since high school. Although her grades were merely average, her cheerful and positive personality won her many admirers. At that time, the introverted Jiang Yi never imagined that he would receive a confession from Chen Jiazi in his second year of high school. To be honest, Jiang Yi was a bit stunned at the moment. Despite being decent-looking, he had always been a background character at school. When mentioned, people would simply say, "Oh, that's the academic overachiever from such and such class." Receiving a confession was undoubtedly a thrill for Jiang Yi. After spending some time together, they established a friendship. Though they kept things respectful and didn't pursue anything further, as they were both at a crucial stage in their lives. Even though Chen Jiazi's academic performance was average, Jiang Yi took the initiative to tutor her, and by the time of the college entrance examination, he had helped her improve her grades to the point where she was admitted to Long Province University of Technology with excellent results. Jiang Yi's own grades were good enough for any top university, but since Chen Jiazi didn't want them to be apart, he gritted his teeth and applied to Long Province University as well. Their relationship remained stable, and Jiang Yi had a feeling that if things continued this way, they would eventually be discussing marriage after graduation. Unfortunately, everything was thrown into chaos by the damned apocalypse. Chen Jiazi's dormitory was on the 3rd floor, and Jiang Yi carefully crept along the wall with a knife in hand, making his way to the staircase. He was not arrogant enough to think that his extraordinary abilities would allow him to roam freely. Now, nearly 4/5 of the students at the university had turned into zombies, spreading throughout the campus. Every day, more survivors were being infected, joining the ranks of the undead. If it weren't for the large area of the university campus, the overwhelming number of zombies would have wiped out everyone long ago. Fortunately, someone discovered that due to the scorching summer heat, the zombies were noticeably less active during the day and their senses were dulled. They only became especially active at night, emerging from dark corners to hunt. Thus, as long as one didn't make any loud noises during the day, it was generally safe to avoid large groups of zombie attacks. This explained why, despite the noise Jiang Yi made in the dormitory, he was only surrounded by a mere 7 zombies. But don't be misled into thinking that daytime is completely safe. The zombies simply dislike sunlight, but they are not afraid of it. If a living human approaches, they won't hesitate to venture out into the blazing sun to feed. Jiang Yi, at level 2, certainly did not believe he could take on a horde of zombies head-on. In fact, his low attributes made even facing a single zombie a struggle. He hoped he wouldn't encounter any zombies. Quietly making his way down the stairs, Jiang Yi felt a flicker of joy at not having run into a single zombie. Just as he was about to reach the dormitory's main door, a shadow suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily right outside the entrance. Jiang Yi stared in horror at the concrete ground just a short distance away, where a young and beautiful girl lay naked and covered in blood, her body twisted and convulsing, her defiant eyes staring blankly into the distance. "This is bad." Jiang Yi cursed under his breath and quickly turned to run, diving into the empty guardroom. Outside, he could hear the frantic sounds of running and roaring coming from the dormitory building. He crawled down to the windowsill, peeking outside, and what he saw sent a chill through him. A fresh corpse had attracted the zombies that had been lurking around the building, and a crowd of them had gathered at the dormitory entrance, frantically lunging at the girl's lifeless body. Jiang Yi barely glanced outside and immediately counted at least a dozen zombies feasting at the door. Damn it, if she wanted to die, couldn't she have waited a little longer? Jiang Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. He had almost managed to escape the dormitory. He never expected that there would be survivors in this building. But thinking it through, it made sense. The girl was relatively weak, and, in such chaotic times, Hiding in the dormitory was safer than running away. However, the depletion of food and water, combined with the fear of being alone in a nest of zombies, had driven many to mental instability. Jiang Yi had grown somewhat accustomed to seeing suicides. He had even witnessed several people, scared out of their wits, running straight into the zombie horde. Suddenly, a loud roar jolted Jiang Yi out of his thoughts. He quickly looked up to see the previously harmonious feeding frenzy of zombies outside descend into chaos. An imposing figure crashed into the group, swatting two zombies aside with a single blow and then grabbing one, ripping it apart with a savage roar, its filthy blood splattering over its own body, heightening its excitement while the ordinary zombies around it shrank back in fear. Satisfied, the massive zombie moved to the girl's corpse, bent over, and tore her heart out to devour it. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in shock as he noticed a glimmer of red light flickering between the creature's brows. This is bad. It's an advanced zombie. He quickly crouched down, instinctively holding his breath. The presence of a horde of ordinary zombies had already filled him with despair, and now the appearance of an advanced zombie left him with no thoughts of resistance. He was all too familiar with this type of zombie. The core he had secretly hoarded had come from a corpse, just like this one. That zombie had stormed into the cafeteria with a group of survivors, wreaking havoc among the ordinary survivors. Fortunately, its immense strength had caused it to crash through the floor and become stuck, allowing a group of empowered individuals to kill it. Yet, even that had cost the lives of 7 of those empowered individuals. After the incident, it was noted that this single zombie had caused nearly 40 casualties in the cafeteria. It was precisely because no one dared to deal with that corpse that Jiang Yi, who had been specially assigned, stumbled upon this major revelation about the horror of that zombie, leaving him with no thoughts of resistance whatsoever. Although he had gained extraordinary abilities, it did not give him a significant boost from the very beginning. In fact, it left him feeling weaker than before, making it hard for him to face the sheer number of zombies outside. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Yi realized he couldn't escape this place just yet. He would have to wait for the horde outside to gradually disperse. However, in such a blood-soaked environment, it was unlikely they would leave anytime soon. Slowly lifting his head to check the situation outside, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of ghastly white eyes. No matter how composed he was, Jiang Yi fell to the ground in shock. He saw that a zombie had somehow appeared outside the guardroom window, and it roared as it slammed its hand against the glass. The fragile window shattered at once. However, the 3 layers of plastic window panes didn't break completely. The zombie's hand left behind a pile of shattered glass and a dark bloodstain. Jiang Yi's face turned pale, and he quickly scrambled to his feet, ready to charge out of the guardroom. He couldn't stay on the first floor any longer, with such a commotion. It wouldn't be long before the zombies broke through the door, leaving him with no choice but to wait for death. The moment he burst out of the guardroom, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as he grabbed a large bunch of spare keys hanging on the wall. The disappearance of food in front of the zombies outside made them increasingly agitated, and the sound of their pounding on the window attracted even more of them. Hearing the roars from below and the sound of breaking glass, Jiang Yi ran upstairs without looking back. Fortunately, zombies couldn't climb stairs, so as long as he reached the upper floors, he could avoid being surrounded. He ran all the way to the 4th floor, his face as pale as paper and his body exhausted from gasping for breath. His physical condition was still too weak, even inferior to that of an ordinary person. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, a small zombie suddenly lunged out from the hallway on the 4th floor. Roar! The female zombie was generally frail and weaker than male zombies, but its sudden appearance still startled Jiang Yi. By the time he reacted, the zombie was already very close to him. With no time to draw his knife, he hastily raised it to block the zombie's arm. The immense force pushed Jiang Yi backward uncontrollably, nearly sending him tumbling down the stairs. He barely managed to brace himself against the railing to stop his fall. However, the zombie's strength was inherently greater than that of an ordinary person, while Jiang Yi's strength was only a quarter of a normal person's. In this struggle, Jiang Yi was already leaning back. The fight attracted the attention of the other zombies on the 4th floor, causing them to crash against the walls in frenzy. Fortunately, most of them were locked inside rooms and couldn't break free just yet. Struggling to hold the zombie's arm, Jiang Yi took a deep breath and suddenly kicked out, then tilted his knife to the right. The clumsy zombie never expected that its meal would fight back in such a way, and with a twist of its body, it let out a horrific scream as it rolled down the stairs. Jiang Yi was gasping heavily, staring at the zombie struggling on the stairs, still unable to get up. His eyes lit up as he gripped the cleaver tightly, ready to finish off the undead creature. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the dormitory entrance not far away, and a crack appeared in the already flimsy door. Jiang Yi momentarily froze, abandoning the chance to kill the zombie, and turned to run up to the 5th floor. Now he was alone, and he dared not engage with the zombies throughout the entire building. Chapter 6. Trapped in the dormitory, the female dormitory of the university had 6 floors and 2 staircases for going up and down, but only one main entrance for entry and exit. Although it was an old building from decades ago, its sturdiness was still commendable. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Jiang Yi had no time to rest. As he glanced around, he was taken aback by the sight of several bodies sprawled in the hallway. A rough count revealed that almost all of them were zombies. Who could have killed these zombies? With no time to ponder, Jiang Yi heard the sounds of growling coming from the 4th floor and had no choice but to continue climbing. When he finally reached the last step of the 6th floor, he was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the ground, unable to get back up. However, his survival instincts in this apocalyptic world prevented him from letting his guard down. Gripping his black knife, he cautiously surveyed the top floor of the female dormitory. The entire dormitory followed a standard layout. Upon ascending the stairs, a wide hallway came into view, with all the dormitory doors tightly shut on either side. If it weren't for the body lying not far away and the blood splattered across the walls, Jiang Yi might have actually felt like he had returned to a time 10 days before the apocalypse. Moving quietly into the hallway, Jiang Yi did his best to make no noise. The zombies trapped inside the rooms remained unusually silent when not attracted by sounds or food. Therefore, as long as Jiang Yi didn't make too much noise, even if he was facing an advanced zombie behind a door, he wouldn't draw its attention. As he approached the body, Jiang Yi examined it closely. This zombie had been killed by a powerful blow to the head. Judging by the extent of the damage, it was clear that after killing it, someone had even turned its head. His expression darkened. The blood on the ground had not yet dried, indicating it had been killed not long ago. The female dormitory had been surrounded by zombies, and the chances of survivors were almost zero. Today, only he and those 2 bastards had been here, so it was evident that this zombie had to have been killed by Xin Tong and Wang Hai. With a grim expression, Jiang Yi stood up, his eyes cold and frightening. He couldn't understand why Xin Tong and Wang Hai, both of whom had powers, would turn against him. Although he wasn't familiar with them, they had previously gone out together to scavenge for supplies. Among the many ability users, their powers were not particularly outstanding. One could even say they barely qualified as ability users. Xin Tong's power was strength. He was 2 to 3 times stronger than an average person, capable of lifting a heavy iron table from the cafeteria with one hand as a weapon. Wang Hai's ability was defense. His skin was like treated leather. A regular kitchen knife would only leave a white mark, which would disappear with a simple wipe. If it were only at this level, among nearly 100 ability users in the cafeteria, they would be considered just below average. Yet these 2 were nothing more than sycophants to Gao Wei. Before the apocalypse, they had flattered Gao Wei excessively, and on the same day, the 3 of them had been caught outside in the ring. As a result, the 2 of them gained mutations for strength and defense, while Gao Wei acquired the ability to transform matter into weapons. Jiang Yi had once witnessed Gao Wei place his hand on a metal table and, upon lifting it, turn the whole table into a heavy wolf-tooth iron club. This ability undoubtedly placed him in an unrivaled position within the cafeteria. Almost all the best resources were prioritized for him, and Xin Tong and Wang Hai naturally enjoyed elevated status due to Gao Wei's power. Even other ability users were rarely willing to oppose them. However, Jiang Yi couldn't understand what this had to do with him. He had almost no conflicts of interest with these 3. Why would they resort to underhanded tactics behind his back? Tightening his grip on the skull cutter, Jiang Yi sneered. No matter the reason, since they dared to attack him, he wouldn't hold back in returning the favor. He would definitely return to the cafeteria, and he wouldn't let these 3 off the hook. With the skull cutter in hand, Jiang Yi looked down on Gao Wei's abilities. He wouldn't be like other ability users who continued to fawn over him. Looking around, he wondered if those 2 were still in the dormitory. He was curious about what their expressions would be upon seeing him. Someone who should have been dead. A gentleman doesn't let grudges go unpunished. If they crossed paths with him here, Jiang Yi wouldn't mind sending them straight to hell. However, he wasn't blinded by rage. Given his current strength, facing any one of them would be quite disadvantageous, especially since Xin Tong and Wang Hai were practically inseparable, even living and eating together in the cafeteria. To seek revenge, the most important thing right now was to enhance his own strength. Jiang Yi wasn't the type to let anger cloud his judgment. He suppressed the killing intent within him. Quietly, he made his way to the end of the dormitory and unlocked the storage room with a key. The dust made him want to cough, but he forced it down. The storage room was piled high with old bed frames, items discarded by past graduates, and confiscated contraband appliances. After a quick glance, he found nothing useful. Ignoring the mess, he slumped onto a pile of worn-out mattresses, finally allowing his long-held tension to ease. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he couldn't help but collapse into a deep sleep. He slept until sunset, waking up a bit disoriented and looking around before realizing where he was. The Dark Skull Cutter reassured him that he wasn't dreaming. Not only had he survived, but he had also gained a powerful, limitless battle upgrade system. Pressing his left hand against the ground, the screen flickered, and after briefly checking his information for any changes, he took out a portion of jade fat meat and some spring water from his bag to solve his dinner problem. After a day of exploration, Jiang Yi was becoming increasingly familiar with his abilities. First of all, summoning a light screen cannot happen out of thin air. It requires you to place your hand on flat surfaces like walls or floors. Secondly, when you hold onto an object, you can also summon a light screen, but it will display information about that specific item. This is somewhat similar to an identification technique. However, you can only identify objects related to your abilities, such as a cranial knife, heavenly spring water, or jade fat meat. Lastly, although you possess something akin to a spatial backpack, there are significant limitations. First, this space can only contain items generated by your abilities. Ordinary items, no matter how small, cannot be stored. Secondly, your space cannot be used without a medium, meaning you need something like a backpack to activate it. This is quite interesting, while it may be troublesome. It also serves as a sort of concealment for Jiang Yi's abilities. Understanding his powers, Jiang Yi picked up the spare keys for the entire dormitory and began to formulate a plan. With zombies gathering outside, it would be a dream to think he could just break through with his current strength. He could only wait for them to disperse. However, Jiang Yi didn't want to just sit around. With his current abilities, he was even weaker than an ordinary person, and running out would only lead to certain death. Instead, he thought it would be better to take this opportunity to gain some experience. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he realized how lucky he was. The place where he gained his abilities happened to be the girls' dormitory, with zombies scattered throughout the entire building trapped in various rooms. Was there a better place to farm zombies than this? Plus, Chen Jiaji was waiting for him in the cafeteria. If he didn't return, he couldn't imagine how worried she would be. Jiang Yi knew her abilities well, although her water-based powers seemed more magical than those who enhanced their strength or speed. Aside from being able to slowly produce clear water from her hands, Chen Jiaji lacked any combat effectiveness. Her physical condition was only slightly better than before the apocalypse. The two of them had managed to live comfortably in the cafeteria for a week, relying on Jiang Yi's resolve to kill zombies at the onset of the apocalypse, which deterred others from bullying them. The thought of leaving and potentially putting Chen Jiaji in danger made Jiang Yi restless. He quickly stowed away the half-finished water bottle in his backpack, grabbed his knife, and stepped out of the storage room. Though anxious, Jiang Yi didn't recklessly start searching for zombies to fight. The girls' dormitory had 4-person rooms, so there were at most about 4 zombies in each room. Jiang Yi was well aware of his current strength. Facing 1 zombie was manageable, but 2 would be nearly impossible to defeat. Therefore, until he became more powerful, Jiang Yi planned to bide his time. In comparison to his precious life, this was not shameful. Outside dorm room 620, which was closest to the storage room, Jiang Yi cautiously pressed against the door, feeling no movement for a long while before he finally tried to turn the knob. His movements were slow. There was no choice since the building was quite old, with wooden doors that had long since aged and rusted. The creaking sound of the door opening could echo throughout the entire corridor. After a bit of hesitation, Jiang Yi finally managed to open the door, just a crack, and quickly slipped inside. His black knife held forward as he scanned the room cautiously. The dormitory was small, with not much to hide, so after a quick glance, Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief. There were no zombies. He began searching for useful items. The room was clearly in disarray, with almost all food gone, but Jiang Yi didn't mind too much. After all, he probably wouldn't be lacking food in the future. Soon, he gathered everything useful in the room: a diesel lighter, a roll of duct tape, 2 power banks, a rechargeable desk lamp, and a set of unopened bed sheets. Stuffing these items into his backpack, Jiang Yi exited the room. He took out a marker he had found and made a big check mark on the door before heading to room 619 across the hall. Without needing to listen closely, he could hear scraping and banging sounds coming from inside. Unfortunately, the glass on the door had been covered with a poster from the inside, so Jiang Yi couldn't tell how many zombies were inside. After thinking for a moment, he carefully marked an X on the door and slowly left. Next, Jiang Yi used this method to check each room on the floor for zombies. The results were much better than he had imagined. Out of 10 rooms, only 3 had sounds of zombies, and he was able to enter the others one by one in search of useful items. Chapter 7. Leveling up by fighting monsters. It's true what they say. Girls tend to live more exquisitely than boys. and many small items in their dorms turned out to be quite useful for survival in the apocalypse. However, what amused Jiang Yi was discovering so many unused raincoats hidden away in the girls' dormitory. He chuckled to himself, but still unhesitatingly stuffed them into his backpack. By room 609, Jiang Yi was already familiar with the routine. As long as he didn't make any noise, even if there were zombies inside, they wouldn't be able to sense him. Just as he leaned in to listen more closely, a sudden explosion resounded, and the window glass less than 10 centimeters from his face shattered inward. A rotten hand shot out lightning fast towards Jiang Yi's head. Startled, Jiang Yi instinctively ducked back while raising his left arm to block. A dull, painful sensation coursed through him as he let out a sharp breath. Although he narrowly avoided the hand reaching for his neck, his arm still got sliced by the sharp, dark nails, leaving a thin line of blood. With a roar, fresh blood gushed from his arm, and the zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, went into a frenzy. The narrow strip of glass on the door was completely shattered, and two decaying arms reached out wildly. Jiang Yi had no time to tend to his wound. Gripping his knife tightly, he quickly wrapped the knife strap around his arm, stopping just at the elbow, making it look as if he was wearing a protective arm guard. With a swift slash, he struck out, and in a furious roar, he chopped off the entire arm of the smaller of the two reaching hands. The sounds of battle disturbed the entire 6th floor, and the zombies in the room began to scream frantically, pounding on the door. Jiang Yi's eyes turned red. He couldn't think about anything else. With another swing of his knife, he finally chopped off both arms of one of the zombies. Just then, a blue face squeezed through the broken glass. However, the gap in the glass was small, so even though the head was crashing against it wildly, it could only gnash its teeth furiously through the door. Jiang Yi sneered and thrust his knife forward, instantly piercing through the zombie's mouth. The zombie, impaled on the blade, did not die right away. It continued to struggle madly. Jiang Yi gripped the knife tightly, gathering all his strength to slice sideways. He forcefully tore open half of the zombie's head. A surge of energy rose within him, and the previous sense of weakness completely vanished. As he watched the white light surge into his chest, Jiang Yi realized he had leveled up again. As the zombie inside the door fell to the ground, another zombie squeezed in through the gap. Jiang Yi had no time to check. He swung his knife at the opening, and the black blade cleaved through the zombie's forehead. He chopped all the way from the top of its head down to its brow before the struggling zombie finally collapsed. Another flash of white light appeared as he confirmed there were no more zombies inside the room through the shattered door and window. Only then did Jiang Yi forcefully push the two corpses that were stuck in the door aside and step inside. He looked strangely at the male zombie that shouldn't have been in the female dormitory. The two zombies were completely naked, piled up in front of the door, and a terrible stench made Jiang Yi cover his nose. Ignoring the roars of zombies coming from the corridor, Jiang Yi quickly searched the dorm. To his delight, he found several pieces of men's clothing neatly hanging in a metal locker. He hadn't changed clothes in over 10 days. They were not only torn in multiple places by zombies, but also stained dark and stiff with his own blood and that of the zombies. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi tore off the cheap short-sleeve shirt he had bought from a street vendor and prepared to change into the obviously valuable branded sportswear from the locker. However, upon seeing the 3 bleeding wounds on his left arm, he paused. He had previously found a small first aid kit, so he carefully wiped off the blood with 2 bottles of water before spraying the hemostatic medicine from the kit on his wounds. The pain felt like needles stabbing him, and he couldn't help but gasp, breaking out in a cold sweat all over. Nevertheless, he managed to treat the wounds as best as he could. Jiang Yi wasn't afraid of becoming a zombie again. In the cafeteria, people were injured by zombies every day, but none of the ability users had been reinfected. There was only one exception. Among the 7 ability users who were injured while taking down an advanced zombie, 3 were still alive initially, but they suddenly turned into zombies a few hours later. It was then that everyone realized that the ordinary zombie virus posed no threat to ability users, but advanced zombies could still infect them again. Some scholars speculated that unless ability users leveled up again, they would be vulnerable to infection from a higher-level virus. From a young age, Jiang Yi struggled with physical abilities, but he possessed a keen attention to detail and a remarkable ability to observe his surroundings. He could immediately discern the level and strength of every zombie he defeated, which allowed him to survive for an entire week, even with skills below that of an average person. With no bandages in the box, Jiang Yi tore a strip from a clean bedsheet and wrapped it around his arm. He then put on the newly found sportswear, which was a bit oversized. However, the soft fabric of the brand-name outfit allowed for unrestricted movement, no matter how big the motions were. After jumping in place, he was relieved to find that the male zombie's shoe size was only 1 size larger than his own, making it a decent fit. Feeling refreshed, Jiang Yi's confidence grew after successfully killing 2 zombies. He leveled up and noticed a significant increase in his speed compared to his previous self. Checking his stats, he saw that he had indeed reached level 3. The experience required for the next upgrade was now at 1/8. Clenching his fist, Jiang Yi realized that with each level, his strength increased exponentially. What he needed now was to keep killing zombies to gain experience. With that thought in mind, he wasted no time. This time, he decided to be bolder. With a door blocking the way, he didn't have to worry about zombies escaping. Instead of testing them one by one, he would use the same method as before. Heading back to room 619, with a scalpel in his left hand and a sheath in his right, he smashed the glass of the door. The zombie inside lunged at him, its arms slashing through the broken glass without a hint of awareness, frantically reaching out. With a swift downward strike of his black knife, Jiang Yi struck its head, earning himself a quick bit of experience. This convenient method of farming zombies made him feel pleased, and everything became simpler from there. The entire 6th floor turned into a playground for Jiang Yi to level up. 1 zombie, 2 zombies. By the time he finished looting room 619, the sky had turned completely dark. However, the haul from the entire floor was far from what Jiang Yi had hoped. After barely leveling up again, he glanced at his stats and let out a helpless sigh. At the onset of the apocalypse, the panic caused by the disease had deterred many students from staying in school, leading to only a handful of zombies on the 6th floor, just over a dozen. After 10 days, most zombies that could wander out had left their rooms in search of food. Though he was dissatisfied with his progress, Jiang Yi decided to call it a day. Checking the time on his wrist, he realized it was almost 8 p.m. The darkened hallway was pitch black, and going down to hunt zombies at this hour was clearly a death wish. He randomly chose a clean dorm room without corpses, turned on a small desk lamp, and began sorting through his finds. He had gathered a lot of small supplies, mostly power banks and miscellaneous items, but there were less than 10 bottles of water and not much food. All these items barely filled his backpack halfway. However, Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. He had only explored 1 floor, and there were still 5 more waiting for him to discover. Besides, it was incredibly safe to kill zombies in the dormitory. If he didn't turn all the zombies here into experience points, he'd feel like he was wasting his hard work. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi didn't let it get to his head. He could clearly feel that after just a few battles, his body was already operating at its limit. The weight of the knife felt heavy in his hand, and his mind was a bit foggy. That last zombie, if his speed hadn't drastically improved, he might have ended up losing an eye. Moreover, the wound on his left arm had bled again due to the intense activity. After an entire afternoon, it hadn't scabbed over much. Lying on his bed, Jiang Yi realized that all of this was due to his low power, mental state, and constitution. He couldn't help but regret his previous attribute choices. If he had prioritized strength and constitution, he probably wouldn't be in such a predicament now. It was all that past gaming experience that led him astray. With a bitter smile, the exhausted Jiang Yi fell into a deep sleep, filled with a hint of regret. The night at the university was anything but peaceful. The zombies that had been hiding all day finally emerged, driven by hunger. Wherever there was the scent of fresh blood, even a whiff would draw them in. The stronger zombies actively sought out prey, while the weaker ones feasted on the bodies of those that had died during the day. This was also why the corpses killed during the day almost always vanished by the next day. However, this had nothing to do with Jiang Yi. The entire 6th floor could be said to be the safest place in the university. Ordinary zombies lacked the ability to climb stairs, and the stench of zombies everywhere masked Jiang Yi's living presence. Thus, he knew that tonight would be the most peaceful sleep he had experienced in the past 10 days. After a day filled with life and death thrills and excitement, the exhaustion from fighting had knocked him out cold, completely oblivious to the fact that the previously still doorknob was slowly turning, until the wooden door opened silently. Chapter 8. Ambush. For the first time in this apocalyptic world, the sense of security from his newfound abilities allowed the weary Jiang Yi to sleep soundly, until a sudden, sharp pain in his chest jolted him awake. Instinctively, he reached for his right side, only to find nothing. In that moment, Jiang Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Where was his knife? In a panic, he fumbled around and was horrified to discover that the skull-slicing knife he had placed beside him was gone. Don't move. A sharp voice made Jiang Yi's body tremble, and he looked towards the darkness ahead. Bathed in the dim moonlight that filtered into the room, he was horrified to see a dark figure standing about 4 or 5 meters away from him, having appeared without him noticing. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't panic. I'm alive." But it was clear that the other party already knew this. The voice was chillingly cold. "Where are the others with you? Where are they?" Jiang Yi was stunned. "Another person? No, it's just me." The woman's voice in the darkness was filled with disbelief. "There's no need to argue. I know exactly what you two did during the day. You heartless scum. Jiang Yi was completely baffled, wondering what was going on. Realizing the other person was a girl, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, without any weapons nearby, he decided to play it safe and responded honestly. Excuse me, you've got the wrong person. I really don't know who you're talking about. I'm the only one here. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the area. Jiang Yi instinctively shielded his eyes and took a moment to adjust. Don't move, or don't blame me for being rude. The girl clearly didn't trust him. Her words filled with rage. Jiang Yi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He wanted to slap himself for being so arrogant. He had just gained his abilities and had let his guard down, allowing someone to sneak up on him and take away his weapon without him even noticing. In a post-apocalyptic world, this was an utterly fatal oversight. Fortunately, the light allowed Jiang Yi to see who had entered his room, and he was taken aback. A glint of cold metal caught his eye. A sharp arrow was pointed directly at his head. His heart raced. He never expected his threat would come from a bow and arrow. Standing across from him was a tall woman dressed in a pink tracksuit, her hoodie completely concealing her hair, and a black mask covering her face. The bowstring was drawn to its limit, and the titanium arrow shimmered coldly, leaving no doubt in Jiang Yi's mind about its penetrating power. She was clearly a student from the school, but how did she have a bow and arrow? With her practiced stance, Jiang Yi had no reason to doubt her ability to use it. He looked at the backpack he had organized earlier and the skull-cutting knife lying at the woman's feet with a pained expression. The woman, illuminated by the light, also recognized Jiang Yi. A faint killing intent furrowed her brows. Raise your hands and kneel. Don't think about resisting, or you can see if my arrow can pierce your head. You. Jiang Yi widened his eyes, instinctively wanting to protest. But when he saw her pull the bowstring back slightly, he quickly surrendered. He raised his hands and squatted on the ground. Kneeling was out of the question. If it came to that, he would rather fight to the death. Desperately, he looked at her. Senior, you really have the wrong person. I'm not the one you're looking for. The woman, still holding the bow, fixed her hawk-like gaze on him. I ask you, did you come to this building with others yesterday? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding honestly. Yes, I came with 2 others, but exactly. Yesterday, you were the ones who did those heartless things. It's a pity I can't save Jiao Jiao. The woman didn't give Jiang Yi a chance to explain, tears glistening in her eyes as her voice carried a sense of sorrow. However, you can't escape today. I really don't understand how you can be so foolish as to dare to be alone. I'll take your life to pay for Jiao Jiao's. As she spoke, the woman's bow was once again drawn to its limit. Jiang Yi was shocked. Although he was completely confused, he didn't have time to analyze the reasons behind it. He hurriedly shouted, wait. If you want revenge, wouldn't it be better to wait for the other 2 to arrive first? At this point, Jiang Yi couldn't explain anything. The woman was not in a state to hear him out, so he had to find a way to neutralize the danger first. The woman paused for a moment and then shouted, how could you possibly come back after leaving here? Don't try to fool me. Jiang Yi shouted back. They will come back. As soon as dawn breaks, they will be here. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here either. We agreed to meet here at dawn to clear out the entire dormitory. It's true. Jiang Yi tried to calm the woman's agitated emotions, explaining the situation in the cafeteria while weaving in some lies, crafting an identity for himself as a lowly guard left behind to watch over supplies. If the woman had taken the time to carefully consider his words, she would have noticed many inconsistencies. However, in her current emotional state, coupled with the unknown stimuli from the previous day, she had begun to believe a bit of Jiang Yi's half-truths. Still, she couldn't help but sneer. If that's the case, I'll just kill you now, and when they arrive tomorrow, they'll take care of them too. Jiang Yi hesitated, but we agreed on this. Tomorrow, I'll be watching from outside the window. If I don't show up, they shouldn't come in. Upon hearing this, Gua Hanyue's face immediately turned cold. You're lying. If you are truly their companion, how could they not come in looking for you if you don't show up? Jiang Yi feigned a troubled smile and said, Senior sister, why do you still believe in this? If we were really friends, would they let me stay here in this zombie-infested building? To them, I'm just cannon fodder. In the cafeteria, people like us are not worthy of being friends with the capable ones. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi was taken aback himself, a flicker of doubt resurfacing in his mind. Gua Hanyue, hearing this, fell silent for a moment before saying, You really had nothing to do with that incident yesterday? Jiang Yi hugged his head and forced a bitter smile. Sister, I don't even know what incident you're talking about. You saw it. I was not with those 2 at all. Once we entered the dormitory building, we separated. Gua Hanyue furrowed her brows twice, observing Jiang Yi's expression, which didn't seem like he was lying. She let out a sigh, her tense body relaxing slightly. Clearly, the matter of killing was a significant challenge for her as well. Since that's the case, let's wait until dawn to see if they arrive. And don't think about running away. I believe your speed won't be faster than my arrow. Jiang Yi, feeling particularly cowardly, quickly nodded. All right, senior sister, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay right here. Although he thought this way, Jiang Yi's mind was racing with thoughts of how to escape from this dangerous woman. He knew that there were many obvious flaws in what he said. If the woman really waited until dawn, those two scoundrels definitely wouldn't come back, and his lies would fall apart. So, despite appearing particularly honest, his brain was working at full speed. His current speed was 9, having reached the peak of normal human capability. If he could suddenly attack the woman when she wasn't paying attention, he had a high chance of success. However, his knife was in her hands, and without a weapon, he wasn't sure if he could subdue her right away. Indeed, he first needed to get his weapon back. With a plan in mind, Jiang Yi quickly simulated a strategy. He carefully observed the woman, who was still pointing an arrow at him, and noticed that she lived alone in this dormitory. Her complexion and spirit were surprisingly better than those of the well-protected girls in the cafeteria, perhaps even surpassing them. He couldn't tell if she had been here all along or, like him, had just arrived recently. As he was observing her, a sudden awkward sound echoed in the room. Jiang Yi was taken aback, while Guo Huanchue's face flushed beneath her mask as she couldn't help but curse herself for her stomach growling so loudly. Jiang Yi reacted quickly, showing a particularly friendly smile. Are you hungry, senior? I have plenty of food in my bag. Feel free to help yourself. Guo Huanchue shot him a glare. Less chatter. You're my captive now. These things are my spoils. Jiang Yi felt like cursing back for her shamelessness, since these were clearly things he had painstakingly gathered. Internally frustrated, he smiled and said, Yes, they're all yours, senior. Please, help yourself. Clearly, Guo Huanchue felt a bit embarrassed as well, but having not eaten for 2 days, she found it hard to resist the mention of food in his bag. After a moment's thought, she looked at the thin, chicken-like Jiang Yi and figured he wouldn't pose much of a threat. She slowly lowered her bow and arrow, but kept her eyes on him while bending down to reach for her backpack. Now was the moment. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as he saw the instant she lowered her bow to unzip her backpack. Like a small leopard, he sprang forward. At that moment, Jiang Yi moved with incredible speed, covering the 4-meter distance almost instantly. He lunged for the black knife beside the backpack. Buzz! A gust of wind accompanied Guo Huanchue's angry shout. I knew you were up to no good. Oh no! Realizing the sound of something slicing through the air above him, Jiang Yi immediately abandoned the idea of grabbing the weapon and quickly withdrew his outstretched left hand. But to his horror, Guo Huanchue's attack was faster than he had anticipated. Even with all his speed, he couldn't dodge her furious strike. Chapter 9. Assassination and Peril. The hard metal composite bow struck heavily against Jiang Yi's arm. The excruciating pain in Jiang Yi's left hand felt as if it had been crushed by a car, causing him to scream in agony. He looked down, cradling his right hand, and was shocked to see his entire left hand visibly swollen. A large, purplish-red lump was forming, oozing dark red bruises. Before he could process what had happened, Guo Huanchue had already swiftly stood up, knocked an arrow, and pulled back the string of her sleek black compound bow once again. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air filled Jiang Yi's ears, and he was horrified. He didn't expect this woman to actually shoot at him. Ignoring the pain in his left hand, he quickly rolled to the side just in time to narrowly avoid that terrifying arrow. The arrow zipped past his hair and struck the ground with a thud. The granite floor was incredibly hard, and the arrow only managed to create a small hole before ricocheting off. However, a tiny stone chip that was dislodged flew through the air like a knife and grazed Jiang Yi's cheek, causing a sharp sting as warm liquid began to trickle down his face. At this moment, Jiang Yi couldn't care less about the pain. He yelled, Are you crazy? You lunatic. After cursing, he turned and bolted out of the room, sprinting toward the stairs. Guo Huanchue, furious, shot another arrow after him, but by then, Jiang Yi had already turned the corner. The furious titanium arrowhead could only vent its owner's anger against the solid wooden frame. You can't escape. Guo Huanchue was incredibly fast. The instant she released the arrow, she chased after him. She hadn't expected that both arrows would miss Jiang Yi, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. But thinking about how she had been tricked left her no time to dwell on it. She dashed outside in pursuit. As an archer, Guo Huanchue had exceptional eyesight, and coupled with her familiarity with the terrain, she was able to keep a steady track of Jiang Yi even in the pitch darkness. Hearing the sounds of pursuit behind him, Jiang Yi felt like cursing. If only he had his knife with him, he wouldn't let this little girl bully him. But he kept those thoughts to himself. Having already been bested by her, he recognized her strength. It was better to run for now. There would surely be another chance to settle the score. However, he didn't expect Guo Huanchue to be so fast. Just as he scrambled up to the 5th floor, he heard the whoosh of an arrow slicing through the air behind him. He quickly covered his head and rolled to the side, feeling a blade-like gust of wind rush past above him. Boom! The speeding arrow grazed the top of his head and smashed into the glass ahead, shattering the entire window with a deafening crash. Startled, Jiang Yi looked up, and the sight nearly made him lose control of his bladder. He saw that the entire plastic window had been blown to pieces, with shards of glass flying out in all directions. The immense penetrating power had even warped the plastic window frame. What the hell? How could a bow and arrow have such power? Jiang Yi was genuinely frightened. This terrifying force was even greater than that of a handgun. At that moment, he had no thoughts of revenge. All he wanted was to run as far away as possible from this fierce woman. After 3 consecutive arrows missed their target, Gua Huanxue was left panting, her breaths becoming heavier with a mix of anger and urgency. Watching the shadow that had just vanished in front of him, Jiang Yi stomped his foot in frustration and chased after it with a grim face. Not daring to look back, he could only run for his life. When he reached the 4th floor, he saw the zombie he had kicked down earlier struggling to climb back up. After over 10 hours of effort, it had finally managed to return to the 4th floor. Jiang Yi wasn't about to be polite. With a swift kick, he sent the zombie tumbling back down again. Just as he was about to escape while it was still down, he suddenly paused, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Instead of running away, he turned around and dashed into the 4th floor, kicking open the doors of each room he passed, shattering the glass. In some cases, he even sent the doorknobs flying. By the time Gua Huanxue reached the 4th floor and spotted Jiang Yi ahead, he had already kicked open more than a dozen rooms. Confused about what he was doing, Gua Huanxue quickly drew her bow and shot. Jiang Yi, already on edge, dropped to the ground just in time to dodge the arrow and yelled back at her. "You crazy woman, if you're so tough, come over here. Don't let me escape, or I swear I'll get you first." His angry outburst, meant to be a casual insult, reminded Gua Huanxue of their previous encounters, causing her eyes to turn red with rage. "You want to get another chance. Today, I will deliver justice." With that, she pulled another arrow from her quiver. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation and scrambled to his feet, thinking, "Justice? Why don't you go restore the Ming dynasty while you're at it?" Realizing he couldn't reason with her at that moment, he sprinted toward the other staircase across the corridor. Boom! Just as he thought another arrow was coming his way, he instinctively ducked his head at the sound behind him. However, instead of an arrow, he heard frantic banging and roaring. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile and glanced back. In the dark corridor, he could vaguely see several figures breaking through the doors, blocking Gua Huanxue's path. He gleefully noted that she was really falling behind, then turned to head to the 6th floor, where his knife was still waiting for him. With the knife, while he might not be fully equipped to deal with the madwoman, he would at least be able to defend himself. Just as he stepped onto the stairs leading to the 5th floor, he heard a woman's panicked scream from behind. "Help. Don't come any closer." Jiang Yi froze. This woman was so vicious that she wouldn't hesitate to kill a person. There was no way she would be scared of a few ordinary zombies. It had to be a trick. He took 2 more steps up, but then a loud explosion echoed from the 4th floor, as if something had just blown up. The entire 4th floor erupted into chaos. The zombies, now more powerful and ferocious in the dark, were crashing against the doors. Jiang Yi had already smashed through most of the doors on the 4th floor, and they were now being continuously broken down. Gua Huanxue's face turned pale as she quickly fired arrows, hitting the nearest zombies in the forehead, causing them to drop. However, soon after, a wave of zombies surged forward like hungry tigers. Gua Huanxue was retreating while reaching for the quiver at her waist, but found it empty. She quickly turned her head back and her face drained of color. The few arrows she had left were completely used up without her realizing it, and around her were more than a dozen zombies converging. Among the girls, Gua Huanxue was relatively composed. Faced with such a scene, she didn't scream like an ordinary girl. Instead, she bit her lip hard and gripped her metal composite bow as a weapon. Inside Gua Huanxue was a strength that belied her size. With a swing of her weapon, she struck a zombie in front of her, causing its eyes to burst and it collapsed to the ground, dying a miserable death. After that blow, Gua Huanxue's face turned even paler. Clearly, her experience in close combat was nearly zero compared to her impressive ranged combat ability. Just killing one zombie had already quickened her breathing. Realizing she could not handle so many zombies, Gua Huanxue suddenly raised her hand and swung it forward with all her might, as if charging up. A beam of light, resembling moonlight, shot from her hand. The 2 zombies that were about to charge at her paused momentarily, and 2 thin lines of blood flashed across their necks before their bodies fell to the ground, their heads rolling like deflated soccer balls at Gua Huanxue's feet. The beam of light continued unabated, slicing through two more zombies before crashing into a fragile window, shattering all the glass. The immense destructive power stunned all the zombies. But Guahanyue turned to flee. However, she didn't notice that the head she had severed earlier was right beneath her feet. She stepped on it, lost her footing, and fell to the ground with a scream. At that moment, the zombies pounced on her, frantically biting at her on the ground. The iron bow flew from her hands as sharp claws scraped against her arms and body. One zombie even managed to bite into her calf. The intense pain combined with the fear of death made her cry out, "Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Stupid woman. Just lie there and wait for death? Get up already." Just when Guahanyue was at her most desperate, a furious roar came from outside the zombie horde, jolting her back to her senses. A surge of survival instinct surged within her, and she instinctively grabbed a zombie by the throat and slammed it against the nearby wall. Not far from her, a figure was wildly swinging an iron chair, smashing down on the zombies that were trying to get a bite of Guahanyue. Jiang Yi, using all his strength, easily took down two zombies that couldn't break through. Seeing Guahanyue fighting back, Jiang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He used the chair to block the attacking zombies, but the forceful undead pushed him back step by step. However, Jiang Yi knew he was no match for them. He swayed his body, dodging an attack from a zombie, kicked it down, and was about to slam the chair down when two more zombies abandoned Guahanyue and charged towards him. Jiang Yi's speed had improved significantly, but he still wasn't at a level where he could ignore the zombies. One moment of inattention, and he could be knocked over. Startled, he quickly braced himself against two zombies that had lunged at him. However, another zombie surprisingly crawled on all fours and bit down hard on Jiang Yi's shoulder. He screamed in pain and elbowed the zombie away, but another zombie seized the iron chair from his hand with a powerful grip. Without a weapon, Jiang Yi was quickly overwhelmed by several zombies, his screams echoing in the chaos. Guahanyue's face turned pale, witnessing everything unfold. She flung the zombie she was fighting away in an attempt to save Jiang Yi, but her calf had been bitten, blood pouring out, causing her to stumble dangerously close to falling. The surrounding zombies quickly blocked her path to Jiang Yi once again. Chapter 10. The life-saving skull-cleaving knife. Guahanyue laughed bitterly as she desperately fended off the zombies' attacks. She never expected that the person she had been chasing would end up being devoured by zombies while trying to save her. At that moment, her heart was a tangle of emotions, leaving only regret. Forget it. Since he died because of me, I'll make it right. With multiple wounds already on her body, Guahanyue gradually gave up resisting. As the sharp fangs of the zombies descended upon her, she closed her eyes in despair. Boom. A loud explosion rang out as a zombie's head was blown off, landing right in Guahanyue's hands. Startled, she opened her eyes to see that the group of zombies surrounding Jiang Yi was now drenched in blood, a dark blade flashing wildly. With each swing, the zombies were ripped apart into pieces. Jiang Yi's eyes were bloodshot as the black skull-cleaving knife wrapped around his arm once more. With an almost instinctual frenzy, his left hand wielded the knife, chopping down with deadly precision. No zombie could withstand the sharpness of the skull-cleaving knife. Soon, under Guahanyue's stunned gaze, the 5 zombies attacking him were completely dismembered. Jiang Yi, brimming with murderous intent, advanced step by step, swiftly unleashing the lethal power of the knife. No matter from which direction the zombies attacked, Jiang Yi's blade seemed to anticipate their moves, always striking their necks first, truly living up to its name. Seeing Jiang Yi fighting with such ferocity, Guahanyue felt a spark of hope. Seizing the rare opportunity to catch her breath, she picked up her longbow and deftly looped it around the neck of the zombie, pinning her down, pulling with all her might. The sharp bowstring plunged into the zombie's neck, and its massive head rolled away, oozing filthy blood. Jiang Yi glanced over, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Summoning the last of his strength, he thrust the dark tang knife into the last zombie's eye socket. As he relaxed, he collapsed into a pool of blood, unable to hold onto the black knife any longer, gasping for air as if he might explode. Guahanyue was in no better condition. Both of them were drenched in dark red blood, their bodies nearly devoid of unscathed flesh. They were covered in scratches and bite marks. Fortunately, the zombies on the 4th floor had been completely taken care of by them. Otherwise, the two who had just released the tension in their hearts might have been easily devoured by any wandering zombie. After resting for a long time, Guahanyue felt a bit of strength returning and finally propped herself up with her longbow, looking at Jiang Yi, who was still lying on the ground, gasping for breath. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to walk over, leaning against the wall for support. Jiang Yi felt as if every part of his body was in agony. Besides his wounds, the most significant issue was the immense drain on his strength and mental energy. He regretted his hasty decisions once again when he suddenly noticed Guahanxue approaching him. His face paled. What the hell, you're coming back? He struggled to reach for the black knife that was stuck in the zombie's skull, but couldn't even lift a finger. Guahanxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Yi, who was writhing on the ground like a large black worm. All right, don't worry. I'm not planning to kill you right now. Do you want to just lie there forever? Jiang Yi's face stiffened as he looked at her in distress. Then you have to promise not to cause me more trouble. Guahanxue glared at him in frustration. If you don't want to get up, then just die here. With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Yi hurriedly shouted, No way. I don't want to lie here with a bunch of stinky corpses all day. Please, have mercy and help me up. Hearing his almost unreasonable plea, Guahanxue turned back, suppressing her rising anger, and reluctantly extended her hand. Jiang Yi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reached out to grasp her hand. In that instant, both of them were momentarily stunned. Their dirty, weak hands seemed to become each other's support. This feeling was something that neither Guahanxue nor Jiang Yi had ever experienced before. Thankfully, it was a fleeting sensation. As they staggered and helped each other, Jiang Yi pulled out the skull-cutting knife, glancing at the blade with a strange expression but saying nothing. Allowing Guahanxue to help him up to the 5th floor, they easily entered room 508, which was slightly ajar. After tossing Jiang Yi onto one bed, Guahanxue collapsed onto the bed across from him. Both of them were breathing heavily, exchanging glances. Suddenly, for some reason, they both burst out laughing at the same time. Guahanxue's laughter had a hint of desolation, while Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief at having survived. After a brief rest, Jiang Yi, covered in numerous wounds, stood up, gritting his teeth as he began to take off his tracksuit. Guahanxue's dull eyes shifted to him. What are you doing? I'm treating my wounds and stopping the bleeding, Jiang Yi replied cautiously, separating the fabric from his injuries. If I keep bleeding like this, I won't die in a zombie's mouth, but I'll bleed out anyway. Guahanxue let out a bitter laugh. It's useless. Don't waste your effort. If you get bitten or scratched by a zombie, you'll turn into one in a few hours. What is the point of treating it? Suddenly, she seemed excited as she looked at Jiang Yi. Promise me that if one of us turns into a zombie, the other will help him find peace. I don't want to die and then become a zombie. As she spoke, 2 lines of tears had already soaked her cheeks. Jiang Yi blinked and turned to look at the despairing Guahanxue. Don't you know? The ordinary zombie virus is ineffective against us ability users. Guahanxue, heartbroken, suddenly perked up at Jiang Yi's words and asked, What did you say? Are you saying we can't die? Jiang Yi couldn't help but admire Guahanxue, who was so dirty that her features were unrecognizable, as he nodded and continued. Of course, we don't know for sure, but I'm certain I won't die. Is this the ability you were talking about? A gentle breeze swept through the dormitory as Guahanxue spoke, and Jiang Yi looked up in astonishment to see a faint green light swirling playfully around her raised right hand. His heart raced. You're an ability user? Actually, Jiang Yi had guessed she was also an ability user when he felt the power of her bow and arrow during her attack. He had thought it was some ability that enhanced her arrows, considering how poor her close combat skills were. But now, seeing the same ability as Qinjiaji's, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, among the nearly 1,000 survivors in the cafeteria, only his girlfriend exhibited such extraordinary powers beyond scientific explanation. Guahanxue nodded, her energy dissipating weakly from her fingertips. I'm not sure. A week ago, after I recovered from a fever, I discovered I could summon a wind force. But this power is too weak to be of any real use. Am I really not going to die? Compared to introducing her ability, Guahanxue was more concerned about her own life. Jiang Yi looked at her with a hint of envy, but still said, Zombies won't change. But if you don't stop the bleeding, losing too much blood could lead to a grim outcome. Upon hearing this, Guahanxue momentarily forgot her excitement about not becoming a zombie and whispered in a panic, Then hurry up and stop the bleeding. But I don't have any medicine here. What should I do? Seeing Guahanxue flustered and at a loss, Jiang Yi found it somewhat amusing. It was hard to connect her current state with the girl who had once tried to kill him. All right, I have some medicine. You need to take off your clothes first. I'll go get it. With that, he grabbed a knife and walked out, completely ignoring Guahanxue's hopeful gaze. The zombies on the 5th floor had clearly been cleared out, and the 6th floor was also clean, so Jiang Yi quickly made his way back to his previous room. His eyes immediately fell on the arrow pinned to the door frame, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, cursing Guahanxue for being so ruthless. Having lost quite a bit of blood, Jiang Yi took several bottles of water from his backpack, disregarding any waste, and drenched himself thoroughly, using a bedsheet to wipe away the bloodstains bit by bit. After repeating this process a couple of times, he finally found the first aid kit and sprayed medicine on his wounds. At this moment, Jiang Yi's body was in a terrible state. The most severe injury was a chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder, and his body was covered in scratches from zombie claws. However, as long as one could ignore the terrifying nature of the zombie virus, these wounds were not fatal for an ordinary person. After applying some medicine, the wounds felt as if they were coated in a layer of gel, and there was no need for bandaging. While the medicine was still wet, Jiang Yi wolfed down a portion of jade fat meat. This meat had certain healing properties, and perhaps it provided a bit of psychological comfort. After eating it, Jiang Yi felt as though his wounds weren't hurting as much. Packing his things into his backpack, Jiang Yi paused as he looked at the scabbard on the ground. Tentatively, he reached out with his right hand to grasp at the scabbard. An eerie thing happened. The scabbard on the ground suddenly twitched and then seemed to vanish into thin air, only to reappear in Jiang Yi's hand. Even though he had a hunch about what was happening, Jiang Yi was still startled. The skull-cutting knife could truly respond to his call and appear before him. It was worth noting that previously, in the critical moment when he was almost devoured by a horde of zombies while trying to save Guohuanxue, he had merely thought how convenient it would be if he had the skull-cutting knife, and suddenly, the black knife had materialized in his left hand. Fortunately, it had turned out this way. Otherwise, the outcome for the two of them would have been dire. Jiang Yi struggled to suppress a burst of laughter, finally understanding what it meant for the skull-cutting knife to be indestructible and irreplaceable. This knife was simply a doomsday artifact compared to it. The weapons crafted by Gao Wei were utterly inferior. With joy in his heart, Jiang Yi returned to the 5th floor. As he entered the dormitory with his small lamp powered by a built-in battery, he found Guohuanxue wrapped in a blanket on the bed, with a pile of her tattered clothes thrown on the floor. Upon seeing Jiang Yi return, Guohuanxue breathed a sigh of relief, but her face turned slightly red. It was worth noting that beneath the blanket, she was nearly naked. Chapter 11. Team Mode. Jiang Yi was still caught up in the joy of his newfound abilities and didn't pay much attention to Guohuanxue's expression. He casually took out 3 bottles of water and some hemostatic medicine, placing them on the bed. First, wash up with the water, then spray on the medicine. Guohuanxue didn't move. She just stared at Jiang Yi with a blank expression. Jiang Yi looked up in confusion. "What are you staring at me for?" Then, with a sly grin, he added in a rather lewd manner, "Are you hoping I'll help you?" Guohuanxue's expression changed dramatically, and she immediately put on a stern face, coldly huffing, "Get out." Seeing that Guohuanxue was getting angry, Jiang Yi took 2 steps back with an innocent look on his face. "If you don't need it, then you don't need it. Why get angry? I'll just leave then." Watching him leave without hesitation, a complex emotion flashed in Guohuanxue's eyes. Jiang Yi waited for over an hour, and just as dawn was breaking outside, Guohuanxue finally emerged from the room, dressed in a clean school uniform. Jiang Yi yawned. "You're really slow. I'm the one who's injured, and you're so heartless to make me wait outside the door." Guohuanxue shot him a glare. "Stop pushing your luck. Although you saved me, that doesn't mean you can take advantage of me. I haven't settled yesterday's score with you yet." Jiang Yi, who had collapsed on the bed, was taken aback and looked at her. "What on earth happened yesterday that made you want to kill me?" Guohuanxue's eyes flashed with rage as she glared at Jiang Yi, exuding a murderous aura. Still playing dumb? If you hadn't tortured Jiao Jiao for over 2 hours, how could she have been driven to jump off the building and commit suicide? The thought of Jiao Jiao's agonizing screams and despair for more than 2 hours made Guohuanxue wish she could shoot this scumbag in front of her right now. "Wait, you said she jumped off the building? Was it that woman from yesterday?" Jiang Yi suddenly sat up, his face filled with shock as he looked at Guohuanxue. Guohuanxue sneered coldly. "What? Not pretending to be innocent anymore? Remembering now? You are nothing but scum, worse than beasts. Jiao Jiao trusted you so much. Yet in the end, you treated her like this." Guohuanxue was already unable to hold back her tears. When she heard Jiao Jiao's screams yesterday, hiding on the 5th floor, she nearly went crazy. She and Jiao Jiao were classmates in high school, and even though they weren't in the same department in college, they often kept in touch since they lived in the same building. If it weren't for the zombies surrounding the 5th floor, Guohuanxue would definitely have stayed with Jiao Jiao these days. Yesterday, she took a huge risk to desperately kill the zombies outside the hallway. But when she reached the 6th floor and opened the door, she only caught a glimpse of Jiao Jiao standing on the windowsill, giving her one last desperate look. How could Guohuanxue not know what had happened in that room? She was frantic to find those who had humiliated Jiao Jiao, but was blocked by the zombies on the 4th floor and had to return to the 5th floor, filled with frustration. Jiang Yi was so angry he nearly jumped up. "Don't compare me to those 2 bastards. What happened yesterday has nothing to do with me." Then, under Guohuanxue's skeptical gaze, he furiously recounted how he had been ambushed by them yesterday, while concealing the truth that he had only gained his powers that day. Guohuanxue began to believe him a bit. "Is what you're saying true?" Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go check the 3rd floor. There are still a bunch of corpses in the room I was in yesterday. If I really did something as beastly as they did, how could I have been trapped here by the zombies attracted by your friend's suicide? I would have left with them long ago. Oh no. Remembering what she had said earlier, Jiang Yi continued. And you also said you clearly heard from your classmate that there were 2 people involved. So, we came here as 3. Where was I at that time? Gua Hanyue wasn't foolish. After regaining her rationality, she analyzed the situation and realized it matched up. It seemed, as Jiang Yi said, that they had first set him up, which led to Jiao Jiao being violated by those 2 beasts. She realized that she had wrongly accused Jiang Yi for her earlier actions. Moreover, the fact that he came back to save her despite the danger to his own life made it hard for her to believe he would do such things. Upon realizing this, Gua Hanshua couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, but she still stubbornly said, "Then why didn't you tell the truth from the beginning and spun a whole bunch of lies to me?" Jiang Yi, extremely agitated, pointed at the compound bow beside him and shouted indignantly, "Sister, you're acting like a mad woman, aiming that bow right at my forehead. If I don't find a way to calm you down, I'll be dead for no reason." Gua Hanshua's face flushed red, and she looked down, feeling a bit wronged. "I'm really sorry. I lost my composure back then. I didn't know you guys would get separated after coming in." Jiang Yi, feeling unjustly blamed for no reason, shivered at Gua Hanshua's soft apology and looked at her with a strange expression as if she had reverted to her innocent self. "No, sister. Please stay like you were before. I'm not used to this." Gua Hanshua paused for a moment and instinctively raised her hand to slap him. "Are you crazy? I can't even talk to you properly without you complaining about me." Jiang Yi let out a pained yelp and fell back onto the bed, clutching his left arm. Nearly in tears, "Sister, be careful when you hit people. My wound just stopped bleeding." Gua Hanshua quickly looked over. "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention." Jiang Yi took a glance and thought, "Great, more medicine wasted." He had to spray some more to manage the situation. After all the commotion, it turned out to be a misunderstanding, and what more could Jiang Yi say? Looking at Gua Hanshua's sad and wronged expression, he could only scratch his head and admit his misfortune. He glanced at his watch, although dawn was approaching. The 2 of them were utterly exhausted from their life and death battle throughout the night. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, it wasn't long before they both lay down on the bed, too tired to even talk. Jiang Yi, lying there, heard the soft sounds of Gua Hanshua, a snoring from the other side, and pressed his hand against the wall, causing his status screen to appear once more. Level 4, 1516. Speed 9, Defense 5, Strength 4, Mentality 4, Constitution 3. As expected, although the battle had seemed fierce, Jiang Yi had not actually killed many zombies, and their near-death experience had not even allowed him to level up. Fortunately, he was close. As long as he killed one more zombie tomorrow, he would level up. Just as he was about to put away the screen, Jiang Yi suddenly froze, noticing a blinking cursor in the bottom corner of the screen, indicating that there was another page. Curiously, he clicked on it, and the text on the screen immediately changed. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yi was left dumbfounded. Team mode successfully activated. In this mode, you will receive experience points for the monsters killed by your team members. The amount of experience gained depends on the trust level of the team members towards the captain. The higher the trust level, the greater the share of experience the captain receives. Team members can also gain the same leveling ability in this state. Note: experience points gained from team mode can only enhance strength within the current level and do not contribute to breaking through to a higher level. Jiang Yi carefully read the text over a dozen times, panting as he pondered each line, nearly falling off the bed in excitement. He never expected that after saving Gua Hanyue, he would gain such a significant reward. The team mode might not seem particularly useful to others, but for Jiang Yi, it held special importance. It meant that the more teammates he had around him, the more experience he would gain. This would greatly aid his future leveling up. However, after the previous battle, Gua Hanyue had killed more zombies than he did, yet the experience didn't seem to count towards him. Why was that? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yi's gaze landed on the trust value displayed on the screen. He clicked on it, and sure enough, there was an explanation. Gua Hanyue, trust value 28 grants 14 experience sharing. Note: trust value changes depending on your relationship with teammates. Please maintain your relationships. Jiang Yi stuck out his tongue, realizing that Gua Hanyue still didn't fully trust him. He wondered how they even ended up teaming up in the first place. Was it because they fought together? Or did it trigger the team mode after a misunderstanding between them was resolved? Unfortunately, the system didn't clarify this point, leaving Jiang Yi scratching his head in confusion until he eventually drifted off to sleep. In this apocalyptic world, no one truly dared to sleep deeply. What was called rest was merely a light slumber with vigilance. Jiang Yi, alert, instantly opened his eyes when he heard the creaking sound of Guo bed beside him, just in time to see her sitting up. Guo sat on the bed, staring blankly at her hands. So, she really wouldn't turn into a zombie after all. The weight on her heart finally lifted. However, a sudden loud rumble from her stomach interrupted her thoughts, so loud that Jiang Yi could no longer pretend to be asleep. Under Guo slightly flushed gaze, he reluctantly sat up and scratched his head. "Are you hungry? I still have some food," he said, handing her his bag. Jiang Yi thought it through. Since Guo had become his teammate and would be fighting for him in the future, he couldn't let his soldiers starve. Thankfully, he had scavenged quite a bit of snacks earlier. Although he had some dried meat that he didn't particularly care for, he kept it with the principle of not wasting food, and it was just right for Guo. Chapter 12. Inducing Guo stared at the backpack he handed her, suddenly snapping back to reality as she shook her head. "No, I can't eat your food. Food is too precious now. I can find my own. I don't need to eat yours." Clearly, Guo was still quite different from other survivors who had experienced 10 days of the apocalypse. Even knowing it was the end of the world, she hadn't lost her principles. Jiang Yi felt frustrated seeing Guo refuse his offer. She clearly didn't realize that she was now considered his teammate. That's one way to go about it, hiding one's abilities. But just because the other person is unaware doesn't mean one can comfortably reap such significant benefits from them. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi couldn't help but refuse Guo. He piled the food from his bag in front of her, saying, "Then consider this alone. When you find food later, you can return it to me." Guo paused for a moment, then nodded, slightly embarrassed as she opened a bag of chocolate. "Thank you." Seeing that Guo accepted his suggestion, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile broadly. "No problem. We're teammates now, so it's only right to help each other out." Guo froze for a second while eating the chocolate. "Teammates? I meant comrades. Since we fought together yesterday, we're comrades now." Jiang Yi nearly slipped up but quickly thought of an excuse. Guo pondered for a moment and accepted this explanation. Jiang Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want Guo to realize that he had inexplicably sold himself out. Watching Guo eat quickly yet gracefully, Jiang Yi handed her a bottle of mineral water. "Guo, what are your plans moving forward?" After swallowing her food and taking a sip of water, Guo looked troubled. "I want to go back to Beijing, but I can't get in touch with my dad, and I have no idea how they are doing." Jiang Yi's eyes brightened. "Your family is in Beijing?" Beijing is quite far from Long Province. If that's the case, it seems Guo won't be able to leave Long Province anytime soon. Could this mean he had a chance to keep her around to help him out? "Yes. My dad works in Beijing, and my mom is with him, so I need to find a way to get there." Guo spoke firmly, clearly having thought about this for a long time. Jiang Yi pretended to think deeply. "But Beijing is far from here. Given the current situation, there probably aren't any means of transportation to get there, right? How do you plan to go?" Guo shook her head with a bitter smile, clearly aware of how tough this decision was. Beijing is nearly 1,000 miles away from Long Province. Even under normal circumstances, taking the high-speed train would take several hours, let alone in this chaotic apocalypse. Seeing Guo hesitate, Jiang Yi quickly seized the moment. "And since you're willing to go to Beijing for your uncle and aunt, do you really think they wouldn't come to Long Province for you?" Guo, hearing Jiang Yi's analysis, momentarily forgot about eating and looked up anxiously. "That can't be right. Beijing is the capital. My mom and dad would be safer there. How could they possibly come here?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "Because you're here, where the child is. That's where the parents' hearts are." Guo felt a pang in her heart at the thought of her parents traveling from far-off Beijing to Long Province. The important thing was, she still had no idea what choices her parents had made or what she should do. "What should I do?" The lost Guo instinctively looked to Jiang Yi for guidance. Jiang Yi cleared his throat and continued with his persuasive tactic. "For now, the key is to find a way to contact the outside world or gather information about the situation in Beijing from others before deciding whether to go or stay." Guo nodded, clearly in agreement with Jiang Yi's idea. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized a bit, Jiang Yi said, "How about this? Let's first settle down at school and then think of ways to gather information outside. We should give your uncle and aunt some time. If they really come back, they will definitely come to the school to find you. If they don't show up after a while, I believe the Long Province will have some measures in place, and many people might want to head to the capital. At that point, we can go together." Hearing Jiang Yi's words, Guo's eyes lit up. Yes, he was right. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it was better to stay at school. This way, if her parents did come, they could find her quickly. Even if they didn't come, she could still figure out a way to go to the capital later. With this decision, Guo's emotions quickly calmed down, and she looked at Jiang Yi with gratitude. "Thank you, Jiang Yi. If it weren't for you, I might have panicked and rashly left for the capital. Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. But since you want to stay at school, why don't we stick together? Guo Huanxue was taken aback and suddenly became a bit wary. What do you mean? Jiang Yi, unsure why Guo Huanxue had suddenly changed her demeanor, continued. You and I are both capable individuals. If we hadn't helped each other yesterday, neither of us would have made it. Going solo, who can guarantee survival? Don't you want some strong companions by your side? Only then did Guo Huanxue realize she had misunderstood Jiang Yi's intentions. He meant it in that way. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head. You're right. But can we manage with just the two of us? Seeing that Guo Huanxue so readily agreed to team up with him made Jiang Yi's eyes shine with excitement. It seemed he had a knack for negotiation. Little did he know that Guo Huanxue's easy agreement was primarily due to her gratitude for his help yesterday. And also because she truly had no other options, unless she wanted to go it alone. It was a no-brainer not to refuse a companion with combat abilities in this situation. Once Jiang Yi confirmed Guo Huanxue's thoughts, he finally relaxed, almost wanting to check if their trust levels had changed, but he restrained his excitement and instead discussed their next steps with her. Since Guo Huanxue had decided to temporarily team up with Jiang Yi, she didn't think too much about it. When she learned that Jiang Yi intended to clear out the entire dormitory, she readily agreed. However, it was at this moment that Jiang Yi discovered a significant flaw in Guo Huanxue's wind ability. Her energy was too weak. She could only unleash those powerful wind blades 3 times. No way. How can you be so strong and have such a weak ability? Jiang Yi felt a bit disheartened. His own powers were already quite lacking, and now Guo Huanxue's abilities seemed equally disappointing. What could 3 wind blades even do? Could they take down 3 zombies? If Guo Huanxue consumes too much energy, she will become weak. Even without her saying it, Jiang Yi had learned about this from Qin Jiaji. Actually, my abilities aren't that weak. After all, I have my bow and arrow. Guo Huanxue, feeling a bit unwilling to be looked down upon by Jiang Yi, picked up her longbow. Jiang Yi's eyes fell on it, and he couldn't help but recall the terrifying power of her archery from yesterday. His eyes lighting up. I almost forgot to ask, how did you get a bow? And it seems like your arrows pack quite a punch. He certainly remembered that stunning shot that had blown open the entire window yesterday. When it came to her specialty, Guo Huanxue's spirits lifted immediately. She tossed her hair back and proudly lifted her chin. I'm the president of the archery club. What's so strange about shooting arrows? Seeing her confident demeanor made Jiang Yi's eyes brighten as well. The president of a club is undoubtedly a prominent figure in any university. Unfortunately, he had never been very interested in such things, so he didn't have much of an impression of Guo Huanxue. You're really impressive. He genuinely complimented her, which made Guo Huanxue even more excited. You don't know, I discovered yesterday that my wind abilities can enhance my arrows. It makes them fly faster and hit harder. Jiang Yi smiled. He had suspected as much. Otherwise, her arrows couldn't have been so powerful. Don't underestimate this ability. It undoubtedly gave Guo Huanxue, a newly awakened ability user, a much stronger survival capacity in the early stages. After all, how else could she have survived those long 10 days on her own? Their first task after forming a team was to clean up the 5th floor. By now, Guo Huanxue had completely cleared it, but the hallway, filled with corpses, was clearly not a suitable environment for humans. So the two of them put on rubber gloves and disposed of the stinking bodies in one of the dorm rooms, locking the door behind them, and finally felt a bit relieved. Guo Huanxue's face was a little pale, although she dared to fight zombies. It didn't mean that this blossoming young girl was willing to carry corpses around. The process of moving the bodies also allowed her to recover some arrows. Otherwise, no matter how skilled she was, having no bow and arrows would be futile. The used arrows were quite damaged. So Jiang Yi had to accompany Guo Huanxue to sort and replace the collected arrows. As a result, Jiang Yi felt like they hadn't made any progress that whole morning. With a hint of frustration, Guo Huanxue commanded Jiang Yi to search for supplies on the 5th floor. Being a girls' dormitory, there weren't many useful items for Jiang Yi, but there were plenty for Guo Huanxue. If it weren't for Jiang Yi's firm refusals, Guo Huanxue might have packed away all the good stuff from the entire dorm. Collecting supplies was clearly a joyful task, and soon the two of them had swept through both the 5th and 4th floors, coming away with a bountiful haul. It was only then that Jiang Yi, determined, dragged a still slightly unsatisfied Guo Huanxue to prepare for a sweep of the 3rd floor. Jiang Yi held a decapitation knife, while Guo Huanxue gripped a bow, with a quiver of arrows hanging at her waist. She wore a black mask over her face, and her long hair was neatly tied up at the back, giving her an aura of sharpness. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, she was worthy of being his chosen teammate. With that kind of presence, she was unlike those girls who still needed protection in this post-apocalyptic world. Standing on the third floor, Jiang Yi drew his black knife and whispered to Guo Huanxue, "Remember, try to use your powers as little as possible. Your task is to protect my back. You don't need to worry about anything else." There was no other choice, even though she was now a teammate. Having Guo Huanxue join the fight would actually be detrimental to him. After all, he was in urgent need of experience. Chapter 13. The Secrets of the System. Guo Huanxue nodded. Hidden behind her mask, her expression was unreadable, but her dark eyes conveyed a determined gaze. The corridor on the third floor had already been cleared by Jiang Yi yesterday, so he only needed to deal with the zombies trapped in the rooms. Following the same method as before, Jiang Yi smashed the glass on the door, and immediately, the zombies inside reached out with frantic hands. Jiang Yi, filled with excitement, wielded his black knife with swift strikes. A surge of intense energy coursed through his body, and the fatigue he had felt earlier seemed to vanish completely. He knew he had leveled up again. Even without looking at the screen, he could roughly gauge his status change. As he thrust with his second strike, he could distinctly feel his speed increasing dramatically. His strength had also noticeably improved. With one slash, the black decapitation knife cleaved a zombie's head cleanly in half. Awesome! Jiang Yi laughed joyfully, having reached level 5. At this moment, his state finally surpassed that of his pre-awakening self. His newly revitalized body made him want to shout in exhilaration, but with Guo Huanxue behind him, he managed to control his excitement. He hurriedly stepped toward the next room, his eyes glowing blue. All of this was experience. God knows how much experience his ability consumed. Jiang Yi moved quickly, while Guo Huanxue was still astonished by his seemingly simple and safe method of killing zombies. Lost in thought, she suddenly realized Jiang Yi had already appeared outside the next dormitory door. "Wait for me," she called out, rushing to catch up, only to find Jiang Yi had already finished another fight. She stood there dumbfounded, watching his busy figure in the hallway. Slightly shocked, how did his speed seem to have increased? If his speed at 9 o'clock was not particularly noticeable, then at 11 o'clock, he had surpassed that of an average person, making Jiang Yi appear extraordinarily unique. "Watch out!" Suddenly, Guo Huanxue saw the door Jiang Yi was about to break through burst open, and 2 zombies charged out. She was taken aback and instinctively reached for her waist, drew her bow, and aimed. But the moment she released the arrow, she was stunned to discover her target had already had its head chopped off. Jiang Yi pulled his black knife out of the zombie in front of him when suddenly a fierce wind whooshed past him from behind, startling him. He quickly tilted his head, and an arrow whizzed past his ear, hitting the zombie's face with a dull thud. "Wow, are you trying to kill me?" Jiang Yi exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't instinctively turned his head, that arrow might have ended up in his own skull. Guo Huanxue hadn't expected this either. She had been boasting about her perfect aim just moments ago, and now she felt embarrassed for missing. "I was just trying to save you. Who knew you'd react so quickly?" she retorted. Realizing this, she suddenly noticed that Jiang Yi's combat skills seemed significantly better than the day before. Perhaps it was just a misconception? Tilting her head, Guo Huanxue observed Jiang Yi's busy figure with a hint of curiosity. There weren't many zombies on the third floor, and within half an hour, the last zombie had its head chopped off. Both of them let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi shook his slightly sore arms. Although he had leveled up to 5, he felt that he was still not much different from an ordinary person. This was to be expected, as his attributes had yet to exceed the realm of normal humans. Guo Huanxue, somewhat helpless, realized that she had merely been a sidekick. Aside from the accidental arrow she shot, she hadn't had a single chance to join the fight. After 11 days in this apocalypse, she had her first ridiculous thought that maybe there could be a few more zombies around. With the battle over, it was time to gather the spoils. They wasted no time, each taking a side and frantically sweeping through the area. Besides the essential food items, Jiang Yi also collected some necessary items for Qinjiazi, including unused underwear and even sanitary products. However, they quickly discovered that there weren't many useful items in the girls' dormitory, which only heightened Jiang Yi's urgency to leave and return to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, standing by the window on the 5th floor, they could clearly see the zombies gathered outside the dormitory entrance. Although the zombies had dispersed somewhat after a day, it still didn't give them enough confidence to break through. With a sigh, Jiang Yi realized he would have to wait another day. As night fell again, his hopes of continuing to fight monsters and earn experience faded. He glanced at the food they had gathered today and discussed with Guo Huanxue how to prepare a meal. He chopped the table into wooden strips with his black knife and used a common iron bed frame as a stand, igniting it to create a makeshift stove. Guo Huanxue found Jiang Yi's ingenuity quite fascinating. She took the initiative to clean a dusty frying pan with bottled water and placed it over the growing fire, and surprisingly, it fit perfectly. They hurriedly poured in some fresh water, tore open several packs of instant noodles, and Jiang even chopped up a couple of hot dogs. Soon, a large pot of fragrant instant noodles had them both unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Guohanyue, who rarely ate instant noodles before, was experiencing for the first time just how delicious they could be. A rich meat broth bubbled with orange-yellow instant noodles, and the ham sausages, boiled in water, released an enticing aroma. Before the noodles were even fully cooked, the two of them were already competing to scoop noodles into their bowls. For a moment, neither of them thought to speak. They buried their heads in their bowls, slurping the noodles. And the only sounds in the dormitory were the crackling of the firewood and the tempting sound of chewing. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yi sprawled comfortably on the bed, taking a sip of the fragrant instant coffee that Guo Huanxue handed him. Refreshing, he exclaimed. Guo Huanxue, holding her cup, seemed a bit dazed. Just a day ago, she had been here without even a drop of water. Who would have thought that just one day later, she not only had hot food to eat, but also the leisure to brew a cup of coffee afterward? All these changes had come after she met this guy. With that thought, she couldn't help but glance up at Jiang Yi. Enjoying the sweet aroma of his coffee, Jiang Yi noticed Guo Huanxue looking at him and smiled. What's up? Do I have noodles on my face? As he spoke, he playfully wiped his face with his hand. Guo Huanxue rolled her eyes at him. Can't you feel a little tense? This is the end of the world we're talking about. Jiang Yi shrugged innocently. I've been tense enough. For the past 10 days. I haven't relaxed at all. After having such a hearty meal, can't I let loose a bit? If you're too tightly wound, you might snap. He punctuated his point with a gesture of an explosive motion. Guo Huanxue hesitated for a moment. Can you tell me what is going on outside? The thought of the entire world descending into chaos sent a shiver down her spine. Jiang Yi paused, his expression sobering. What can we do? In the apocalypse, some people die, while others escape. I've been relatively lucky, staying in the cafeteria. Sure, I was surrounded by zombies at first, but soon enough, the people who arrived at the cafeteria took care of them. When I left yesterday, there were still over 1,000 people there. I just don't know how long the food will last. Jiang Yi wasn't overly concerned about others. He was more worried about whether Chen Jiaji would be cold or hungry. But recalling Chen Jiaji's abilities, he figured she could handle herself well enough. Guo Huanxue listened quietly as Jiang Yi recounted the changes at school over the past 10 days. Even holding the steaming cup, she felt a chill emanating from her heart. Once Jiang Yi finally stopped talking, his throat dry, Guo Huanxue looked at him with a sad expression. Jiang Yi, if the whole world is filled with these monsters, do you think we can survive? Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment, then lifted his head, determination shining in his eyes. We will survive. You have to believe in our country and in the limitless strength of humanity. Soon, rescue will arrive, and at that time, our Huaxia will surely be able to stabilize again. After waiting for a long time without any response, Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance over in the firelight, only to find that Guo Huanxue had curled up on the bed frame, her eyes slightly closed, softly murmuring something. Under the flickering light, a crystal tear slipped down from the corner of her eye. Seeing Guo Huanxue like this, Jiang Yi felt a pang in his heart. No matter how strong he was, she was still just a girl. It was likely that in the 10 days before meeting him, Guo Huanxue hadn't even been able to close her eyes in peace. He quietly approached her, took the cup that was nearly slipping from her hand, and wrapped the blanket around her. Feeling insecure, Guo Huanxue hugged herself, and the warm fire allowed her to relax and drift back to sleep. Sighing, Jiang Yi returned to his bed and opened his attribute screen. Level 5, 1732. Speed 11, Defense 6, Strength 4, 75, Spirit 4, 75, Constitution 3, 5. Just as he had guessed, Jiang Yi didn't pay much attention to it. He clicked on the screen to check the trust value between Guo Huanxue and himself, and to his surprise, after a day of interaction, their trust relationship had already reached 60. He could also gain 30 of the experience points she earned. That share wasn't insignificant. It meant that Guo Huanxue could earn him some experience by killing 3 zombies. It might not seem like much now, but as his level increased and he became more in need of experience, the experience gained from teammates would become especially important. It seemed he would need to find more powerful allies in the future. Jiang Yi didn't feel his thoughts were overly utilitarian since the other party could also gain experience. This was essentially a sharing of abilities, clearly a win-win situation. While Guo Huanxue was asleep, Jiang Yi reapplied medicine to his wounds. A day's movement had caused many of his wounds to reopen. There was no helping it. After all, his recovery ability was still too weak. He wondered if his healing would improve as his abilities grew stronger, eventually reaching a level of instantaneous recovery. Chapter 14. The emergence of the red-headed zombie with a hint of anticipation and fantasy. Jiang Yi, with a pale face, put on a new jacket and stood vigilantly at the window, watching the movements outside. When Guo Huanxue awoke, She was startled to realize how deeply she had slept. When had she fallen asleep? This was something she hadn't experienced in over 10 days. Even before the apocalypse, her sleep had been very light. So how could she have slept so soundly now? Opening her eyes and catching sight of Jiang Yi's silhouette, she felt a bit confused. Was it because of him? Just one day, and he had gained her trust to this extent? Little did Guohanyue know that even Jiang Yi hadn't considered that all of this was due to his own abilities at play. The team mode of the combat upgrade system is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. While Jiang Yi can clearly see the level of trust Guohanyue has in him, as the team leader, Jiang Yi's own influence on Guohanyue is continuously shaping their relationship. Guohanyue cannot clearly perceive the changes in her feelings towards Jiang Yi as he does. Yet his abilities still allow her to sense the shifts in their interactions. This influence has led her to gradually lower her guard and become more at ease in front of this stranger. As long as they are in team mode, this unspoken trust will deepen even further. Jiang Yi, you should rest. I'm awake now. Without much thought, Guohanyue got out of bed to take Jiang Yi's place. He didn't tea refuse. The energy from the coffee was nearly depleted. If he continued to push himself, even if he stayed awake, his vigilance would eventually wane, which is very dangerous for someone on watch. Guohanyue, who had been on watch for half the night, was evidently in a better state of mind. After brewing herself a cup of coffee with the remaining hot water, she took a few sips and felt completely refreshed. As an awakened, her physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. With someone on watch, Jiang Yi no longer had to worry about any threats nearby. He quickly fell asleep. And when he awoke, it was to the enticing aroma of food. Awakened individuals tend to have a large appetite, and the food they had eaten the night before was long gone. The smell of instant noodles made Jiang Yi's stomach growl involuntarily. Given the limited conditions, Jiang Yi could only brush his teeth with a bottle of water and splash some on his face. However, in the current apocalyptic world, that was considered a luxurious way of living. Watching Guohanyue busily preparing noodles, Jiang Yi thought for a moment and took out a piece of jade fat meat from his pack. A piece of jade fat meat weighs about half a pound and contains enough energy to fill an awakened person for a meal. If it had been a day ago, Jiang Yi would never have shared such an important food item with anyone else. However, after fighting alongside Guohanyue for a while, his wariness towards her had diminished significantly. Without exposing his true abilities, Jiang Yi was happy to share his good supplies to enhance their chances of survival. Using a small fruit knife, he cut the jade fat meat into small pieces. Under Guohanyue's astonished gaze, he added it to the pot. The originally fragrant pot became even more aromatic as the jade fat meat simmered in the broth. Both of them couldn't help but swallow at the same time, exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. The instant noodles with jade fat meat clearly became something special, not only in taste, but Jiang Yi could feel a warm sensation spreading through his stomach. Even the small wounds on his body felt slightly heated. Unfortunately, due to his physical deficiencies, it was difficult for Jiang Yi to rely on the healing properties of the jade fat meat to treat his injuries. In contrast, Guohanyue, without even realizing it, had already healed most of her wounds, a stark difference compared to Jiang Yi. As he watched the radiant Guohanyue, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. They were both awakened, so why was there such a vast difference between them? Even now at level 5, in every aspect, Guohanyue is simply not Jiang Yi's match. Even his proudest asset, his speed, seems only marginally faster in Guohanyue's eyes, who is bolstered by her wind abilities. Jiang Yi, feeling defiant, even tried to arm wrestle with Guohanyue, but was effortlessly crushed by her without a trace left. He couldn't even fully draw the longbow that she always carried with her. Coupled with her special abilities, Jiang Yi felt like a complete waste in comparison. However, Jiang Yi was aware of his own strengths. Though it was disheartening, he wasn't so discouraged that he couldn't bounce back. Just wait until he reaches level 20. He would definitely turn the tables and utterly dominate Guohanyue. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yi buried himself in his meal, as if all the frustrations he felt were swallowed at that moment. After finishing his food, he didn't even have time to clean up before dragging Guohanyue upstairs. Guohanyue was left bewildered, not understanding why Jiang Yi was suddenly so eager to raid. Little did she know, Jiang Yi was not in a rush for supplies, but rather for the experience points gained from killing zombies. He was impatient to grow quickly, at least to the point where he could overpower Guohanyue just once. So eager was he that he didn't even notice that, unlike the zombies on other floors, the ones on the second floor were unusually quiet. Even though they were clearly present, it was only when Jiang Yi smashed into the glass that they roared and lunged at him. Behind him, Guohanyue, bow in hand, looked curiously at the strange corridor. Was it just her imagination? Jiang Yi was highly motivated now, With each level he gained, his physical abilities improved significantly, making killing zombies feel like chopping vegetables. The crescent blade in his left hand glimmered with a bloodthirsty black light, and with a wild swing, an ugly zombie head flew off. Glancing at his experience, Jiang Yi was thrilled to see he had reached 3132. Just one more zombie, and he would level up again. All his hard work was for this moment, right? With that thought in mind, he charged eagerly toward the next dormitory. This room seemed to be devoid of zombies, and despite his loud commotion, there was no sound coming from inside, which left Jiang Yi a bit disappointed. He glanced at Guohan Yue, who was a bit far away, and teased, "Why aren't you coming? Did you eat too much? Can't you move?" Surprisingly, Guohan Yue did not retort. Instead, she was breaking out in a cold sweat, her body on high alert. With her left hand gripping her longbow tightly, her right instinctively reached for her waist. What was going on? Why was her heart racing like this? It felt like there was something terrifying ahead. Guohan Yue could only feel her heart pounding, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. Just as Jiang Yi was mocking her, he swung his blade against the glass beside him. In that instant, Guohan Yue screamed, "Get down!" Jiang Yi was taken aback, still trying to process what had just happened when the corner of his eye went dark. The wooden door that had almost hit him suddenly burst open, slamming against him. He didn't even have time to raise his knife before he was sent flying by the door panel. He crashed heavily against the cement wall, barely managing to lift his arm to shield himself from the weight of the door. With a furious roar, a dark figure leaped out from the shattered dormitory door. Its body, not particularly tall but excessively plump, came crashing down onto the flying door panel. Jiang Yi, who had just managed to prop himself up, found himself pinned back down beneath the door panel without any ability to resist. Blood spewed from his mouth. The immense pressure caused him to scream in agony as he struggled. The shadow on the other side of the broken door was clearly attracted by the fresh flesh beneath it, its sharp claws piercing through the door panel and reaching for Jiang Yi. At that moment, he finally understood what was happening, panic striking deep within him. Feeling the door panel being pierced by something, his body instinctively slid away, escaping through the gap between the door and the wall. The dark claws punctured the door panel, and realizing its prey was slipping away, the creature let out an enraged roar. It ripped apart the door panel into shreds. Just as Jiang Yi rolled out of the attack's path, pain shot through his ankle as a fragment of the torn door frame landed on his foot. Damn, he hadn't expected to be this unlucky. Gritting his teeth against the sharp pain in his ankle, he crawled and rolled forward to escape. But then came the sound of heavy footsteps. Even without looking back, Jiang Yi could clearly feel the foul stench approaching from behind. He had been too careless. Cursing himself for being overconfident, thinking that gaining power meant he could relax, he found himself hit hard before even stepping out of the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Jiang Yi was incredibly grateful that he had prioritized speed in his upgrades. His extraordinary speed of 11 allowed him to escape the creature's attack at the last moment. The obese shadow clawed at Jiang Yi's collar, but when it pulled, it only managed to tear back a damaged jacket. Every pore in Jiang Yi's body was on high alert. For the first time, he was so close to death that his reaction speed reached its peak. The moment he felt the tightening grip behind him, he slipped out of his jacket like a fish escaping a net. The creature, clearly unprepared for this outcome, finally gave him a brief moment to breathe as it tore at the jacket. Jiang Yi looked up and finally got a good look at what was attacking him. That sight made his heart stop for a second. A female zombie weighing over 200 pounds stood between him and Guohan Yue, furiously shredding his jacket into pieces. Not finding the delicious blood meal she had expected, she stomped her foot in fury, crushing the last remaining piece of wooden frame beneath her. This was bad. It was an advanced zombie. Jiang Yi didn't care about the creature's size. His eyes were fixated on the gleaming forehead of the female zombie. Embedded in her brow was a blood-red crystal. The sunlight shone down, sparkling like gems. But Jiang Yi had no appreciation for it. All he wanted was to grow 2 more legs and run far away without looking back. This wasn't a zombie. It was a nightmare. Chapter 15. Fleeing at the last moment just a few days ago, a zombie like this had burst into the cafeteria, causing the instant death of 7 ability users. And it was because of that zombie's core that he had gained his current powers. Jiang Yi, are you okay? Guohan Yue had never seen an upgraded zombie before. But that didn't stop her from feeling a bone-deep terror the moment she laid eyes on it. Earlier, when Jiang Yi was attacked, she couldn't even muster the courage to fight back. The terrifying aura of the zombie suffocated both of them, but it showed no hesitation, ignoring Guohan Yue behind it. It roared and charged straight at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi instinctively took 2 steps back, ready to flee, but just then, a sound sliced through the air. A carbon steel arrow shot through space and struck the zombie in the neck. With a roar, the zombie, now enraged from the attack to its vital spot, couldn't bend its arms to reach behind for the threat, forcing it to keep attacking Jiang Yi in front of it. Just as Jiang Yi was fully intent on escaping, he froze for a moment after Guo Huanxue's miraculous shot. Looking at the arrow embedded in the zombie's neck, a bold thought surged within him. We can win. The terrifying zombie closed the distance in a few strides, its sharp fingers curled like claws, raised high as it lunged at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi retreated halfway and shouted, "Scalpel!" A pitch-black tang knife appeared before him. He gripped the hilt with his left hand and steadied the blade with his right. Swoosh! The zombie's sharp nails scraped across the black blade, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Yi coughed up blood, nearly losing grip on the knife. But as he watched the 3 severed fingers flying away, exhilaration surged within him. He could actually injure this head zombie, which meant he had a chance to win. Yet, even with the advantage of a weapon, Jiang Yi knew he was still no match for it. The relentless strikes felt as if his insides were being sliced open. If he hadn't known he couldn't pass out, such severe injuries would have knocked him unconscious. The zombie roared in madness. And while it felt no pain from the loss of its fingers, the strange sensation made it realize that the little ant in front of it had hurt it. Ignoring its injured hand, the stout female zombie charged at Jiang Yi, her glowing red crystal pulsating with energy. Jiang Yi gripped the knife tightly, using his more agile body to dodge the upgraded zombie's frenzied attacks. He hadn't forgotten that he couldn't withstand the zombie's virus. If it caught him, the outcome would be worse than death. Whoosh! Another arrow came flying. Guo Huanxue's support had arrived again. Trembling hands struggled to pull the bow. Still terrified by the upgraded zombie, but Guo Huanxue gritted her teeth and forced herself to draw back and shoot. The second arrow flew straight for the back of the zombie's head. The terrifying force struck hard against it. With a dull thud, the long arrow only pierced the surface of the skin before being deflected by the hard skull. Guo Huanxue stared in disbelief at the zombie that was relentlessly biting Jiang Yi. How could her arrow possibly miss? What kind of monster was this? Jiang Yi's smile froze in an instant. He couldn't believe that an upgraded zombie could withstand the power of a bow and arrow. With its vital points under attack, the upgraded zombie became even more frenzied, attacking Jiang Yi with reckless abandon. Filled with concern, he could only wield his knife and carefully dodge its strikes. Guo Huanxue, recovering from the shock, saw Jiang Yi struggling to hold his ground and gritted her teeth, drawing her bow again. Jiang Yi, witnessing this from across the way, shouted urgently, "Don't shoot its head, aim for the knees." Guo Huanxue hesitated for a moment, but instinctively released the arrow in her hand. Thud! The soft bend of the zombie's leg was instantly pierced through. With a foreign object lodged in its leg, the upgraded zombie let out a roar. Dropping to one knee on the ground, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Without a moment's pause to catch his breath, he swung his knife towards the zombie's neck. Roar! The zombie howled, suddenly lifting its head, and surprisingly caught Jiang Yi's black blade with its still intact left hand. The dark cleaver embedded into its palm, but was held tightly as the zombie clenched its fist. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth, trying to pull the knife out, but it wouldn't budge. Instead, the zombie yanked him forward with its grip. Shocked by the upgraded zombie's terrifying strength, Jiang Yi felt his feet scraping against the ground. Unable to resist its force, just as he was about to be caught, he decisively released his grip, rolled, and narrowly escaped its attack range. At that moment, Guo Huanxue shot her fourth arrow, piercing the zombie's other thigh. Roar! Unable to stand, the zombie finally turned to confront the small creature that had been causing trouble behind it. Gripping Jiang Yi's knife, it shouted at Guo Huanxue, dragging itself forward using its knee on the ground, its mutilated hand clawing relentlessly in her direction. For the first time, Guo Huanxue faced the upgraded zombie directly, its blood-red eyes locking onto hers. She felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, rendering her unable to move. "Don't come any closer." Panicked, she pulled back her bow and screamed as she shot at the zombie. The once sharp arrow entered the zombie's body, but caused minimal damage. Jiang Yi wanted to rush forward, but everything went black before his eyes, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Leaning against the wall, he coughed violently, finally spitting out blood before he could catch his breath. However, he was completely drained of energy and could barely run. Guo Huanxue shot several arrows, her face pale as a ghost, but none were fatal, and when she checked behind her, she realized she had no arrows left. Frightened, she turned to flee, only to find her feet tangled together at that critical moment. She stumbled forward, sliding across the ground for quite a distance before finally stopping. Her arm burned with excruciating pain, and when she touched it, she found it covered in blood. "Jiang Yi, save me." The pain coursing through Guo Huanxue made her feel exceptionally weak in that moment. instinctively seeking help from Jiang Yi, who was leaning against the wall. As Jiang Yi watched the zombie crawling closer to Guohanyue, he let out a roar, wanting to leap forward. But the pain in his chest felt as though his ribs had broken. Any sudden movement sent waves of agony through him. Damn it! Realizing his condition was critical, Jiang's face turned ashen as he looked at Guohanyue, who was crawling away on the ground. Suddenly, he turned and ran without looking back. Guohanyue heard the footsteps and turned around in surprise, only to be shocked by Jiang Yi's retreating figure. She couldn't believe it. Jiang Yi was abandoning her to escape. No. At that moment, her heart felt like it was being shredded into pieces. How could someone she had trusted just the night before leave her behind in such a dire situation? Jiang Yi, don't go, save me, Guohanyue cried out, her voice hoarse and desperate. At that moment, a wave of grievance surged within her, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Her body, which she wanted to stand up with, was increasingly unresponsive as the upgraded zombie roared and lunged at the delicious flesh before it. Yet she completely overlooked the fact that the black knife that had been gripped tightly in its hand had vanished without a trace. Don't come any closer. Unable to stand, Guohanyue could only crawl away from the monster, but she clearly underestimated its terrifying speed. Even with her injured legs, the upgraded zombie crawled faster than she could move. She felt a tightening around her ankle, and when she looked back, she saw that the grotesque zombie was gripping her ankle and pulling her back. It seemed to know it was about to have a delicious breakfast, and at that moment, the upgraded zombie raised its head to meet her gaze, revealing a chilling grin. Guohanyue screamed in panic, frantically kicking at the zombie's arms. Let me go! Let me go! Her desperate cries echoed throughout the dormitory, causing the surviving zombies to roar in frenzy. Even the ones outside the door, initially dispersing, began to pound on the locked entrance, driven by instinct. The upgraded zombie was immensely strong, no matter how fiercely Guohanyue struggled. She could not stop its gaping mouth from lunging toward her. No. At that moment, Guohanyue could think of nothing else but to scream. Suddenly, a foul, warm blood sprayed everywhere, drenching her face. Her tightly shut eyes involuntarily opened, and she found herself staring at a pitch-black blade less than 5 centimeters from her face. The black blood sliding off the blade splattered onto her arm. At that moment, the upgraded zombie realized someone had thrust a knife through the back of its neck. Jiang Yi gripped the knife tightly, desperately trying to keep the overweight zombie from lifting its body. With the blade horizontally positioned, he gritted his teeth, attempting to sever the monster's head. However, he was taken aback by how tough the zombie's neck was, despite exerting all his strength. He couldn't inflict a wound deep enough to be fatal. And amidst the zombie's frenzied struggles, it seemed to be on the verge of breaking free from the blade. Guohanyue stared in shock at Jiang Yi, who had left and then returned, momentarily forgetting to escape. With all his strength, Jiang Yi struggled to control the zombie. But he saw Guohanyue standing there dumbfounded and instantly exploded with rage. What are you staring for? Hurry up and run. Guohanyue trembled, quickly wiped her eyes, and gritted her teeth as she crawled away, trying to endure the pain in her ankle. As the terrifying female zombie struggled wildly, almost slipping from Jiang Yi's grasp, he felt the tension rising. He knew he couldn't kill it alone and glanced over at Guohanyue, who was sitting far off. An idea suddenly struck him. He yanked out a long arrow embedded in the zombie's back and tossed it toward Guohanyue, shouting, "Help me!" Guohanyue, still shaken from her earlier fear, finally steadied herself. When she saw the black arrow land at her feet, she looked up at Jiang Yi, who was locked in a struggle with the upgraded zombie. The memory of him abandoning her to save himself made her resent his command. You deserve to be bitten. Chapter 16. Misunderstanding. You deserve to be bitten. A dark thought flashed through Guohanyue's mind, causing her to shudder. How could she think that? Was she becoming like those heartless individuals, losing her basic sense of conscience? Why are you still sitting there? Come help me. Jiang Yi had no idea that in those few seconds, his trusted teammate was harboring such dark thoughts. The terrifying strength of the zombie was making him sway back and forth, and he could only rely on his agility to avoid being caught. Hearing Jiang Yi's furious shout, Guohanyue finally snapped back to reality. She couldn't let him die. If he fell, she would be the next target. Biting her tongue hard, Guohanyue grabbed the arrow at her feet and knocked it, pulling the bowstring back with all her might. The arrow shot out instantly, cutting through the air like a streak of black light, aimed straight at the forehead of the zombie grappling with Jiang Yi. Clang! The sharp arrowhead struck the zombie's forehead. But the anticipated penetration didn't occur. The skin and bones of the upgraded zombie were far tougher than those of a regular one, and Guohanyue's full-powered shot merely sliced through a thin layer of skin, glancing past the zombie's head. Damn it! Jiang Yi's eyes widened as he quickly ducked. The arrow that had slipped from the zombie just barely grazed his ear. This scene startled both Jiang Yi and Guohuanyue. The terrifying upgraded zombie suddenly exerted its strength, lifting Jiang Yi off the ground as he held tightly to the knife's handle. Desperately, he roared and pushed down with all his might, forcing the zombie back down as it tried to rise. Jiang Yi, with bloodshot eyes, shot another arrow into the zombie's neck and shouted, "Use your powers to kill it." Jiang Yi never expected that Guohuanyue's combat awareness would be so weak. In such a desperate moment, she didn't even use her abilities. Damn it, if this continues, he would really lose control. Once the upgraded zombie breaks free, they would both be dead. Guohuanyue fumbled to catch the arrow Jiang Yi threw her way. Glancing at the severely worn arrowhead, she hesitated for a moment, but she knew this wasn't the time to be picky. Biting her tongue, she pulled the longbow back with all her strength. The longbow, which had been using a negative core, let out a piercing creak. As she drew the arrow, Guohuanyue exhaled deeply, her eyes sharpening like an eagle's, feeling a strange power coursing through her body, finally settling around the damaged arrow on the bowstring. Her consciousness was completely locked onto the zombie in front of her, her features sharpened with focus. She could no longer hear the zombie's growls or see the chaos around her. The traces of wind swirled around her, her hair gently lifting as if caressed by the breeze. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the air. Guohuanyue released her right finger, and the longbow snapped, sending a pale blue arrow flashing away in an instant. Jiang Yi was struggling against the zombie's thrashing when he heard a sharp sound slicing through the air. A wave of intense danger made him instinctively loosen his grip, and he was thrown away by the terrifying upgraded zombie. Boom! Just as the upgraded zombie broke free from the insects on its body, a terrifying force sent it flying. Amidst the screams and roars, a blue light pierced through its neck, disappearing into the distance behind it. The arrow shattered the air, and Jiang Yi, crouching on the ground, hurriedly protected his head, barely avoiding friendly fire. Like a broken windbag, dust scattered as Jiang Yi stared in shock at the upgraded zombie that had previously overwhelmed him. Its thick neck was now barely held together by a strip of skin, and half of its head was almost completely blown off. The black knife that had been lodged in its neck now lay on the ground. Yet, despite such a heavy blow, this zombie was still alive. Its bloodied head tilted as it fixed its gaze on Guohuanyue, reaching out its hands to claw at her. Guohuanyue, frightened, threw away her broken bow and stumbled backward, shouting, "Don't come near me! Don't come near me!" Jiang Yi, seeing the severely injured zombie before him, gritted his teeth, picked up the skull-cutting knife, and forced himself to stand, with both hands gripping the knife. His blood-red eyes locked onto the zombie's neck as he roared and swung down with all his might. This time, the sharp black knife did not disappoint him. The zombie's head was cleaved cleanly off, crashing against the wall and rolling heavily to the ground. The body, now headless, fell straight down, panting. Jiang Yi watched as two orbs of light entered his body. Only then did he drop the knife and slump to the ground, finally having killed it. As the upgraded zombie breathed its last, Guohuanyue stood dazed for a long time before finally snapping back to reality. She looked at Jiang Yi, who was exhausted on the ground, and a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Staring at him for a while, she suddenly turned and walked away into the distance. Jiang Yi, who was just relieved to be alive, stared in shock as Guohuanyue coldly turned to leave. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Guohuanyue, where are you going? Come help me." Guohuanyue shuddered, slowly turning around to coldly glare at the innocent-looking Jiang Yi. Tears couldn't help but fall from the corners of her eyes. "Why are you still calling me? Didn't you just abandon me and run away? I never expected you to be this kind of person. What kind of teammate are you? You were just using me." Seeing Guohuanyue's face filled with sadness and despair, Jiang Yi couldn't help but defend himself. "Come on, if I had really run away, why would I come back?" Guohuanyue sneered. "Then tell me, why did you run off by yourself? What were you doing?" Jiang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. After all, this involved the secret of his abilities. "You can't say anything now, can you? I see you're feeling guilty. I don't know why you came back, but this time, I won't believe you." After her cold mockery, Guohuanyue resolutely turned and walked towards the stairs. "Wait." As Guohuanyue seemed to misunderstand his intentions and really started to leave, Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and called out to her. Guohuanyue coldly laughed. "What more do you want to say? What excuse do you have to keep deceiving me?" Jiang Yi didn't explain. He simply raised his left hand and lightly gestured towards the nearby skull-cutting knife. In an instant, the dark tang knife appeared in his hand. This fantastical scene left even the previously disdainful Guohuanyue wide-eyed in shock. Supporting himself with the knife, Jiang Yi forced a smile. "Weren't you asking me why I left? Come with me and see." Without waiting to see if Guo Huanxue followed, he turned and walked in another direction. Watching Jiang Yi, who was relying on the knife to move forward, Guo Huanxue gritted her teeth, filled with curiosity and uncertainty, and quickly followed him. They hadn't gone far when Jiang Yi stopped in front of a dormitory door not far from where they had fought earlier. Guo Huanxue glanced at it curiously and noticed the door had been chopped open, revealing a zombie with a severed head inside. What do you want me to see this for? With a discerning eye, Guo Huanxue realized this was Jiang Yi's fighting method. Jiang Yi pointed at the corpse with his knife. Weren't you wondering what I was doing running away? I came to kill this zombie. Guo Huanxue thought of several reasons he might give, but she never expected Jiang Yi to answer her like this. Unsure if she should feel disappointed or angry, she laughed sarcastically. Do you think I'm an idiot? It was so dangerous back there, and you just left the other zombie to come here to kill this ordinary one? Are you crazy? Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. I didn't want to. Didn't you ask me about my abilities yesterday? This is my ability. By killing a certain number of zombies, I can grow stronger. Each time I grow, my physical condition returns to its peak. Guo Huanxue was taken aback, struggling to believe Jiang Yi's explanation at first. If it were a lie, he wouldn't need to come up with such an absurd reason to deceive her. But if it's true, then everything makes sense. The doubts I had about Jiang Yi's changes in condition now have a reasonable explanation. No wonder Jiang Yi has been changing so much every day. He's getting more and more relaxed when dealing with zombies. Don't forget, I was injured right from the start. In that state, I was no match for that zombie. Luckily, I was just 1 kill away from leveling up. Although leveling up wouldn't heal my injuries, it would restore my condition to its best. At that moment, I had to prioritize leveling up before I could truly confront that zombie. Jiang Yi, holding his fractured rib, sincerely recounted his experience of fleeing from battle. After finishing, he looked intently at Guo Huanxue, whose face showed hesitation, and said, Guo Huanxue, I was serious when I said we were teammates. But if I had the choice again, I would still prioritize leveling up before tackling that zombie. If you can't accept my actions, I won't hold it against you. After saying this, Jiang Yi fixed his gaze on her, waiting for Guo Huanxue to make a decision. Guo Huanxue felt her face flush. She had already begun to believe Jiang Yi's words. But now she found it hard to say anything, her embarrassment holding her back. However, it seemed Jiang Yi was oblivious to her awkwardness, still waiting for her response. The two of them stood there in silence for a long time, leaving Guo Huanxue feeling increasingly flustered. Knowing Jiang Yi was clearly a straightforward guy, she finally stomped her foot in frustration and punched him in the chest. Ugh, this is so annoying. This is the first time I'm forgiving you. After saying that, she turned and ran, her embarrassment reaching its peak. Poor Jiang Yi had been waiting for Guo Huanxue's answer, only to be unexpectedly punched in his injury. He let out a cry of pain, the sharp ache causing him to gasp. However, after hearing Guo Huanxue's response, he finally relaxed. The crisis of the team disbanding seemed to have been averted. Gritting his teeth, he chased after her, saying, Wait, there's still something important. Chapter 17. Honesty. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and hurried forward, calling out, Wait, there's still something important. Under Guo Huanxue's bewildered gaze, Jiang Yi excitedly picked up the head of the leveled-up zombie. But as his eyes fell on the forehead, he was taken aback. The red dot that should have been embedded there was gone, leaving only a small hollow. Not only that, the head in Jiang Yi's hand seemed to have shrunk, wrinkled, and felt significantly lighter. It wasn't just the head. Guo Huanxue strangely noticed that the headless corpse had also somehow shriveled up. Strange, where did the core go? Jiang Yi anxiously searched the area beneath his feet, even tearing open bags to look inside. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the core he desperately sought. Guo Huanxue was puzzled. What are you looking for? Jiang Yi, sweating from the urgency, replied, The core. I'm looking for the core. He pointed at the small hole on the zombie's head. Do you remember? There used to be a little red thing there. It can't be gone. It should still be there. Guo Huanxue couldn't help but think back carefully, suddenly realizing that there had indeed been a small red mark on the zombie's forehead earlier. At first, she thought it was some kind of decoration the person had applied before turning into a zombie. Now, seeing Jiang Yi's expression, it was clear that it was a significant item, which piqued her curiosity about what it actually was. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yi explained, You should have noticed that this zombie is quite difficult to deal with because it's a tiered zombie. The characteristic is that it has a red dot on its forehead. That's not a decoration, but rather the core of the zombie's brain that has formed and is now exposed under the skin. As they searched, Jiang Yi took the opportunity to educate her about the function of the zombie core. Upon hearing that the core could actually enhance abilities, even Guo Huanxue felt an urgent desire to find it. Unfortunately, both of them were soon disappointed. Jiang Yi wished he could just tear the ground apart, but they found nothing resembling the core. The combination of injuries and fatigue forced them to give up in disappointment. Gua Hanyue noticed that Jiang Yi had many abrasions on his body, and seeing him clutching his side, she realized he wasn't feeling well. She insisted on pushing him into a room, saying, "You should go in and rest. I'll look for a bit longer." Jiang Yi was in no condition to argue. His broken ribs hurt so much that he had difficulty breathing. Although leveling up would restore his status, it wouldn't heal his injuries. With no hospitals around, he didn't know what to do about his ribs. Worried, Jiang Yi accepted Gua Hanyue's care, leaning weakly against the bed. He casually opened his status screen. Level 6, 1064. Speed 13. Defense 7. Strength 5. 5. Spirit 5. 5. Constitution 4. After reaching level 6, his attributes finally surpassed his previous levels, especially his speed, which was now exceptionally high. Jiang Yi was quite satisfied, but just as he was about to turn the page, he suddenly froze. A sharp movement pulled at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain, but he didn't have the energy to check his injuries closely. How had his experience points suddenly surged by 10? To level up to 6, he had only killed one zombie, and it was that tiered zombie. Could it be? A tiered zombie actually gave him 10 experience points? If that were true, then the value of tiered zombies would be significant. Jiang Yi felt a surge of excitement. If this was indeed the case, would he gain more experience from killing tiered zombies than from ordinary ones? As for the terrifying strength of tiered zombies, Jiang Yi didn't worry too much. Just a couple of days ago, he wouldn't have been able to take on a tiered zombie, even with 10 of himself. But now he and Gua Hanyue could take down a complete tiered zombie, which indicated that he had truly grown stronger. If he continued to become even more powerful, it wouldn't be long before he could independently kill tiered zombies without any problem. At that point, tiered zombies would just be walking experience bags in his eyes. After a wealth of experience finally eased Jiang Yi's anxiety about the terrifying uncertainties of the future, he turned the page and was surprised to see that his trust level with Gua Hanyue had actually dropped to 0. Satisfied, he put away the screen with a light smile. It seemed that revealing a bit of his secrets was actually beneficial for building trust between him and his teammates. In his excitement, Jiang Yi pressed on his ribs, feeling a twinge of panic. Such a severe injury would greatly affect his upcoming actions. It was no exaggeration to say that at that moment, he didn't even have the strength to wield a knife. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rummaged through his bag for some painkillers. Just as he reached for water, the system backpack appeared before his eyes. Initially intending to grab a bottle of water, Jiang Yi paused in astonishment when he noticed that a small red vial had appeared in the third slot of his system backpack, which had only occupied 2 slots until now. The bottom right corner displayed the number 1. Something new had actually emerged. Filled with curiosity, Jiang Yi took out the small vial. It was tiny, similar in size to a small blue bottle, and inside swirled a blood-red liquid, sealed with a small wooden cork. Intrigued, Jiang Yi summoned the light screen, and indeed, the screen displayed the description of the vial in his hand. Healing potion, small and extremely effective potion for treating external injuries. Consuming it can quickly heal bodily harm. Note, this potion is ineffective against negative effects and diseases. Was it really a healing potion? Jiang Yi shivered, sitting up straight in shock as he stared at the potion in his hand. What kind of ability had he acquired to obtain such a game-like item? However, the healing potion was precisely what he needed at that moment. Without further thought, he pulled out the cork and gulped it down, unwilling to let even a drop spill. As the red potion slid down his throat, it lacked the expected sharp taste. Instead, it was warm and sweet, reminiscent of honey water made with warm water. Before Jiang Yi could savor it, the potion surged into his stomach and quickly spread throughout his body. To his astonishment, it felt as if invisible hands were pushing his broken ribs back into place, and the fractured bones rapidly knitted themselves together. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 broken ribs were restored to their original state, and the swelling on his skin quickly subsided. Jiang Yi stared in disbelief as he noticed that the small abrasions on his hands and feet had completely vanished. After 5 or 6 minutes, apart from a few deeper wounds, he appeared no different from someone who had never been injured. Even though a few wounds were still hidden beneath his clothes, they had scabbed over completely, and aside from some lingering pain, they no longer impeded his movement. Jiang Yi, unable to believe his eyes, stood up and jumped a few times, feeling as if his body had truly returned to its former state. Gripped with joy, he held the small vial tightly, nearly bursting into laughter at the sky. With such a miraculous potion, he would never have to worry about injuries again. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt that the bottle in his hand had a familiar texture. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the bottle wasn't glass but resembled a corpse nucleus instead. Aside from the difference in color, The texture of this bottle was surprisingly similar to that of a corpse nucleus. Jiang Yi froze for a moment, thinking of the missing corpse nucleus. Could it be that my ability is at play here? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could he explain the appearance of the healing potion? Swapping one corpse nucleus for a bottle of healing potion didn't seem like a bad deal to Jiang Yi. What truly made him anxious was the thought that the corpse nuclei from the advanced zombies he killed would be directly taken by his ability and turned into potions. If that were the case, how could he obtain corpse nuclei for his cultivation? Unfortunately, there were no zombies around to help him verify his guess. Jiang Yi, I've searched everywhere and still haven't found the corpse nucleus. Just as he was getting frustrated, Guohuanxue suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Yi quickly stuffed his hand into his pocket, and the empty bottle mysteriously returned to the system space. Letting out a sigh, Jiang Yi shook his head in resignation, knowing he would probably never find the corpse nucleus again. Forget it, it's probably lost for good. Guohuanxue was taken aback when she saw Jiang Yi, who had barely been able to stand before, now seemingly fine and standing on the ground. How are you standing up? Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Because I took the potion. Guohuanxue shook her head. Impossible. What kind of potion works so well? Jiang Yi sighed, realizing that his transformation was hard to explain with common sense. Guohuanxue was his teammate, and they would be together for a long time. If he deceived her now, it might lead to trouble when she eventually discovered the truth. This is my ability. After killing zombies, my power can turn the corpse nuclei into healing water. I just found that out. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yi decided to be honest with those around him. After all, if he couldn't trust his teammates, the ability he had gained would only make him more cautious. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's explanation, Guohuanxue was indeed shocked. After witnessing him pull a clean bottle of water out of his thin pocket, she stared blankly and said, Jiang Yi, you don't have a game system, do you? Chapter 18. Guohuanxue's special training. Jiang Yi rubbed his head helplessly. It shouldn't be a game system. I know for sure that this is my ability. Not some kind of system from a time travel or rebirth novel. But I can't explain it in detail. To be honest, he was still exploring his own abilities. Just like her. Guohuanxue opened the healing water and took a sip, her eyes sparkling. Wow, this is amazing. It's so delicious. Your ability is truly incredible. I really envy you for having such a useful power. Jiang Yi smirked. I envy your ability too, you know? Just because of that power, I almost got myself killed. He then briefly recounted the harrowing experience he had when he first gained his ability, when his body was reset. Guohuanxue listened with a chuckle, both amused and sympathetic, realizing that compared to Jiang Yi, she was much luckier to have obtained a wind-type ability. After all, her abilities were enough to ensure her own safety from the very beginning, and the emergence of her powers did not strip her of her physical strength. In fact, it enhanced it significantly. Compared to her, Jiang Yi's abilities would likely make it difficult for anyone to survive even the initial stages. One can only imagine how perilous Jiang Yi must have felt when he first awakened his powers. After clearing up their previous misunderstandings and sharing insights about their abilities, the two felt a deeper sense of trust in each other. Jiang Yi's powers were formidable, but they came with numerous limitations. There were even many pitfalls he had yet to discover, and it wouldn't be surprising if one day he ended up trapped by his own abilities. Thinking about this, Guohuanxue confidently patted her chest and said, Don't worry, with me around, you won't get trapped again. Jiang Yi glanced at her impressive figure and couldn't help but retort. You? Give me a break. Just a moment ago, I almost got killed because of you. Guohuanxue was taken aback, and when she realized he was serious, Jiang Yi sighed. Haven't you noticed? Your wind-based abilities are indeed powerful, but your combat awareness is truly lacking. I can't count how many times I was almost hurt by you. And even when you knew that evolved zombies aren't afraid of ordinary arrows, you still didn't use your abilities. I really don't understand how you became the president of the archery club. Hearing Jiang Yi's criticism, Guohuanxue felt her face heat up with embarrassment. Indeed, her previous performance had been nothing short of disastrous. If she had even half of Jiang Yi's courage and combat awareness, with her sharp abilities, she definitely wouldn't have let that zombie get close to her. Well, I'm a girl. Fighting and killing. How could that possibly suit me? Guohuanxue protested, but Jiang Yi shrugged it off. You should tell that to the zombies and see if they spare you just because you're a girl. Feeling wronged, Guohuanxue twirled a finger nervously. I don't want this either. I panic when it comes to fighting. What can I do? Jiang Yi patted her shoulder with a grin. Don't worry. To help you become my reliable partner, I'm going to train you. Guohuanxue shivered, looking at him strangely. What do you want to do? As she tried to step back, Jiang Yi grabbed her, laughing. Of course, I want you to face combat and learn how to unleash your abilities. With that, he ignored her protests and pulled her toward the first floor. Don't retreat. Keep your eyes on the zombies. Identify where you want to strike, and be decisive. 10 minutes later, Guahanyue, pale-faced, gripped the fire axe Jiang Yi had handed her, her eyes wide as she watched 2 zombies released by him. She had killed zombies before, but in those battles, she relied solely on her extraordinary archery skills and her unmatched abilities. Now, her longbow was broken, and her powers were nearly depleted. Even though she knew she didn't have to fear being infected by the virus, her legs felt weak, and she couldn't help but want to turn and run. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi didn't give her that chance. On the first floor, due to the presence of a hall, there aren't many dormitories. After confirming the number, Jiang Yi immediately released 2 zombies to attack Guahanxue. Guahanxue screamed as she dodged repeatedly with her wind-based abilities. She was naturally faster than ordinary people. Even Jiang Yi, who had a speed of 13, found it difficult to catch her movements. Unfortunately, the zombies had an unwavering obsession with food, and no matter how fast Guahanxue was, they always managed to corner her in the narrow corridor. Jiang Yi, you jerk! Come save me! Guahanxue anxiously called out as she struggled to hold back a zombie's arm with her axe. However, Jiang Yi just leaned back with a smile, holding a skull-slicing knife, showing no urgency at all. Be careful of its claws. Right, dodge to the left. Hack at it. Come on, you're really hopeless. Instead of helping, Jiang Yi kept commenting on Guahanxue's actions, which only frustrated her further. Stupid Jiang Yi, just wait until my powers recover. Despite her harsh words, Guahanxue gradually calmed down under the assault of the 2 zombies. Once she focused her mental energy, she realized that the ordinary zombies posed a pitifully low threat to her. Even without using her bow, she felt she could easily take them down. Sure enough, after following Jiang Yi's advice, Guahanxue skillfully evaded the 2 zombies' attacks, bending down to slip under their outstretched arms. She then kicked one zombie at the knee, sending it crashing to the ground. The other zombie turned to bite her, but Guahanxue swung her axe down hard, striking its head. The zombie fell lifelessly to the ground, while the other one was still struggling to get up. Seizing the moment, Guahanxue delivered a fatal blow to the struggling zombie's neck. Breathing heavily, she finally took down both zombies. However, she didn't notice that 2 small, dim orbs of light appeared above the fallen zombies and shot into her chest. Jiang Yi, who had been observing his attributes, was thrilled to see his experience points increase by 0.7 out of nowhere. Though it wasn't much, it confirmed that teammates could indeed contribute to his experience in team mode. As for whether Guahanxue received any experience, Jiang Yi couldn't tell yet. What concerned him, though, was that despite killing 2 zombies, no new items appeared in his backpack. Did this mean that zombies killed by teammates couldn't drop items? If that were the case, it would be a disadvantage for him. However, Jiang Yi wasn't too worried about it. After all, zombies were the most abundant monsters in the world, and he certainly couldn't expect to kill them all by himself. How does it feel? Not bad, right? Jiang Yi smiled as he walked over to Guahanxue, who was still catching her breath. A sly glint flashed in Guahanxue's eyes. Suddenly, as Jiang Yi approached, she stomped on his foot. Jiang Yi was caught off guard. He never expected Guahanxue to do something so childish. By the time he reacted, his entire right foot felt swollen and painful. You're so ruthless. Ouch, my foot is all swollen, he exclaimed, sitting on the ground and rubbing his foot. Guahanxue, with an air of pride, tossed her long hair and said, Humph. Let us see if you dare to bully me again. This is your punishment. Jiang Yi looked up at her youthful and vibrant appearance, momentarily stunned. But he quickly snapped back to reality, grinning as he hopped on one leg. I want to do it again, Miss Hanyue. Now, shall we continue? Seeing Jiang Yi's pained expression made Guahanxue feel a bit embarrassed, but she understood that he was doing this for her own good. There was no denying that her combat awareness was too weak, and Jiang Yi's method could indeed help her improve rapidly in a short time. So, despite her verbal protests, Guahanxue resolutely completed one kill after another. Jiang Yi couldn't help but grin widely as he watched his experience points rise steadily. The moment of easy gains soon came to an end. Just as Guahanxue and Jiang Yi were still feeling a bit unsatisfied, they suddenly realized that she had single-handedly wiped out all the zombies on the first floor. Looking at Guahanxue now, she was covered in grime, her clothes stained, and blood splattered on her face and hair from the zombies she had slain. When she heard Jiang Yi announce that the training was over, she finally relaxed from her tense state. But when she turned around and saw the corridor filled with corpses, she was shocked to look at her hands and ask, Did I do all of this? She had never imagined that without using a bow and arrow, she could kill an entire floor of zombies with just an axe. And without a scratch. Even more shocked was Jiang Yi, who, while maintaining a calm expression, felt like he had been hit hard. After a preliminary count, not including the small ones, Guahanxue had actually gained 8 experience points for herself. That meant she had single-handedly taken down about 20 zombies. This was not like Jiang Yi, who had taken advantage of the terrain. Each of those 20 zombies had faced Guohan Yue without any restrictions, and at times, there had even been as many as 5 at once. Yet, under Jiang Yi's guidance, Guohan Yue managed to take them down without any close calls. Her expression was calm, but inside, she was thinking, what a joke. A girl's combat power is actually so much stronger than mine. Despite Jiang Yi's current speed, he knew he was significantly weaker overall. Let us not forget, Han Yue's strength was not in close combat. His advantage paled in comparison to her disadvantages. What man wouldn't he be driven crazy by this realization? Knowing her progress, Guohan Yue appeared quite excited as she bounced around while collecting supplies. Jiang Yi appeared somewhat listless as he watched Guohan Yue's lively figure, unable to help but mutter to himself. Chapter 19, Love and Mechanisms. How much supplies could they possibly find in the entire dormitory building? Looking at the bags that filled an entire room, Jiang Yi was truly shocked. It turned out that men weren't as meticulous as women. Guohan Yue always managed to find useful items in rooms he had already searched. They had enough food to sustain 2 people for half a month, over 100 pieces of athletic clothing, more than 200 power banks of uncertain charge, and various small appliances that seemed insignificant but were incredibly useful, scattered everywhere. This was just a small portion of their supplies. Once they had fully sorted everything, they felt utterly exhausted. However, seeing the bounty in the room made them both smile unconsciously. The feeling of having a companion was different. There was no need to compete. Guohan Yue quickly began preparing dinner, while Jiang Yi continued to categorize and organize the supplies. Their inventory was now abundant, and there was no need to conserve. After all, with so many items, it was impossible to take everything with them. Just the 200 power banks weighed over 500 pounds combined, making it difficult for them to even use their hands. In the end, they decided that each would fill 2 backpacks, using as much as they could when they left. And they could always come back for the rest later. It was also at this moment that Guohan Yue heard Jiang Yi mention that his space could store items he generated himself, which had no reaction to these ordinary items. She couldn't help but look down on him, which made Jiang Yi feel humiliated. He started sorting through the power banks to find the ones with better quality and larger capacity, using the remaining power from the other power banks to charge them. He began organizing the small appliances powered by these power banks. He packed several unlocked mobile phones, a few small lamps, and flashlights. Anything usable went into his bag. As for clothing, apart from a pitiful amount of menswear, he only packed a few athletic outfits that matched Chun Jiaji's size. Finally, seeing a little space left in his bag, Jiang Yi tried to fit in some toothpaste, facial cleanser, and other items. He carefully tucked a bottle of expensive perfume into a clothing pocket, imagining the expression on Chun Jiaji's face when she saw the gift he brought her. And he couldn't help but smile foolishly to himself. Guohan Yue, carrying instant noodles, bumped into him without noticing. Hey, you're smiling like an idiot. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yi cleared his throat to cover up. Nothing. Let's eat. Guohan Yue tilted her head in confusion but didn't press further. After silently enjoying a hearty dinner, they each had a cup of calorie-rich coffee as usual. Guohan Yue hesitated and glanced at Jiang Yi. Sensing her unease, he put down his cup. What's wrong? Guohan Yue looked up, a bit nervously asking, are we going to leave soon? Jiang Yi nodded. Yeah, we've already searched this place thoroughly. There's no point in staying here any longer. Once the zombies disperse outside, we'll have to leave. Suddenly he thought of something. Don't you want to go? You have to realize that this is the apocalypse. It's impossible to survive alone. The more people we have around us, the stronger and safer we'll be. Guohan Yue quickly shook her head. Of course not. I've been wanting to leave here for a while. But if we do leave, can you accompany me to a place first? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Where do you want to go? Guohan Yue bit her lip and hesitated, but still said, I want to go back to the archery dojo. There are some things that are really important to me, and I need to get them back. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I thought it was something serious. Just that? Sure. If we can leave tomorrow, we'll head to the archery dojo first. A spark of excitement flashed in Guohan Yue's eyes. Really? Jiang Yi nodded. Of course. Speaking of which, I've been at school for so long and have never been to the archery dojo. There must be a lot of weapons there, right? Guohan Yue confidently nodded. Absolutely. Not to mention our archery team alone has over 20 powerful bows. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. In this apocalypse, besides food, what is most important? Weapons. A reliable weapon can save your life in critical moments. Take Jiang Yi for example. Even though he had gained incredible abilities, without the cleaver, his powers would simply make him a tasty meal for zombies. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi made up his mind. Their next destination would be the gym at the university. After receiving a definite answer, Guohan Yue felt relieved and went to freshen up. Although no one dared to drink the tap water now, as a person with abilities, she could use it for a cold shower without any issues. In the past, she would have been too scared. But now that she knew she wouldn't be infected by ordinary zombie toxins, she felt much more at ease. After a tiring day, once Guo Huanxue lay down and quickly fell asleep, Jiang Yi took over the night watch. He had already explored his abilities to a certain extent. Leaning against the window, he watched the eerily silent campus illuminated by the moonlight, observing the sporadic movements of the zombie heads. Occasionally, distant zombie howls and the last screams of survivors echoed through the night. He couldn't help but wonder how things were over at the cafeteria. Was Jiazi able to eat enough? Were there any zombies that managed to break in? Feeling increasingly restless, Jiang Yi scratched his head. Growing more eager to return to the cafeteria, realizing he was getting lost in thought, he forced himself to focus. Reaching into his backpack for a bottle of water, he instead felt something hard. Pulling it out, he discovered it was Chun Jiazi's diary. Jiang Yi paused for a moment, intending to put the diary back. But perhaps due to missing Jiazi too much, he inexplicably opened it, wanting to cherish the memories of Jiazi waiting for him to return. June 25th. My decision was definitely not wrong. That guy's tutoring really worked well. I got into Long Province University of Technology. I'm very satisfied with this result. Shouldn't this be the end? June 28th. Today he actually told me that he also applied to Long Province University of Technology. I find it hard to express what I want to say. Oh my God, how can he be so foolish? With his grades, he could have gotten into a better university. What an idiot. August 15th. I didn't expect that having him accompany me to university would be so easy. He can solve all the troublesome issues for me, and my dorm mates are all envious of me. November 12th. Seriously, I didn't know there were so many great resources in college. If I had known, I wouldn't have revealed that I have a boyfriend. Yesterday, he didn't even offer to help me snag a deal online, while beautiful girls had guys offering to help them. January 18th. He actually wants to meet my parents? How is that possible? I don't want to bring him home. It seems I can't delay this any longer. After the new year, I'll have to break up with him. May 20th. I lost my temper with him today. Humph. How dare he stand me up and make me get caught in the rain. If he hadn't promised to buy me the new cosmetics, I would have made him pay. But it seems I can't get anything more from him. He even wants to marry me? After I get my gift, I should break up with him sooner. However, the senior that Meili introduced me to is really handsome. I heard he comes from a wealthy family that owns a mine. I'll stop writing here. My head is a bit dizzy. Am I coming down with a cold? With a blank expression, Jiang Yi flipped through the pages of the diary, gripping it so tightly that his fingers turned pale. After finishing the last page, he calmly put the diary away, woke up Guo Huanxue, who was covering for him, and directly laid down on the bed, wrapping himself in the blanket and falling asleep. Seeing Jiang Yi wrapped up like a big meat worm, Guo Huanxue couldn't help but yawn. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination. But the moment she woke him up, it felt like the air around them had cooled down. Jiang Yi, hidden under the blanket, tightly closed his eyes. But tears continued to spill from the corners of his eyes. The feeling of his heart being torn apart was so painful, he pressed hard against his chest. He used to think that the expressions of people in TV dramas when they faced setbacks were a bit exaggerated, but it turned out to be real. The feeling of heartache was truly unbearable. Jiang Yi felt as if his heart had shattered into pieces. He tried desperately to piece them back together. But every time he thought of a joyful memory with her, it was crushed by the dark side of the diary. Jiang Yi. Guo Huanxue glanced at the time and finally couldn't help but walk over to nudge Jiang Yi, who had been lying still. Jiang Yi didn't respond. This surprised Guo Huanxue. After spending these past few days together, she clearly knew how alert Jiang Yi usually was. Normally, even the slightest sound would wake Jiang Yi up immediately. Jiang Yi, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Guo Huanxue said anxiously as she forcefully pulled the bundled-up blanket off Jiang Yi. A wave of heat rushed out from the blanket, momentarily startling her. Upon closer inspection, she realized something was off with Jiang Yi beneath the covers. At that moment, he was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, and his face was flushed. He curled up tightly into a ball, and even when Guo Huanxue pulled the blanket away, he didn't wake up. He just shrank in closer. Jiang Yi, what's wrong with you? Guo Huanxue exclaimed in shock, pushing him a few times, but the heat radiating from him startled her even more. Without needing a thermometer, she knew he had a fever. Feeling helpless for a moment, Guo Huanxue quickly rummaged through her things and found the medicine she had organized the day before, searching for something to quickly bring down his fever. In a flurry, she stuffed the medicine into Jiang Yi's mouth, not caring how rough she was, and managed to get him to swallow it with half a bottle of water. By the time she was done, Jiang Yi's clothes were soaked with sweat. Guo Huanxue had no choice but to move the groggy Jiang Yi to her own bed. After hesitating for a while, she blushed and took off all his clothes and pants. Chapter 20. Escape from the girls' dormitory. God knows, her fingers trembled as she did all this. Gathering her strength, Gua Huanxue slapped her face to regain focus, dried Jiang Yi's sweat with a towel, and then covered him with a thin blanket. After finishing all this, she found herself breathing heavily, sitting on the edge of the bed and staring at Jiang Yi, whose breathing had slowed due to the medicine, feeling a bit dazed. She never imagined that one day she would be undressing a boy she had known for less than 5 days. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. She slapped her flushed cheeks and realized her face looked particularly attractive with its rosy hue. But once her mood settled, she couldn't help but worry about Jiang Yi. What happened to him? How could he suddenly fall ill? Was it because of the intense battle with the zombie yesterday? Or was it a side effect of that medicine? The more she thought, the more anxious she became. For the entire day, aside from preparing some soup for Jiang Yi, she hardly left his side to take care of him. Fortunately, because of the recent flu outbreak, she had plenty of fever-reducing medicine, keeping a close watch on him and administering medicine until the afternoon. Finally, when she looked at the thermometer and saw the temperature drop, she felt completely relieved. Slowly opening his eyes, Jiang Yi felt a bit disoriented. It was as if he had been transported back into his memories. Watching his past with Chun Jiaji from an outsider's perspective, he couldn't help but think how foolish he had been over the past 2 years. Many things were so obvious. Yet he, who had always prided himself on his high intelligence, had completely missed them. Even the reminders from friends in high school had gone in one ear and out the other. His throat hurt, and his head was pounding painfully. Jiang Yi glanced around and realized he wasn't in his own bed. He was in Gua Huanxue's bed. How did he end up here? Sitting up, he was startled to see Gua Huanxue lying on the floor, resting her head on the edge of his bed. His heart raced as he wondered if something had happened to her. But then he noticed the antipyretics on the bedside and a half basin of dirty water with a towel soaking in it on the floor. Jiang Yi froze for a moment. Was he the one who was sick? Instinctively, he pressed his forehead and felt a slight fever. At that moment, Gua Huanxue also woke up. Seeing Jiang Yi sitting up, she jumped to her feet in delight. You're awake. You scared me. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? If I hadn't found out early, you could have burned to death. She said this with a hint of pride, as if waiting for Jiang Yi to thank her. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, only to find that his voice was hoarse, like a broken fan. Gua Huanxue quickly handed him a bottle of water. Drink some water. Don't rush to speak. Looking at her anxious expression, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel moved. He never expected that while he realized the hollowness of his romantic feelings, he would gain a true friendship instead. After sipping some water, his throat felt less painful. Jiang Yi decided to get out of bed, but as he lifted the blanket, he suddenly froze and stared blankly at Gua Huanxue. She seemed to remember something and quickly ran towards the door, looking a bit flustered. You should get dressed first. I'll go get you some water to wash your face. Seeing Gua Huanxue obviously avoiding responsibility, Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, even though his mood was quite poor. He thought to himself how childish he was. The world could be ending, and here he was, feeling down over a false sense of love that had never belonged to him. It turned out he wasn't as strong as Gua Huanxue after all. He frowned at his own body, which was left with nothing but his underwear. Had he been taken advantage of by Gua Huanxue? Gua Huanxue cautiously peeked her head into the dorm room and saw Jiang Yi fully dressed, packing his things on the table. She stuck out her tongue and carefully put the basin aside. You're up? Come wash your face. Jiang Yi chuckled and shot her a glance. I'm not getting up. Are you waiting for me to have you dress me? Gua Huanxue's face flushed bright red, and she lifted her chin defiantly. You're the one taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. Clearly, I'm the one who has been at a disadvantage. What is so great about that scrawny body of yours? Who would want it? I worked so hard to wipe your body and give you medicine. And now you're blaming me? As she spoke, her slender fingers were already poking Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi laughed at her, finding her antics reminiscent of a ruffled little kitten. He couldn't help but squint and chuckle. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, beautiful Huanxue. Gua Huanxue was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly covered Jiang Yi's eyes in a flash, stammering. Hey, you can say whatever you want, but don't think about using your charm to seduce me. I'm the woman you can never have. Hey, don't get too cocky. Even Jiang Yi was taken aback by her actions. Listening to her words, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. What even is this? Not only did he just suffer from a heartbreak, but under normal circumstances, Gua Huanxue's personality isn't even his type. If he had to be honest, he was only a bit tempted by her body. Don't blame Jiang Yi for having such thoughts. Compared to Chun Jiaji, Gua Huanxue's figure was undeniably more alluring. If Chun Jiaji gave off the vibe of a delicate parasite flower, weak and in need of protection, then Gua Huanxue felt like a vibrant mother leopard. Anyone with a normal sense of aesthetics would be captivated by her strong, curvy physique. However, it was precisely because of this that Guo seemed more like someone who needed protection, and those who earned her approval would be sheltered under her wings. Although Jiang Yi appeared slender, he actually had a strong sense of masculinity deep down. Thus, he truly couldn't develop any romantic feelings for Guo. In fact, if it weren't for Guohanyue's obvious appearance, he might have overlooked her gender entirely. This is why Jiang Yi's attitude towards her was always so casual. He didn't see her as just a girl. Come on, is she really a girl? In terms of combat skills, she could easily outmatch him by a long shot. He slapped her hand away, ignoring the resentful glare from Guohanyue, and rolled his eyes. Don't think too much about it. I'm just thanking you for taking care of me. But since you've seen me half naked, we're even now. Guohanyue, furious, retorted, Humph. What is so great about your body? You think I'm interested? Get lost. With that, she kicked Jiang Yi in the rear. Jiang Yi nimbly dodged, and they continued to banter as they finished their meal. Looking at the weather, he realized he had wasted a whole day due to his illness. However, Guohanyue hadn't been idle. She had managed to pack everything while he was sick. Even though he had slept all day and didn't feel tired, Jiang Yi rubbed his face to shake off his irritation. After taking his medicine again, he organized the things he couldn't carry and hid them under the bed. He then continued his night watch. At this point, in the dormitory building, most of the zombies had left, and the few that remained posed little threat to the two of them. It seemed like it would be time to leave at dawn. Despite having taken medicine, Jiang Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him in the late hours of the night. He switched places with Guohanyue and took a short nap. Occasionally, she glanced over, worried that his illness might relapse. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and before dawn, Jiang Yi felt fully rejuvenated. It must be said that the body of a superhuman is indeed quite different from that of an ordinary person. Even though Jiang Yi's condition was only half that of a normal person's, his recovery rate was noticeably faster. After grabbing a bite to eat, the two of them slung a backpack over one shoulder and carried another in hand. Guohanyue took a reluctant glance back at her dormitory before gently closing the door. This time, she might never return here again. However, Guohanyue wasn't the kind of person who clung to the past. She quickly pushed aside her feelings of nostalgia and felt a surge of excitement instead. With a bag in her left hand and an axe slung over her right shoulder, she wore a slightly fitted leather jacket paired with blue jeans adorned with starry rhinestones, depicting a phoenix totem. She completed the look with knee-high leather boots, and her long hair twisted into a bun, secured with two pencils, giving her a wild and fierce appearance. On the other side, Jiang Yi donned a regular combat outfit, carrying a backpack that was even larger than Guohanyue's. If it weren't for the obviously extraordinary black knife in his right hand, he would look more like Guohanyue's little lackey than a partner. Standing in the lobby on the first floor, Guohanyue watched in surprise as Jiang Yi casually tossed the scabbard of his knife onto the ground. Jiang Yi glanced at her and asked, "Are you ready?" Guohanyue, filled with eagerness, replied, "Don't worry, I've got it all memorized." Jiang Yi nodded, then pulled out a wooden stake that was stuck in the door and pushed open the long-sealed entrance. Roar! Several zombies lurking outside the door turned their gaze toward Jiang Yi upon hearing the noise, letting out a deafening roar as they charged at him. The zombies were not very agile. Even the ordinary ones moved with stiff limbs and could only walk at a speed comparable to that of an average person. With fewer than 10 of them, they were hardly a threat to two capable individuals like Jiang Yi and Guohanyue. Jiang Yi didn't even wait for them to surround him. He dashed out of the door, delivering a powerful kick that sent one zombie flying. It collided with another zombie behind it, causing them to tumble in a heap. The other zombies paused for a moment, and before they could react, a gleaming black tang knife flashed by, severing a rotten neck with a clean cut. The head didn't even have time to fall before it collapsed to the ground. Guohanyue, who had just smashed a zombie's neck with her axe and was splattered with its foul blood, looked at Jiang Yi's knife with envy. It truly was a remarkable weapon. Unaware that someone was eyeing his skull-cleaving knife, the two of them worked seamlessly together. In less than 3 minutes, all the zombies lay scattered and defeated. They exchanged glances and smiled in unison. The feeling of fighting side by side was exhilarating. In Chapter 21, titled Malice from Humanity, Guohanyue even felt a strange illusion that, after Jiang Yi's guidance the previous day, her combat style had become increasingly simplified. She easily dealt with 4 zombies without using any of her powers. What she didn't realize was that with each zombie she killed, her strength was gradually increasing. Even the energy within her body was becoming more concentrated. There was no time for Guohanyue to consider her changes in detail, as the two of them quickly grabbed their backpacks and rushed toward the gymnasium under her lead. The The girls' dormitory was still a bit of a distance from where the archery team was located. Fortunately, it was daytime, and there weren't many zombies on the road. Both of them were moving incredibly fast, far exceeding the speed of an ordinary person. Even if they were spotted by the zombies, they could escape before the zombies gathered. However, this rapid pace couldn't be maintained for long. It wasn't that Guohuanxue had an issue, but rather that Jiang Yi was struggling to keep up. There was no way around it. His physical constitution was only 4 points, less than half that of an average person, which put Jiang Yi in an awkward position with such low stamina. Ugh, I can't go on like this. You need to slow down. The rapid depletion of his energy left Jiang Yi gasping for breath. Aware of his limitations, he urgently called out to Guohuanxue, not daring to exhaust himself completely. If a zombie suddenly appeared, he would be utterly defenseless without any strength left. In stark contrast to Jiang Yi's predicament, Guohuanxue merely had a slight flush on her face, her breathing hardly changing at all. Thankfully, there were no zombies in sight at the moment. And as the sun grew brighter, the zombies began to seek out the shadows to hide away. The two of them continued to move forward slowly. Guohuanxue, disapproving of Jiang Yi's weak physique, snatched the backpack from his hands to help lighten his load, allowing him to catch his breath. As their speed decreased, a few scattered zombies began to gather around them. Jiang Yi didn't let Guohuanxue take action. With a swift motion, he dispatched the zombies with a few decisive strikes, and they made a beeline for the gymnasium. From a distance, they could already see the outline of the building. And Guohuanxue was visibly excited. We're almost there. Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief. This was the furthest he had traveled since the apocalypse began. And to be honest, his heart was in his throat the whole time, worried about unexpected dangers. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly. They just needed to pass through the woods in front of them to reach their destination. Suddenly, Guohuanxue turned around sharply, looking towards a nearby path. Jiang Yi immediately became alert as a cacophony of noise erupted. A boy came tumbling out of the alley, panic-stricken, and before Jiang Yi could react, several roaring zombies surged out behind him. Jiang Yi's eyes narrowed as he spotted a small-sized zombie at the front of the pack. It wasn't particularly large, but its legs were longer than those of an average human, allowing it to run significantly faster than typical zombies, almost catching up to the boy. Help! Someone please! The boy shouted, running for his life. If he weren't such a skilled runner, he would have already been caught by that fast-moving zombie several times over. The boy quickly twisted his body to dodge a swipe from the mutated zombie, and, spotting Jiang Yi and Guohuanxue, his eyes lit up as he shouted and sprinted towards them. Guohuanxue exclaimed, Li Shan? Li Shan recognized Guohuanxue as well. They clearly knew each other. And without a second thought, he rushed over. Jiang Yi cursed under his breath and turned to run. He had clearly seen that the strange zombie had a glimmering red mark on its forehead. Another advanced zombie. Guohuanxue clearly noticed this and quickly followed Jiang Yi's footsteps. Li Shan, seeing Guohuanxue and that boy suddenly running away, became frantic. God knows how long he had been running to escape this terrifying zombie. His stamina was already wearing thin. Now that he had finally encountered living people, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Gritting his teeth, Li Shan ran with surprising speed, almost keeping pace with Jiang Yi. He was closing in on Guohuanxue. The advanced zombie, along with a group of its minions, was hot on their heels. And they were getting closer to the small woods surrounding the gymnasium. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, as long as they could make it into the trees. Using the complex environment to shake off the zombies wouldn't be a problem at all. With a plan in mind, Jiang Yi turned around to shout for Guohuanxue to run into the woods, only to see Li Shan furiously grab Guohuanxue's clothes and, amidst her screams, violently throw her backward. Guohuanxue never expected Li Shan would do something like this, and for a moment, she forgot to resist. Her body lost balance, and she fell backward. The advanced zombie behind Li Shan extended its sharp claws and had already grasped Guohuanxue's clothes. In the next moment, it was about to bite her neck. A cold smile flashed across Li Shan's face, as long as someone fed the zombies for him. With his championship speed and long-distance running, he could definitely escape safely. Guohuanxue looked at Li Shan's hypocritical face in despair, never imagining that he, who once pursued her, would do something like this. Suddenly, a slender arm grasped Guohuanxue's wrist, and she felt a force pulling her back up. The advanced zombie's claws only grazed her clothes, and before it could attack, Guohuanxue was already saved. The sudden turn of events stunned Li Shan for a moment. Then he saw a fierce face. Jiang Yi swiftly pulled Guohuanxue back and kicked out, landing a solid blow right to Li Shan's chest. No one expected such a twist. Li Shan was still dazed from excitement when he felt a sharp pain in his chest, sending him flying backward. He felt something soft behind him, as if he had collided with something that stopped his fall. Before he could feel relieved, the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his back. as if a drill had pierced into his body. Struggling to turn around, he saw a gaping mouth that tore open his throat, blood spraying everywhere. The bloody scene stimulated all the zombies, and as Li Shan struggled desperately, the zombies behind him lunged forward, pinning him to the ground and tearing at him. Li Shan screamed as he tried to get up, but he never got the chance to rise again. The zombies voraciously devoured the fresh meat in front of them. The advanced zombie did not continue feasting on Li Shan, but instead turned its eyes toward the other two potential meals. Guo Yue was still in shock from the series of events, while Jiang Yi looked furious, showing no signs of panic at Li Shan's lifeless body. Although he had only gained his powers a few days ago, he believed that in a post-apocalyptic world, killing a person was definitely much easier than taking out a zombie. As for guilt, that feeling had been devoured long ago by the dry buns he had been eating since the apocalypse began. Guo Yue was momentarily taken aback, but Jiang Yi gave her a push, saying, "I'll handle this guy. You take care of the ordinary zombies." With that, he brandished his black blade and charged at the creature. Provoked, the advanced zombie let out a roar, spewing blood and foam from its mouth. Jiang Yi swung his blade toward its head, a strike that should have landed, but due to the zombie's bizarre twisting, he missed. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his focus and attacked the zombie furiously. Guo Yue snapped back to reality, although Jiang Yi's earlier actions made her hesitant. She couldn't blame him when she thought of Li Shan's deeds. The pent-up frustration in her heart needed an outlet, and the swarm of zombies before her became the perfect punching bag. With a swift motion, her red fire axe brutally smashed into the skull of one zombie. Jiang Yi's strikes were fast, but the zombies in front of him moved with equal speed. Their exceptional agility made it easy for them to evade his sharp blade, putting him at a disadvantage. Jiang Yi's brow twitched. He realized that this zombie was different from the two advanced ones he had encountered before. Its speed was astonishing, even surpassing his own. It easily dodged his attacks, and he found himself nearly caught multiple times. After knocking aside its arm with a powerful strike, Jiang Yi gasped for breath, his arm aching terribly. Yet his eyes shone with determination. He noticed that while this zombie was fast, its strength was considerably weaker than the previous ones, only slightly bigger than him. As long as he could counter its speed, he should be able to hold it off with his own strength. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yi glanced at Guo Yue, who was furiously chopping down ordinary zombies. Confirming she was fine, he knocked back the advanced zombie and shot at an odd smile before turning to run, frustrated from not catching its prey for some time. The zombie roared and followed him without a second thought. Meanwhile, Guo Yue fought valiantly while keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Yi. Her heart raced as she saw him nearly get hurt multiple times, prompting her axe strikes to become even more ferocious. She could hardly wait to rush over and support him. When she caught Jiang Yi's eye and saw him retreating into the forest, she no longer felt the betrayal she had earlier. Instead, she was increasingly anxious as she watched the advanced zombie follow him into the woods. Her axe slicing fiercely with every swing, her internal energy raging like a lion awakened from slumber, exuding an aura of ferocity. Energy flowed from her body, gathering along her arms and converging at the axe's blade, which shimmered with a faint azure light. Guo Yue swung the axe down onto a zombie's chest with a sharp whoosh, and to her surprise, the creature was sent flying, its chest completely shattered, blood spraying everywhere. Without a moment's hesitation, she brought the axe down again, splitting its head in two. There were still several zombies in front of her, and Guo Yue killed more than 10 in quick succession, feeling surprisingly little fatigue. With a sense of urgency, she wildly swung the axe, its shadow moving as swiftly as the wind, causing the zombies before her to be torn apart in gruesome fashion. Chapter 22. The great beast Jiang Yi dashed into the trees, weaving chaotically to prevent the advancing, upgraded zombies from catching up. Occasionally, he slammed into a tree in his frantic attempts to change direction. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. He quickly rushed 2 steps forward and hid behind a tree. The upgraded zombie, which had crashed through the underbrush, roared as it collided with the tree where Jiang Yi was hiding. At that moment, Jiang Yi leaped out from behind the tree, delivering a swift slash with his knife. The zombie instinctively recoiled, and his strike only grazed its neck, leaving just a shallow cut. Jiang Yi felt a pang of regret, but wasted no time in turning to flee again. The fast-moving zombie roared in fury, ruthlessly tearing apart the grass and foliage beneath its feet. Even as its clothes were shredded into tatters and blood oozed from its skin, scraped by the thorny bushes. It showed no signs of retreat. Jiang Yi wasn't faring much better. Despite his efforts to dodge, he too felt the sting of the grass cutting into him, and his new clothes were now in tatters. However, thanks to his normal intelligence, he managed to avoid most obstacles, easily evading the upgraded zombie's attacks while occasionally counterattacking. Unfortunately, the upgraded zombie was not easy to kill. Even with Jiang Yi's repeated attempts to fight back, his strikes were largely ineffective against this creature that was faster than him. Roaring in frustration, the zombie, already bloodshot, now had eyes that were terrifyingly red. Ignoring the wounds on its body, it was solely focused on devouring the pesky little insect before it. Jiang Yi could feel the pressure behind him intensifying. The upgraded zombie not only moved faster, but was also significantly stronger. Each swipe of its claws could knock Jiang Yi's blade aside. With a roar, Jiang Yi deflected another of the zombie's attacks, severing one of its fingers, but his black blade was also deflected off course. Exhausted, Jiang Yi was about to leap over a bush when he suddenly realized that his shoelace had gotten caught in the undergrowth. He stumbled forward and crashed heavily to the ground. The black blade slipped from his grip, and he felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, as if a small car had collided with him. With a howl, Jiang Yi fell, and the zombie lunged at him, forcing its way through the bushes to pounce on him. Jiang Yi panicked and tried to get up, but his shoelaces were still snagged on the hard branches, and even his pants got caught in the bushes. He yanked a few times with all his strength, but to his surprise, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the advanced zombie had pushed through the thorns in front of it and finally reached Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was terrified. With a flick of his left hand, the black knife flew into his grasp, and he frantically slashed at the dry thorns entangling his feet. The advanced zombie wouldn't let go of its prey that had toyed with it for so long. It grabbed the blade of Jiang Yi's knife, disregarding its nearly severed fingers, and opened its gaping mouth to bite at Jiang Yi. The stench hit him hard, and for a moment, all thoughts vanished. The small zombie leaned down to bite at Jiang Yi, but in the next instant, he saw the zombie's head explode. A red light whirled wildly above Jiang Yi's head, followed by a dull thud as it smashed into the tree trunk behind him. Jiang Yi looked up in a daze and saw a fire axe, completely stained with blood, embedded deep into the tree trunk. As the headless advanced zombie collapsed, Jiang Yi finally saw that behind the zombie, Guohanyue was leaning against a large tree, drenched in sweat and filthy blood. Her right hand still held the throwing pose, but her whole body trembled violently. It wasn't until she saw Jiang Yi sitting on the ground, seemingly unscathed, that she slumped against the tree, collapsing to the ground as if all her strength had left her. Jiang Yi pushed aside the corpse weighing him down, sliced through the branches entangling his feet, and stood up. He glanced at the body at his feet, and then at Guohanyue, who was still recovering. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, pulled the axe free from the tree, and, under Guohanyue's watchful gaze, dug out a shimmering red crystal from the zombie's mushy head. Sure enough, the crystal core wouldn't disappear if he hadn't killed the zombie himself. However, the fleeting light that passed between him and Guohanyue was not as bright as before, and he wondered how much experience the advanced zombie that Guohanyue had killed would grant him. What Jiang Yi and Guohanyue didn't realize was that compared to Jiang Yi's changes, the countless zombies Guohanyue had slain had accumulated a substantial amount of experience, steadily enhancing her overall strength. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have been able to land a perfect axe throw that struck the zombie's back of the head at the last moment, unleashing a brutal wind-based power that exploded the tougher flesh of the advanced zombie and saved Jiang Yi's life. "Are you okay?" As Jiang Yi pulled her up while patting her hand, they both unexpectedly uttered the same phrase at the same time, pausing for a moment before breaking into amused smiles. He handed the axe and the zombie core to Guohanyue, saying, "Let us get moving. It'll be trouble if more zombies come." Guohanyue hesitated for a moment, looking at the zombie core in Jiang Yi's hand, wanting to say something. But under his open gaze, she ultimately accepted it, carefully tucking it into her inner pocket. The two supported each other as they exited the woods, retrieving the backpacks they had previously discarded in the heat of battle. The supplies inside are extremely precious, and Jiang Yi can't bear to throw them away. Fortunately, the bag containing food was thrown far away and hasn't been contaminated by the zombies. Excitedly, Guohanyue picks up the backpack and starts to dust it off, but Jiang Yi suddenly freezes mid-motion as he bends down to pick up a knife. His expression turns to shock as he notices a massive shadow lurking in the woods they just exited, eyeing the unsuspecting Guohanyue. Seeing Guohanyue preparing to stand up with the bag, he quietly roars, "Don't move." Guohanyue's body goes rigid, instinctively halting her movements upon seeing Jiang Yi's serious expression. A wave of terror washes over her. Jiang Yi's eyes are locked onto the shadow in the trees. His left hand gripping the knife is already slick with sweat. "Slowly stand up. Yes, take it slow. Move forward, and whatever you do, don't look back." Following Jiang Yi's instructions, Guohanyue mechanically stands up and takes slow, deliberate steps toward him. Jiang Yi is tense, his entire being on high alert. Guo Huanxue can see the nervousness and fear in his eyes, but he doesn't waver. Grab my bag. Don't look back. Run to the gymnasium, and whatever you do, don't stop. As if realizing it had been discovered, the massive shadow in the woods hesitates for a moment before crawling out from the dark thicket. Jiang Yi's pupils dilate in an instant, an overwhelming pressure crashing down on him. Guo Huanxue hears the commotion behind her, and, though unaware of what it is, her instincts tell her it's not the same as the previous zombies. Suddenly, a thunderous beastly roar erupts, and the creature can no longer contain itself and lunges forward. Guo Huanxue instinctively tries to turn around, but is gripped by Jiang Yi, who spins her around, and with all his might, he swings the black knife. Guo Huanxue tumbles to the ground, clutching her backpack, and when she looks back, she sees a giant monster with its gaping maw wide open. As Jiang Yi struggles to hold it back, its ghastly white fangs clash against the black knife, surprisingly sending sparks flying. With a furious roar, the creature lunges again, its paw the size of a fan aiming for Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi is alarmed and quickly retreats, but the sharp claws of the monster tear through his chest, leaving deep gashes. His face pales, nearly passing out as blood flows from 6 wounds on his chest. Guo Huanxue only sees Jiang Yi take a step back before getting tackled, unaware of the danger before him. Gritting her teeth, she tries to stand up, but her hands go weak, almost dropping the axe. Jiang Yi doesn't look back, his eyes fixed on the monster that keeps circling him. Huanxue, go. Guo Huanxue hurriedly stands up, but hears Jiang Yi continue. Your powers are all used up. You won't be able to do anything here. Hurry and leave. I'll meet you at the gym. Guo Huanxue wants to argue, but the emptiness in her body confirms that Jiang Yi is right. She has completely exhausted her strength. Staying here would only bring trouble to him. Thinking of this, no matter how unwilling she felt, Guo Huanxue picked up her backpack and turned to run into the woods, shouting as she went. Jiang Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the archery hall. You must come back. Seeing its previous prey escape, the massive beast couldn't help but chase after it. However, it caught a glimpse of a dark flash in its peripheral vision, and a sharp blade grazed the corner of its eye. Instinctively sensing danger, it recoiled just in time to avoid losing its sight. Jiang Yi was covered in blood, tearing away the tattered remnants of his clothing. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes, as if he were not facing a ferocious beast, but rather a long-time rival. Come on, Dehui. It's been over 10 days since I last saw you. Let me see how much you've evolved. The beast before him seemed to recognize the name, displaying a moment of human-like confusion, but it quickly revealed its vicious fangs once more. Of course, Jiang Yi recognized the terrifying creature before him, or rather, he recognized what it had been just over 10 days ago. Although it had now grown several times larger, he could still identify it by the unique notch in its right ear. He was facing the very beast he had encountered before the apocalypse, Dehui, who had merely been a stray dog hiding in the woods of the university. Their first meeting had not been friendly. Exhausted and hungry after being bitten by another stray, Dehui had attacked Jiang Yi as he passed by, carrying takeout. Jiang Yi had been genuinely frightened at the time, but fortunately, Dehui was only interested in his food. Besides warning Jiang Yi to stay away, it did not actually attack him. However, he was furious that his takeout, worth dozens of yuan, had gone to feed a dog. Despite his anger, seeing the dog's ear, which had been bitten off, and the desire for life in its eyes prevented Jiang Yi from reporting it to the school. Instead, he had given it the name Dehui because of its distinctive gray fur. Chapter 23. The will to fight to the death. Little did he expect that the Dehui he had forgotten in the post-apocalyptic world would turn out to be so enormous and ferocious. Jiang Yi didn't attempt to appeal to Dehui's feelings. After all, even before the collapse of society, Dehui had shown no affection for humans, attacking anyone who tried to approach. Jiang Yi was not surprised by Dehui's transformation. Just a few days prior, he had overheard people in the cafeteria talking about how not only humans, but many animals had evolved after the apocalypse. There had even been reports of a rat larger than a cat swaggering away, dragging its fat tail while holding a piece of cured meat. Much to the horror of onlookers, it was disheartening for Jiang Yi to realize that animals could awaken and evolve while he, who had longed for such abilities, remained powerless. This disparity fueled his envy as he sprinted through the woods, feeling the pounding footsteps behind him and the oppressive presence of Dehui's massive body closing in. If this had happened just a couple of days ago, even if he had encountered the giant dog, Jiang Yi would have definitely turned and fled without a second thought. But now, to ensure that Guo Huanxue could escape safely, Jiang Yi surprisingly decided to stay behind at the very first moment. However, he wasn't foolish enough to confront such a fearsome beast head-on. The instant the giant dog lunged at him, Jiang Yi rolled to the side, showing no intention of facing it directly, and dashed into the woods. The giant dog, having missed its target, charged into the trees without hesitation. Before the apocalypse, it had already claimed the forest as its territory, so how could it possibly let Jiangyi intrude? However, it was clear that the giant dog had underestimated its own massive size. In the past, its small and agile form allowed it to navigate the woods with ease, easily escaping from a dozen pursuers. But now, its bull-sized body, while greatly enhancing its strength, severely limited its agility in the narrow forest. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yi's mind. The previous battle had made it clear that the giant dog's speed and power far surpassed his own. Engaging it directly would put him at a disadvantage, so his only option was to find a way to escape. He weaved through the trees like a nimble snake, while the massive dog frequently got stuck between the gaps of the trees. However, the increasingly frantic giant dog was thrashing and crashing through the underbrush, almost ignoring the pain from its scratches. Boom. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yi finally began to slow down, and when his strength was nearly exhausted, he suddenly realized that the dog's sense of smell was far too acute, making it impossible for him to shake off the giant dog's pursuit. The earlier fight had drained him of his energy, and after half a day of being chased, no matter how strong-willed Jiang Yi was, he couldn't hold out against his body nearing its breaking point. His vision blurred, and as he gasped like a bull, Jiang Yi suddenly felt a fierce wind behind him and instinctively lunged forward. A sharp, scratching sound echoed as the giant dog tore a chunk of bark off the tree right behind him. At that moment, the giant dog had finally caught up to its prey, but it was in rough shape as well. Its reckless charging had not only scraped away much of its fur, but had also left several deep wounds that were now oozing blood. Yet, as long as it could kill the man before it, the giant dog felt no pain. Jiang Yi crouched on the ground, gripping his black blade tightly. His body tensed to the max, and the sweat on his face blurred his vision, leaving him too afraid to wipe it away. The giant dog slowly circled around Jiang Yi, searching for a weakness, even though Jiang Yi was in no way less formidable than it was at that moment. The habits from before the apocalypse kept the giant dog on high alert against any living creature. Jiang Yi's vision darkened, and he felt as if his lungs were about to burst. Realizing he could wait no longer, he thought that Guohuanxue should be safe by now, and it was time for him to find a way to escape. With a roar, Jiang Yi suddenly charged forward. He knew that directly fleeing was simply not an option. Although he was more agile than the big gray dog in the woods, he was already very close to the gym, and he could see the entrance through the layers of trees. With the big gray blocking his path, he had nowhere to retreat. If he stepped out of the woods, he would become its prey. He couldn't back down. After thinking it through, Jiang Yi made the craziest decision and swung his knife at the slightly dazed big gray. The big gray swatted at him with a paw, knocking Jiang Yi's knife off course. Jiang Yi stumbled, his heart racing. Then a sharp pain shot through his chest as he was sent flying. The big gray had kicked him hard with its hind leg. Don't underestimate the dog. Its kicking technique was surprisingly skilled, and with a lightning-fast motion, it sent Jiang Yi's over 100-pound body flying. Thud. Kneeling on the ground, Jiang Yi clutched his chest, his face turning crimson, and he spat blood onto the parched earth beneath him. The scent of blood seemed to excite the big gray even more. Jiang Yi wiped the blood away and saw the big gray charging toward him, gripping the knife with both hands. He suddenly dashed aside just as the big gray was about to collide with him, revealing the narrow space between two large trees behind him. The big gray hesitated for a moment and couldn't stop its momentum, crashing between the two trees and getting wedged in. After just a brief pause, it began to thrash wildly, its thick legs shaking the trunks as it struggled. Jiang Yi couldn't let it escape. The moment he confirmed that it was truly stuck, he swung the black knife. Thud! The sharp blade struck the big gray's hind leg, and a pained howl escaped as it struggled even more frantically. After the swing, Jiang Yi stumbled and fell, his face pale as he realized he had no strength left. Even with all his might, he had only managed to cut through its skin. His hands and feet trembled uncontrollably, and Jiang Yi felt his body becoming increasingly difficult to control. But if he didn't deal with the big gray, once it broke free, he would be the next to die. He bit his tongue hard, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he leaned on the black knife, staggering toward the trapped big gray, which was starting to panic and let out sharp howls. Instinctively, Jiang Yi raised the knife and aimed for the big gray's neck. The big gray clearly understood his intentions, and it shrank back in a frenzy, causing the sharp black knife to slice through its ear. The palm-sized dog ear fell to the ground as it howled in agony. Injured, the big gray stood up on its hind legs, using the tree trunks to awkwardly escape its entrapment. Its massive body charged directly at Jiang Yi. He barely had time to raise his arms before the big gray tackled him to the ground. Losing one ear had driven the big gray into a complete frenzy, and it pinned Jiang Yi down, biting wildly at him from all sides. Jiang Yi continuously blocked with his knife, but he could only deflect a few critical attacks. Soon, his body was covered in blood from the bites of the giant gray dog. The constant injuries made Jiang Yi's heart race with panic. He couldn't think of a way to escape, and could only react instinctively with his blade. But how could he possibly stand against a massive, rabid dog? In a moment of carelessness, his right arm was suddenly caught in the dog's jaws. Amidst Jiang Yi's piercing screams and the sickening sound of bones breaking, his right arm was actually bitten off. Screaming in agony, Jiang Yi realized the dog seemed intent on shaking him off, and in a moment of sheer terror, he clutched its head tightly. He couldn't let it shake him loose, or his remaining arm would surely be torn to shreds. In this bizarre scene, amidst the chaotic forest, the enormous gray dog kept charging forward, its jaws clamping down on a thin human arm, while Jiang Yi's legs clung tightly to its neck, preventing it from gaining momentum. After crashing into a tree, Jiang Yi felt his vision darken, but he dared not loosen his grip. He could only desperately try to keep the distance between them as short as possible. However, Jiang Yi had overestimated himself. His meager strength of 5 points was no match for the fully evolved giant dog. With a powerful shake of its head, Jiang Yi felt his legs slipping off the dog's neck. Was this how it would end? His strength waned, and the wounds on his right hand were torn and bleeding even more. He didn't want to give up, but he knew he was truly powerless to fight back. Just as he was about to loosen his grip, he caught a glimpse of the dog's eye just inches away. Suddenly, it grinned widely, blood staining its teeth. "Gray dog, what are you looking at?" With a voice that sounded oddly familiar, Jiang Yi summoned the last of his strength. His left hand shot out and plunged into the dog's massive eye socket, and with a spray of blood, he yanked out the dog's right eye amidst its furious howls. The dog clearly hadn't expected the cornered Jiang Yi to fight back with such ferocity. The damage to its eye drove it into a frenzy. It flung Jiang Yi aside, who then smashed the dog's eyeball against a tree, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, teetering on the brink of death. The gray dog, sensing the loss of its right eye, was consumed with rage. The loss of vision was a massive blow to the beast that had turned into a killer. Realizing this, the gray dog charged at Jiang Yi with reckless abandon, its gaping maw aimed straight for his head. Unconscious, Jiang Yi had no idea how close he was to death. A cold, furious voice echoed, "You filthy dog, you're asking for death." At the sound of this furious rebuke, the once dominant and vicious gray dog suddenly froze, its remaining ear instinctively folding back, a flicker of caution flashing in its one remaining eye. But recalling the pain Jiang Yi had inflicted upon it, its rage surged forth, and it lunged at Jiang Yi once more, ignoring the sudden voice. Chapter 24. Former rivals. Just then, a figure that wasn't very tall ran out from the woods. Even from a distance, seeing his silhouette made Dehui instinctively tuck his tail and take 2 steps back. When the shadow stopped beside Jiang Yi, a flicker of wariness crossed Dehui's eyes, taming the beastly urge to tear Jiang Yi apart. Once the figure confirmed that the person at his feet was still alive, he turned his gaze towards Dehui and simply said, "Get lost." The single word sent a shiver down Dehui's spine, making him shrink back, his tail tucked firmly between his legs, too scared to show itself. After retreating a couple of steps, Dehui glanced at the figure, then at the unconscious Jiang Yi. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately turned and ran off, disappearing into the shadows of the woods. Tightly fixated on the direction Dehui had vanished, the shadow finally relaxed, feeling a complex mix of emotions as he looked at the unconscious Jiang Yi, whose fate was still uncertain. Jiang Yi found himself dreaming. In this dream, Chunjiaji was running, and he was chasing after her. He was fully aware of her true feelings towards him, yet his body instinctively followed her. No matter how fast he ran, he could only ever see Chunjiaji's back. He had no idea how long he had been running when he suddenly saw a tall man appear beside Chunjiaji. The man's features were obscured by a dark shadow, making it impossible for Jiang Yi to discern who he was. Without hesitation, the man embraced Chunjiaji, and despite his rational mind insisting that this was all just a dream, Jiang Yi charged forward. Unfortunately, just a couple of steps in, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and a massive black void opened up like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, swallowing him whole. A wave of fear and a sensation of weightlessness jolted Jiang Yi awake, followed by a sharp pain throughout his body that made him groan involuntarily. The pain quickly brought him to full awareness. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a cramped room, truly small, containing only a single bed and a metal wardrobe. Lying on the bed, Jiang Yi felt as if he were in agony. The wounds inflicted by De Hui were deep enough to expose bone, especially on his right hand. Even though it was bandaged, he could still feel a piercing pain radiating from the bones. Movement was difficult, so Jiang Yi could only scan his surroundings with his eyes, trying to distract himself from the overwhelming pain. The room had no windows, and the silence was eerily oppressive. Jiang Yi struggled to piece together what had happened after he lost consciousness. He had been attacked by De Hui to the point of fainting. How could he still be alive? Had someone rescued him? Just as Jiang Yi pondered this, he heard voices coming from just outside the not-so-soundproof door. Focusing all his attention on listening, he could make out the conversation. What did you bring him back for? Who knows if he'll turn into a zombie? A sharp male voice questioned loudly. Another, deeper voice responded nonchalantly. He was bitten by a dog. How could he possibly turn into a zombie? Was that a dog? It's bigger than a lion. A sharp-voiced man interrupted another person's conversation. At that moment, a new voice chimed in. All right, the person has been saved anyway. They should be fine locked inside. Even if they turn into a zombie, it won't be dangerous. The sharp-voiced man decisively rejected this. No, we can't leave him here. What can a useless person like him do if he wakes up? Are we supposed to take care of him? Who's going to do that? There's only so much food. Why should we feed a dying burden? The gloomy man coldly replied. Don't forget that the food you're eating now was brought by that person. The sharp-voiced man seemed to pause for a moment, then began to argue even more passionately. Due to the rapid pace of their conversation, Jiang Yi couldn't catch what they were saying. However, he could sense that the sharp-voiced man was eventually persuaded by the third person. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure walked in, holding a paper cup. Jiang Yi didn't have time to close his eyes. Their gazes met simultaneously. Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, somewhat incredulous. It's you. The newcomer was clearly taken aback as well, not expecting that Jiang Yi would wake up in less than 2 days. After all, given the extent of his injuries, it was almost impossible for him to survive. It was a gamble to treat him, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yi had actually pulled through. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, the man nodded. How are you feeling? Do you want some water? Jiang Yi, feeling a bit dazed, took the cup and drank the entire glass of water. The taste was somewhat odd, and he didn't know where it came from. Lying on the bed, he looked at Sito with a mix of emotions. Sito took the paper cup from his hands and placed it on the table before turning to Jiang Yi. How do you feel? Does the wound hurt a lot? Jiang Yi looked at this guy, who was under 175 centimeters tall but strikingly handsome, with fair skin, and replied, Much better. I should be able to survive. After a moment's thought, he asked, Did you save me? Sito nodded. Yes, at that time, you were almost bitten to death by that giant dog. I happened to pass by and rescued you. Jiang Yi felt a mix of emotions but had no doubts at all. After all, despite Sito's slim and seemingly weak appearance, he was known as the best in both swordsmanship and martial arts at their university. Not only was he skilled in swordsmanship, but Sito also had deep expertise in taekwondo, karate, and even jeet kune do. His legend at the university began in his freshman year when he single-handedly defeated over 10 delinquents with just a bamboo sword, winning every match without injury and rising to fame. Even students from other universities in Long Province knew about him. Jiang Yi, a bookworm, had only met Sito because Sito had fallen head over heels for Qinjiaji. Even after learning that she had a boyfriend, he showed no intention of giving up, boldly declaring throughout the school that he would challenge Jiang Yi, promising that whoever lost would step aside for Qinjiaji. Heaven knows, when Jiang Yi heard from his dorm mate that he was being challenged and that his opponent was none other than the strongest athlete in the sports department, the only thought that crossed his mind was whether he should book a hospital bed in advance. However, despite being a bit of a homebody, Jiang Yi didn't back down when it came to matters involving his girlfriend. Not only did he publicly accept the challenge from Qingdao, but he even started targeted training. Even though he knew he might not stand a chance, he had no intention of retreating. This duel not only made Jiang Yi and Qinjiaji famous, but he also gained countless supporters. It wasn't just because of his courage to face challenges. People were eager to see if Jiang Yi could turn the tables and actually defeat Qingdao. I have to say, Jiang Yi was under immense pressure at that time. It wasn't just about love. The external attention added a layer of stress that was hard to bear. The School Forum had even elevated the situation to a matter of national honor. Yes, just by looking at the name Qingdao, one could tell he wasn't Chinese. He was a mixed-race child of Chinese and Yamato descent. His father was a master of Kendo from the Yamato ethnicity, inheriting the family's Kendo dojo. His mother fell in love with his father while studying in Yamato, and they lived there until Qingdao was over 10 years old before returning to China with him. Thus, Qingdao not only had exceptional combat skills, but was also fluent in 3 languages. In fact, if he didn't mention it himself, no one around him would even know he was mixed race. It's easy to imagine the kind of pressure Jiang Yi was under facing such a formidable rival. Just when Jiang Yi was fully immersed in his intense training, dealing with the stress and urgency, Qing Do suddenly posted on the forum, unilaterally canceling the challenge and apologizing online for the trouble he caused Jiang Yi. Everyone following the duel was stunned, and even some teachers were puzzled as to why Qing Do had suddenly backed down. Naturally, Jiang Yi had no idea. While he felt a sense of relief, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of humiliation. He had tried to approach Qing Do to ask what he meant, but clearly, even in a university, he and Qing Do were from entirely different worlds. As time passed and the situation faded, Jiang Yi would only occasionally recall, during moments of boredom, that he had once been challenged by a campus legend. But he never expected that after the apocalypse, Qing Do would save his life. Thank you. Jiang Yi wanted to express gratitude to his former rival, but found it hard to get the words out. Nevertheless, he managed to thank Qing Do with a somewhat complicated emotion. Qing Do stood upright, a slight smile on his face as he shook his head. I didn't do much. I just brought you back. The medicine to treat your injuries was all from your own backpack. That's when Jiang Yi noticed his old backpack lying on the ground. However, what had once been a bulging backpack was now deflated, clearly emptied of its food. It seemed as if Qing Do knew what Jiang Yi was thinking, as a rare hint of embarrassment appeared on his pale face. I took your food and shared it with the classmates, he said. Jiang Yi shook his head. He wasn't foolish. From the earlier conversation outside, he guessed that Qing Do must have shared his food to ensure he stayed. Otherwise, given Qing Do's serious and somewhat stubborn personality, he certainly wouldn't take someone else's supplies without permission. Although he felt a pang of regret, Jiang Yi was more grateful to Qing Do. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even have a chance to regain consciousness now. Seeing that Jiang Yi wasn't angry, Qing Do finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed. Your injury is quite severe. I've already treated it. Your arm was bitten off. While I can handle dislocations, I can't set bones. So I've only managed to bandage it up for now. We'll have to figure out a way to get you treated when we find a doctor. Given the current situation, this was the best outcome for Jiang Yi, and he could hardly disagree. Although his arm was gone, at least it was preserved. As for the bite wounds, they looked frightening but weren't actually that serious. However, he guessed that once healed, his body would be covered in scars. If only he had a bottle of healing potion right now. Chapter 25. Malice. Just the thought of the miraculous healing potion eased Jiang Yi's worries a bit. While advanced zombies were rare, they weren't non-existent, so he still had a chance to recover. With Qing Do's help, after addressing some personal matters, Jiang Yi took the food that was handed to him, somewhat dazed. Was this what Qing Do and the others were eating? All he saw was a big bowl of unidentifiable food that resembled a hodgepodge. He vaguely recognized some instant noodles, and there were also noodles and bread mixed in. The smell was strange. Even though Jiang Yi understood how precious supplies were right now, he found it hard to eat. Not wanting to refuse in front of Qing Do, who occasionally glanced at the bowl, Jiang Yi could only set it aside. Let it cool for a bit. I'll eat it later. Qing Do swallowed hard. There really wasn't much food here, and there weren't any large supermarkets nearby. Even though he had been searching for supplies outside, he couldn't help but have one meal after another. The spirit of the swordsmanship forced him to focus all his attention on Jiang Yi instead of looking at the hodgepodge. Jiang Yi leaned against the wall under the blanket and asked, Qing Do, where is this place? I've been here for a few days. Without hesitation, Qing Do replied, this is the underground swimming pool of our school's gym. You're in the lifeguard's break room. I saw you in the woods around noon yesterday. It should have been over a day by now. Jiang Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected that after all his wandering, he had ended up in the gym. He anxiously asked, do you know Guohuan Xue? She should have come yesterday morning. Qing Do shook his head. I know Guohuan Xue, but I haven't seen her. To be honest, there are currently two factions here. One is our swordsmanship club and the Taekwondo club, along with those who stayed behind to practice in the gym. We have taken over the swimming pool on the basement level, which ensures a steady supply of water. I haven't seen Guohan Yu these past couple of days, which means she is not with us. As he said this, Qing Do hesitated a bit, but noticing Jiang Yi's obvious concern, he continued, if she is not here, she must be on the 4th floor. I remember that is where the archery team practices. If she is back, she should be there. Jiang Yi found it strange. It's so dangerous outside. Why would you split into two groups? Qing Do looked at him oddly. Don't you know? The Kendo Club and the Taekwondo Club have always had a poor relationship with the archery team. Jiang Yi shook his head. He genuinely didn't know about this. Qing Do scratched his head awkwardly. How do I explain this to you? Well, you know that Kendo and Taekwondo aren't traditional Chinese sports. The school has allocated a lot of space and resources to these clubs, while the archery club, which represents an ancient Chinese skill, has to compete for practice space with us. Over time, The tensions have escalated and even become somewhat of a tradition. Now, it's almost to the point where we can't stand each other. Jiang Yi nodded, recalling some vague memories of this situation. The school didn't have any good measures to address it. In fact, the implementation of practice schedules only intensified the conflicts between these clubs. It was common for them to have disagreements, and occasionally things would escalate into actual fights. Guohanyu must have already gone to the gym, since she is not here. She should be on the 4th floor. Unfortunately, I can't contact her right now, and she probably doesn't even know I've made it to the gym. I initially thought about asking Qingdou for help, but reconsidered. After the apocalypse, their divisions have become so pronounced that sending Qingdou over would likely be pointless. However, since there is already a team here, Guohanyu probably wouldn't recklessly leave to look for me. With this thought, Jiang Yi felt less anxious. After making an excuse for Qingdou to leave, he pulled out a piece of jade fatty meat. As he devoured the delicious meat, he didn't even glance at the cold mixed dish beside him. Why should he deprive himself when he had options? Soon, the pure energy from the jade fatty meat began to cleanse Jiang Yi's body, and a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. This really works. However, the healing effect was painfully inadequate. At most, it only prevented his wounds from becoming infected. Sighing in relief, Jiang Yi felt a bit frustrated, wondering how he could recover more quickly. With such severe injuries, relying solely on the meager healing energy from the jade fatty meat wouldn't suffice. But could he really hunt down an advancing zombie on his own? Just as Jiang Yi was hesitating, he saw Qingdou returning. "Oh right, this is your knife. The craftsmanship is truly exquisite." Watching Qingdou fondly caress the skull-slicing knife, Jiang Yi felt goosebumps all over his body. With a black knife in hand, Jiang Yi casually placed it on the bed despite Qingdou's disapproving gaze. "Thank you, you can have this food. I'm not hungry right now." Ignoring Qingdou's refusal, Jiang Yi finally returned the bowl of mixed food under his grateful watch, relieved he wouldn't have to eat that stuff anymore. After the battle with Big Gray, Jiang Yi realized that his combat power had significant shortcomings. His lack of strength and low physical condition left him almost powerless against Big Gray. It seemed he needed to find some ways to improve his fighting ability. His mind clouded with confusion, Jiang Yi fell asleep without a clear plan. He didn't know how long he had been asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake by a commotion outside the door. He instinctively reached for the black knife. "What do you want?" "Give the knife back to him. That knife is a waste on that useless person." The noise outside had escalated, with no intention of being subdued. Listening closely, Jiang Yi quickly understood what was happening. Qingdou stood firmly outside the lounge door, preventing the person in front from advancing any further. "This is Jiang Yi's possession. What's wrong with me giving it back to him?" Li Zhitian's face flushed with anger, and his expression turned particularly sinister as he looked at Qingdou. "What do you mean, his possession? I told you yesterday that I really like this knife, and I'm willing to trade 5 days' worth of food for it." Suddenly realizing something, Li Zhitian angrily pointed at Qingdou. "Damn it, you little shorty. Are you trying to keep it for yourself?" Seeing Qingdou's face flush with anger, Li Zhitian thought he had figured out the truth and began to curse. "Ji Qingdou, I warn you not to go too far. This place wasn't conquered by you alone. Why should all the benefits go to you? Don't think I don't know that the backpack that person brought yesterday had so much stuff. There's no way there's only this little food. You must have hidden some to eat secretly." Li Zhitian's words caused a shift in the emotions of the others around him. Although they were wary of Qingdou's formidable fighting strength, the thought of him hoarding food made them disregard their caution. Taking advantage of their numbers, Zhu Kaijun, behind Li Zhitian, stepped forward. "Qingdou, is this true? If you really have hidden food, you should bring it out. Don't forget, we agreed from the beginning that no one is allowed to hoard food. Everything we find must be shared." Unlike the cafeteria, which had a large stockpile of food, the gym had almost none. The students trapped here had to start searching for food from the very beginning, causing their number of survivors to drop from dozens to just a few. However, those who remained were not only strong, but had also seen blood and killed zombies. With so many energetic and agitated students from the sports department gathered together, emotions were becoming increasingly difficult to control. First, the two major groups had completely torn apart over uneven distribution of supplies, and now they were beginning to suspect Qingdou, who had a lineage of great strength. Qingdou clearly had grown accustomed to such situations and displayed little emotion, simply standing his ground firmly. "I told you, the knife belongs to Jiang Yi. I've already taken out all his food. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiang Yi, but he's resting now, so please don't disturb him." Unfortunately, no one believed Qingdou. Li Zhitian suddenly stepped forward and pushed Qingdou aside. "Get out of the way. This is Huaxia. Who do you think you are, shorty? To speak here?" Qingdou took a step back, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. In an instant, He shot his hand out like lightning, delivering a swift chop toward Li Jitian's shoulder. To his surprise, Li Jitian reacted quickly, nimbly dodging Qing Dou's strike with a leap. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he kicked out, his speed surpassing that of Qing Dou's attack. Qing Dou clearly struggled to keep up with Li Jitian's speed, but his body reacted instinctively, raising his arms defensively. A vicious kick landed on his arm, leaving Qing Dou feeling numb and forcing him to retreat 3 steps. Li Jitian, unfazed, pressed the attack, closing in on Qing Dou with relentless aggression. His kicks came fast and furious, and soon Qing Dou found it hard to hold his ground. The once clean training uniform was now marked with Li Jitian's footprints, and bruises began to form on the skin hidden beneath the fabric. Yet, Qing Dou remained silent, desperately protecting his vital areas. When he couldn't dodge, he sacrificed other parts of his body to buy himself some time to breathe. As the standoff continued, Li Jitian's fierce assault began to slow. Just as he seemed to be losing momentum, Qing Dou's eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit. He suddenly seized Li Jitian's ankle and, with a powerful kick, sent Li Jitian flying backward, screaming in pain. Everyone was taken aback. Although they knew Qing Dou was formidable, they never expected him to defeat Li Jitian, who had been practicing Taekwondo for years. It was then that they recalled Qing Dou was also skilled in Taekwondo, and that kick was no less powerful than Li Jitian's after 20 years of training. As Li Jitian was helped up, he clutched his chest, his face a mask of frustration. Sensing the encouragement from his friends, he suddenly roared, shaking off their support. In a flash, he snatched a baseball bat from someone and charged at Qing Dou with incredible speed, swinging the bat towards his head. In response, Qing Dou took a step back, raising his left arm defensively, his body slightly bent. However, with a sharp crack, he grunted in pain and stumbled backward, his forearm twisted at an unnatural angle. The bat had shattered his arm. Qing Dou's face turned pale as he stepped out of the fighting circle, panic flickering in his eyes as he looked at his injured left arm. For a swordsman, the arms are crucial. Even the left arm greatly affects the power and precision of their strikes. He never expected Li Jitian would come at him with such lethal intent. If it weren't for his left hand blocking the blow, that strike would have been enough to shatter his skull. Li Jitian swung the baseball bat, strutting confidently towards the injured Qing Dou. What's wrong? Our great swordsman can't handle it anymore. Surely you haven't become useless just because you can't pick up a sword. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson for a long time. Did you really think you were the best swordsman? What a fool. Li Jitian held his head high, feeling triumphant. Ever since Qing Dou was hailed as the top athlete in the sports department, a thorn had been lodged deep in his heart. The apocalypse had turned everything upside down. He had long looked down on Qing Dou's methods, and now he finally had the chance to unleash his frustration. And to his surprise, others were merely standing by, watching the spectacle, or rather, they were all gathered behind Li Jitian. Those who engage in competitive sports have a strong desire to win, and from the moment Qing Dou entered school, he had firmly placed himself above everyone else, especially being a mixed blood from Yamato. How could others accept that they were being overshadowed by someone they considered inferior? Qing Dou was drenched in cold sweat from the pain, looking at his companions who were struggling to survive in this apocalypse. He thought his hard work would change their perception of him, but it seemed he was too naive. Since childhood, he had been acutely aware of how his peers viewed him differently. Some approached him out of curiosity, while others followed him for their own gain. Yet the majority regarded him with disdain, as if they were watching a thief from a distance. Qing Dou hated that feeling. He didn't understand why. Despite putting in several times the effort to earn their recognition, striving to excel in everything, he only garnered more hostility. Li Jitian looked at the flicker of sadness in Qing Dou's eyes with disgust. His sharp voice pierced Qing Dou's heart. You shouldn't have come to Huaxia. Go back to your homeland. But I wonder if it's already been wiped out by zombies. Ha! Li Jitian turned around and laughed with his classmates, as if he could already see the Yamato Islands being obliterated. Qing Dou's eyes blazed with fury. Shut up! You have no right to insult my nation. Your nation? Didn't you take your mother's surname? What? You call yourself by a Huaxia name, but deep down you think you're pure Yamato? You bastard! Spit! Li Jitian's words were deeply insulting, making Qing Dou's entire body tremble with rage. The others behind him felt that Li Jitian had gone too far, and the earlier laughter faded away. The timid ones even shrank back into the crowd. You, Li Jitian, have insulted my country. I challenge you to a duel. For the first time, the well-mannered Qing Dou found himself flushed with anger at Li Jitian's words. He dropped his left hand that had been covering his wound, gazing sternly at the stunned Li Jitian. What did you say? Qing Dou solemnly repeated. Li Jitian, you have insulted my second nation. I, Yuma Qing Dou, officially challenge you. Li Jitian's eyes darted around before he suddenly burst into laughter. pointing his baseball bat at Qing Do. All right, I accept your challenge. But if you end up dead, don't blame me. If it had been the old Qing Do wielding a knife, Li would have never dared to accept the challenge, even with 10 times the courage. But now, Qing Do was unarmed and had a broken left arm. More importantly, Li Jitian was no longer the person he used to be before the apocalypse. After being caught in the rain during his escape in this new world, he was pleasantly surprised to find his speed had increased dramatically. He could sprint 100 meters at full speed without even needing 6 seconds. This was why he felt bold enough to provoke Qing Do and even had confidence that he could kill him. Qing Do's expression was serious. The pain in his left arm made it difficult for him to stand before the crowd, even though he knew he was no match for Li Jitian. He absolutely could not allow anyone to insult the nations of Huaxia and Yamato, which he had always regarded as his homeland. The tension in the air was palpable as the two faced off. Those close to Li Jitian even began to loudly place bets on the outcome, while the majority of onlookers remained neutral. Here, they had no leader, but it was clear that the strongest fighters, Qing Do and Li Jitian, were seen as the de facto leaders. The personalities of Qing Do and Li Jitian were completely different, which often led to conflicts between them. Li Jitian was already losing patience and wanted to completely eliminate Qing Do to gain full control of the underground layer. And today was the perfect opportunity. It seemed I showed up at the wrong time. The tension between the two intensified, their bodies coiled tight, and no one underestimated the other. Just then, a lazy voice broke through the charged atmosphere, instantly disrupting the scene. Everyone turned to the source of the voice and saw a man leaning against the wall behind Qing Do, dressed in a tracksuit with his bare upper body almost entirely wrapped in bandages. Perhaps due to using too much force, the bandages were now seeping with a hint of red. Jiang Yi struggled to lean against the wall, but when he noticed everyone's attention on him, he showed no signs of shyness. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and walked over step by step, gripping a pitch-black tang knife in his hand. A black leather strap, over a meter long, hung from the hilt, and the metallic end scraped against the ground with a painfully grating sound. Qing Do turned to look at Jiang Yi, unable to help but smile bitterly. What are you doing out here? Jiang Yi's gaze fell on Qing Do's seemingly broken left arm. He showed no expression and ignored Qing Do's question, instead looking up at Li Jitian and everyone behind him. The crowd was puzzled by what this newcomer meant. But Jiang Yi suddenly broke into what seemed like an innocent smile. I heard you wanted my knife. As he spoke, he raised the knife with his left hand and held it up before him. As everyone's eyes fell on the knife, almost everyone gasped, especially Li Jitian, who instinctively stepped forward, greed flashing in his eyes. That's right. That knife is wasted on you, cripple. You should just give it to me. I can promise you that you can stay here without having to go out to gather supplies, and you will be provided with 2 meals a day. Everyone here is a master in competitive sports. Even if they might not know much about weapons, they can still recognize quality at a glance. While the gym isn't short on weapons, the black blade in Jiang Yi's hand is definitely among the best. A hint of greed glimmered in everyone's eyes. Yet no one dared to compete with Li Jitian for it. After scanning the crowd, Jiang Yi's expression suddenly darkened. Oh, really? His left hand, which was gripping the hilt, shook violently, causing the scabbard that had been tightly secured to fall away. The blade gleamed with a dark light, its pitch-black edge sharp and mesmerizing. Everyone inhaled sharply. Even from a distance, they could feel the blade's sharpness. The greedy desire in Li Jitian's eyes was nearly overflowing, and Jiang Yi clearly saw his expression. Suddenly, he smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. Perhaps you don't yet understand its power. Why not let you experience it firsthand? Li Jitian breathed heavily. Stop wasting time. I'll test it myself. Hand over the knife. Jiang Yi ignored him, tilting his head to look at the hesitant Qing Tu. Suddenly, he threw the knife towards him. Qing Tu felt a mix of anxiety and disappointment. He had returned the knife to Jiang Yi despite everyone's objections, but now Jiang Yi was personally handing it back. Perhaps, at this moment, his knife was crying. Suddenly, everything went dark. Instinctively, Qing Tu's right hand reached out and caught the black shadow in midair. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, he looked down at the black blade he was holding, its surface adorned with wave-like patterns that seemed to possess a mysterious allure, almost pulling his spirit in. Jiang Yi, what do you mean by this? Qing Tu asked, confused. Jiang Yi, carefully leaning against the wall, looked up at Li Jitian, who wore a disbelieving expression. Aren't you about to duel him? Perfect timing. Show him the capabilities of my blade. The crowd fell silent in shock. When Li Jitian finally reacted, he roared in fury. You little brat, do you dare to play games with me? Are you looking for death? Suddenly, Qing Tu smiled, his right arm swinging, the black blade pointing to the ground. Li Jitian, come on. Li Jitian hesitated for a moment, glancing warily at the blade-wielding Qing Tu. The memory of the Qingtu who once terrified him seemed to come back to life. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "You little brat. Don't think that just because you have a knife, you can defeat me. Go to hell." With a flash, he moved at lightning speed towards Qingtu, swinging the baseball bat down upon him. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Was this guy a speedster? Qingtu was likely in danger. But unexpectedly, as Li Jitian approached, Qingtu's eyes shifted slightly. With his right hand, he raised the knife and struck down, intercepting the descending bat. The force of the impact made his hand sink slightly. But then the resistance vanished instantly. Li Jitian's full-force swing halted for a moment, and the broken bat fell to the ground with a sharp clattering sound. The crowd gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Li Jitian saw Qingtu's hand sweeping towards him and shouted, releasing the remaining half of the bat in a flash, which clattered to the ground. With a swift motion, Qingtu stepped forward, swinging his sword twice before bringing it down decisively. However, he stopped mid-air, maintaining his stance. Li Jitian, shocked, raised his head to see the blade hovering above him, having severed a lock of his hair. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 27. The abduction of Qingtu. Qingtu's expression was solemn, as if he had accomplished something of great significance. When he saw Li Jitian sitting on the ground, completely devoid of fighting spirit, he slowly sheathed his sword and stood tall. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Even Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasp, his mouth agape. He knew Qingtu was strong, but he never expected him to be even more powerful than he had imagined. It was important to note that Li Jitian was not only skilled in combat, but had also awakened his speed abilities. The combination of these factors made him potentially stronger than Guohanxue. Yet, this formidable opponent couldn't withstand even 3 moves from Qingtu before suffering a complete defeat. Heavens, just how strong is this guy Qingtu? Everyone snapped out of their shock, their eyes flashing with fear and regret as they looked at Qingtu. Among the crowd, Zhu Caijuan's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, deep resentment mixed with a hint of satisfaction. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Qingtu's strength had surpassed his expectations, and plans would need to change. With that in mind, Zhu Caijun cleared his throat and took a couple of steps forward. Qingtu, what just happened was Jitian's fault. We've all been under a lot of pressure lately, and his temper isn't great. He lost control for a moment, and I'd like to apologize on his behalf. Let us just forget about this and work hard together from now on, hoping to wait for rescue together. Zhu Caijuan's words were an attempt to placate Qingtu. Qingtu looked at him, silent, but his wise eyes revealed a glimmer of clarity. Leaving Zhu Caijuan's carefully crafted excuses stuck in his throat, Jiang Yi observed the unfolding scene, a smile creeping onto his face. He hadn't expected that in such a small gym, there would be so much hidden talent, with just a handful of people creating a drama akin to a palace intrigue. However, he had no intention of getting tangled up with these guys. Since Qingtu had saved his life, Jiang Yi didn't want him to remain trapped in this quagmire. So what do you think, classmate? My sword skills are quite impressive, right? Jiang Yi said, approaching the still recovering Li Jitian. Li Jitian stared blankly at Jiang Yi, a mix of emotions swirling within him. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have fought Qingtu, let alone lost so miserably. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, those two wouldn't have fought. You're just a troublemaker. Someone shouted from behind Zhu Caijun, causing Zhu Caijun's expression to darken as he muttered under his breath about the uselessness of that person. Qingtu also looked up, but the one who had shouted had already shut their mouth. Jiang Yi recognized who had insulted him, but he didn't mind. Instead, he laughed. Oh, that description is quite fitting. But if I'm a troublemaker, then what does that make you? Hearing Jiang Yi's retort, everyone's expressions turned dark. Li Jitian almost let out a string of curses, but hesitated when he remembered that Qingtu was standing nearby. In the end, he lacked the courage to speak his mind. Zhu Caijun noticed the change in Qingtu's expression and thought it was bad news. However, seeing the new guy in front of him stirring up everyone's emotions only fueled his resentment. He said, "Look, no matter what, we took you in. Is this how you treat your saviors? Your savior? Wasn't it Qingtu who saved me? Who else among you has ever helped me? Can anyone step forward?" No one spoke up. Jiang Yi stood tall and scanned the room, then sneered dismissively. "Besides, I didn't come here for free. I've already shared a whole pack of food with you all." Zhu Caijuan's face turned red with anger. Since becoming the student council president, it was the first time someone dared to speak to him like that. But Jiang Yi's words left him speechless. Li Jitian struggled to stand up, his face full of fury. "So what? We don't support freeloaders here. That little bit of food you shared is barely enough for a day. You're not welcome here. So get out." While addressing Jiang Yi, his gaze remained fixed on Qingtu's face. In his eyes, Jiang Yi was now allied with Qingtu. The memory of that stunning blow left him feeling anxious, and with Qingdao around, he felt no courage at all. Humph, the accommodation fees here are ridiculously high. You don't need to kick me out. I wouldn't want to stay in this dump anyway. He then winked at Qingdao. Could you help me grab my backpack? Qingdao initially wanted to intervene in the conflict between Jiang Yi and Li Jitian, but when he noticed Jiang Yi's subtle signal, he reluctantly complied and went inside to retrieve Jiang Yi's backpack. Jiang Yi glanced at his bag and then said to Qingdao, "So what do you think? Want to come with me? I don't think you're welcome here anymore." Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaijun became anxious and stepped forward, wanting to say something. But Li Jitian spoke up first. Exactly, Qingdao. Since you insist on taking this guy in, then you should go with him. You're strong and obviously look down on us ordinary folks. You're not welcome here either. Li Jitian pulled Zhu Kaijun urgently, but Zhu Kaijun shrugged off his hand. Qingdao, who never intended to agree, was taken aback. He looked up at the faces of those he had lived with for over 10 days, only to see expressions of distance, disdain, and fear. A chill ran through him, and he lowered his head with a bitter smile. I understand. Zhu Kaijun panicked. Qingdao couldn't leave. His strength was unparalleled, and he lacked ambition. With him here, Zhu Kaijun could confidently lead. But Li Jitian and the others clearly had no idea what he was thinking. Hearing Qingdao agree to leave, Li Jitian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Qingdao left, he would forever be the second in command. Without a team, Qingdao would end up as nothing more than a burden, and the inevitable outcome would be being torn apart by the monsters outside. Jiang Yi grinned. Although the method wasn't ideal, he was quite satisfied with the outcome. However, he couldn't just let Qingdao leave like that. He grabbed Qingdao, who was trying to walk away, and said, "You can't just leave like this. If you're going, you need to take your share of the supplies with you." Zhu Kaijun frowned, thinking of ways to keep Qingdao from leaving, even if it meant keeping that useless E around. But when he heard Jiang Yi's words, his selfish instincts kicked in, and he instinctively opposed. No way. These supplies belong to everyone. There's nothing that belongs to you. Suddenly realizing his mistake, Zhu Kaijun wanted to slap himself. What was he even saying? Qingdao initially wanted to say he didn't need anything, but seeing the expressions of everyone who clearly had no intention of sharing anything with him, his heart tightened. After all, he was the one who went out every day to find food and brought back the most. If it weren't for these people, the things he found could easily last him 3 to 4 months without any problems. Feeling cold inside, Qingdao no longer felt any attachment to these people. Blocking Jiang Yi's attempt to speak, Qingdao said calmly, "I don't want anything else. I just want to take my knife and my belongings." Seeing Qingdao's expression, Zhu Kaijun realized that they had messed everything up. Not wanting to make the situation any worse, he quickly agreed. "Of course, that's your own stuff." Li Jitian opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to object, but Qingdao's cold glare made him swallow his words. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised by the expressions of the others. Since Qingdao had already made his decision, he didn't want to argue any further. The two walked side by side, and everyone else immediately stepped aside, watching them leave. The two walked slowly. After all, they were both in bad shape. Fortunately, the changing room wasn't too far away. As Jiang Yi followed him into the changing room, a foul smell hit him, making his vision blur. He hadn't expected that these people were living in the changing room. The hall was large enough for 300 people to change clothes, but apart from the space for lockers, the rest of the area had been turned into makeshift sleeping quarters. Only a few beds made from changing room benches stood out. There were no other people in the hall. The two who saw them come in were mechanically going about their business, showing no interest in the newcomers. Jiang Yi frowned at the littered floor and took a step back, deciding to wait there. Qingdao was indifferent, walking over to his locker and quickly packing his things into a sports duffel bag. He also changed into a black training outfit, but unlike before, this outfit had a thick black belt tied around the waist, with 2 knives sheathed on the right side. The knives were not in the style of traditional Chinese long swords. Jiang Yi squinted, sizing up the newly outfitted Qingdao, especially those 2 knives. Though Qingdao looked no different on the surface, Jiang Yi instinctively felt that he appeared sharper and more formidable with the knives. The 2 knives resembled his own Tang sword style, but had noticeably larger curves, one long and one short, one black and one white. The white one is a long sword, with a dark golden hilt that is circular and fits snugly onto the scabbard. The handle is woven with green rope. The black sword is a short blade, only about a foot long, entirely pitch black, with only the hilt displaying a bright color. The hilt features intricate hollow patterns, and the entire sword, from the handle to the scabbard, is made of wood. In the middle of the handle, there is a metallic decorative nail, with half a white gemstone embedded in it. Holding the sword in his right hand, Qingdao walked up to Jiang Yi without looking back and simply said, "Let's go." Jiang Yi smiled and, without hesitation, followed him out of the changing room. Upon exiting, they encountered Li Zhitian and Zhu Kaijun. The two seemed to have had some sort of argument, glaring at each other in silence. It wasn't until they saw Qingdao that Zhu Kaijun put on an apologetic smile and said, "Qingdao, you're always welcome back here." Qingdao didn't respond, seemingly ignoring everyone as he brushed past Zhu Kaijun, who was taken aback by his behavior, his face turning as colorful as a flower. Jiang Yi bit his lip, wanting to laugh, but his body was battered and he was afraid of the pain. As the two reached the first floor, they could hear Li Zhitian's furious shouts and the sound of things being smashed. Jiang Yi noticed that when Qingdao reached the first floor, his body suddenly relaxed, and he even let out a heavy sigh. Realizing he was feeling down, Jiang Yi couldn't help but tease him. They walked into the hall, and Jiang Yi took a quick look around, noting that the gymnasium was enormous but quite empty, with the main entrance blocked by a mess of debris, making it impossible to get through. The dried bloodstains on the floor made it clear that this place was anything but peaceful. Qingdao didn't pay much attention to that. He looked troubled as he set his bag down and turned to Jiang Yi, saying, "All right, this is it. If you want to find Guohuan Xue, you should be able to find her on the 4th floor by taking the stairs." Jiang Yi hesitated, asking, "What about you?" Qingdao forced a smile, saying, "I need to go find somewhere else to hide for a while. It's been too long. I don't think help is coming. My parents are unreachable in Yamato, and I want to see if there's any way to get to Yamato Island." Jiang Yi was taken aback. This guy was too naive. Even before the apocalypse, getting out of the country wasn't something that could be done immediately, let alone now. During the apocalypse, who knows if there are even flights or ships to Yamato? Even if there were, how could they possibly take Qingdao along? Moreover, Jiang Yi didn't believe that the sky and sea were any safer than the land right now. However, it was clear that Qingdao was just talking, self-mockingly gazing outside and saying, "Heh, if I actually succeed, wouldn't that be quite a feat in the apocalypse?" Jiang Yi felt like knocking some sense into him. "If you're looking for a safer place, the cafeteria is actually a good option." Qingdao nodded, as Jiang Yi had already mentioned the situation there before. However, the cafeteria is not nearby, so it's clearly not that easy to get there. Jiang Yi noticed Qingdao's hesitation and thought for a moment before saying, "How about this? I'll hire you as my bodyguard." Qingdao was taken aback, looking at Jiang Yi with a somewhat foolish expression, completely not understanding his meaning. Jiang Yi chuckled, "As you've seen, I'm all bruised up right now, and since I'm hiding here, there's no way I can go back to the cafeteria. In my current state, even a random zombie could kill me. So, you might as well help me out again since you saved me once. Protect me during this time until I recover. And as for the payment..." Jiang Yi thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. "The payment will be that I'll cover all your meals during this time. Plus, I'll take you to the cafeteria. What do you think?" Qingdao was stunned, looking at him strangely. "But it seems like all your food has already been taken by them. What are you going to pay me with?" Jiang Yi smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry about that. I'll make sure you eat well. So what do you say?" Without much hesitation, Qingdao nodded. "All right, it's settled then. From now on, I'm your bodyguard. But you better not keep getting me into trouble." Jiang Yi was a bit incredulous at how readily Qingdao agreed. If it were him, he probably wouldn't accept such a joke of a job. But seeing the clarity in Qingdao's eyes, Jiang Yi suddenly understood that he hadn't really believed in the job offer. He just genuinely wanted to help. Only with such a mindset could he carry the weight of responsibility with such ease. Once Jiang Yi realized this, he couldn't help but laugh. Qingdao felt a bit awkward, as if he hadn't said anything funny. "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Yi pointed at their arms. "Look, I have a companion now. 2 one-armed heroes." Haha. When Qingdao caught on, he couldn't help but feel his spirits lift and even playfully nudged Jiang Yi with his right arm, which caused both of them to wince in pain and grimace. But despite the light-hearted moment, they still needed to tend to their wounds. Qingdao led Jiang Yi to a vacant room, and the two of them used their one good arm each to help bandage each other's injuries. Jiang Yi had many wounds, but most were superficial. The worst were the bite marks on his right arm and left shoulder. Thankfully, nothing seemed to have hit any vital areas, and he could endure the pain enough to wiggle his fingers. On the other hand, Qingdao's right arm was not only twisted but also swollen and bruised. It was clear that Qingdao had some experience with treating injuries. He let out some blood from his arm and fashioned a makeshift sling using a bandage to hang his arm around his neck. Both of them had injured arms, which seemed like a coincidence and even somewhat humorous, but in reality, Qingdao was not optimistic. He knew full well that both of their arm injuries were serious, and even before the apocalypse, they would need at least half a year of careful recovery. But now, there were no hospitals, no doctors, and not even suitable medications available. The arms of the two individuals were beyond the possibility of healing. Upon hearing Qingdao's assessment, Jiang Yi couldn't help but frown. This was going to complicate things. as hunting for the advanced zombies would become even more difficult. Qingtu thought Jiang Yi was frightened by his words and tried to offer some gentle reassurance, completely unaware that Jiang Yi was merely contemplating who to give the healing potion to first. After tending to the injuries, Qingtu was astonished to see Jiang Yi pull out 2 rolls of meat from his bag. He took one, and, without needing to sniff it closely, the rich and savory scent of meat jelly wafted into his nose, instantly making his stomach rumble. Jiang Yi then produced 2 bottles of water and, hearing the sound, laughed. Go ahead and eat. It's a pity Guahanuer isn't here. Otherwise, we could enjoy a warm bowl of noodles. It had only been a day since he last saw her, and Jiang Yi found himself surprisingly missing the noodles she made. Unfortunately, despite being an academic overachiever, he had nearly 0 talent in cooking. Who would have thought that he could burn instant noodles? And that time he made handmade chocolates for Chunjiaji on Valentine's Day. He mistakenly used salt instead of sugar. Qingtu, however, was oblivious to Jiang Yi's extravagant thoughts, having not had a proper meal in nearly half a month. He couldn't believe there was something so delicious to eat now. He took a big bite, and amidst the rich meat flavor, his eyes closed in sheer bliss. It was incredibly delicious, indescribable. Even the finest Wagyu beef from Japan couldn't compare to the layered fat distribution of the meat roll in his hand. Jiang Yi watched in shock as Qingtu devoured the half a pound of tender meat in just a few bites, happily sucking the grease off his fingers. His gaze inadvertently fell on Qingtu's slender frame. While half a pound of meat didn't seem like much, the energy it contained was enough to satisfy an awakened ability user. Yet, this ordinary person had cleaned his plate completely. Noticing Jiang Yi's stare, Qingtu felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry. I haven't had anything this delicious in so long. I couldn't help myself." Jiang Yi shook his head. "Don't you feel a bit stuffed?" Qingtu patted his flat stomach and replied, "Not at all. I've always had a big appetite. My father said it's because I practiced swordsmanship as a child, which burns a lot of energy." Jiang Yi shook his head, feeling that wasn't quite the reason, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, there were plenty of people in this world with enormous appetites, and while the tender meat was energy-dense, it wasn't an excessive amount. However, he didn't dare let Qingtu eat more, fearing the energy from the food might overwhelm him. After finishing their meal, Qingtu felt drowsy, and Jiang Yi suggested they rest here for the night and head upstairs in the morning. Exhausted, Qingtu agreed, and the next moment, he collapsed onto the blanket spread out on the floor. Jiang Yi looked at him oddly as he fell into a deep sleep, never expecting that eating tender meat would have a calming effect on an ordinary person. He didn't realize that ordinary people cannot absorb external energy as effectively as those who have awakened their abilities. They can only passively endure the onslaught of energy. Moreover, the jade fat meat is essentially food created by awakened abilities, and an average person wouldn't even be able to handle the energy from a single portion. Only survivors like Qingtu, who possess a strong physique and steadfast will, can digest half a pound of jade fat meat in one go. Meanwhile, Qingtu, heavily injured and unaware during his sleep, had a massive amount of energy coursing through his body. Particularly, although the bones in his arm had not yet healed, it seemed as if an invisible membrane had formed over the wound, completely preventing any deterioration. It was slowly dissipating the internal bruising. It wasn't until the next day that Jiang Yi felt relieved upon seeing Qingtu awake, worried that Qingtu might have some complications. As a swordsman, Qingtu was acutely aware of his own body. The strange movement of his arm not only didn't worsen his condition, but in fact, felt much easier than the day before. Jiang Yi shot him a disgruntled glare. "It seems like you're the bodyguard here. Yet I ended up watching over you all night." Qingtu, caught off guard, lowered his head, looking apologetic. "I'm really sorry. I must have been too tired to sleep through the night." Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I was just saying that. You don't need to take it to heart." However, Qingtu felt guilty for accepting Jiang Yi's payment without completing the task, something that was hard for someone as self-disciplined as him to accept. After much coaxing, Jiang Yi finally managed to ease his guilt, though Qingtu still imposed a self-punishment of not eating anything for the day to remind himself of his responsibility. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Yi decided to let it go. After all, what was the point of arguing with someone from Yamato? Chapter 29. The shouting as Qingtu occasionally glanced over. Jiang Yi had another helping of jade fat meat. Braised flavor, rich in sauce. After feeling full, Qingtu, with a rumbling stomach, set off for the 4th floor. His right hand rested on the white knife at his waist, his sharp energy contained. This contrasted sharply with Jiang Yi's black knife, creating a striking visual difference. As Jiang Yi followed him upstairs, he couldn't shake the feeling that the entire gymnasium was eerily quiet. Both of them were injured, So the stairs that they usually climbed easily now made each step a painful reminder of their wounds. According to Qing Tu, the entire gymnasium, including the underground swimming pool, has 5 floors in total. Since it had only recently been officially opened, the building looked very new. The gymnasium included a swimming pool, an indoor basketball court, a volleyball court, and training facilities. In addition, the school allocated 2 floors for various clubs to train and practice. Among them were the Taekwondo Club, Kendo Club, and archery team. Due to conflicts between the clubs, they had voluntarily placed some foreign sports on the 2nd floor, while local Chinese martial arts clubs were situated on the 4th floor, because they couldn't stand each other. Qing Tu naturally had some understanding of the president of the Huashabao Club, Guo Huanxue. However, since Qing Tu was a year below Jiang Yi and the others, even though he had greater strength than the president, he didn't have the qualifications to represent the swordsmanship club. On the other hand, Guo Huanxue had already held the position of president in her sophomore year. Everyone in the university's competitive clubs knew her. Qing Tu's words made Jiang Yi a bit happy. He didn't expect Guo Huanxue to be so impressive, and now that such an impressive Guo Huanxue was on his team, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As Jiang Yi struggled to stand, Qing Tu, noticing his difficulty, frowned slightly and said, "Jiang Yi, how about we take a break? Your injuries are too serious. You can't push yourself any further." Jiang Yi, leaning on the handrail of the stairs and gasping for breath, reassured him, "Don't worry, we're already on the 3rd floor. Let's rest when we get there." Qing Tu hesitated for a moment but didn't voice his concerns. When the two of them finally made it to the 3rd floor, they looked up to see the entire corridor blocked by various makeshift barriers. They were both taken aback, and Jiang Yi instinctively reached out to touch the obstruction. Suddenly, a wooden stick shot out from the gap in the barriers, pointing straight at Jiang Yi's chest. Before Jiang Yi could react, Qing Tu immediately stepped in front of him, grabbing the stick with his right hand, pinning it in his palm. The person on the other side clearly didn't expect someone to catch his stick and shouted angrily, "Let go." But Qing Tu wasn't one to back down easily. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he held onto the stick tightly, not allowing the other party to pull it back. The two sides were locked in a struggle, the stick shaking violently and even hitting the obstacles, making a loud, clattering noise. At that moment, another stick shot out, aimed directly at Qing Tu's head. He quickly retracted his hand, and a loud commotion erupted from the other side. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated that Qing Tu would suddenly let go. The person, who had been pulling with all their might, was thrown off balance, and Qing Tu narrowly avoided being hit. "Who are you? Here to cause trouble?" The person on the other side was evidently furious, their voice dripping with anger. Jiang Yi squinted. It seemed getting through wouldn't be so simple. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'm here to find someone. Please let us pass." There were probably 2 or 3 people on the other side. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, they scoffed derisively. "There's no one here you're looking for. Scram. Or don't blame us for being rude." Jiang Yi frowned but continued. "The person I'm looking for is named Guo Huanxue. She should have arrived here the day before yesterday." Upon hearing that name, the other side fell silent for a moment. Then the same person spoke up again. "What is your relationship with President Guo?" It seemed Guo Huanxue had indeed arrived safely. And Jiang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he smiled and said, "I'm her classmate. We came here together the day before yesterday, but we got separated because of some zombies. We agreed to meet here." After muttering a few words, one person reluctantly shouted, "Stay put, I'll go ask." Although the beginning was not pleasant, as long as they could smoothly enter the 4th floor, Jiang Yi didn't mind the other person's hostility. After all, in the midst of an apocalypse, those who survived were no fools. It was only natural to be wary of strangers. Jiang Yi didn't have to wait long. After about 4 or 5 minutes, the obstacle in front of him shook, and to the surprise of both him and the other person, 3 figures agilely vaulted over the barrier and landed right in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi assessed the 3 individuals. One was holding a stick that resembled a camphor-wood staff, while another carried a wooden longbow, similar to Guo Huanxue, with a small quiver slung over his back. However, it was the person in the middle that caught Jiang Yi's attention. This person had dark skin and a robust build, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a physique that seemed twice as thick as an average person's. Jiang Yi estimated that this person's arms were thicker than his own thighs. Upon seeing this man, Qing Do instinctively gripped the handle of his knife, feeling an immediate sense of danger. The towering figure stood at the staircase, casting a cold glance at Jiang Yi and his companion, his eyes filled with contempt. "Is it you? Here to look for President Guo?" Jiang Yi didn't recognize this person, but from his imposing presence, he knew he was no ordinary individual. "Yes, I'm a classmate of hers. We escaped from the dormitory together, but I'm not sure if she is here." Li Gang smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. Another couple of wastes trying to tag along behind the president. Seriously, do you two have no sense of shame? Jiang Yi was taken aback, and Qing Do stepped forward. What did you say? He had always been among the best of his peers and had never been called a waste before. The towering Li Gang seemed unfamiliar with Qing Do, merely glancing down at the slightly over 170 centimeters tall youth. You little shrimp. Who are you? Suddenly, Li Gang's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Qing Do's outfit, finally landing on the weapons Jiang Yi and Qing Do were carrying. His expression changed instantly, and he spoke with irritation. You guys are from the Sword Art Society? What are you doing here? Get lost. You're not welcome here. Go back to your basement. Li Gang and his companions couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the insults directed at him, Qing Do felt anger swell within him. Despite his left hand being injured, he unsheathed his white knife with his right hand, but Jiang Yi pressed down on his arm, causing the blade to retract. Jiang Yi looked up, showing no signs of anger, and instead smiled. Excuse me, I'm curious about your identity. Do you have the authority to chase us away on behalf of President Guo? I came here with Guo Huanxue, and yet you're blocking our way. Is she being held by you? After speaking, Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened. I didn't realize that in this academic district, there are already those who can act with such impunity. After the apocalypse, Jiang Yi had killed hundreds of zombies, his killing intent already well honed. As an awakened one, when he released his aura, it immediately pressed down, even startling Qing Do, who looked at him in shock. Li Gang and the two behind him were even more shaken, instinctively shrinking back at Jiang Yi's questioning. Li Gang frowned and said, What nonsense are you talking? Do you think this is a gang? I just can't stand you fake foreign devils. Instead of practicing the excellent martial arts of Huaxia, you go and learn some flashy sword techniques from the Yamato nation. What do those even amount to? Can they compare to the martial arts passed down from our ancestors? Every time, it's us who end up making you cry for your mothers. Jiang Yi snorted coldly, raising the black knife in his hand and waving it in front of him. Who told you I'm practicing foreign swordsmanship? You have the nerve to claim you practice Huaxia martial arts. Are your eyes blind? You can't even distinguish the ancient Tang Dao of Huaxia and still dare to look down on others? You. Li Gang's face darkened further, and he stepped forward in fury, his large hands unconsciously forming fists. Jiang Yi showed no fear, coldly staring at him. What? Does this classmate want to find out if your fists are stronger or my knife is sharper? Li Gang held his breath for a long moment, feeling a lump in his chest. Just when everyone thought he would angrily attack Jiang Yi, he suddenly relaxed his fists, glaring at Jiang Yi with a grim expression. I can't argue with you, but don't get too cocky. Coming here isn't just about talking. If you want in, fine, but you must follow the rules here. Or don't blame me for throwing you off the 4th floor. After finishing, he turned and climbed back up. Despite his massive frame, he moved with incredible agility. Like a monkey, his heavy body not hindering him in the slightest. As these three left, Jiang Yi finally relaxed. Although he appeared unfazed by Li Gang's reaction, no one knew that during their confrontation, his back had been drenched in cold sweat. Only he had noticed that the other party was also an awakened one. Their strength was formidable, and with both he and Qing Do severely injured, fighting against him would be absolutely disadvantageous. Jiang Yi's eyes flickered. It was clear the other side sensed his awakened aura as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to back down in the end. However, soon both of them were dumbfounded, staring at the obstacles that nearly piled up to the rooftop, and upon considering their injuries, they exchanged bitter smiles. Li Gang, who had already climbed over, impatiently waited for a while, seeing they hadn't come over yet. He couldn't help but shout from a nearby gap, Hurry up. I've got a lot on my plate. But then he noticed the two hanging arms, cursing under his breath at the trouble. Nevertheless, he grabbed a box from beneath the obstacles with one hand and easily pulled it out. Jiang Yi was taken aback, finally noticing that although the box was below, its top was completely suspended, blocking the way. Once moved, it revealed a small door large enough for someone to bend down and crawl through. Jiang Yi didn't expect the other side's design to be so meticulous. After he and Qing Do squeezed through, Li Gang, with an unpleasant expression, blocked the heavy box again and clapped his hands. What a bunch of useless people. You talk so big, but it turns out you're just two invalids. Let me tell you, we don't have any medicine or doctors here. Moreover, I don't care how you got your injuries, but now you have to be quarantined. If you get infected and turn into zombies, don't blame me for not burying you. With that, he ignored Jiang Yi's feelings and strode upstairs. Chapter 30. The real Qinjiaji. Although they only officially occupied the 4th floor, they had actually already taken control of the 3rd floor. Therefore, Jiang Yi didn't meet Han Shui immediately, but was taken to the 3rd floor by Li Gang, who shouted at a female student organizing supplies there. Hanya, take these two to a room and lock them up. Let them out tomorrow. Without waiting for the busy studentess reaction, he ran upstairs. Jiang Yi frowned, wanting to call out to Li Gang. Quarantine? Another day wasted? At that moment, the girl across the room put down her work, adjusted her thick glasses, and cautiously walked over. She glanced at the wounds on both of them and then whispered, "Come with me." Jiang Yi wanted to save time. "Excuse me. Our injuries are not from zombie bites, and we didn't just arrive at the gym. We rested on the second floor yesterday. If we were infected, we would have turned into zombies by now, so quarantine isn't necessary, right?" As he spoke, Jiang Yi gestured for Qing Do to show his injuries. He couldn't let them see his wounds because, unlike Qing Do, all of his injuries were from zombies. If he hadn't awakened his abilities, those severe bite marks would have turned him into a zombie countless times already. The girl named Hanya pushed her glasses awkwardly. "I can't decide that. President Ma has stipulated that anyone coming in from outside must be quarantined for a day. Even if we encounter zombies outside and aren't injured, we still have to be quarantined for half a day." As she spoke, Hanya skillfully opened a storage room and gestured for them to go in. The two had no choice but to step inside. Hanya immediately locked the door from the outside and said through the gap, "Don't worry. As long as you don't turn into zombies, when you're let out, I'll ask someone to help you find an easier job. Here, as long as you work, you won't starve." With that, she ignored them and went back to her tasks. Qing Do sat cross-legged on a padded mat and smiled at Jiang Yi, who looked helpless. "It seems like the order here is pretty good. Much better than at the swimming pool." Jiang Yi pinched his head in frustration. "So what? This place isn't suitable for staying long. There's no food. We can only rely on people to search. With so many people, something is bound to happen sooner or later." Qing Do nodded. "Yes, a few days ago, all the food that could be found nearby was scavenged. Now, everyone has to go further to find food. The day before yesterday, 10 of us went out, and only 3, including me, returned safely." Thinking of this, his mood sank a bit. After all, there were still his former teammates in there. Just a few days ago, they were happily honing their sword skills together, and now, just days later, they were worlds apart. Qing Do had already suggested to Zhu Kaijun and the others that they should leave, but evidently, aside from a few who supported him, most were too frightened of the zombies to consider leaving. Despite the difficulty in finding supplies around the gymnasium, it had its advantages as well. Since there were fewer people here, the number of zombies was naturally lower. More importantly, the gymnasium was newly built and very sturdy. Hiding here, there was no need to worry about the zombies outside. Jiang Yi felt anxious, confined in the small, dark room, growing increasingly restless. In contrast, Qing Do remained quiet and composed, kneeling on the ground with his sword resting on his legs, maintaining a meditative state. If it weren't for the occasional gurgling sound coming from his stomach, Jiang Yi might have been genuinely fooled. Watching Qing Do sit there like a pro, Jiang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. After getting to know him, he realized that the legendary figure from the university was not at all aloof. He was just like anyone else. It was ridiculous that he had once thought Qing Do was beyond his reach. Stuck here, Jiang Yi couldn't think of any solutions. Trying to suppress his frustration, he leaned against the wall, but compared to Qing Do's proper kneeling posture, Jiang Yi looked lazy, like a black cat dozing in the sun. Pressing his palm against the wall, he glanced at his status. There wasn't much change in his attributes or level. Level 6. Experience, 6, 4964. Speed, 13. Defense, 7. Strength, 5, 5. Spirit, 5, 5. Constitution, 4. However, it had been so long since he parted ways with Guohuanxue, yet he was still in a team status? Wasn't the team mode supposed to require them to be together to be effective? But since his experience hadn't increased, it indicated that either she hadn't fought at all since they separated, or because they were apart, he couldn't gain her experience. Scratching his head in frustration, Jiang Yi realized there were too many unknowns about his abilities. The entire system template seemed overly crude. Looking at Guohuanxue's trust level, it had shockingly reached 90. Had he done something to impress her? Frowning, Jiang Yi strangely discovered that Qing Do wasn't listed in his teammate menu. After all, he had spent 2 or 3 days with Qing Do. If the team mode required a certain level of trust to be activated, that didn't seem to apply here, as the start with Qing Do was clearly more harmonious compared to his time with Guohuanxue. Yet even so, he and Qing Do hadn't activated the team mode. Ugh, this was so frustrating. With his left hand furiously scratching his head, Jiang Yi suddenly stood up under Qing Do's puzzled gaze. His abilities were still too weak. This was a golden opportunity to quickly enhance his strength, and he couldn't afford to waste time here. No, he had to see Guohuanxue as soon as possible. Jiang Yi was even starting to consider that if he really couldn't find her, he might as well just leave. He could accept that. After all, there were so many things he wanted to understand and a grudge from betrayal to settle. With that thought in mind, He hurried over to the door and knocked forcefully a few times. Soon, he heard Hanya's hesitant voice from outside. What's going on? Jiang Yi leaned against the door and whispered, Han, could you please open the door? I really have an urgent matter and need to get out right away. Hanya's troubled voice came through the door. I can't do that. It's not up to me. If I let you out, I'll be punished. I'm sorry. Jiang Yi frowned. He would rather face someone like Li Gang, a rough guy, than deal with someone as timid as Hanya. After pleading for a long time, Hanya stubbornly refused to open the door. In the end, with his voice nearly hoarse, Jiang Yi had to settle for a compromise. Can I ask you for a favor? I can trade you some food. Hanya, who had been refusing, paused when she heard the word food. Although they weren't lacking for food after the apocalypse, it was clear that as a girl who couldn't fight, she had never really felt full. Unable to resist the temptation of food, she hesitated and finally asked, what do you need? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as he thought. There's a chance. He quickly pressed on. Han, do you know Guahanxue, the president of the archery club? Hanya responded quickly, her voice brightening a bit. Yeah? I'm also in the archery club. Jiang Yi was overjoyed. Could you do me a favor and find her? Just tell her Jiang Yi is here. Hanya paused, clearly surprised that Jiang Yi knew her president. After all, their president was usually curt with boys and hardly engaged with them. She hesitated at Jiang Yi's request. I know she came back a couple of days ago, but I can't see her right now. I don't have the privilege to go upstairs. Jiang Yi frowned, feeling anxious. I'll give you 3 meals for just calling her upstairs. It's not like we're in feudal times, even if you're not allowed. You'll only get scolded a bit at most. Hanya was obviously timid, and despite Jiang Yi increasing the reward, she still seemed worried. Finally, after he promised her 2 bottles of clean mineral water, the girl who hardly ever felt full finally gritted her teeth and said, all right, but you better keep your word, or I won't let you off easy. Hearing the girl's almost comical warning, Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh, relieved that she had finally agreed. Now all they could do was wait. Qingdou looked at Jiang Yi with a strange expression and asked, do you really care about President Guahanxue? Is she your girlfriend? Jiang Yi was taken aback, unsure how Qingdou had come to think that he and Guahanxue were a couple. He quickly denied it. How could that be? I could never like that fierce woman. Qingdou seemed to ponder for a moment, his eyes revealing a probing look. Are you still with Qinjiaji? Jiang Yi looked at Qingdou. If he had been asked this question before, he would have proudly stated that their relationship was still strong. But now, he really couldn't bring himself to say it, not even to deceive himself. Seeing Jiang Yi's troubled expression, Qingdou mistakenly thought that he and Jia Zi had broken up and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows and looked at Qingdou. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Qingdou clearly struggled to control his expression, and when Jiang Yi pressed him, he became flustered. The more flustered he appeared, the more curious Jiang Yi became. In the end, Jiang Yi even threatened to withhold his food for tomorrow, prompting Qingdou to finally speak up. Jiang Yi, you know, I liked her before too. I even challenged you to a duel, but later I canceled it. Jiang Yi nodded. He definitely remembered that. At the time, Chun Jiazi had comforted him, saying that at least he wouldn't get hurt fighting someone else. He had felt very touched, thinking she was concerned about him. But now that he thought about it, her demeanor and tone back then suggested that she felt he could never defeat Qingdou, and there was no need for her to be embarrassed. Qingdou frowned. Actually, before the duel, I went to find her because I wanted to talk to her. I was outside her dorm and overheard her talking with other girls. Jiang Yi was stunned. He had no idea there was this whole backstory. However, from Qingdou's sudden cancellation of the duel, it was clear that what he heard wasn't anything good. But what Qingdou said next made Jiang Yi see a different side of Qinjiazi. Chapter 31. First encounter with Dongfang Tian. Jiang Yi listened in shock as Qingdou recounted the story, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. That day, I heard her say she really enjoyed the crazy things men would do to pursue her. She was even talking to her dorm mates about all the foolish things you had done for her, saying that whatever she wanted, you would give her. She also analyzed my family situation, saying if my family were wealthy, she would take the opportunity during our duel to abandon you. And she had already thought of a reason, that our duel, with her as the wager, was disrespectful to her. In fact, her classmates all knew she never regarded you as her boyfriend. Even during our duel, it was them who were spreading the news online. Because one of their boyfriends was the administrator of the school forum. Jiang Yi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His heart felt like it was being choked. He couldn't breathe. Even though he had understood Chun Jiazi's perspective from notes, hearing the truth about her from a former rival made his emotional wounds even deeper. What happened next was as he had known. After Qingdou saw Chun Jiazi's true nature, he decisively abandoned what had never been a real relationship and quickly canceled the duel, effectively ruining Chun Jiazi and her friends' plans. He even reported Zhu Kai-jun and had the forum administrator removed from their position. Because of this, a wave of posts slandering Qing Do appeared on the school forum, which only calmed down after the school intervened as the situation escalated. Jiang Yi listened quietly, his expression so calm it sent shivers down people's spines. He was a Navi. From Chun Jiaxi's notes, Jiang Yi realized that this woman was not as pure and lovable as he had thought. He understood that it wasn't that Chun Jiaxi had fallen out of love, but rather, she never truly regarded him as her boyfriend. He had always believed this was just a matter between the two of them, but it was clear that many others were aware of this situation. In fact, among the people around him, he was probably the only one kept in the dark. No wonder he had often been asked in strange tones whether he and Chun Jiaxi were a couple. At the time, Jiang Yi felt so proud. Now looking back, he realized how foolish he had been. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Yi's anger towards Chun Jiaxi intensified. He wanted to confront her and ask why she treated him this way. This wasn't about reconciliation. He simply wanted to hear how she would continue to deceive him. Moreover, he wanted her to pay a heavy price for deceiving him throughout 4 years of his youth, having killed over 100 zombies. Jiang Yi unconsciously exuded a menacing aura. Qing Tu, who was already sensitive to such vibes, felt the hair on his body stand on end. He instinctively gripped the knife on his thigh, staring in shock at Jiang Yi. How could he emanate such a terrifying presence? This feeling reminded him of the powerful warriors he had known, including his father. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Could Jiang Yi be strong? Bang! The safety doors suddenly slammed, breaking the tense atmosphere, startling both of them. Then, they heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Jiang Yi stood up, and the moment the door opened, someone rushed in from outside. Guo Huanxue excitedly screamed, "Jiang Yi, it's really you. You're not dead?" As she spoke, she leaped into his arms, laughing and calling out his name. Jiang Yi felt a wave of dizziness. "My hand. Miss, my hand." Only then did the overly excited Guo Huanxue realize her hands were gripping Jiang Yi's injured arm. Noticing the cold sweat on his face, she quickly retracted her hand, looking guilty and anxious. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to. How did you get such a serious injury? Have you treated it? Are there other injuries?" Meanwhile, Qing Tu stood to the side, dumbfounded, watching the oblivious Guo Huanxue, who had completely ignored him. Once the center of attention, he took 2 steps back, feeling dejected and drawing circles on the ground. Were they really not a couple? Was this overly excited demeanor truly the cold beauty he had heard about? Outside the door, several people shared the same complex feelings. Dongfang Tian stood calmly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, though his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, making a creaking sound. Hanya, who had opened the door, instinctively took 2 steps back in fear, unable to look up at Dongfang Tian. After a while, Guo Huanxue managed to regain her composure, noticed Qing Tu, and a flicker of something different flashed in her eyes. But she quickly returned to her cheerful self, playfully patting Jiang Yi. "You don't know how worried I was. I thought you were dead, and I cried over it yesterday." Jiang Yi proudly raised his chin and said, "Come on, with my skills, how could I possibly get bitten to death by a dog? I told you. Just wait here for me." Guo Huanxue looked at him, covered in injuries, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Oh please, with you like this. Even 3 of you wouldn't be enough for me to bully." Jiang Yi shut his mouth in frustration. He wanted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. With a triumphant turn, Guo Huanxue led them outside. It was then that Jiang Yi noticed a crowd waiting outside. Clearly, they had all come with Guo Huanxue. Guo Huanxue took the opportunity to introduce Jiang Yi. "This is Dongfang Tian, the president of the martial arts club. Before the apocalypse, he was an ally of our archery team. Don't underestimate him. He comes from a family of martial artists. Dongfang, this is Jiang Yi, my friend and now my captain." After hesitating for a moment, Guo Huanxue awkwardly added the last part. From the moment Jiang Yi allowed her to escape, Guo Huanxue began to understand what he meant when he said they were teammates. In the past, Guo Huanxue was the leader of the entire club. However, this also meant that the members respected her greatly but relied on her heavily. Whenever something went wrong, their first instinct was to seek her out for a solution, leaving her feeling exhausted and unable to rely on anyone. It wasn't until Jiang Yi showed up that she truly understood what it meant to have a teammate. Jiang Yi smirked. The impulsive actions he had taken earlier finally felt worthwhile. To have someone as powerful as Guo Huanxue acknowledge him made him feel even more elated. Dongfang Tian frowned slightly, fully aware of how formidable Guo Huanxue was. He couldn't help but wonder why she, who was usually so distant with others, was so close to someone so seemingly weak. Especially earlier, when Guo Huanxue's instinctive excitement sparked a strong sense of crisis within Dongfang Tian. Everyone knew that he had liked Guo Huanxue for over a year. He had confessed to her once, but was rejected. As someone who was used to getting what he wanted, Dongfang Tian felt disappointed, but was even more determined to win her over. For the past year, Gua Hanyue and her club had been under his protection. He was gradually trying to win her feelings through this means. In fact, he was on the verge of success. Gua Hanyue only smiled when she spoke to him, which made Dongfang Tian feel that he held a unique place in her heart compared to others. A few days ago, Gua Hanyue's sudden return thrilled Dongfang Tian. However, she didn't appear as he had imagined, despite having struggled for half a month in the apocalypse. Gua Hanyue returned looking more impressive than ever. Although her appearance was somewhat disheveled, her whole demeanor was even more striking than before. Upon learning that she had awakened her abilities just like him, Dongfang Tian grew even more excited, feeling as though fate was pushing them together. However, he soon realized that while Gua Hanyue had returned, her thoughts didn't seem to be here. She even rejected the idea of him letting her take back control of the archery team. Having taken control of the gym, Dongfang Tian felt pleased at Gua Hanyue's compliance. In a post-apocalyptic world, women should be more obedient. However, the appearance of Jiang Yi shattered Dongfang Tian's fantasies. In front of them, Dongfang Tian suddenly realized that he was merely an ordinary friend in Gua Hanyue's eyes. Only this person could make Gua Hanyue shine with confidence. Clenching his fist, a flash of hatred crossed Dongfang Tian's mind as he assessed Jiang Yi. He couldn't be allowed to stay. As Dongfang Tian scrutinized Jiang Yi was also sizing up Dongfang Tian. This man was similar to Qing Do, a prominent figure in his own right. But Dongfang Tian surpassed Qing Do in every aspect. His family background and character were commendable, especially since he had nearly become the student council president, only to later withdraw, claiming he wanted to focus on managing his club. Back then, the school had high expectations for him, and it was practically decided that he would take the position. Dongfang Tian wasn't particularly tall. He was even slightly shorter than Jiang Yi. However, his physique was exceptionally well proportioned. Wearing just a t-shirt, his muscles were clearly defined, and his strong, powerful arms indicated that he worked out regularly. Behind him, Qing Do watched Dongfang Tian with a hint of nervousness. When he first joined the Kendo Club, Qing Do had represented his team to challenge Dongfang Tian, but he lost miserably in that battle. It even made him doubt his own skills in Kendo. However, after a phone call with his father, he managed to overcome that mental shadow. It was then that he realized that his fight against Dongfang Tian could have ended quickly. Yet he had endured for a full hour under his opponent's control. Every minute was a heavy blow to him. Every move he tried was effortlessly countered by Dongfang Tian, who didn't launch a single attack throughout. Dongfang Tian had worn him out. He didn't just defeat Qing Do physically, he crushed his spirit. Thus, Qing Do held a deep-seated resentment towards Dongfang Tian, especially after the apocalypse, when Dongfang Tian's actions made Qing Do feel increasingly aggressive every time they met. Just as Qing Do's emotions grew complex, Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi locked eyes. Dongfang Tian approached with a friendly smile, extending his right hand toward him. "I've heard so much about you from Hanyue. It's great to finally meet you." His outstretched hand paused momentarily, and then he looked at Jiang Yi with a smile and pulled back his hand. "I forgot, you can't shake hands." Chapter 32. Invitation and Killing Intent. Dongfang Tian's hand stopped briefly upon realizing Jiang Yi couldn't shake hands, and he smiled as he retracted it. Gua Hanyue frowned slightly. Although Dongfang Tian's tone seemed casual, she instinctively felt something was off. Jiang Yi, however, appeared completely unfazed, his face beaming with a smile. "Senior Dongfang, I've long admired your reputation. This is my first time seeing you in person. Truly, you are a dragon among men. Seeing you in the flesh is far better than hearing about you." Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi's smiling face and lowered his eyelids, chuckling. "Classmate Jiang Yi, you're just joking. I'm just an ordinary student too. I know you've had a tough time these past few days, but don't worry, for Han Shui's sake. I will definitely take good care of you." After saying this, his gaze shifted to Qing Do, and a smile spread across his face. "Classmate Ji, we meet again. Our last encounter was quite enlightening for me. I was worried you might run into some trouble, but I'm glad to see you back. So, are you planning to leave again? Why not join my team? With your strength, I can have you lead a squad. What do you think?" Dongfang Tian seemed to have completely forgotten the previous grievances between them, now wholeheartedly inviting Qing Do. After all, Qing Do's combat skills were very appealing to him. Even as an ordinary person, Qing Do's fighting ability was not inferior to that of Li Gang and the others. Fully aware of the importance of talent in the apocalypse, Dongfang Tian was no longer focused on suppressing the rising star, Qing Do. However, he misjudged the impact he had on Qing Do, who was always on guard against him and would never accept his goodwill. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Do instinctively became wary at the sight of Dongfang Tian's signature smile. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. He could sense something was off with Qing Do, and that change was related to Dongfang Tian. With this thought in mind, He shot a glance at Dongfang Tian. Despite trying to recruit Qing Do, Dongfang Tian did not overlook Jiang Yi, whom he had just regarded as a formidable enemy. Noticing Jiang Yi's gaze, Dongfang Tian said, "This must be classmate Jiang, right? I wonder if you'd be willing to join our team and survive together." As if to consider Jiang Yi's feelings, Dongfang Tian even shot a glance at Guo Hanxue. "You're a friend of Hanxue's, so if you're willing, you can directly join the team I lead." The envy and jealousy flickered in the eyes of his former classmates, now subordinates. Dongfang Tian was powerful, and his team was not only safer but also enjoyed the best supplies. Everyone was eager to get in, but the standards for selection were extremely high, far beyond what those who had only practiced martial arts for a few months could dream of achieving. It was easy to imagine that if Jiang Yi, whose right hand was disabled, truly joined Dongfang Tian's team, everyone in the gym would pay extra attention to him. They all felt that Jiang Yi would surely be grateful and accept Dongfang Tian's kind offer. To their surprise, Jiang Yi waved his hand without a second thought. "No need for that. I'm just here to find Guo Hanxue. As for joining your team." Jiang Yi paused, glancing at Dongfang Tian and Qing Do before adding, "Let us skip that. We have other things to do, and with President Dongfang protecting us here, I'm sure we'll be just fine." Jiang Yi's blatant rejection made Dongfang Tian's expression darken, and the anger of those behind him surged instantly. They couldn't believe that they personally invited a waste, and he dared to refuse. The students who had long regarded Dongfang Tian as their protector probably would have already lashed out at Jiang Yi for his ignorance, if it weren't for the circumstances. "Dongfang Tian, thank you for your kindness, but Jiang Yi has other matters to attend to and won't be staying here long." Feeling that the situation was getting a bit out of hand, Guo Hanxue stepped forward slightly to block half of Jiang Yi's body. A flicker of darkness crossed Dongfang Tian's eyes as he looked gently at Guo Hanxue. "I see. Since Hanxue has said so, I want to insist. However, during your recovery, let me take good care of you as your host. Jiang, please." Without bringing up the topic of whether he would continue to be confined, Dongfang Tian stepped aside to clear the way behind him. Guo Hanxue happily called for Jiang Yi to follow her to rest, and Jiang Yi sighed in relief. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead, turned around, and reached into his backpack, pulling out 2 bottles of mineral water to hand to Hanya, who was standing aside. Hanya, feeling anxious about everyone leaving, was taken aback when the man she really recognized as the president handed her 2 bottles of water, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. However, remembering that everyone was watching her, she felt a bit shy about accepting them. Jiang Yi smiled and pressed them into her hands. "Here, this is your reward. Thank you for delivering my message." As he spoke, he intended to take out 3 portions of jade fat meat for her. Guo Hanxue glanced at Hanya with curiosity and leaned in. "Jiang Yi, what's going on?" Jiang Yi explained with a smile. "I asked her to help me find you and deliver a message, and I promised her 3 portions of food as a reward." Guo Hanxue nodded and looked at Hanya. She recognized her as a former club member, but since Hanya had only recently joined, she had been too busy organizing team events to pay much attention. Seeing that Jiang Yi was about to take out the extraordinary meat, Guo Hanxue instinctively didn't want him to do that, and immediately pressed down on his hand that was about to reveal it. "Forget it. How much food do you even have? The bag of food you left with me is still here. I can give her 5 packs of instant noodles. That should be enough." Jiang Yi paused for a moment. Since there was an alternative, he didn't want to reveal the existence of the jade fat meat too much. Dongfang Tian, who had been listening, clearly understood, and with a deep glance at Hanya, smiled as he walked over to Guo Hanxue's side. "This small matter doesn't need to trouble you. Han, today you can directly collect 5 days' worth of food from the supplies. Just make a note of it later." Both Guo Hanxue and Jiang Yi were taken aback. Jiang Yi wanted to refuse, as he didn't want to get too entangled with Dongfang Tian. But Guo Hanxue nodded first. "That works. I'll make it up to you later." Dongfang Tian looked at her with fondness. "Why should we even mention such things between us? The people here are also part of your team." Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood that Dongfang Tian had feelings for Guo Hanxue. It's hard to say whether Guo Hanxue has any feelings for him in that regard. She probably does. After all, Dongfang Tian is quite a handsome and talented person. Under Dongfang Tian's guidance, Yi and Qing Do made their way up to the 4th floor. Originally, the 4th floor consisted of 4 training halls, but after the apocalypse, Dongfang Tian made full use of these halls, turning them into the largest resting area for survivors. Since there were no beds available, everyone used the foam mats they laid out during training as makeshift mattresses. Although there weren't many blankets, it was summer, so sleeping at night wasn't too difficult. The training area that originally belonged to the martial arts club had been transformed by Dongfang Tian into a private space for himself and his trusted confidants. Ordinary survivors were not allowed in, as this place not only held important supplies, but was also where Dongfang Tian issued his orders. The other two halls were converted into a kitchen and a training room. Those who didn't go out to search for supplies would spend their time in these two areas. Dongfang Tian was giving Jiang Yi and Qingdou a tour of the fourth floor, paying particular attention to Qingdou, clearly still hoping to recruit him. Unfortunately, since arriving on the fourth floor, Qingdou had remained silent, merely following Jiang Yi with his injured left hand raised, looking every bit the capable bodyguard. Not only Dongfang Tian, but even Guo Yue was surprised by how closely Qingdou was sticking to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi glanced around the fourth floor, but didn't seem too concerned about Dongfang Tian's plans. After all, no matter how well Dongfang Tian had organized things, he had overlooked a crucial point. He simply didn't have enough manpower. Counting everyone, Jiang Yi saw there were barely 30 people. And with those who might be out searching, the team wouldn't exceed 50 people. It didn't seem worth Dongfang Tian's effort. Without reinforcements, even the strongest team would be fleeting and not worth much attention. Guo Yue noticed Jiang Yi's indifferent demeanor and found it amusing. Since she had accepted Jiang Yi, she often found many interesting and entertaining things about him. Sensing that Jiang Yi was getting a bit overwhelmed by Dongfang Tian, Guo Yue timely interrupted Dongfang Tian, who was in high spirits. Enough, Dongfang Tian, they're still injured. Let them rest. Dongfang Tian seemed to finally realize. Glancing apologetically at Guo Yue before addressing Qingdou, my oversight. I'll arrange a place for both of you to rest and get you some medicine. Guo Yue shook her head. No need to bother. Just let Jiang Yi rest with me. I still have things to discuss with him. Without waiting for Dongfang Tian to object, she snatched Jiang Yi's bag and led him toward the bed that Dongfang Tian had arranged for her. Dongfang Tian watched Guo Yue walk away with narrowed eyes, a broad smile on his face as he chatted with Jiang Yi. His fists clenched tightly. Thanks to Dongfang Tian's goodwill, Guo Yue's resting place was clearly much better than that of ordinary survivors. Initially, Dongfang Tian had intended for her to stay in the martial arts venue where he lived, but Guo Yue had declined. In the large break area, Dongfang Tian had finally set aside a corner for her, using cabinets to create a private space. In this post-apocalyptic world, did people still care about such things? Jiang Yi looked at the resting spot in front of him, nodding in satisfaction, before wearily sitting down on a mattress next to Qingdou. After holding back her words for a long time, Guo Yue finally had the chance to speak. Jiang Yi, how did you manage to escape? Why didn't you come earlier? I've been waiting for you for almost 3 days. Jiang Yi forced a smile. All right. With so many questions, how am I supposed to answer them all? After calming her down, Jiang Yi briefly recounted the events of the past few days. The craziness of the battles made Guo Yue's heart race, while the actions of Zhu Kaijun and Li Zhitian left her outraged. When she learned that Qingdou had protected Jiang Yi, she smiled and thanked him. Qingdou felt a bit flustered in front of Guo Yue, even slightly blushing. It wasn't anything. Jiang Yi is so strong, he didn't really need my help. Besides, I was compensated for it, so there's no need for thanks. Chapter 33. The failed experiment. Jiang Yi hurriedly interrupted their polite exchanges, turning to Guo Yue and asking, Huan Yue, what about your corpse core? Can I borrow it? Guo Yue's face stiffened as she looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. You were gone for so many days. I wanted to quickly increase my strength, so I used it. What's wrong? Jiang Yi's heart sank, a hint of urgency flashing across his face. Since it had already been used, he could only sigh helplessly. I was hoping to try using your corpse core to heal our injuries. It would make it easier for us to leave. Guo Yue suddenly seemed to realize something, her expression turning anxious. What should we do? Should I ask Dongfang Tian? He might have some leftover corpse cores. Jiang Yi stopped her, gently shaking his head. Forget it, we'll figure out our own problems. Qingdou, who had been listening, was somewhat puzzled by their conversation but began to understand that there might be a way to treat both his and Jiang Yi's injuries. The thought made him excited. After all, if his left hand was really useless, he couldn't accept that at all. Eagerly, he asked, Are you talking about the corpse cores that come from zombies' foreheads? The two, who had been troubled, simultaneously froze and looked at Qingdou. Guo Yue was somewhat excited. Yes. The kind with a red dot in the middle of their foreheads. Have you seen them? Qingdou nodded, and under their astonished gaze, he pulled out a fiery red stone from his training suit. Ah, this is it. Guo Yue exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, equally thrilled as he took the core, still warm from Qingdou's body, unable to believe it. You killed this? How is that possible? Qingdou, unsure of what was going on, nodded honestly. Yeah, a few days ago, I encountered a very special zombie. Its speed and strength were quite ordinary, but its skin was incredibly tough. I had to strike 3 times to cut its neck. This thing rolled out from the little hole in its forehead. I didn't know what it was for, so I kept it. Seeing Qingtou's dissatisfied expression, Jiang Yi and Guohanyue exchanged speechless glances. Even without words, Jiang Yi could clearly read what Guohanyue wanted to say from her eyes. Are you sure this guy hasn't awakened any powers? How is he even stronger than me? Looking at Guohanyue's expression filled with confusion, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly. He was just as curious about how strong Qingtou really was. This is a corpse core. For those of us who have awakened abilities, consuming it can enhance our powers. But since you don't have your own abilities yet, you absolutely cannot eat it recklessly. It could kill you. Concerned that Qingtou might not understand, Jiang Yi carefully explained its importance. Qingtou glanced disdainfully at the corpse core, thinking, who would want to eat something that fell out of a human body? In that case, you can have it, he said. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Give it to me? Don't you know how precious this thing is? With a look of indifference, Qingtou replied, so what? I can't use it anyway. Since you need it urgently, just take it. Jiang Yi felt a bit complicated, but was grateful as he patted Qingtou on the shoulder. All right, consider it a loan. I'll return it to you later. Guohanyue, however, didn't have much of a reaction and urged, Jiang Yi, hurry up and try it. Jiang Yi nodded. Knowing it wasn't the time for sentimentality, he focused his thoughts, trying to store the corpse core in his ability space. However, his face turned red from straining. As his powers showed no reaction to the core at all, he exchanged a disappointed glance with Guohanyue. It doesn't work. It seems that since I didn't kill the zombie myself, my abilities won't recognize it. His original plan was completely shattered. It seemed that the corpse core, as long as it wasn't obtained from a kill he made, wouldn't trigger any response from his infinite battle upgrade system. It was as if no one cared about Jiang Yi. Frustrated, Jiang Yi nearly smashed the corpse core in his hand. This was so unfair. Others gained immense power instantly, but his abilities were riddled with restrictions, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Jiang Yi knew that after killing an advanced zombie, he could exchange the corpse core for healing potions. And as long as they got those potions, their injuries wouldn't be a big deal. But now the trouble was that his abilities didn't acknowledge the core unless it was one he had hunted himself. Despite his disappointment, Jiang Yi quickly pulled himself together. He thought for a moment and decided not to return the corpse core to Qingtou, but instead hid it on him. Qingtou gradually understood Jiang Yi's intention and felt a surge of excitement. Does that mean if we find a live advanced zombie, you'll be able to heal your injuries? Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, it's actually related to my abilities. I'm just as confused and am still trying to figure it out. Qingtou suddenly stood up. I know where there's an advanced zombie. But then he hesitated. But advanced zombies are really hard to find. I wonder when we'll come across one. Suddenly, Jiang Yi jumped up, wincing as he pulled at his wound, and excitedly asked, what did you say? You know where there's an advanced zombie? Guohanyue, also excited but with a hint of skepticism, chimed in, you're not mistaken, are you? Regular zombies should be useless. Qingdou nodded affirmatively. There's no mistake. It's definitely those zombies. I saw them with my own eyes 2 days ago. Jiang Yi excitedly spun in place. Great. If we kill it, I should be able to heal my arm. Qingdou grabbed a knife. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I'll lead you there. Jiang Yi anxiously pulled the increasingly excited duo back. Hold on. There's no point in finding them if we can't handle them. Our current strength isn't enough. He glanced at Qingdou's left hand. If Qingdou weren't injured, we might stand a chance, but in your current state, if we engage, you could get hurt by the zombies right away. So we mustn't rush into it. Qingdou's expression dimmed. Jiang Yi was right. Even if his right hand was fine, with his left arm broken, he could only display a fraction of his former strength. It's easy to underestimate the impact of losing a hand, but for a true warrior, such a setback significantly affects mobility and attack power. Qingdou felt a wave of frustration, cursing himself for being too complacent yesterday, which led to his arm being broken. Hey, have you forgotten about me? Suddenly, Guohanyue angrily pushed Jiang Yi's shoulder. Jiang Yi looked at her, puzzled by her sulky expression. What's wrong with you? Guohanyue snorted coldly. Are you pretending I don't exist? I'm the president of the archery team. If even Qingdou can take down a zombie, do you think I can't do it? Jiang Yi, don't underestimate me. I'm not the same as before. As she spoke, Guohanyue opened her cabinet, and a long, ancient bow sprang into view. The golden bow arms were inlaid with auspicious patterns, and the ends featured a golden dragon head on top and a golden dragon tail below. At first glance, the bow seemed to be a soaring dragon. In the center, a pure white beast hide delicately wrapped around the handguard. The first impression of this bow was one of grandeur, followed by a sense of ancient charm that seemed to draw one in, inviting them to listen to the stories it held. Guohanyue gently took out the long bow, cherishing it. She then pulled out a jade-inlaid golden belt from the cabinet. Unlike the previous simple version, The quiver she wore now was entirely of ancient design, crafted from the finest cowhide, with silver edges and adorned with gemstones. Inside the quiver were 3 rows of dark purple arrows, each row containing 5 arrows. Though they were neatly tucked away, the 15 sharp arrows gave off an impression that they could pierce through at any moment. Fully armed, Guahanshua proudly raised an eyebrow at the stunned duo. With her right hand, she reached into the quiver and surprisingly pulled out a silver line from seemingly nowhere. This silver line was as thin and sturdy as steel wire. A silver thread over a meter long was deftly tied by her, connecting the dragon head and tail of the bow. She struggled to bend the bow, and when the string finally linked the entire golden bow from end to end, a sound echoed as if the longbow had come to life. Its perfect curve highlighted the bow's extraordinary craftsmanship. Gently caressing the bow, Guahanhua looked at the eager curiosity of the two beside her and smiled, saying, "This was left to me by my grandfather. I heard it was the imperial bow of the great Qing emperor. My family South ancestors were close attendants to the emperor, and because their hunting achievements surpassed those of the emperor, he, in his delight, bestowed this imperial bow to my family, and it has been passed down through generations to me." As she spoke, she showed Jiang Yi and Qingdo the mark on the bow that represented a bygone emperor. Jiang Yi swallowed hard. This wasn't just a bow, it was a national treasure. In his life, he had never seen a national treasure up close, let alone touch one. However, what was Guahanhua planning to do with it? Surely she didn't intend to use this bow in battle? As if sensing Jiang Yi's thoughts, Guahanhua proudly lifted her small nose and said, "Humph, I know you think of it as an antique. But how could you understand? As a weapon born for battle, leaving it idle would truly be its demise." She held the bow horizontally in front of her and lovingly stroked it. "This bow has been used to protect our family for generations. My grandfather said that as long as you cherish it, a good bow will only become more comfortable to use and even more powerful. I couldn't pull it back before, but after the apocalypse, although my strength hasn't changed much, I can finally use it." Guahanhua's words resonated with Qingdo, who also cherished the knife passed down through his family. The more precious something is, the more it should be used, as a weapon. Only through battle can it find true meaning. Guahanhua's unwavering confidence inspired Jiang Yi. Rather than staying here and lamenting, it would be better to go out and see for themselves. Zombies wouldn't just appear on their own. Chapter 34. The Great Zombie Hunt with a Decision Made. The three quickly prepared to set out. The entrance and exit of Dongfang Tian's territory required permission, especially since Guahanhua was clearly under close scrutiny. When the guards learned that Guahanhua intended to leave, they instinctively refused her. Guahanhua frowned at her classmates who disagreed with her going out, saying, "I just have something to do outside. Everyone else can go, so why can't I?" The guard at the exit looked distressed. Heaven knows, the president of the Dongfang Society had specifically instructed that if Guahanhua wanted to leave, they must stop her and notify him. But he hadn't given any instructions on how to stop her. They didn't dare physically restrain her. Not only because of the president's regard for Guahanhua, but also because the veterans from both societies knew that Guahanhua's temper was far from as gentle and adorable as her appearance suggested. "Let me through quickly. I have urgent business." Holding the bow, Guahanhua exuded an icy aura. Her sharp gaze swept over the 4 guards at the door, causing them to instinctively shrink back. Among them, one seemed to have been part of the archery team and was well aware of the former president's temperament. He kept his head down from the start, not daring to say a word. When Guahanhua's eyes landed on him, she pointed sharply, "Hu Wei, go move that stuff out of the way." The former archery team member, Hu Wei, straightened his back instinctively, replying, "Yes, President." He hurriedly moved the obstruction at the stairway. It wasn't until Guahanhua led Jiang Yi and the others away that the guards finally reacted. Hu Wei laughed. "Quick, go inform President Dongfang." Jiang Yi followed them down the stairs, chuckling with curiosity. "I never expected President Huanxue to have such an imposing presence. Even I was almost intimidated by you." Guahanhua proudly lifted her chin. "So what do you think? Want to acknowledge me as the captain? I'll protect you from now on." Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. "Don't even think about it. As long as I'm captain, you'll always be my subordinate. Just stick with me." While Jiang Yi hinted at something deeper, Guahanhua seemed to miss the point, grinning as she raised her bow. "That is not certain. Oh, let us see who is stronger. After you beat me, then I'll call you captain." They chatted and laughed as they quickly made their way out of the gym through a safe passage. Besides Jiang Yi, Qingtu and the others were quite familiar with the area. Qingtu merely mentioned a sentence, and Guahanhua already knew the location of the nearby zombie. The 3 of them didn't dare to cut through the woods. Jiang Yi was afraid of being attacked by ferocious beasts. Currently, only Guahanhua was in top shape, and he certainly didn't want to serve himself up as a meal. Qingtu identified the zombie's location not far from them. In a small square that usually served as an open basketball court during the day and a popular hangout for college students at night. Before they even entered, Jiang Yi could hear the zombies' roars from a distance. The noise was quite chaotic. As they approached the small square, Jiang Yi was stunned by the sight of a tall figure among the cluster of zombies. In Jiang Yi's experience, he had only seen people as tall as 1.9 meters, but this zombie, surrounded by others, completely shattered his concept of height. It stood at over 2 meters tall. If it weren't for the fitted basketball jersey it wore, Jiang Yi would have suspected that this zombie had awakened some bizarre ability. He also keenly observed that the large zombie in the middle of the square was not leading a pack of smaller zombies as he had imagined. Though he had previously seen ordinary zombies and was generally afraid of advanced ones, this square featured a colossal zombie that was actually cornered by the others, with the surrounding zombies constantly roaring at it. The giant zombie also howled in madness, swinging its enormous hands and sending a large group of zombies flying away. The sound of its strikes was akin to a fierce wind, making the entire small square exceptionally noisy. With a crunching sound, the powerful zombie swatted away a group of ordinary zombies and then picked up one of their arms to start gnawing on it, ignoring the other zombies that had gathered around. 3 people stood at a distance in a small gazebo, watching the scene unfold in the plaza. Although it felt strange to them, they all sensed that this was a good opportunity. After all, it seemed that this advanced zombie couldn't intimidate the ordinary ones. So if they could find a way to lure it out, it should be easy to deal with. Gua Huanxue counted the zombies in the plaza but disagreed with Jiang Yi's approach. Too troublesome, let me handle it. She held a golden ancient bow in her left hand, while her right hand quickly knocked a dark purple arrow onto the bowstring. Qingdou looked at the distance to the plaza and asked, somewhat puzzled, President Gua, it's about 500 meters away. What do you plan to do? Gua Huanxue, feeling a little excited, licked her lips as she gazed at the nearby plaza. There are a total of 1 big zombie and 8 small ones left. My plan is to lure the smaller ones over first. You guys hide. And once the zombies spread out, you quickly attack that big one. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Was this really a battle plan? It sounded more like a head-on approach. But thinking it over, if they could really separate them, it would be useful for him and Qingdou to take on that advanced zombie together. After some consideration, Jiang Yi agreed to Gua Huanxue's plan, and with Qingdou, he stealthily made his way into the plaza. The plaza had a huge electronic screen that usually displayed news at night, which now conveniently provided cover for the 2 of them to avoid the zombies' notice. Just as they hid, a sharp howl was heard, and Qingdou, with his keen eyes, saw a purple light instantly pierce through a zombie's head, sending it flying 2 or 3 meters away before it landed. The sudden change startled all the zombies, and while they were still puzzled about what had happened, a second purple arrow shot through the air, exploding another zombie's head. This time, all the zombies clearly saw the direction from which the purple arrows came. Without any hesitation, the entire plaza erupted in furious roars, with all the zombies charging madly toward that direction. Even though their stiff bodies made them slow, they still rushed forward relentlessly toward the source of the arrows. As the horde scattered, the massive zombie, which had been crouched down eating a corpse, revealed itself. Jiang Yi and Qingdou exchanged glances and dashed out simultaneously. Jiang Yi moved swiftly. With a flick of his left hand, he sent his sword sheath flying off, and the dark leather strap quickly wrapped around his wrist, transforming into a protective bracer. The sudden appearance of Jiang Yi made the zombie look up. His eyes lit up as he brought his sword down fiercely. Die! The sharp black blade struck the zombie's head. The decisive cut he had imagined didn't happen. Instead, Jiang Yi felt a jolt as the blade veered off, only grazing half of the zombie's eyebrow. Seeing its hair and eyebrow fluttering atop its head while a hand was stuck in its mouth, the zombie roared in fury and raised its hand to grab Jiang Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi turned and dodged, refusing to confront it head-on. Caught off guard, Qingdou rushed over. Gripping the white blade at his waist with his right hand, he suddenly drew it upward, the sharp edge glinting in the light as it struck the outstretched arm of the giant zombie. Qingdou felt as if he had hit leather. The blade skidded off, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. With all his strength, he forced the blade upward, momentarily knocking the arm away. However, Qingdou knew all too well that he hadn't inflicted even the slightest injury. His left arm was severely injured, preventing him from exerting his full strength. Given his current condition, dealing with this bizarre giant zombie was clearly still beyond his capabilities. Jiang Yi continuously thrust his black blade toward the giant zombie's vital points. But the creature just curled up like a giant tortoise, offering no opportunity for Jiang Yi to land a critical hit. Roar! The 2 of them frantically attacked in circles around it, but their blades felt like toys at that moment. aside from tearing its clothes further. They hadn't produced a single wound. Both men were clearly exhausting their stamina, while the giant zombie seemed completely unfazed. Be careful. Don't let its claws touch you, Jiang Yi shouted, rushing forward to slice through the giant zombie's fingers as it suddenly attacked Qingdao. Frustrated at their inability to make any progress against this creature, Jiang Yi considered retreating temporarily. Fortunately, compared to its incredible defensive capabilities, its speed was as slow as a turtle. Otherwise, with its imperviousness to blades and firearms, it could easily turn the tables and kill them both. Quick, retreat. We need to think of another strategy. Jiang Yi nimbly dodged the giant zombie's sharp claws. Lightly stepping back, Qingdao blocked with his long knife, the sharp nails scraping against the blade, creating sparks. The difficulty of defeating such an opponent ignited a fervent battle spirit in Qingdao's eyes. Instead of running away, he gripped his knife tightly and charged toward the giant zombie. No, I can kill it. Step aside, I'll handle this. With wild swings, Qingdao unleashed a flurry of slashes, and the giant zombie instinctively defended against the thunderous strikes. As the combo ended, Qingdao took 2 steps back, panting heavily. Suddenly, he struck a peculiar pose with his knife, blade technique, 1,000 flashes. He sprang forward, positioning the white blade against the outside of his left arm, leaping into the air and executing a powerful downward strike. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. So fast, the speed reached an unexpected limit, and Qingdao's movements created a silver arc, resembling a dazzling galaxy as it swept across the giant zombie's long neck in an instant. Roar! The speed propelled the sharp blade, and finally, with Qingdao's full-force slash, the zombie roared as dark blood sprayed from its neck. The two shouted in excitement. We did it! Chapter 35, Arrow of Cold Snow. In the next moment, Jiang Yi's pupils constricted. Qingdao, be careful. Instinctively, Qingdao dodged, raising his long knife, but was instantly sent flying. Jiang Yi rushed forward with all his speed, positioning himself in front of the giant zombie. With a powerful swing of his left-hand black blade, sparks flew as the sharp claws of the zombie clashed against it, emitting a piercing sound that made one's teeth ache. The zombie's strength was immense, pushing Jiang Yi back as he struggled to maintain his ground. Jiang Yi struggled to hold off the advancing zombie, while anxiously glancing back at Qingdao, who had been thrown aside. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Qingdao fought to stand, tears falling onto his left hand. The sharp pain caused cold sweat to trickle down from the corners of his eyes. I'm fine. I wasn't scratched. Only then did Jiang Yi relax a bit. If either of them had truly been injured by the zombie, it would have been a huge problem. Jiang Yi regretted his earlier recklessness, but there was no turning back now. All he could think about was how to escape this monster. Both Qingdao and Jiang Yi were injured and fighting against a massive zombie, which created immense pressure, especially for Jiang Yi. Even though his speed allowed him to avoid being attacked, his strength was simply not enough to inflict serious damage. After exchanging blows for several rounds, they realized that the zombie had terrifyingly tough skin and was much stronger than an ordinary zombie, but its speed was a significant weakness. The creature moved like a solid bronze statue, each step heavy and slow, reminiscent of a poorly oiled machine. Fortunately, this allowed the two severely injured individuals to fend off the zombie for quite some time. However, Qingdao's condition was worsening, and Jiang Yi felt like his body was about to fall apart. He could no longer focus on Qingdao. Each collision with the giant zombie left his limbs tingling. Qingdao's vision blurred, and he nearly got scratched by the zombie's claws. In a critical moment, Jiang Yi rushed to push him aside, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. It seemed there was no way out. If they continued like this, not only would they fail to kill the zombie, but they might also end up getting killed themselves. With that thought, Jiang Yi swung his knife to knock the zombie back, grabbed Qingdao, and ran. The enormous zombie was momentarily stunned, realizing that its prey was attempting to escape. It let out an enraged roar, and the wound on its neck seemed to heal rapidly as its taut skin and muscles closed around it. It lumbered after them, although its speed was not fast. Its towering body allowed it to cover twice the distance of an average person with each step. If Jiang Yi were alone, he could easily escape, but with Qingdao, who was barely conscious, there was no way to shake off the pursuing zombie. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Yi pulled Qingdao along as they sprinted desperately. Qingdao, dazed, lifted his head and saw the determined look on Jiang Yi's face. Despite the evident panic, the grip on his arm remained firm, never loosening for a moment. Having never been cared for like this since starting college, Qingdao felt a warmth in his heart. He struggled to break free from Jiang Yi's grip, stopping his flight. Under Jiang Yi's bewildered gaze, he slowly sheathed his knife at his waist and began to unwrap the bandages from his left hand. Jiang Yi grabbed his hand. Qingdao, what are you doing? We need to run. But Qingdao continued his movements, biting his tongue and squeezing his left hand tightly. Each movement was excruciating due to the fracture. Yet, he still pulled out the dark short knife from his right waist and transferred it to his left hand. Qingdao took a deep breath, and in the moment he closed his eyes, it felt as though he had forgotten all his pain. Returning to the past, when his father taught him swordsmanship. Qingdao, you must remember, this move can only be used when you are determined to face death. Once you strike, there is no retreat, only a forward charge. He pressed down on his still somewhat confused head, the tall figure of his father appearing worried. He hoped that Qingdao would never have to use this move. Suddenly, Qingdao opened his eyes, his resolve unwavering. Father, the moment has come. Jiang Yi looked at Qingdao, who was half-crouched with his legs bent, taking a shocked step back. At that moment, Qingdao felt like a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey, radiating an intense and fierce aura. The massive zombie finally charged toward them. Jiang Yi quickly raised his blade. But before he could react, Qingdao shot forward, skimming close to the ground. It wasn't an illusion. Qingdao was running at an incredibly low angle. Having never seen such a posture, Jiang Yi felt as if Qingdao was flying just above the ground. With a roar, the giant zombie raised its hand, ready to swat Qingdao away, but Qingdao's body suddenly swayed, and he leaped up, surpassing the zombie's height. From above, the black blade sang as it was drawn. Qingdao's expression twisted in a fierce snarl, showing no intention of dodging the sharp claws reaching for him. He thrust the black blade straight toward the zombie's solar plexus. Damn it! Jiang Yi realized that Qingdao's move was a life-for-a-life technique, completely abandoning any defensive thought, focusing solely on the most direct method to kill the opponent. Understanding Qingdao's intent, Jiang Yi cursed and rushed forward to stop him, but it was clear that he was already too late. The strike was unstoppable. Whoosh! Jiang Yi's eyes twitched as a purple light suddenly sliced through the air from behind, instantly surpassing him and piercing through the giant zombie's descending hand. Boom! A massive shockwave erupted, and a violent gust of wind exploded like a bomb, directly between Qingdao and the giant zombie. Qingdao's body was thrown aside, and Jiang Yi hurriedly caught him midair. Then blood mist sprayed down as the giant zombie let out a furious roar. Its entire right arm completely shredded by the earlier explosion. A purple arrow, its tail feathers still trembling, was embedded in the ground. What are you doing? You almost killed it. Gua Huanxue, who had just dealt with a horde of ordinary zombies, approached them angrily, gripping her golden bow. She looked at the two disheveled men and snorted, I thought you'd be finished by now. Jiang Yi forced a bitter smile, feeling her disdain. He reached for another arrow, adjusting it on his bow, as Gua Huanxue glared at him in frustration. Honestly, if I hadn't come, would you have just let him kill the zombie? I didn't come here for fun. Don't forget our purpose. The two men were taken aback, their faces suddenly turning red at the same time. They really forgot, didn't they? That zombie had to be killed by Jiang Yi in the end. But just now, Qingdao had come dangerously close to taking it down twice. Gua Huanxue clearly noticed the expressions on their faces and shot them a tired glare. Why aren't you two moving? Be careful, or I'll blow you both up. The longbow was gradually being drawn back. Gua Huanxue's arms bulged slightly from the effort, and the veins in her neck stood out as she exerted herself. At that moment, a powerful wind began to visibly swirl around the arrowhead. The more Gua Huanxue pulled back the bowstring, the stronger the wind became. Jiang Yi stared in shock at the arrow, instinctively picking up Qingdao and running away. No way. Just a few days ago, Gua Huanxue had used this trick to shatter an entire window. In just a few days, her strength had clearly improved dramatically. This arrow sent a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine, and the alarm bells in his mind went off like crazy. This arrow was terrifying. Whoosh! With a graceful release of the bowstring, Gua Huanxue's long hair flew in the wind, and the golden bow sang as the purple light flashed. Almost in an instant after Gua Huanxue let go, the arrow pierced through the massive zombie's waist. The violent energy of the wind engulfed the entire zombie, creating a cloud of blood mist. Jiang Yi covered his face, feeling the stinging pain as the dust kicked up by the fierce wind hit his skin. Compared to him, who was somewhat mentally prepared, Qingdao sat dumbfounded on the ground, unable to tear his eyes away. Was that the same enemy that had forced him to use his death knife? Gua Huanxue's arrow was shockingly powerful. Qingdao felt his heart shatter under the weight of despair. Compared to the mental torment from Dongfang Tian that made one want to spit blood, Gua Huanxue's arrow was overwhelmingly powerful. It made one feel utterly incapable of resisting. All that was left of the once towering zombie was a pool of blood and two mangled pieces of flesh. The advanced zombie, completely blown apart from the chest down, fell into its own remains, roaring madly. But aside from a single hand that could still twitch, All that remained was a massive head struggling in its final moments. As Jiang Yi and Qing Do were both stunned, they turned to look at Guohuanxue. Was this the true power of a supernatural being? Jiang Yi felt a wave of shame wash over him. He was also an ability user, but he was drenched in sweat. And Guohuanxue's arms hung limply at her sides, her entire being seemingly washed out. Clearly, that arrow had taken all her supernatural power. Though she had seemed to look down on the two of them earlier, Guohuanxue understood that both Qing Do and Jiang Yi were definitely not weak. The only reason for her all-out effort was that this monster was too difficult to deal with. So she had decided to go all in from the start, launching that stunning arrow. Seeing the two of them staring at her blankly, Guohuanxue couldn't help but stand up proudly, puffing out her chest. Don't worry. I made sure to aim for its head. When she saw Jiang Yi still standing there frozen, she couldn't help but shout in exasperation, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill it." Jiang Yi was startled and hurriedly scrambled to his feet. With a flick of his left hand, the previously misplaced cleaver instantly returned to his grasp. Tears filled his eyes. Guohuanxue was so fierce. He was the captain, after all. The immobile zombie was just a flesh and blood target. Jiang Yi drove the sharp blade directly into one of the zombie's wide-open, blood-red eyes. With all his might, he plunged the knife in, gripping it tightly to prevent the frantically struggling zombie from escaping. It was only when two enormous orbs of light floated up from the zombie and entered his body that Jiang Yi finally felt his strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground after the bloody struggle. Chapter 36. The miraculous healing potion. Guohuanxue clearly saw the once resilient skin of the dead zombie starting to loosen, and the corpse core on its forehead quietly disappearing. She knew Jiang Yi had succeeded and looked at him with a hint of anticipation. Jiang Yi, wanting to see if it was truly as he imagined, forced his left hand into his pocket despite the pain. The next moment, his spatial pocket revealed itself, and Jiang Yi's eyes lit up as a bottle of bright red liquid stood out prominently within. After Jiang Yi pulled the bottle out of his pocket, Guohuanxue exclaimed excitedly, "Yay, we did it." Qing Tu, baffled, didn't he understand why Jiang Yi pulling a bottle of liquid from his clothes made Guohuanxue so happy. "Drink it quickly, unless you want to look like you're about to die at any moment," she urged, despite her disdain. However, Jiang Yi did not use it immediately. Instead, he looked at the bottle in his hand and directly handed it to Qing Tu. Qing Tu was taken aback, unsure of Jiang Yi's intentions. While Guohuanxue's expression changed, Jiang Yi shook his head, explaining, "Qing Tu is still an ordinary person. His strength is greater than mine. But now he is injured and can't utilize his power. That's too dangerous. Let's get him healed first, so when we encounter zombies again, we can win more easily." Guohuanxue hesitated, realizing Jiang Yi was right. In terms of the bigger picture, Qing Tu's recovery was indeed more significant than Jiang Yi's. However, she still wanted Jiang Yi to recover first. Qing Tu was confused, and Jiang Yi smiled. "Drink this, and your injuries will heal quickly." Qing Tu's eyes brightened. "Really? How is that possible?" Guohuanxue shot him an annoyed glare. "What time do you think it is? Don't keep your mindset stuck in the pre-apocalyptic world, or you'll end up in a terrible situation. Even superpowers exist now. Is it so strange to have something else?" Seeing Guohuanxue's fierce demeanor, Qing Tu instinctively shrank his neck. His mind was filled with the image of her stunning arrow. However, after learning about the miraculous properties of the potion, Qing Tu decisively refused. "I want to drink it. Jiang Yi, you should take it." Jiang Yi wanted to persuade him, but Qing Tu spoke up first. "First of all, this is your potion, so it's only right that you drink it first. Plus, your injuries are much more severe than mine. I'm just a bit limited in my left hand." Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, wanting to refute Qing Do's explanation, but he was interrupted by Guohuanxue, who snatched the healing potion and opened it with a flourish. "Stop being so long-winded. Since Qing Do wants you to drink it first, just do it. We can find another zombie later to fix you up." Qing Do nodded in agreement. "Yeah, go ahead and drink it. Since this is your ability, I'm sure I'll be able to recover quickly too." Hearing this, and looking at the bottle almost pressed against his lips, Jiang Yi had no choice but to tilt his head back and gulp down the potion. A warm sensation coursed through him, and under the astonished gazes of Guohuanxue and Qing Do, his right arm made a series of crisp cracking sounds and, after a few contortions, surprisingly returned to its original state. All the wounds on his body seemed to emit a layer of heat, and with the hissing sound of steam, small wounds vanished one after another. The miraculous scene left Guohuanxue and Qing Do with mouths agape, wide enough to fit a duck egg. Guohuanxue even unconsciously pulled back Jiang Yi's shirt to touch his smooth, new skin. "Wow, this is incredible." Jiang Yi's heart raced, and he instinctively averted his gaze from the neckline of Guohuanxue's shirt, quickly pushing her away. "All right, stop tugging at me. My clothes are about to tear. Unwrapping the bandage on his right arm, he saw that it was still a bit bruised and swollen. But after squeezing his fist a few times, he felt some pain. Yet it didn't hinder his movement. This time, Jiang Yi finally confirmed that the healing potion was indeed miraculous. It didn't heal all his injuries at once, but prioritized the more serious ones first, then gradually addressed the others. However, it was clear that the potion had its limits. After healing his bones and the more severe wounds, it seemed to run out of steam. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi felt grateful. After all, this healing potion was a precious treasure that could save lives in the apocalypse. With most of his injuries healed, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Standing up, he stretched his neck and declared, "Now, let us hurry up and find some prey." Qingdou and Guohanxue exchanged glances, and at that moment, Jiang Yi's confident demeanor stood out remarkably in their eyes. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, mainly collecting Guohanxue's arrows. She mentioned that these 15 arrows were crafted by someone her father commissioned according to historical records. Even after carrying her wind-based abilities, they showed no signs of damage. For Guohanxue, they were an incredibly important weapon. After tidying up, the three of them left. Little did they know, not long after they departed, a small group of survivors cautiously approached the area, armed with various weapons, unable to believe the chaos that lay before them in the square. The leader of the group flashed a complex expression, then finally turned to leave. "Tell the president of the Eastern faction that we didn't find anyone. We only encountered a sea of zombie corpses." As for Jiang Yi and the others, it seemed that their luck had run out. Even though they encountered scattered zombies continuously, they did not come across a single advanced zombie. Although Qingdou hadn't fought at all, his stamina had dropped to the limit. Even Guohanxue could barely keep up with Jiang Yi, struggling to even draw her bow. Jiang Yi swiftly knocked the heads off 2 decaying zombies. A small group of over 10 zombies was taken care of by Jiang Yi alone. He gained a significant amount of spring water and jade fat meat, and even leveled up to level 7. His speed exceeded the limit, reaching 15 points, making him seem like an adult toying with a baby during the battle. With just a flick of his hand, he could decapitate them. At this moment, Qingdou finally understood that Jiang Yi's strength primarily stemmed from his boldness and extraordinary speed. His fighting habits were quite chaotic, and even though his speed surpassed Qingdou's, he still believed he could take Jiang Yi down within 3 strikes. Jiang Yi clearly found it easy to deal with weaker foes, but when fighting the advanced zombies earlier, he could only passively defend and attack haphazardly. Jiang Yi sheathed his knife, frowning. There were only ordinary zombies around, and there was no sign of the advanced ones. It seemed they needed to go further away. Just as he was about to say something to the other two, he turned around and saw Guohanxue and Qingdou looking exhausted. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. Feeling a bit guilty, after leveling up, his stamina was fully restored, but he had forgotten that they didn't share this ability. With this thought, he felt a pang of guilt, sheathed his knife, and walked back towards them. "Let us call it a day here. It doesn't look like there are any advanced zombies nearby, and you both seem tired. Let us go back, rest well for a day, and tomorrow we can search further." The two naturally wouldn't refuse. Jiang Yi supported Qingdou and turned to Guohanxue, saying, "Hand me your bow. It'll make things easier for you." Guohanxue thought for a moment, but didn't oppose, directly handing over the bow. However, the moment Jiang Yi took the longbow, he almost stumbled under its weight. Struggling to lift it, he exclaimed in shock, "Wow, why is it so heavy?" Estimating its weight, Jiang Yi felt that this ancient golden longbow must weigh at least 30 pounds. He couldn't even lift such a heavy bow, and it was hard to imagine how Guohanxue fought with it. He couldn't help but think, what a strong girl. Balancing Qingdou with one arm and holding the longbow with the other, the three of them started heading back. They hadn't walked far when they spotted a group of people approaching them quickly. The three of them froze in place, watching as they drew closer. With her keen eyesight, Guohanxue recognized that the leader was Dongfang Tian, and she finally relaxed. "Dongfang Tian, what brings you here?" Dongfang Tian stood before her with a serious expression, his eyes scanning from her hair down to her toes, ensuring that aside from some fatigue, she was unharmed. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief, saying, "The guards at the gate said you left with them, and I was worried you might be in danger, so I came to find you. Are you okay?" Showing concern, he reached for Guohanxue's arms. She nonchalantly dodged his hands, saying, "What could possibly happen? I'm not some little girl who has never seen a zombie. I was just practicing by taking down some zombies." Hearing Guohanxue's words, the people behind Dongfang Tian flashed with excitement and agitation. Truly, she was the leader Guohanxue. Even in the face of terrifying zombies, she remained calm. A satisfied glint flickered in Dongfang Tian's eyes. This was the woman he had chosen, and she was indeed different. It was only at this moment that he turned his gaze to the two individuals beside Guo Huanxue. His eyes first fell on the bow in Jiang Yi's hand, and he paused in surprise. This was Huanxue's bow. She never let anyone touch it. Then, Dongfang Tian keenly noticed that Jiang Yi was holding the bow with his heavily injured right hand. His eyebrows raised slightly. Has classmate Jiang's hand healed? After a moment's pause, Dongfang Tian's voice was calm but held a hint of sharpness. Or is it that classmate Jiang was never injured to begin with? I even had someone prepare healing medicine. Guo Huanxue and Qing Do frowned simultaneously, staring at Dongfang Tian. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi lifted his right hand, which was holding the long bow, and smiled. Ah. It's just because of my abilities. There's no need for President Dongfang to worry. Dongfang Tian was taken aback, looking at Jiang Yi with confusion. After years of martial arts training, Dongfang Tian was sure he wasn't mistaken. Jiang Yi's strength was very weak, even inferior to the ordinary members of his team. After all, the weakest members he recruited had trained for at least 2 years, with high physical fitness, easily able to handle 3 or 4 ordinary students. But he never expected that the person he thought was just a pretty boy dependent on Guo Huanxue was actually an ability user. What could his ability be? Healing so quickly. Could it be something related to healing? With his thoughts racing, Dongfang Tian didn't show any signs of his calculations. He simply nodded. That's good. Huanxue, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head back. Guo Huanxue, also exhausted, nodded in agreement, and the group began to make their way back. On the way, Jiang Yi watched in pain as the group skillfully dealt with the surrounding zombies. All of this was valuable experience. Chapter 37. Dongfang Tian's ability. Once they returned to the gymnasium, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped, squinting as he looked toward a nearby window where a familiar face flashed by. Zhu Kaijun was hiding by the window, feeling a surge of regret. He never expected that the two who left the team, Qing Do and the others, weren't having such a miserable time after all. Instead, they had joined Dongfang Tian's team on the 4th floor. Damn it, if he had known, he wouldn't have let them leave alive. A glint of malice flashed in Zhu Kaijun's eyes. Dongfang Tian seemed to be his nemesis. Ever since the student council president election, Zhu Kaijun had been crushed by him at every turn. Even when he ultimately spent 100,000 yuan to force Dongfang Tian out of the election, he still heard people whispering that he became the student council president only because Dongfang Tian withdrew. Guo Huanxue turned around and saw Jiang Yi lost in thought, urging him. Jiang Yi, hurry up and move. What are you looking at? Jiang Yi shook his head, no longer concerned. When the group returned to the 4th floor, they found that more people had gathered upstairs, creating quite a commotion. Li Gang was shouting at his subordinates. Hurry up, lock up the injured. If they turn into zombies, deal with them immediately. A boy with blood streaming down his arm panicked upon hearing Li Gang's roar. He suddenly shoved away the classmate who was holding him and turned to run. Li Gang, his face twisted in rage, shouted, What are you waiting for? Grab him. The crowd immediately chased after the boy. Everyone knew the terrifying consequences if a zombie appeared. The boy ran fast, driven by a strong instinct for survival, managing to evade the encircling group. Just as he was about to break through the door, he collided head-on with Jiang Yi and his group, who had just walked in. Everyone froze for a moment. The boy waved his bloodied hand around, shouting, Stay back. Let me go? Otherwise, I'll infect you too. The crowd dared not approach and could only follow him at a distance. Seeing the entrance blocked, the boy screamed in desperation, Get out of my way. Let me leave. However, the newcomers did not back down. A person in a state of panic could hardly intimidate those seasoned by past battles. Only Jiang Yi stepped back slightly, mindful of not wanting Qingtu to come into contact with potentially infectious blood. Dongfang Tian cast a deep glance at Li Gang, who was rushing in from the opposite side. Li Gang also noticed Dongfang Tian, his expression shifting as he tried to explain, but couldn't find the words. Li Yu, what are you doing? Li Yu, who had been screaming in panic, froze and turned to see Dongfang Tian walking slowly toward him. Looking at the president he respected the most, Li Yu's heart shattered. His face completely stained with tears. President, save me. I don't want to die. I beg you. Dongfang Tian gradually approached, finally gripping Li Yu's shoulders firmly. As if finding the greatest support, Li Yu relaxed, feeling that with Dongfang Tian by his side, he had nothing to fear. President, I don't want to die. I want to go home. Dongfang Tian comforted him slowly. We all want to go home. Don't worry, you'll be fine. As he spoke, he gently lifted the torn sleeve that had been shredded by a zombie, glancing at the 2 dark, foul-smelling wounds beneath before slowly lowering it. He cupped both sides of Li Yu's head with his hands, as if to comfort him. But a few seconds later, Li Yu, who had been looking sad, suddenly wore a look of horror. He stared in disbelief at Dongfang Tian, his mouth agape as if trying to say something, but only heavy breaths came out. His hands clutched onto Dongfang Tian's wrists desperately, but he couldn't make Dongfang Tian let go. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted as he saw Li Yu's face grow increasingly pale, with bluish veins creeping up from beneath his collar. The whites of his eyes quickly became stained with red. Everyone present noticed Li Yu's abnormality. By the time they realized something was wrong, Dongfang Tian had already released his grip, and Li Yu instantly fell stiffly to the ground, his expression one of sheer terror. "My God, Dongfang Tian, what are you doing?" Gua Huanxue exclaimed in shock, watching as Li Yu, who had been alive just moments ago, now lay dead in excruciating pain. She dared not look directly at Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian slowly took a handkerchief from his clothing, meticulously wiping his fingers as if he had touched something filthy. With a calm smile, he said, "I just wanted him to go a little easier." After wiping his hands, he tossed the handkerchief onto Li Yu's grim face and addressed his subordinates who had witnessed everything. "Take him out and find a quiet place to bury him." No one dared to object. It was clear this wasn't the first time they had faced such a scene. Soon, someone lifted the oddly contorted corpse away. Gua Huanxue was fuming. "Dongfang Tian, what are you doing? Is he still alive? What gives you the right to kill him?" Dongfang Tian feigned innocence. "Huanxue, he's already been injured. Even if he survives, he's just waiting to die. I can't just let him turn into one of those monsters outside and then kill him, can I?" "You." Gua Huanxue was enraged, unable to believe how cold-blooded her former friend had become. Just as she was about to confront him, someone firmly gripped her arm. "Gua Huanxue, you're too exhausted today. Take Qing Do and go rest." Gua Huanxue turned to see Jiang Yi's serious expression and anxiously said, "Jiang Yi, you?" Jiang Yi lowered his eyelids, his tone dismissive yet firm. "Gua Huanxue." Gua Huanxue paused, realizing from the strength of Jiang Yi's grip that he was deeply committed to his stance. After a moment's consideration, she decided not to continue arguing with Dongfang Tian. Instead, she shot him a deep look before taking the golden bow from Jiang Yi's hands, helping Qing Do to his feet and turning to leave. Jiang Yi didn't leave. He simply looked up at Dongfang Tian with a calm gaze, which Dongfang Tian returned. Suddenly, he chuckled. "It seems like Huanxue really trusts you." Jiang Yi shrugged indifferently. "Maybe it's because I was there for her when she was at her most helpless." Dongfang Tian's expression darkened. "You know I like her, right?" Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. "It's obvious, but so what?" Dongfang Tian suddenly stepped forward, his imposing aura pressing down on Jiang Yi, his tone harsh and unsettling. "Believe me, I would do anything for her. If you don't want any accidents to happen, stay away from Huanxue." Jiang Yi wasn't intimidated by Dongfang Tian. Despite the latter's overwhelming presence, Jiang Yi, being an awakened one himself, felt no fear from the threat. He smirked. "I don't want to be your enemy. However, it seems you've misunderstood something. What makes you think you can threaten me in front of my face?" As he said this, Jiang Yi took a step back, a smile on his face. "And I'm quite curious about how Captain Dongfang plans on making me have an accident." Dongfang Tian was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that after witnessing his own formidable power, Jiang Yi showed no fear in the face of his threat. For a moment, he was left speechless, confused. Jiang Yi turned to leave with a smile, waving his hand. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest now." Dongfang Tian, I hope you can take responsibility for the consequences of your actions. Once Jiang Yi had disappeared through the door, his expression darkened. He despised being threatened, and right now, Dongfang Tian was his greatest threat. However, Jiang Yi was definitely not the type to back down in the face of danger. Besides, he wasn't overly worried because just a moment ago, he had roughly analyzed Dongfang Tian's abilities. He had carefully observed Li Yu's corpse and noticed that it was stiffening rapidly. And even just being near the body sent a chilling sensation through him. This explained why Li Yu's face had turned so pale. There was a layer of frost covering his skin. Clearly, Dongfang Tian's ability was ice manipulation. He had frozen Li Yu into a statue in an incredibly short amount of time. However, to disguise his power, Dongfang Tian had frozen not Li Yu's body, but rather the blood within it. This also indicated that Dongfang Tian's ability wasn't very strong. Otherwise, he could have instantly frozen Li Yu completely, rather than taking over 10 seconds and giving Li Yu time to struggle. When Jiang Yi returned to the resting area, Gua Huanxue was still fuming. Seeing him come back, she immediately approached him and asked, "Jiang Yi, are you okay? What did you talk about?" Jiang Yi shook his head. "Nothing much, just a little chat about emotional issues." Gua Huanxue tilted her head in confusion. "What kind of emotional issues could you two possibly have?" Jiang Yi forced a smile. "Perhaps our president from the Eastern Society is a bit neurotic in this regard and thinks my experience could help him a bit." Gua Huanxue rolled her eyes, clearly not buying Jiang Yi's excuse, but seeing his demeanor, she realized he was fine and stopped pressing for more information. After that, the atmosphere on the fourth floor became especially oppressive. The cries of injured students returning from outside echoed from the third floor, their painful screams resonating throughout the gymnasium. The timid ones could only curl up in corners, covering their ears in fear of listening. Jiang Yi, who had experienced such scenes in the cafeteria every day, was unaffected. He had already noticed that these injured people had started to undergo corpse transformation due to the prolonged time. At this stage, even consuming corpse cores would not lead to a successful awakening. Speaking about it might only give people hope before plunging them back into despair. Moreover, Jiang Yi didn't believe that Dongfang Tian would be willing to provide so many corpse cores for everyone to consume. The three of them had dinner and were coldly resting when a girl cautiously approached them. President. The three were taken aback and looked up to see Hanya standing nervously outside on the third floor. Guohanyue stood up. Hanya, what brings you here? Hanya, feeling shy under Guohanyue's concerned gaze, lowered her head and spoke softly. I just wanted to thank you for the food you gave me. Guohanyue shook her head. It's what you deserve. There's no need to thank us. She then glanced at Jiang Yi lying not far away and suddenly smiled. Actually, I should be thanking you for helping me find this guy. After a moment's thought, Guohanyue whispered, Hanya, if you need anything, feel free to tell me. I'll do my best to help you. Hanya quickly shook her head and smiled up at her. No, I'm very content right now. Just focus on yourself, President. Guohanyue nodded, feeling a bit guilty as she looked at the pretty Hanya. I'm really sorry. When you needed me as your president the most, I wasn't there for you. Hanya spoke a bit urgently. President, it's not your fault. I know you didn't want to stay away. After hesitating for a moment, Hanya tentatively asked, President, do you know where you're going after this? Please don't misunderstand. I just want to ask. Seeing the nervousness in Hanya, Guohanyue seemed to understand something and said softly, I know. I wish I could go home too, to find my parents. But right now, all we can do is survive. As long as we're alive, there will always be a day for us to reunite. Hanya's eyes reddened as she gently nodded. Guohanyue comforted her a few times and chatted for a bit before watching her leave with a relaxed smile. After Hanya left the training ground, she walked slowly outside. When she reached the stairs, instead of going down, she turned and walked to the door of a private room, gently knocking on it. The door opened from the inside, and Hanya hesitated before stepping in, nervously looking at the man inside the room. She said they're looking for zombies that have rocks in their heads. The man, facing the window, lightly tapped the windowsill. Upon hearing Hanya's words, he paused for a moment and then chuckled softly. Interesting. It seems I underestimated them. Hanya felt a bit flustered. Should we stop them? It's too dangerous. She could die. The man suddenly turned around. No. This might be an opportunity. As he turned, it revealed that he was the martial arts president, Dongfang Tian. Hanya became particularly tense and stepped back. My mission is complete. Can I leave now? Dongfang Tian tilted his head, looking at the nervous Hanya, who seemed like a frightened rabbit. He suddenly strolled up to her and gently lifted her chin with his finger. Hanya nervously looked up, her big, watery eyes meeting Dongfang Tian's gaze. With a charming smile, Dongfang Tian said, There's no need to be in such a hurry. Perhaps we can do something more interesting. After saying that, he stepped back and, right in front of Hanya, loosened his belt. The night passed without incident, but in the early hours, there was a faint commotion. The next day, Jiang Yi heard whispers nearby about how, that night, none of the injured survived. They all turned into zombies and had their heads cut off. Qingdou and Guohanyue felt a bit downcast, but Jiang Yi didn't seem to care. While eating the food Guohanyue had packed, he discussed with them. Do you know anyone who knows where there are advanced zombies? Jiang Yi was anxious. He not only wanted to heal Qingdou quickly, but also wanted to return to the cafeteria to find out why he had been betrayed in the first place. The two shook their heads. Guohanyue had been in the dormitory, and the only advanced zombies Qingdou had encountered before were just two. Jiang Yi frowned and drank the water from the bottle in one gulp. Then let us head back to the dorm, Han Shui. A few days ago, when we were trapped in the dorm, there was a tier 2 zombie outside. I just don't know where it went, so let us go check it out. The two had no objections at all. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yi said to Qingdou, Why don't you stay back today? As long as we get the potion, we'll be back right away. Qingdou shook his head. Let me come along. I only hurt my left hand. My right hand can still wield a knife. I can be of help. Han Shui, understanding that as a martial artist, no one wanted to be treated like a patient, chimed in, Let him come. Qingdou's strength is no less than yours. Who knows? You might even need him to save you. Jiang Yi shot her a glance. Can't you wish for something good for me? Han Shui disdainfully rolled her eyes at him, picked up her weapon, and turned to leave, leaving behind a dismissive tsh. Jiang Yi exploded, pointing at her back as he roared at Qingdou. Did you see that? This is her attitude towards me. I'm the captain, you know. Qingdou wanted to laugh, but held it back, pushing Jiang Yi's arm to urge him to hurry. Yes, Yes, Captain. Let us go, or your teammates will run off. Jiang Yi felt a warmth rise in his chest. A surge of warmth flooding his heart as he looked at the arm that had touched Qing Do. Do you feel anything? Qing Do blinked. What? Jiang Yi laughed and shook his head. Nothing. He deliberately slowed his pace, watching Qing Do ahead of him, his hand resting against the wall. The light screen flickered, and as he looked at the names on his team roster that were glowing, he couldn't help but smile. His instincts were right. Just now, Qing Do seemed to have joined his team. The trust level was even as high as 70. At that moment, Qing Do turned around and called out to Jiang Yi, who was standing still. Jiang Yi, hurry up. President Gua has already left. Jiang Yi quickly withdrew his hand and jogged a couple of steps, smiling. Coming. Standing by the window, Dongfang Tian watched the three leave with a stern expression. After giving a brief instruction to the person beside him, he turned and left. Jiang Yi swiftly decapitated a zombie and looked back at the two chatting behind him, feeling annoyed. What are you two doing? Why aren't you fighting faster? Guohan Shui looked disdainful. It's just a few zombies. Are you really going to make a girl fight? Qing Do raised his injured left hand, looking innocent. I'm the injured party here. Fighting will only worsen my condition. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for Guohan Shui's overwhelming attack and Qing Do's fearless combat yesterday, he might have actually believed these two. After a few days of this, Qing Do was already joking around. Complaining out loud, Jiang Yi didn't feel too dissatisfied. After all, even though the two could contribute experience, it was still better to do it himself. Just a couple of zombies. It was definitely more suitable for him to take action. Not only could he gain experience, but he could also get food. Jiang Yi was indeed enjoying himself. However, it didn't take long for the trio to go from joy to despair as they encountered a horde of hundreds of zombies. In a moment of carelessness, Jiang Yi accidentally crashed into the mass. When he realized the terrifying number of zombies gathered here, the three of them immediately turned to run. Guohan, while shooting her sharp arrows, glanced over at Jiang Yi, who was rolling around in the horde, and exclaimed, "Are you an idiot? Couldn't you take a better look at the situation before rushing out?" Jiang Yi was dodging the zombies attacking him while also keeping an eye on the injured Qing Do. He found it difficult to break through the horde and could only keep evading within it. Fortunately, his speed had reached a solid 15 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, allowing him to remain relatively safe among the slow-moving zombies. Qing Do wanted to charge in, but could only watch helplessly as a thick wall of zombies separated him from Jiang Yi. Growing increasingly anxious, his knife became a reaper's scythe, piercing through a zombie's skull with every strike. Remembering Jiang Yi's warning, he was determined not to let any zombie harm him. Hearing Guohan Yue's scolding, Jiang Yi forced a wry smile and shouted, "Heroine, help. We're going to die?" With that, he swung his black blade, decapitating two zombies in one clean stroke. As Qing Do continued to attack, he finally spotted an old, abandoned mansion from a nearby university. "Let's run to that house and hide," he urged. The other two also noticed the mansion, and their expressions shifted as hesitation flickered in their eyes. But the noise from their battle was attracting even more zombies, and Jiang Yi was beginning to struggle. Guohan Yue knew they couldn't wait any longer. Drawing her bow, she unleashed the power of the wind. A sharp sound echoed as a fierce wind arrow sliced through the horde, leaving no zombie in its path unscathed. With the pressure momentarily lifted, Jiang Yi quickly dispatched a zombie whose head had been pierced by an arrow and grabbed Guohan Yue's arrow before sprinting toward the exit before the horde could regroup. Seeing Jiang Yi make it out safely, Qing Do and Guohan Yue no longer hesitated and ran toward the mansion together. The old house before them resembled a relic from the 1960s, with 2 stories. The windows were long shattered, and the exposed gray bricks were covered in climbing ivy. The desolate garden added to the oppressive atmosphere, making anyone who glanced at it feel a heavy sense of gloom. Jiang Yi and Guohan Yue hesitated, for this place was infamous. It was the prototype of the ghostly mansion, the top story in the 10 ghost stories of their university. This mansion had existed long before the university was established and had countless stories associated with it over the years, all of which were enough to give the faint-hearted nightmares. But the horde of zombies behind them showed no signs of hesitation. Sensing their food was escaping, they surged madly toward the mansion, with no other choice. The two gritted their teeth and followed Qing Do as they burst through the mansion's door. Once inside, Jiang Yi quickly shut the wooden door, locking it tight, while Guohan Yue pushed a solid wooden table against it to brace the door securely. However, this didn't mean they were safe, as there were windows on both sides of the villa's front door, but the glass had long since disappeared. The frenzied zombies couldn't push the door open, so they desperately tried to crawl in through the windows. However, the windows of the villa were generally quite high. The zombies could barely manage to climb onto the windowsill, but they couldn't pull themselves up any further. The three of them exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up, and rushed forward, each demonstrating their skills as they wildly dispatched the zombies outside. Chapter 39. Frenzied Battle. Guahuanxue didn't use her bow and arrow either. Instead, she took the white knife tossed to her by Qingdou and swiftly cleaved off half the head of a zombie. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. With the heavy brick walls as a barrier, even if a zombie managed to crawl in occasionally, it would be promptly dispatched with a stab to the forehead. It must be said that compared to the survivors still struggling for survival in various places, Jiang Yi, Guahuanxue, and Qingdou's strength far exceeded theirs. As long as there weren't so many zombies that they were being squeezed and unable to move, the ordinary zombies couldn't harm them at all. Jiang Yi was taking down one zombie after another, counting them out loud while secretly reveling in his good fortune. Opportunities like this to harvest experience were truly rare. At that moment, he was already halfway to level 7. The zombies outside showed no signs of diminishing. If it weren't for his stamina not keeping up, Jiang Yi, the point-scoring maniac, would have wanted to keep chopping away indefinitely. Meanwhile, Qingdou and Guahuanxue were also unknowingly growing stronger bit by bit. With every zombie they killed, a faint glowing orb entered their bodies. They couldn't perceive it themselves. But Jiang Yi could clearly see that this experience allowed them to steadily improve without using any zombie cores. Especially for Qingdou, an ordinary person. Although his knife skills were exceptional, his physical limitations had previously constrained his progress. However, now that he had successfully teamed up with Jiang Yi, this precious experience would comprehensively enhance his physical abilities until he reached the limits of an ordinary person. Phew. Qingdou mechanically dispatched the zombies on his side until there were no more zombies peeking through the window he was responsible for. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief, his right hand gripping the knife, trembling unconsciously. Watching the other two still in combat, he was about to rush over to help when he suddenly heard a loud crash from the second floor above, as if something had fallen. Qingdou was startled and stood straight. Did you hear that? Jiang Yi excitedly licked his lips, roughly calculating that he was about to level up to 8. Guahuanxue had also finished off the last zombie and looked at Qingdou. What's wrong? Qingdou nervously gripped his knife tightly. It seems there's a sound from upstairs. Guahuanxue listened carefully for a moment. I don't hear anything. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the crystal chandelier overhead exploded, and a large chunk of the ceiling came crashing down. The shattered chandelier fell to the ground, scattering shards everywhere. The three of them quickly protected their vital areas, but apart from Jiang Yi, both of the others were slightly injured. Roar! A massive gray skull emerged from a square hole, and as the creature spotted fresh prey below, it excitedly forced its way through the opening, which was only slightly smaller than its body. With each frantic struggle, the hole grew larger. This zombie was particularly bizarre. Its head resembled that of a skinned rabbit rather than a human. Its outstretched hands were not human-like either, twisted into grotesque forelimbs, with sharp claws effortlessly digging away at the bricks around the hole. Jiang Yi, entangled by the zombie, saw Guahuanxue lying on the ground and immediately shouted. Ignoring whether she was injured, Guahuanxue, attack it now? Guahuanxue shook off the debris from her head, grabbed the large bough beside her, and lay on the ground to draw and shoot at the creature above. A sharp, purple arrow flew straight for the monster's forehead. However, the creature seemed incredibly fast. It watched the arrow approach, dodging to the side just in time to avoid the lethal shot. Although the arrow missed its target, the wind energy it carried exploded outward, sending violent blades of wind slicing in all directions. Jet black blood splattered from the monster's shoulder, and even though Guahuanxue's arrow only grazed it, it still severed one of its ears and half of its shoulder. The monster let out a furious roar, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp teeth. Seeing its injured prey drawing another arrow, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a thick tongue shot out like a spear toward Guahuanxue's chest. Qingdou, who had been on alert nearby, rushed forward at this moment, his knife flashing as it struck the blood-red tongue. With a thud, black blood splattered onto the blade. Qingdou was shocked. He hadn't expected his knife to fail to sever the tongue, merely deflecting it, causing it to slam into the ground beside Guahuanxue. Guahuanxue, unable to focus on her arrow, quickly dodged, and the ground behind her shattered under the force of the monster's attack. The sudden turn of events left all three of them in stunned disbelief. What exactly was this creature? Jiang Yi, while dealing with a nearby small zombie, glanced up and noticed a bright red crystal embedded in the monster's head. The creature's tongue quickly retracted after missing its target. At that moment, the monster had already pulled half of its body out. Guahuanxue suppressed her fear and drew her bow, but the monster dropped down from the hole before she could shoot. Her arrow quickly aimed downward, but the creature lunged forward, smashing Guahuanchua's bow with a single swipe. With a startled cry, Guahuanchua waved her left hand, unleashing a blade of wind that sliced through the monster's raised arm, severely injuring it. The creature rolled away in panic, glancing back at Guahuanchua, clearly terrified of her wind blade that could harm it. Qingdou immediately positioned himself in front of Guahuanchua, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Guahuanchua frowned. Her wrist had twisted when her bow was knocked aside. However, compared to her life, this injury was truly nothing. Pressing her wrist, Guahuanchua managed to get back on her feet. "I'm fine, but you need to be careful. My wrist is injured, and I can't draw my bow," she shouted over to Jiang Yi, who was blocking the window to keep the zombies at bay. "Jiang Yi, hurry up. We can't hold on much longer." Jiang Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart and increased his pace with the knife. He wanted nothing more than to help them right away, but he knew that with the three of them, it was already a struggle to deal with one monster. If they let the ordinary zombies outside and now, it would only worsen their situation. Glancing at the remaining zombies, Jiang Yi bit his teeth and shouted, "Hold on. I'll come as soon as I finish here." Guahuanchua forced a smile, but understood that Jiang Yi truly couldn't come to their rescue at the moment. Qingdou remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the creature that was circling around them. The monster was becoming increasingly horrifying as it revealed more of its body. If it weren't for the missing tail, it could easily be mistaken for a giant dog skinned alive. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Guahuanchua, filled with a fierce hatred. Qingdou, holding a short knife in front of Guahuanchua, was also feeling the pressure. Although the monster was missing an arm, its wound had already begun to heal. It seemed like something was about to break through from that injury. Exchanging a shocked glance with Guahuanchua, they both realized what was happening. The monster was regenerating. "This is bad," Qingdou screamed, momentarily disregarding Jiang Yi's warnings. She charged forward. The black knife aimed straight for the monster's head. The creature seemed to fear sharp objects. Seeing the incoming attack, it frantically raised its hand to block. The black knife pierced through its claw in an instant. But the next second, Qingdou felt a terrifying force emanating from the monster. With a roar, the creature swung its injured arm, sending Qingdou flying as it yanked the knife from her grip. She crashed into the wall and fell to the ground amidst Guahuanchua's horrified shouts. Meanwhile, the black knife remained embedded in the monster's body. Looking down, the monster's long tongue deftly wrapped around the knife's handle, pulling it out with ease. To their shock, the wound on its arm was healing rapidly, and a small arm was sprouting from the previous severed stump. The monster shook off the knife from its tongue and roared as it lunged at Guahuanchua. She quickly grabbed the katana from the ground and rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. Turning back, she slashed at the creature's cheek. The monster let out a chilling scream, leaning back just enough that the blow, which might have severed its head, only grazed its mouth. Such a wound healed rapidly. Guahuanchua didn't actually intend to defeat it with a single blow. Seeing the monster that dared not approach, she hurried over to Qingdou and supported her head. "Qingdou, wake up. How are you?" Qingdou finally woke up to the sound of calling, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling a bit better afterward. "I'm fine." Seeing Qingdou regain consciousness, Guahuanchua put down her hand and returned the knife to him. "You're no match for it. Be careful." Qingdou forced a bitter smile as he looked at the monster that was rapidly recovering. Was he really so far behind Guahuanchua and the others? Guahuanchua took out 2 purple arrows as weapons, channeling the little energy left in her body into the arrows. "Jiang Yi, if you don't hurry up, be ready to collect our bodies." Unable to contain her frustration at Jiang Yi's delay, Guahuanchua shouted at him. "It's not my fault. You guys have attracted a lot of zombies outside." Jiang Yi was sweating nervously, his arms aching from the continuous chopping. However, if he didn't eliminate the zombies completely, he couldn't spare the time to rescue anyone. Hearing Jiang Yi's response, Guahuanchua cursed under her breath, and with a flick of her left hand, the arrow infused with her power shot out instantly. Although its power was only a fraction of a bow's, the monster instinctively dodged to the sides. Guahuanchua had anticipated this and quickly shot out a second arrow. Whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air was deafening, and the purple arrow shot directly into the monster's body. Roar! The powerful monster was struck by the arrow, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from the wound. However, that was all. The monster's incredible regenerative ability quickly suppressed the damage caused by the energy burst. But this time, its recovery speed seemed to have slowed significantly. Moreover, Guahuanchua's arrow had not been removed and remained lodged in its side, causing the monster to move with some difficulty. Seeing the monster's noticeably reduced speed, Qingdou's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain throughout his body, rolled twice on the ground, and suddenly slashed at the monster's hind leg. The sharp blade cut through like it was slicing through leather, and with all his strength, Qing Do managed to slice off a large portion of the monster's hind leg with a single blow as it let out a furious roar. The exposed white bone broke cleanly at the joint, and the monster's hind leg buckled, causing it to kneel on the ground. Seeing Qing Do who had injured it, the monster turned its head and opened its mouth, its terrifying blood tongue shooting toward Qing Do's head. Qing Do's pupils constricted as he watched the blood tongue lunge at him, but he realized that, in his pain, he couldn't move at all. No. In a state of panic, he couldn't face death, but suddenly felt a tightness around his ankle and was yanked backward. Gua Huanxue shook off Qing Do, gripped the black knife she had just picked up, and lunged forward, putting all her strength into stabbing the bloodied tongue on the ground. With a roar, Gua Huanxue's blade pierced through the tip of the tongue and struck the ground hard. The creature thrashed wildly, but with its tongue pinned down. It seemed to hesitate to exert its full strength, wary of the injury. Jiang Yi fought while observing the battle between the two, his heart racing as they narrowly escaped danger multiple times. At that moment, a zombie took advantage of Jiang Yi's distraction and crawled in through the window. Biting down on his arm, Jiang Yi furrowed his brows, disregarding his wound. He wrapped his right arm around the zombie's neck, while his left hand slashed with the black knife, dark blood pouring profusely from the zombie's severed flesh. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt a lightness in his body, as if the dust beneath his feet had been blown away. A surge of new strength filled him, and his eyes brightened as he effortlessly sliced through the slow-moving zombies with the black knife, cleaving off their skulls. The powerful surge of energy revitalized him, banishing the fatigue from prolonged combat. His sore hands felt as good as new. Level 8, 225, Speed 17, Defense 9, Strength 7, Spirit 7, Constitution 5. Even though it wasn't his first upgrade, Jiang Yi still reveled in the delightful sensation of his power soaring in an instant. The black knife danced in his agile left hand, and with a swift strike, he finally cleaved through the last zombie's forehead. Gua Huanxue, having successfully pinned the monster's tongue to the ground, raised her head in excitement, only to be met with darkness as the monster violently collided with her chest. The tremendous force sent Gua Huanxue flying, clutching her chest, gasping for breath. The monster frantically swiped at the black knife, easily knocking it from the ground. It flicked its tongue, flinging the knife away, and with a roar, its bloody tongue lashed out like a venomous snake towards Gua Huanxue. Her face turned pale as she found herself unable to dodge. Qing Do wanted to help, but was powerless to intervene, helplessly watching as the tongue lunged at Huanxue. Buzz! The black knife sliced through the air with 3 sharp sounds, severing the elongated tongue into 4 pieces. The creature, now severely injured, began to thrash wildly around the room. Gua Huanxue clutched her chest and glanced at Jiang Yi, who stood before her, revealing only his back, still gripping the writhing half of the tongue. Jiang Yi felt increasingly satisfied with his current state. Not only was he faster, but his strength had finally increased from 5 to 7 points of strength, enough to match that of an average adult. With the cleaver in hand, he made his mark, effectively neutralizing the monster's most vicious attack. The creature, blood spewing from its mouth, tried to retract the remaining half of its tongue, only to find that it now hung limply outside its mouth, completely beyond its control. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile. So this is your most powerful technique, huh? Looks like my luck is really on my side. It seemed the monster also realized that its strongest attack had been thwarted, and it let out a furious roar, its eyes fixed on Jiang Yi with a venomous intensity. With a deafening howl, the monster opened its mouth wide and charged at Jiang Yi, leaping through the air to bite at his neck. Behind him, Qing Do and the others gasped in unison, "Watch out." But Jiang Yi casually tossed aside the tongue he was holding and swiftly slashed with his left hand. Faster than the monster could react, the massive creature continued its advance as the black blade light sliced through its head. Under Gua Huanxue's stunned gaze, the enormous zombie monster crashed heavily to the ground behind Jiang Yi, rolling a few times before coming to a stop next to Gua Huanxue, who screamed and kicked it away in fright. Half of its head had fallen to the ground. As the dust settled, the monster's body began to wither and shrink significantly. Jiang Yi sheathed his black blade and turned back to look at them. "How are you two? Are you okay?" Gua Huanxue glared at the show-off Jiang Yi, gritting her teeth as she said, "If you don't come over and help me up right now, I can't guarantee that I won't stab you with an arrow while you sleep tonight." Qing Do, who had been in a daze, suddenly froze, then couldn't help but laugh as he watched Jiang Yi, looking dejected, help Gua Huanxue up, before he finally helped Qing Do up as well. Since there were no chairs in the room, the two could only lean tiredly against the wall. However, in the next moment, the 3 of them burst into laughter. It's such a great feeling to be alive. After surviving a near-death experience, what could be more fortunate than this? Guo Huanxue was a bit impatient to see their spoils. Jiang Yi knew Qingdou was still waiting for a health potion, so he reached into his pocket. But when he pulled out the potion, all three of them were taken aback. It was completely different from the previous potions, although the bottle looked identical. The liquid inside was a vibrant ocean blue. What is this? Guo Huanxue asked curiously as she took it, her body feeling a sudden surge of energy. Urging her to drink it quickly, Jiang Yi cast a strange glance at the potion and looked at Qingdou, saying, "Sorry, Qingdou, this time. It's not a health potion." Although he felt a bit disappointed, Qingdou was even more curious. After all, how could an ordinary person not be intrigued by so many individuals with extraordinary abilities? Guo Huanxue gulped, watching eagerly as Jiang Yi snatched the bottle from her hands. Jiang Yi looked at the label on the bottle with a complex expression, mana restoration potion, small a magical potion that quickly restores energy. Note, drinking it when energy consumption is too low will waste the potion's effects. Taking a deep breath, he realized that since health potions had appeared, how could there not be a mana restoration potion? In comparison to health restoration, the value of mana restoration was evidently higher. However, what he desperately needed now was the health potion that could heal Qingdou, not the mana restoration potion. Looking up, Jiang Yi saw Guo Huanxue gazing at his hand with a look of longing. After a moment of thought, he handed her the bottle, saying, "Here, drink this. It will help restore your energy." Guo Huanxue swallowed hard, not refusing. She glanced at the two of them and then opened the cap, taking a big gulp. As she swallowed the last drop of the blue potion, her skin quickly regained its moisture. A glow appeared in her eyes, and a powerful energy ignited within her. She couldn't help but look at her increasingly strong hands, feeling a sense of wonder she had never experienced before. In just a few moments, after having felt energy deprived since the apocalypse, she finally sensed a feeling of fullness. Excitedly, she looked at Jiang Yi and exclaimed, "I think I can feel it. If I break through this barrier, my strength will multiply." Jiang Yi and Qingdou witnessed Guo Huanxue's transformation and marveled at the potency of the potion. However, her words left them puzzled. Jiang Yi leaned closer, asking, "Guo Huanxue, what do you mean? What barrier?" Guo Huanxue shook her head. "I don't know. I just have this feeling that my strength has reached its peak. Right now, I'm the strongest I've ever been. But to become even stronger, I need to break through this barrier, yet I have no idea how to do it." Jiang Yi pondered, his gaze drawn to Guo Huanxue's hands. Qingdou seemed to understand as well and interjected, "Wait a minute. Are you saying that the abilities you've awakened can become even stronger? That's incredible. If before I felt a bit envious of your powers, now I can honestly say I'm jealous." Just a moment ago, they had only slightly outmatched him in strength. But if their abilities could still improve, he wouldn't be able to keep up with them at all. Jiang Yi hesitated. "That seems to be the case. My abilities are also continuously improving, but I can sense that Guo Huanxue is very different from me. If she truly breaks through, the level of her enhancement will be terrifying." Chapter 41. Fear of the Zombie Willow Tree. Qingdou recalled that both Jiang Yi and Guo Huanxue had just gained their powers and were only slightly stronger than him. But if their abilities could still improve, he truly would be left behind. Jiang Yi hesitated again. "That seems to be the case. My abilities are also steadily advancing, but I can feel that Guo Huanxue is fundamentally different from me. If she breaks through, the level of her enhancement will be incredibly frightening." It must be said that Jiang Yi understood the truth. Regardless of how powerful an ability might be, it would strengthen as the user improved. Once it reached a certain level, it would plateau, and only by breaking through could they become even more formidable. This was completely different from Jiang Yi's level-up system. However, it must be said that Jiang Yi's leveling system is far more perfect than he had imagined. Guo Huanxue was excited. On one hand, the energy within her body was extremely abundant, leaving her feeling invigorated, and on the other hand, she was thrilled by the prospect of becoming even stronger. But when Jiang Yi turned to look at the corpse lying on the ground, he smiled bitterly and said, "What do you think? If human abilities can evolve, can zombies also level up and become even stronger?" The two paused, realizing the very real possibility of this fact. After all, the evolved zombies were already difficult to deal with. If they could also grow stronger, would humanity truly have no way out? Forget it. It was better not to dwell on it. Right now, Huanxue was only sensing the barrier ahead, and if she didn't know how to break through it, what good would it do? Not wanting to burden everyone with heavy thoughts, Jiang Yi interrupted their contemplation. Qingdou was momentarily taken aback, but Guo Huanxue hesitated. Sensing that this matter was inherently unclear, she instinctively rubbed her arm and said, "Do you guys feel it? It seems really cold here." As she spoke, Guo Huanxue rubbed her arms vigorously. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yi couldn't help but shiver. This cold wasn't just a drop in temperature, but a chilling sensation that seeped into the bones. At that moment, they realized where they were. Guo Huanchue's face went pale, completely losing the bravery she had shown while fighting the monsters. There can't really be ghosts here. Let's get out of here. The three of them hurriedly left the villa, leaving behind a pile of zombie corpses, with dark crimson blood pooling and rippling on the ground. As Jiang Yi stepped out of the villa, he instinctively glanced back at the house before leaving. Qingdou urged him, "Jiang Yi, hurry up." Jiang Yi was momentarily dazed but quickly followed, saying, "Coming." He had no idea that just as he turned his head, a frail figure stood silently at a broken window on the second floor of the villa, gazing at the departing trio with a faint, glowing orange crystal flickering on its forehead. Once outside the villa, Guo Huanxue, feeling a bit too energized, suggested they continue searching for zombies. Jiang Yi was also curious to see how strong Guo Huanxue had become, so he and Qingdou agreed to her proposal. They ran toward the girls' dormitory, and their appearance had already attracted the attention of the zombies on the road. They had barely taken a few steps when they saw several zombies approaching from ahead, the stench wafting toward them from a distance. Jiang Yi signaled to Guo Huanxue to move forward, while he and Qingdou obediently stood behind her. Guo Huanxue was eager to try out her skills. Upon seeing the several zombies ahead, she unexpectedly tossed her bow to Jiang Yi. He fumbled to catch it, the impact causing his arm to ache painfully. He shot an angry glance at Guo Huanxue, only to see her draw a purple arrow from the quiver at her back with her right hand. Gripping the arrow with both hands, she closed her eyes for a moment. 3 seconds later, she suddenly opened them, her hands flashing as 7 purple arrows were shot out in quick succession, piercing through the zombies in front of her and knocking them down in droves. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in shock, and both he and Qingdou looked particularly astonished. He hurried closer and saw that each zombie had a long arrow deeply embedded in its forehead. Horrified, he turned around to see Guo Huanxue proudly standing with her hands on her hips, seemingly pleased with her performance. "Don't look at me like that. After drinking your potion, I felt more energy in my body than ever before. With more energy, I can do more, and this is just the simplest wind blade," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, Guo Huanxue raised her right hand, and 3 small wind blades began to swirl above her palm. The wind blades were tiny and delicate, yet they seemed to have a mind of their own, fluttering around her hand. With a triumphant flick of her finger, she sent the 3 wind blades flying forward. Jiang Yi quickly followed their trajectory and saw that the blades moved at incredible speed, even enlarging several times along the way. Slicing through the air as they flew past, 3 zombie heads were sent soaring into the sky. Whoa! The 3 of them inhaled sharply, and even Guo Huanxue herself was surprised that her whimsical move actually succeeded. However, after using this ability, she could clearly feel that nearly 20% of her energy had been consumed. Thankfully, she still had plenty of energy left. From that moment on, it seemed like a personal show for Guo Huanxue. As they continued on their way, no zombie could come within 10 steps of them. Her abilities allowed her to effortlessly decapitate zombies with a mere wave of her hand. Yet, despite this, Guo Huanxue showed no signs of fatigue. It felt as if there was still unabsorbed potion in her body, rapidly replenishing her lost energy. Jiang Yi finally understood why the introduction of the revival potion specifically warned against wasting it. Just a small bottle of the potion had allowed Guo Huanxue to reach an unprecedented level of strength in a short time. Of course, this power was limited. Once the potion's energy was depleted, Guo Huanxue would no longer feel that adrenaline rush. As they swept through the area, Guo Huanxue, like a queen, led the 2 of them back to the dormitory building. Jiang Yi looked around, noting that the zombies gathered were merely ordinary ones. The advanced zombie he had seen earlier was nowhere to be found. Guo Huanxue's arrows shot through the approaching zombies, and upon realizing that the creature they were searching for was not there, she felt not relief but an unusual sense of disappointment. The immensely powerful Guo Huanxue now desperately needed a worthy opponent to validate her strength. "It seems we came here for nothing. Let's head back." After circling around the female dormitory, Jiang Yi also found no trace of the zombie, so he had to ask the others. Although they were a bit disappointed, they all understood that advanced zombies were not common. As more people discovered the magical uses of the corpse nucleus, it felt like there were more hunters than prey. With no rewards to show for their efforts, the 3 were preparing to leave when Guo Huanxue suddenly turned around, her eyes fixed intently on the concrete road behind them. "Did you hear that sound?" Jiang Yi and Qingdou were taken aback. "We didn't hear anything. What did you find?" Knowing that Guo Huanxue was the strongest among the 3, Jiang Yi didn't overestimate himself to think he could handle everything. Guo Huanxue warily scanned the surroundings. "I don't know, but I think I heard some roars not far from here." Jiang Yi frowned. "Do you want to go take a look?" Guo Huanxue shrugged. "Well, we came out for hunting anyway. If we find prey, we should check it out." Qingdou's eyes flashed with a hint of battle intent. "Yeah, Jiang Yi. It's not just me who needs healing potions. Guo Huanxue also needs opponents to adapt to her strength. Jiang Yi thought for a few seconds before drawing his weapon. In that case, let's go take a look. As Guo Huanxue sensed something unusual, Jiang Yi soon felt an abnormal aura permeating the air. He had sensed this aura on advanced zombies before, but never had it been so dense and heavy. Clearly, any zombie radiating such an aura was not an ordinary monster. In fact, even the skinning zombies they encountered in the mansion might pale in comparison to this formidable creature. The three of them put away their laughter and relaxation, gripping their weapons tightly for a sense of security. Guo Huanxue quietly readied her bow, ready to unleash terrifying lethality at any moment. As they cautiously made their way through the greenery outside the dormitory, the trees that usually provided shade had grown exceptionally lush in this post-apocalyptic world, blocking out the sky and sunlight above. The cold and damp atmosphere made Jiang Yi somewhat uncomfortable. As they got closer, the three of them could even hear the furious roars, accompanied by rumbling sounds from the forest, the ground vibrating beneath them. The three exchanged glances of shock. Could they really provoke an earthquake? Could they actually defeat such a powerful foe? As they approached the booming sounds, their tension escalated. Faced with an unknown and formidable enemy, Qingdou maintained the best mindset among them. Seeing Guo Huanxue and Jiang Yi hesitating, Qingdou bravely stepped forward to scout ahead. Finally, after maneuvering around a massive pine tree, an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes amid the continuous booming sounds. A tremendously strong zombie was frantically attacking the trunk of a willow tree in an open area. If it had just been that, the three wouldn't have been too surprised. However, what shocked Jiang Yi was that this willow tree had not only grown several times larger than before, but it also had hundreds of zombie heads hanging from its branches. These zombies were all strung up by their necks on the willow branches, creating a grotesque spectacle that looked like a beautifully colorful flower tree from a distance. Yet the black blood continuously dripping from the corpses made it impossible to appreciate this beauty. The black blood fell to the ground, causing subtle movements in the earth, as tendrils writhed like snakes, quickly absorbing the fresh blood that had splattered onto the tree roots. This giant tree was not just standing there being attacked by zombies. Its branches, which had originally drooped to the ground, were now wildly swinging and striking at an advanced zombie on the ground in response to the immense impact. It seemed that the companion was attacked, and the zombie, clad in a black coat, was furiously swinging its fists, tearing off a layer of bark from the willow tree. However, its hands, feet, and neck were quickly ensnared by willow branches. The willow tree was straining to pull away the force that bound it, yet it was unable to inflict any harm on the monster hanging there. Chapter 42. The double kill of Guo Huanxue. Jiang Yi squinted his eyes, recognizing that the zombie attacking the strange tree was the same one that had previously trapped him in the female dormitory. Meanwhile, Qingdou and Guo Huanxue stared in disbelief at the revived tree. How is this possible? Plants have come to life too? Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that the source of the apocalypse stemmed from that sudden rain, since living beings could absorb that rain and transform into zombies and superhumans. It was not surprising that plants had also mutated. The tree, with its thousands of branches, frantically wrapped around the zombie attacking its trunk. When it realized it couldn't tear it apart, it simply lifted the zombie entirely and slammed it down onto the ground. The advanced zombie roared as it was tossed around by the willow branches, the terrifying force rendering it powerless to defend itself. However, the soft ground cushioned its fall, preventing any serious damage. Seizing the opportunity, the advanced zombie fiercely tore at the willow branches binding it, ripping them apart and stuffing them into its mouth. Finding the taste not as delicious as it had imagined, the zombie spat out the branches, then its gaze fell on the trunk of the willow tree, as if something there was attracting it. Throwing off the remaining branches, the advanced zombie charged again, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the trunk. Guo Huanxue felt a surge of excitement. These two opponents were perfect for her to practice against. Jiang Yi thought for a moment. If it were him alone, he wouldn't stand much chance against either the mutated willow tree or the zombie. But now that Guo Huanxue and Qingdou were by his side, he felt it was worth a shot. Besides, this time, the main force in the battle wouldn't be him, but Guo Huanxue, who was brimming with energy. Just thinking about her previous display of overwhelming power sent chills down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's do this. Huanxue, find a way to incapacitate that zombie." Not allowing her to kill it, Jiang Yi still wanted to obtain more potions. Guo Huanxue nodded, standing up from her hidden spot. She spread her arms, and wind blades, each the size of a scythe, danced in her hands. With a flash in her eyes, she swung her arms, unleashing two wind blades that shot out in quick succession. The two monsters engaged in battle were completely unaware that a yellow bird was lurking behind them. The sharp sound of slicing air flashed by, and one of the advanced zombies' hands and feet were severed cleanly, black blood gushing out as it collapsed to the ground, still bewildered about what had just happened. The two wind blades struck fiercely against the tree trunk, and with a resounding explosion, the bark of the willow tree was sliced open, revealing two deep gashes. Hiss! It was as if the giant willow tree let out a painful howl, reminiscent of a wounded creature. Its branches began to thrash wildly, and the fallen zombies were treated as scapegoats. The enraged willow tree whipped its branches at the zombies, and within seconds, their clothes were completely shredded. Just then, a zombie with two large wounds suddenly convulsed in agony. Gua Huanxue, who was preparing for a second attack, was pulled back by Jiang Yi. The three of them watched in horror as countless slender, snake-like roots emerged from the ground. These roots were long and agile, and after greedily absorbing the blood from the soil, they began to burrow into the zombie's body through its wounds. Although they knew zombies couldn't feel pain, watching it convulse on the ground sent shivers down Jiang Yi's spine. Suddenly, Qing Do shouted, "No, the zombies are going to be killed by the willow tree." Jiang Yi snapped back to reality and hurriedly drew his knife, rushing forward with incredible speed. It was so fast that Qing Do only felt a gust of wind pass by, and before he knew it, Jiang Yi was already charging ahead. Feeling a sense of urgency, the two followed closely behind. Gua Huanxue drew her bow while running and released an arrow, the powerful energy tearing a gap in the dense branches of the willow. Just as Jiang Yi was about to rush in to steal the kill, the willow noticed them. The branches that were initially attacking the zombies twisted midair and lunged toward Jiang Yi. He quickly tried to dodge, but there were too many branches, like living arms, making it impossible to evade. In a matter of moments, he felt a tight grip around his ankle. A willow branch had ensnared him. Jiang Yi stiffened. Just that moment of distraction allowed countless branches to swarm him. He managed to slash through the branch that was entangling him, but he stumbled backward. Most of the branches were exhausted, but many still lashed against his back. The intense pain made Jiang Yi scream as he rolled on the ground, desperately crawling away. He managed to crawl several meters before the willow finally withdrew its branches, unable to reach him anymore. Qing Do quickly propped up the sweat-drenched Jiang Yi with one hand. "Jiang Yi, are you okay?" Jiang Yi's shirt was completely shredded on his back, and every movement sent waves of tearing pain through him. A fierce determination gritted his teeth. "Why don't you try it?" He shoved Qing Do away. "Stay back, and be careful not to get caught up in this." A hint of worry flashed in Qing Do's eyes. "Maybe we should just leave them alone. There are definitely more advanced zombies around. This is too dangerous." Gua Huanxue shot another arrow, and the powerful force exploded through the barrier the willow had formed in front of them, embedding deeply into its trunk. The tree shook violently, and its rate of blood-sucking quickened, as it seemed poised to drain the zombie completely. "After being drained like this, I refuse to just walk away. If I don't show my power, it thinks I'm nothing but dough." The intense pain ignited Jiang Yi's hidden fury. With less than 3 meters separating him from the zombie, it felt like an insurmountable chasm lay between them. "If I can't have it, you can't absorb it either." Jiang Yi cursed loudly, suddenly throwing the skull-slicing knife in his hand. The sharp, long knife flew through the air like a throwing knife, slicing through the willow trees and stabbing deep into the zombie's chest. The already lifeless zombie let out a furious roar as the blade pierced its heart, its body jolting upright, with one remaining hand desperately clutching the knife blade, trying to pull it out. But the black knife felt like a towering mountain, completely immovable. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. With a flick of his left hand, the black knife instantly vanished back into his grip. This time, he focused on the zombie's forehead and threw the knife again, which immediately buried itself deep into the zombie's head. The zombie shuddered and collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. Countless roots wrapped around it, but no matter how they tried to drain it, they bizarrely found that the suddenly lifeless zombie had become nothing more than a pile of lifeless wood, offering not a single bit of absorbable material. Jiang Yi took a deep breath as a massive sphere of light crashed into his chest, a proud smile spreading across his face. Indeed, he was the ultimate victor. He reached into his pocket, fished around for a moment, and then reluctantly pulled his hand out, revealing a bottle of blue potion in his open palm. Unfortunately, it was still a rejuvenation potion. Qing Do's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, but he still managed to smile. "Well, that's good. Now Gua Huanxue doesn't have to worry about running out of energy." Gua Huanxue gazed intently at the potion in Jiang Yi's hand and suddenly pointed to the willow tree that was still flailing in the air, saying, "Do you think that willow tree has a core too?" Jiang Yi was taken aback and looked at Gua Huanxue with confusion. "Why would you think that? It shouldn't have one." After all, it's not a zombie. But Qingdou pondered what President Gua said might actually be possible. If zombies can have cores, and humans and animals can mutate, it wouldn't be strange if the willow tree came to life and had something similar to a core inside it. Jiang Yi blinked, his thoughts racing. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that if he took it down, he could also gain experience? That would be great for him. However, looking at the densely swirling tree around him, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. But this guy is like a tortoise. We can't kill it. What can we do? Gua Huanxue raised an eyebrow with a smirk. What if I injure it? How about that potion of yours goes to me? Hearing her words, Jiang Yi casually tossed the potion to her. As Gua Huanxue stared at him in shock, he took a step back, crossing his arms. Please, begin your performance. Carefully securing the potion, Gua Huanxue stepped back a few paces, drawing her purple arrow with a slow, deliberate motion. As the massive bow gradually opened, small whirlwinds began to dance on the ground beneath her feet. They grew larger, eventually forming visible mini-tornadoes. At that moment, Gua Huanxue stood within the eye of the storm, her long hair billowing in the wind. The purple arrow, having absorbed a tremendous amount of energy, shimmered with a radiant glow, and the originally dark purple arrow shaft gradually took on a shade of green. Gua Huanxue had been charging this arrow for quite some time, so long that her hands began to tremble. Just when Jiang Yi was worried that Gua Huanxue might suddenly falter, she let out a sharp roar. The azure light in her hand, accompanied by a witch-like howl, instantly tore apart the space between her and the willow tree. A brilliant flash of light surged forth, and a powerful storm swept across the ground. The land in front of Gua Huanxue seemed as if it had been plowed. Jiang Yi and Qingdou were both pushed back several steps by the terrifying force of the wind. When they finally adjusted to the swirling sand, Jiang Yi squinted at the willow tree ahead and was astonished to see that the massive tree had actually vanished. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't gone. It had been obliterated by Gua Huanxue's terrifying wind arrow. The enormous trunk, which they couldn't even wrap their arms around, had inexplicably lost a section of its body. And the tree's crown crashed down to the ground, its branches snapping off like twigs. The tree, having lost its roots, was completely devoid of strength, leaving only a solitary root behind. Clang! The heavy longbow hit the ground, and Gua Huanxue, pale and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the aftermath of her full-powered strike with a satisfied grin. However, the next moment, she suddenly screamed, "My arrow!" Qingdou swallowed hard, staring at the clouds of tree dust in disbelief. With such a powerful attack, that arrow must have turned to dust as well. Gua Huanxue felt utterly deflated. With her already limited supply of arrows, she had now lost one completely, leaving her struggling to accept whether this exchange was a gain or a loss. Just then, as Gua Huanxue wallowed in her disappointment, she heard a rustling sound and, incredulously, looked up to see the root left on the ground slowly pulling out its tendrils. It forcefully tore away, snapping many of its fine roots, but the willow tree roots, disregarding the damage, frantically pulled out their tendrils and began to scuttle away like a giant octopus. "Don't let it get away," Gua Huanxue screamed. After wasting all her energy and a precious ancient arrow, how could she let this culprit escape? Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. The creature was still alive, but its upper body had reverted to that of an ordinary tree while its roots could still run. He couldn't believe that there was nothing inside that tree. If it had been the previous willow, Jiang Yi might have been scared, but now, with just a bare stump left, there was no way he was going to let it go. He rushed forward, wielding his black knife and hacking down repeatedly, severing all the thick roots from the tree. The massive stump crashed to the ground, and after a few moments, Jiang Yi stepped on it with his foot. At that moment, Qingdou, supporting Gua Huanxue, approached and saw Jiang Yi staring oddly at the wood beneath his feet. "Is it done?" Gua Huanxue was very concerned about this. Jiang Yi, curiously observing the wood, shook his head and said, "Not yet, it's still alive." The three of them awkwardly gathered around the immobile stump, all wearing strange expressions. Although it felt like ordinary wood to the touch, they could sense a continuous flow of vitality within it. It seemed as if they were genuinely afraid. Every time Jiang Yi touched it, the thick bark of the tree trunk seemed to tremble. Qingdou circled around it and said, "Jiang Yi, should we split it open and take a look? If it's still alive, we can set it free, and who knows, it might recover." Jiang Yi nodded, having no doubt about how extraordinary the regenerative abilities of a sentient plant could be. "Everyone, step back," he instructed as he began to dissect the tree stump. He first used a knife to peel away its bark, revealing a clean trunk from which a faintly red sap flowed, carrying a hint of a metallic scent. As Jiang Yi started to carve deeper into the trunk, the entire stump began to tremble violently. After he had shaved off a significant portion, Gua Huanxue suddenly stopped him. pointing excitedly at a red wooden sphere in the heart of the tree. Look, isn't this its core? I can feel energy emanating from here. Jiang Yi leaned down and saw that, indeed, half of a wooden orb was exposed on the trunk. Although he had struck it moments before, it showed no signs of damage, merely revealing itself. Since Guo Huanxue could sense energy from it, it must be the core. Exhausted from chopping, Jiang Yi felt a surge of joy. He carefully carved around the wooden orb and pried it loose. The egg-sized wooden sphere rolled to the ground, but, before it could hit the ground, transformed into a beam of white light that shot into Jiang Yi's body. Once the wooden orb was gone, the massive stump shook violently a few times and then began to dry up as if it had lost all its moisture. Guo Huanxue and Qing Do were astonished by Jiang Yi's strange ability, but they were even more excited to see what he would obtain this time. Especially Qing Do, who was tired of standing behind the two of them during battles, feeling anxious. This was completely against the warrior spirit he believed in. However, he was soon disappointed when Jiang Yi revealed a bottle of green potion instead. Jiang Yi looked at the strange liquid in his hand, unsure how to describe his mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. Restoration potion instantly restores stamina to peak condition until the potion's effects wear off. Note: do not consume if overly energetic, as it may cause insomnia. After the red and blue potions, was this yet another stamina-restoring potion? This was indeed useful. But thinking of Qing Do's repeatedly disappointed gaze, Jiang Yi suddenly felt that the potion in his hand was less appealing. After briefly explaining the new potion's effects to the two, Jiang Yi put it away, knowing it could be crucial in a tight spot. Guo Huanxue wasn't particularly interested in the potion, as she was an archer and her main depletion was energy, not strength. However, Qing Do was somewhat envious. As a swordsman, what could be more enticing than a potion that could quickly restore his combat ability when he was on the brink of exhaustion? The three of them realized this trip had been a bust, and they had to head back. Although Jiang Yi didn't obtain the healing potion he desired, the day's discoveries were not insignificant. First, I leveled up, not only significantly increasing my speed, but more importantly, my defense reached 9 points, which can almost be considered the peak for an ordinary person. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have only lost a few health points when attacked by the mutated willow tree earlier, just when I thought that I would have to return empty-handed today. As I walked into the woods outside the gym, my body suddenly froze when I noticed that there was no reaction ahead. The two of us whispered urgently, "Be careful. There's an ambush here." Jiang Yi and Guo Huanxue instantly stopped their conversation and drew their weapons. The oppressive silence in the air finally made them feel that something was off. It was too quiet. Even the distant sounds of zombies howling were absent. Jiang Yi held his black blade across his chest, scanning the woods ahead. It felt somewhat familiar until he noticed a large pool of chaotic blood on the ground by his feet. And it suddenly dawned on him that this was the place where he and Guo Huanxue had encountered the mutated zombie and the mutated beast, the Great Gray. In an instant, Jiang Yi realized what had brought immense pressure to the three of them. At that moment, Qing Tu suddenly pointed towards a shadowy direction in the woods and said, "Guo Huanxue, attack over there." Although Guo Huanxue couldn't see anything, her understanding of Qing Tu made her trust him without question, and she knocked an arrow and shot it into the shadows. The purple arrow, though not infused with energy, was still as fast as lightning, instantly vanishing into the woods. With a dull thud, the shadowy trees ahead shook, and Qing Tu alerted, "Be careful, it's coming out." Jiang Yi squinted, feeling a slight pain in his right hand, and his gaze locked onto the massive creature emerging from the shadows. A gigantic gray dog, as large as a yellow lab, stepped out of the woods, its muscles rippling. It had a half-missing ear. But what caught the attention was the filth in one of its eye sockets. Dried blood had glued its eyelid shut, and a shrunken eyeball dangled from a thin blood vessel, swaying in front of its face. Guo Huanxue gasped, clearly recognizing what it was, and unconsciously glanced at Jiang Yi. She wondered what decision he would make this time. Jiang Yi, who was being secretly observed by Guo Huanxue, remained calm, his gaze fixed on the Great Gray, until it stopped in front of them, revealing a purple arrow stuck in its mouth, which it casually spat out to the side. Guo Huanxue stared in disbelief. Although she hadn't infused energy into the arrow, how could a beast catch an arrow shot from her bow in midair? That was impossible. The Great Gray didn't care who had shot the arrow. From the moment it appeared, its gaze was fixated on Jiang Yi, with a burning hatred igniting in its single eye. However, it didn't make any rash movements but instead shifted its focus to Qing Tu. While its look at Jiang Yi was filled with fury, its gaze towards Qing Tu was one of caution and seriousness, until it noticed that Qing Tu's arm was injured. Its single eye suddenly brightened, revealing its fangs as it roared and charged at Qing Tu. Qing Tu's body tensed as he drew his sword, slashing towards the neck of the massive gray dog. The dog, surprisingly agile for its size, dodged at the last moment, its body twisting to avoid the blade, and lunged at Qing Do with its enormous jaws wide open. Jiang Yi shouted an expletive, drawing his sword for a quick strike. With a swift motion, he aimed for the dog's thigh, the blade cutting through the air with fierce intent. A glint of cunning flashed in the dog's eyes. Just as it was forcing Qing Do to retreat, it suddenly turned and stood on its hind legs, its massive paws striking out towards Jiang Yi. In a bid to save Qing Do, Jiang Yi swung his sword with all his might, but it missed its mark. Just then, darkness closed in, and he saw the heavy body of the gray dog barreling towards him. He quickly rolled to the side, but the dog would not let its enemy escape so easily. It lunged again, its entire weight crashing down towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi managed to evade the dog's first two attacks by rolling away. But then, a heavy tail swept through the air, sending him flying to the ground. The gray dog immediately pounced on him, its massive jaws aimed for his neck. At that critical moment, Guahanshue's arrow shot straight towards the dog's solitary eye. Having suffered once before, the dog instinctively protected its vulnerable spot. Abandoning its lethal strike on Jiang Yi, it tilted its head back, narrowly avoiding the sharp purple arrow that grazed its snout. A line of blood oozed from its gray fur as it bared its teeth at Guahanshue. Guahanshue was taken aback that the gray dog had dodged her arrows twice. Seeing its warning, she instinctively took a step back. This time, she quickly knocked two purple arrows onto her bow and pulled back with all her strength. Whoosh! The double arrows flew through the air simultaneously. The gray dog leaped backward, and Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to roll out from under its control. Looking down at his shirt, now pierced through, Jiang Yi's expression turned grim. Meanwhile, Qing Do had once again engaged the gray dog. It seemed the dog was wary of Qing Do, opting for a strategy of surrounding rather than attacking. However, Qing Do was injured on his left arm, putting him at a disadvantage against the agile beast. Fortunately, Guahanshue was nearby, her arrows occasionally interrupting the dog's deadly advances on Qing Do. Jiang Yi observed their dire situation. Not only was Qing Do merely an ordinary person who was injured, but even Guahanshue had depleted her energy from the previous battles. Otherwise, the now strengthened Guahanshue wouldn't be so easily overpowered by the gray dog. Chapter 44. New spoils of war. Knowing they couldn't afford to drag out the fight with the gray dog, as their stamina was no match for its. Jiang Yi tore off the tattered sportswear that had been turned into rags by the willow tree and the gray dog. His muscles, increasingly robust with each upgrade, were now bloodied and exposed. Jiang Yi took out the vial of restorative serum from his pocket and drank it all in one go. The apple-flavored liquid slid down his throat coolly, making him feel as if he were sipping a chilled cola on a scorching summer day. As the refreshing taste washed over him, his heart felt like it was injected with adrenaline, beating wildly. His previously weary and pale skin flushed with vitality, and the sweat on his body evaporated quickly, wiping away a whole day's fatigue. At that moment, Jiang Yi felt as powerful as if he could take down a bull. As he watched Qing Do being swatted away by De Hui, Jiang Yi surged with speed, activating his full potential at 17 points, moving like the wind. He swung his blade just in time, slicing off De Hui's nose as it lunged toward Qing Do. Arc! The sudden pain made De Hui stagger back, blood gushing from the wound where its nose used to be. Once a formidable opponent with sharp senses, De Hui was now at a severe disadvantage, writhing in agony, its paws pressing against the injury as it crashed wildly around. Having landed a successful hit, Jiang Yi barely had time to celebrate before De Hui's massive body collided with him, sending him flying through the air. He rolled several times before crashing to the ground. "Jiang Yi, are you okay?" Guahanshue shouted urgently as she drew her bow. With an excited grin, Jiang Yi stood up, shaking out his sore arms. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the severely injured De Hui. There's no better time than now. Seeing that Jiang Yi seemed to be fine, Guahanshue felt relieved and took out a vial of healing potion. Just as Jiang Yi suddenly yelled, "Huanshue, Qing Do, don't intervene, I'll handle it myself." Pointing with his left hand, the black blade returned to him, the dark leather strap coiling around his arm. With the blade connected, Jiang Yi charged forward like a cannonball, thrusting the knife with all his might toward De Hui's body. Thud! In a desperate struggle, De Hui let out a pained howl and twisted its neck just in time to evade the lethal strike aimed at its vital spot. The sharp black blade pierced beneath De Hui's ribs, causing it to lash out in agony, swiping at Jiang Yi, who nimbly retreated. Letting go of the knife with his left hand, he pulled on the black strap wrapped around his wrist with his right, yanking the blade free and sending a spray of hot beast blood flying. In midair, Jiang Yi caught the knife and swung it with all his strength, bringing down a massive paw onto the ground in a flurry of blood and flames. De Hui howled at the sky, Its eyes, once filled with rage, now reflected terror. It couldn't comprehend how the roles had reversed. Just days before, it had easily hunted prey like Jiang Yi. Now, it was the one on the brink of defeat. As it slammed down heavily, its strength waning, a glimmer of pleading flickered into Hui's single eye. Having longed for survival since birth, it didn't want to die, no matter how difficult things got. The once fearsome creature now bore a gaze that reflected the countless times it had feigned cowardice and fear. It understood that kind-hearted individuals, upon witnessing this scene, would often show mercy. Jiang Yi stood before it, holding a knife, and looked into the familiar gaze he had seen countless times before, slowly shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Big Gray, but this time I won't be giving you my lunch." As if understanding Jiang Yi's words, Big Gray, with a terrified expression, wriggled its massive body a few times, and then suddenly, its face twisted into a snarl. With a deafening roar, the entire dog lunged at Jiang Yi's neck, determined to perish alongside this man, even if it meant death. Thud! A deep line of blood burst forth from its neck, splattering blood all over Jiang Yi's feet. Big Gray crashed heavily to the ground, its single eye reflecting endless unwillingness. It opened its mouth, the once bright eye gradually losing its luster. Several orbs of light shot into Jiang Yi's body as its form withered away. At that moment, Qing Do and Guohanyue approached, looking a bit shocked as they glanced at Jiang Yi and then at the decaying Big Gray on the ground. They truly hadn't expected Jiang Yi's growth to happen so quickly. Just a few days ago, he had been severely injured by this ferocious beast, and now he was able to single-handedly slay a canine beast. This rate of growth was astonishing. Jiang Yi took a deep look at Big Gray's corpse, raised his head, and smiled at the two of them, just about to speak when a group of people suddenly walked in from the nearby woods. Dongfang Tian entered, saw Guohanyue and the others, and then glanced at Big Gray's body. "What happened here? Hanyue, are you okay?" Guohanyue turned around, slightly frowning. "When did Dongfang Tian arrive?" "We're fine." Dongfang Tian nodded and strolled over to the giant corpse, circling it twice, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock. He had never seen such a massive mutated beast before. Even though he was very confident in his own strength, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could kill such a huge beast. Did he do this? Dongfang Tian secretly glanced at Jiang Yi, who had a neutral expression. Shaking his head inwardly, Dongfang Tian felt that Jiang Yi seemed very ordinary, not at all like someone capable of such a feat. Spotting the arrow in the corpse, he leaned more towards the idea that Guohanyue had killed it. With that thought, he cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yi before walking over to Guohanyue. "Hanyue, the smell of blood here is too strong. It might attract zombies. We should head back." Guohanyue instinctively looked at Jiang Yi, who gently nodded and sheathed his knife. Dongfang Tian addressed his team. "Take this corpse back and see if it's edible." Qing Do furrowed his brows and stepped forward, wanting to say something. But Jiang Yi pulled him back gently, shaking his head. And so, the spoils belonging to Jiang Yi and his companions were taken away by Dongfang Tian's people, who hadn't even asked them a single question throughout the process. Guohanyue felt a bit resentful. But considering she was still staying with him, and that most of her former teammates were under Dongfang Tian's command, she didn't want to argue about it. Back at the gym, Qing Do finally looked at Jiang Yi with indignation. "Why didn't you let me speak? Dongfang Tian is going too far. That was our trophy." Jiang Yi casually reclined on the mattress, watching the visibly unhappy Qing Do and the clearly frustrated Guohanyue, and suddenly smiled. "If they want it, let them have it. We won't need it anyway." Guohanyue defended Jiang Yi, saying, "But he has gone too far. He didn't even ask you first." Jiang Yi was quite happy. "It doesn't matter. I've already got the real good stuff." The two were taken aback and instinctively stared at Jiang Yi, guessing what he meant. Indeed, it was unusual for a fierce beast to decay at such a visible speed after death. Considering Jiang Yi's strange abilities and observing his expression, they couldn't help but feel curious. Jiang Yi held on for a few seconds, and when he saw that the two seemed eager to touch it themselves, he quickly reached into the bag beside him and pulled out a vial of blood-red potion. "Healing potion," Guohanyue exclaimed excitedly, then immediately felt a bit out of control, covering her mouth and looking around to make sure no one was paying attention before letting out a sigh of relief. She looked at Jiang Yi with excitement. "So it's true. You can get potions from both animals and plants." Jiang Yi nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. And it's not just that." He then reached back into the bag and pulled out a long, soft blanket. The soft animal skin blanket resembled the finest Persian carpet, with its grayish-white fur being soft and dense. Guohanchue's eyes lit up as she snatched it away. The texture was even more luxurious than any fur coat she had ever touched. "What is this? Is it from the Great Gray?" Qing Do asked, noticing the familiar color. Jiang Yi shrugged. "Who knows? I just got this animal skin after taking down the Great Gray. Animal skin, Tier 1 made from the fur essence of an unknown fierce beast. It offers good defense and warmth. Jiang Yihan expected that after dealing with the Great Gray, he not only gained 10 experience points, but also obtained several items beyond the potion. Besides this 2-meter square animal skin, he also got 10 sharp beast fangs and 10 sturdy beast bones, all uniform in size and weight. Jiang Yi wasn't sure what these items were for, but given the familiar feeling from the potion, he suspected they were materials harvested from the Great Gray itself. This led Jiang Yi to a vague speculation. Since his infinite combat upgrade ability now allowed him to collect these items, it meant that in the future, he could use these materials for something. So even though he couldn't use them right now, he wasn't too disappointed. Guohan Xue was very fond of the animal skin, while Qing Do was quite curious about the pure white beast fangs in his hands. After all, the Great Gray's corpse still had all its teeth intact. Where did these fangs come from? What Qing Do and Jiang Yi didn't know was that in the nearby kitchen, a few students responsible for handling the fierce beast corpses were trying to pull out a few teeth as keepsakes. However, before they could find any tools, they simply yanked them out by hand, and the seemingly sharp fangs broke right off at the roots. Cough, let me show you one last thing. Jiang Yi cleared his throat, successfully drawing the attention of the two. He pulled out a perfectly square piece of raw meat from his bag. This piece of meat looked so fresh it seemed to be dripping with blood, adorned with a layer of fat that emitted a faint, savory aroma. The marbling on it rivaled that of the finest Wagyu beef. Qing Tu instinctively sniffed the air. What fresh meat! The Yamato people are known as the birthplace of sashimi, and they are also home to some of the world's finest beef. Even though Qing Tu hadn't lived in Yamato for long, he had tasted raw food before. Just by the smell, he could tell that the meat in Jiang Yi's hands was top-grade, fresh, and fit for raw consumption. Jiang Yi tossed the meat in his hand, a whole 100 pounds of dog meat. Do you want some? Chapter 45, Shadows and Schemes. Guohan Xue and Qing Tu both swallowed hard. If someone had offered them dog meat just a few days ago, they would have flatly refused and even scolded the person for suggesting they eat such a beloved creature. But now, any morsel of food was an incredibly precious resource. Anyone who had lived through the apocalypse for even a fortnight would remember deeply that anything edible should never be wasted. Thus, Guohan Xue and Qing Tu, who had always refused to eat dog meat, found themselves unable to reject the meat in Jiang Yi's hands. However, they ultimately didn't get to enjoy the delicious dog meat. Dongfang Tian, remembering that this great haul was thanks to Guohan Xue and the others, personally brought over a large bowl of meat, enough to fill all three of them, after butchering the dog carcass. Seeing the three of them lost in conversation, Dongfang Tian didn't mind interrupting. You must be hungry. Come and try this meat. Unfortunately, we don't have a kitchen here, so we can only stew it simply. A large bowl of meaty bones wafted a tantalizing aroma, and the three of them wasted no time digging in, as this was their catch. And they could eat as much as they wanted. After Jiang Yi divided a bone for each of them, he grabbed one for himself and took a bite. Immediately, he frowned instinctively, struggling to swallow the tough, sinewy meat. He glanced at the other two, and it was clear they were having a hard time getting the meat down. 2. Dongfang Tian chuckled lightly. Is it hard to chew? It's probably due to the animal mutations. While the meat is edible, the texture isn't great. But with hundreds of pounds of meat, we can eat for a long time. Clearly, Dongfang Tian was already aware of how poor the quality of the meat was. Jiang Yi, to be honest, had completely lost his initial excitement about the beast meat. The meat in his mouth was tough and dry, resembling undercooked old pork. There was not a hint of tenderness. It was worlds apart from the jade-like meat in his own space. But as Dongfang Tian said, in this world, who could afford to be picky? Being able to fill their stomachs was enough. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yi slowly tore the meat into shreds and swallowed it down. After the three of them managed to finish their bones, they no longer looked at the meat in the bowl. A flicker of displeasure crossed Dongfang Tian's eyes, but he smiled as he had the bowl of meat taken away. He then got down to business. Huan Xue, I heard you're searching for those powerful zombies. Are you looking for the corpse nuclei? If you need it, I can provide some for you. With that, Dongfang Tian took out 2 red zombie cores from his bag, feeling a twinge of pain but forcing himself to extend his hand to give them to Guohan Xue. Guohan Xue glanced at the cores and quickly looked away, saying, Thank you, Dongfang Tian, but you should keep them for yourself. You've already tried them, right? Dongfang Tian was surprised that Guohan Xue could resist the temptation of the cores, but he nodded in agreement. That's right, I've experimented with them. Consuming a zombie core can significantly enhance one's abilities. However, he thought about the losses incurred while hunting zombies and shivered involuntarily. If I could, I would never want to face those terrifying advanced zombies again. But his ambition wouldn't allow him to be cowardly. After losing over 10 subordinates, he finally obtained 5 cores. He used one for an experiment on an ordinary person, only for that guy to explode into a mist of blood. The second one was consumed by Li Gang, who, while very strong, was overly reliant on himself. When Dongfang Tian made his request, Li Gang didn't hesitate and swallowed it, which resulted in a noticeable increase in his abilities. Only then did Dongfang Tian dare to consume the third core, successfully allowing his ice powers to be unleashed. However, he was hesitant to eat the remaining 2. One reason was that these cores didn't belong solely to him. If he absorbed them all, although no one might oppose him, it would definitely plant a thorn in the hearts of his subordinates. Moreover, Dongfang Tian wasn't sure if such powerful cores could be consumed consecutively. Being extremely cautious about his life, he didn't want to take any risks. Seeing Guohanyue repeatedly refusing his offer, Dongfang Tian reluctantly put the cores away and suddenly turned to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you're also an ability user, right? I know you want the cores, but you should understand that the zombies with cores are quite powerful. Just relying on you and Qing Do, even with Hanyue, it's impossible to come out unscathed every time. How about this? Since you and Qing Do don't plan to join us, why not temporarily team up to hunt zombies together? Jiang Yi was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse, but after thinking it over, he looked at Guohanyue. This decision depends on Guohanyue. If she agrees, I have no objections. Dongfang Tian was momentarily stunned, then turned to the puzzled Guohanyue. Oh, so Hanyue, do you agree? Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Guohanyue frowned, not understanding why they were looking to her for a decision when Jiang Yi was clearly the leader. However, she didn't want to accept the proposal either. Knowing Dongfang Tian's determination, she thought it over and finally nodded. All right, let us go hunt for zombie cores together tomorrow. But how will we divide the spoils? Having managed a club before, Guohanyue naturally had basic negotiation skills. Given that Dongfang Tian had previously snatched the corpse of a ferocious beast, and being aware that he was still her friend, she wanted to clarify this point. Dongfang Tian frowned, feeling a hint of dissatisfaction towards Guohanyue. He didn't like how she was calculating everything with him. Seeing Guohanyue's serious demeanor, it was clear to Dongfang Tian that if he didn't explain himself clearly, she might reject his proposal. Having never considered this before, he quickly came up with a plan and said, how about this? You can join my team on the hunt. For every 5 corpse nuclei we collect, 1 will go to you. As for food and supplies, we can split them evenly among the group. Guohanyue glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Dongfang Tian, this is too much. We have 2 ability users on our side, while your entire team has only 2 as well. Don't you think this distribution is unfair? Dongfang Tian's expression tightened. He disliked Guohanyue's nitpicking, but realizing that no matter how much he promised, they wouldn't be able to take anything away, he found himself in a position to negotiate with her. After much back and forth, they finally reached an agreement. They would hunt together, with Dongfang Tian receiving 2 nuclei and Guohanyue 1. Additionally, the second nucleus they obtained must belong to Jiang Yi's team, and if they didn't collect at least 3 by tomorrow, they would still have to give them 1. As for the supplies, Jiang Yi's team wouldn't be responsible for transportation, only receiving 10% of the total value of all supplies. Qing Do watched in awe as Guohanyue and Dongfang Tian negotiated, finally understanding why they were capable leaders. It wasn't just their strength, most importantly, they were all competent managers. Knowing he lacked such talents, Qing Do could only watch the spectacle with his loyal cat by his side. Jiang Yi frowned. He initially didn't want to collaborate with Dongfang Tian. First, he didn't trust him, and second, his abilities weren't suited for teamwork. However, he realized he couldn't focus solely on himself forever. Exposing his abilities in front of Guohanyue and Qing Do was the first step. He had to face more people. Otherwise, no matter how strong he became, being a solitary figure held no meaning. It was crucial for him to gradually showcase his abilities. After Dongfang Tian finalized the deal with Guohanyue, he coldly glanced at the contemplative Jiang Yi, thinking, whatever, if they want it, let them have it. Let's see if they can even use it. Whether it was the nuclei or Guohanyue, he believed they all belonged to him. Once Jiang Yi sorted out his thoughts, he noticed that Dongfang Tian had already left with his team, while Guohanyue was organizing the supplies they would need for the next day with Qing Do. She handed a healing potion to Qing Do, saying, drink this. You've waited long enough. Jiang Yi's calm, yet sincere words warmed Qing Do's heart. He didn't refuse. Instead, he stepped forward, uncorked the vial, and after giving Jiang Yi a heavy stare, he downed the potion in one go. Having confirmed that the items produced by his abilities could be used by others, Jiang Yi wasn't too worried. Soon, he heard Qing Do grunt, cold sweat beading on his forehead as the pain from his fractured bone made him grit his teeth. Fortunately, the healing potion was powerful, reconstructing his bones and flesh while alleviating his pain simultaneously. Qingdo's injuries weren't as severe as Jiang Yi's had been before. After drinking a bottle of healing potion, the abundant energy not only healed his broken bone, but also eliminated the scars left from years of training. By the time the effects of the potion wore off, Qingdo looked as fresh as if he had just washed himself clean. However, his dark brown eyes were exceptionally bright, and he seemed to have shaken off his earlier gloom. He exchanged a few words with Jiang Yi, grabbed his bag, and dashed off to take a shower. At that moment, Guo Huanxue looked at Jiang Yi with a worried expression. Are we really going to team up with Dongfang Tian tomorrow? Jiang Yi nodded. Didn't you already make arrangements with them? Guo Huanxue shook her head and said firmly, forget it. I know you don't trust Dongfang Tian. To be honest, after the apocalypse, I don't even know if he is still the person I once knew. Teaming up with someone like him is like courting disaster. Jiang Yi looked at her with concern and suddenly smiled. Then why did you agree to him? Guo Huanxue shot him a glare. That's because I understand him. If I refuse him today, he'll find a way to make us go with him tomorrow. So I just temporarily agreed to his proposal. Jiang Yi looked at her with sympathy. You really are pitiful, playing along with him for our sake. Guo Huanxue saw the exaggerated look on Jiang Yi's face and punched him in the chest, causing him to cough. Are you trying to seize power? Guo Huanxue snorted. Who told you to keep teasing me? Just then, Qingdo returned, and both Jiang Yi and Guo Huanxue were struck by his appearance. He was no longer in the gloomy training outfit but had changed into a deep green kimono. The collar and sleeves were adorned with silver-white edges, and the little white cherry blossoms scattered across the fabric made Qingdo look both steady and lively. The two swords at his waist, paired with a specially designed belt, fit him perfectly. Feeling a bit shy in traditional Japanese attire, Qingdo explained, this is my new outfit for the kendo competition. My mom sent it to me, and I hadn't dared to wear it until I found out it was the only one I had, so I put it on. Guo Huanxue's eyes sparkled. It looks amazing. Oh my gosh, I just realized how great your skin looks, Qingdo. Jiang Yi turned to see Qingdo's flushed face and realized that his skin was indeed smooth, like a freshly peeled egg. Although the healing potion had repaired old scars, it didn't address skin issues, which meant that the usually dusty Qingdo was actually a shy young man with a flawless complexion. No wonder many people said that mixed-race individuals were exceptionally good-looking. Initially skeptical, Jiang Yi couldn't help but secretly admire Qingdo's appearance. After the two of them finished commenting on the shy Qingdo, they finally let him off the hook and returned to their previous topic. Qingdo blinked and asked, so, Guo Huanxue, were you just deceiving Dongfang Tian all along? Oh my, I didn't even notice it myself. Guo Huanxue shot him at a glance. If even he could see through it, then she had no chance of fooling Dongfang Tian. Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before looking at the two of them. There's something I need to tell you. Tomorrow, I want to leave here. I have a lot of things to verify. Are you willing to come with me? Qingdo raised his eyes. Are you going to find her? Jiang Yi nodded calmly. Yes, I still want to verify it in person. Guo Huanxue grinned. What are you two talking about? But you better not think about leaving me behind. I'm sticking with you. If you dare leave me, watch out for my arrow piercing your head. She said this while brandishing her golden bow. All right, as long as you want to come along, I'll take you with me. Is that okay, miss? Jiang Yi really wasn't good at communicating with girls and always found it hard to refuse them. Satisfied, Guo Huanxue continued to organize her arrows, while Jiang Yi turned to Qingdo. Qingdo, what about you? Are you staying here, or? Jiang Yi didn't elaborate, but Qingdo understood his meaning. After pondering for a moment, Qingdo looked up. Jiang Yi, now that your body has recovered, do you still need a bodyguard? The kind that comes with food and lodging? Jiang Yi was taken aback and suddenly laughed, a hearty laugh. No, I don't need a bodyguard anymore. Qingdo's expression darkened, and then he heard Jiang Yi continue, but I urgently need partners to fight alongside me. I wonder if you're interested? Qingdo blinked. But, I'm just a ability user. I'm not as strong as you guys. Jiang Yi patted his shoulder. But can you still wield your sword? Qingdo straightened up suddenly, confidently lifting his white blade. Of course, my sword is the strongest. His strong confidence in his sword made Qingdo particularly dazzling. Guo Huanxue chuckled. He truly was the standout newcomer of the club this year. Quite the show-off. I'm Jiang Yi. Welcome to the team. Qingdo looked at Jiang Yi's outstretched hand and suddenly clasped it. Ji Qingdo, I look forward to working with you. The two of them shook hands, their fists strong and firm. After calming down their excitement, the three of them began chatting casually. Jiang Yi suddenly asked, by the way, Qingdo, why does Dehui seem so afraid of you? Qingdo rubbed his head and chuckled. Oh, about that. A few days after I arrived, I saw that there were pet lovers in our school organizing to help stray cats and dogs, and they were trying to catch Dehui. But they couldn't catch it at all, and just when they were struggling, Dehui ran over to me. Qing Dou's explanation left Guohan Yue and Jiang Yi speechless, and they silently mourned for De Hui for 3 seconds before they couldn't help but gloat. De Hui was notorious for being fierce at the university, not only stealing food, but also having bitten people multiple times. The school even had to send people to catch it, but De Hui was too clever. It would run away from strong people and then come back to attack ordinary passersby. Oh right, I remember hearing them talk about spaying stray dogs, and I thought it was quite meaningful. So I personally took Gray to the pet clinic, and I even paid for the spaying, Qing Dou proudly explained, which suddenly made Guohan Yue, who was drinking water, cough uncontrollably, while Jiang Yi felt a chill between his legs and instinctively stepped back. The three of them chatted late into the night and finally took a break. Until the next day, when it was time to take action as planned. Dongfang Tian stood proudly in front of his team, watching the 3 people walk down from upstairs. He frowned slightly, noticing that Jiang Yi was leading the way, with Guohan Yue and Qing Dou trailing half a step behind him. In Dongfang Tian's eyes, this attitude seemed to subtly place Jiang Yi at the forefront. How could that be? Even if it weren't Guohan Yue, but Qing Dou leading them, Dongfang Tian wouldn't have been too surprised. But Jiang Yi? He was someone Dongfang Tian couldn't see any strength in at all. The person he had always underestimated was finally gaining a bit of his attention. Jiang Yi stood confidently in front of Dongfang Tian, with his right hand resting on the knife at his waist. He looked at Dongfang Tian's scrutinizing gaze and smiled lightly. Sorry to keep you waiting, President Dongfang. Shall we get going? Dongfang Tian didn't respond immediately, but took a deep look at Guohan Yue. From her expression, he finally confirmed his suspicions. Suppressing the anger rising within him, Dongfang Tian nodded. All right, let's go. Jiang Yi, along with his 2 companions, marched out of the gymnasium, followed by Dongfang Tian and his 10-member team. Watching them from a distance, Zhu Kaijun and Li Zhitian exchanged glances and quickly retreated back to the underground swimming pool. As they walked, Dongfang Tian said to Guohan Yue, Han Yue, let's go to the cafeteria today? Jiang Yi was taken aback and looked over. But he quickly realized that when Dongfang Tian mentioned the cafeteria, he wasn't referring to the first cafeteria he had been to before, but rather the third one. Longxing University of Technology has a vast campus, which is why there are 3 cafeteria buildings throughout the campus. However, due to different contractors, the management of the 3 cafeterias varies slightly. The first cafeteria is the largest in terms of area, has the most floors, and offers the most diverse food options. Especially after renovations a year ago, the first cafeteria has added many modern intelligent machines. It can be said to be one of the iconic cafeterias of the university. The second cafeteria, in terms of both area and operation, is far inferior to the first. Its main feature is that it specializes in Western cuisine from various countries, catering primarily to foreign students studying at Longsheng. The second cafeteria does not require a meal card. Meals here are paid for in cash. Despite this, the majority of patrons are still Chinese students, as foreigners in China are often more eager to try Chinese cuisine rather than their own food. As for the third cafeteria, Jiang Yi had never even been there, as this newest cafeteria is essentially a money pit, or to put it in one word, extravagant. In terms of decoration and business offerings, the third cafeteria is not much different from those high-end restaurants outside. In addition to catering to wealthy students, the main purpose of this place seems to be entertaining school leaders. As a result, it's humorously referred to as the corruption building. Dongfang Tian chose this location not only for the food, but also because he wanted to move his team's base to the number 3 canteen. After all, compared to the empty sports hall, the number 3 canteen is undoubtedly a paradise. Clearly, it wasn't just Dongfang Tian. Even Guohan Yue and Qing Dou had visited the number 3 canteen, and upon hearing Dongfang Tian's proposal, both of them couldn't help but light up with excitement. Once they stepped out of the sports hall's territory, the number of zombies around them began to increase, and the 13 of them refrained from casual conversation, each gripping their weapons tightly. Fortunately, the sports hall didn't have much else, just enough weapons for everyone to have 2 or 3. Dongfang Tian held a long sword in his hand, its slender blade reflecting a frosted silver shine in the sunlight. This sword was not an ordinary performance prop, but an actual forged weapon. It was specially crafted at a high cost when the martial arts club was first established to serve as the club's treasure. Seeing the zombies gathering ahead, Dongfang Tian didn't draw his sword, but instead waved his hand coldly. Li Gang, built like an iron tower, charged forward with his steel knife, leading his team. The 6 of them made almost no sound, their footsteps incredibly light as they ran. Their movements were decisive, showing no fear in the face of terrifying zombies. With a single slash, Li Gang decapitated the zombie in front of him, sending its head flying from neck to shoulder. A powerful kick sent the headless zombie tumbling into 2 others, knocking them to the ground. Before they could get back up, Li Gang's steel knife came down hard, and the head, the size of a soccer ball, rolled away. Compared to Li Gang, the others were somewhat less skilled, but they faced the zombies without fear, dispatching their foes with swift and practiced movements. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow as he caught Dongfang Tian's gaze, who smiled and nodded at him. Once Li Gang had dealt with all the zombies, his 5 teammates quickly and expertly searched each corpse, scavenging everything useful. Only then did Dongfang Tian give the order to move on. Though the fight was quick, it still made some noise, and soon more zombies came rushing over. The 3 members equipped with longbows swiftly readied their weapons, drawing their bows and firing. 3 zombies fell to the ground instantly. The group didn't even pause, stepping over the bodies to continue forward, while the archers casually retrieved their arrows from the fallen zombies. Chapter 47. The captains Showdown. Guohan Yue and Qing Do exchanged serious glances, a hint of solemnity flashing in their eyes. It must be said that regardless of what one thinks of Dongfang Tian, his subordinates are indeed quite strong, especially Li Gang, whose zombie kill count surpassed that of all the others combined. After slicing through the zombie in his path, Li Gang held up the bloody head, provocatively looking at Jiang Yi, and tossed the decaying head right at Jiang Yi's feet. Jiang Yi took half a step back, avoiding the blood splattered on his toes, and looked at Li Gang, suddenly breaking into a smile. Glancing at the ever-increasing horde of zombies ahead, he slowly drew out his pitch-black tang knife. Qing Tu naturally noticed Li Gang's provocation. At that moment, he was already itching for a fight. Seeing Jiang Yi draw his knife, his own blade was instantly unsheathed, and he dashed forward, swinging his sword towards Li Gang. Li Gang was taken aback. He never expected Qing Tu would dare to attack him. In a hurry, he raised his knife, only to find Qing Tu's blade slicing past his arm and striking behind him, letting out a roar as the sharp katana cleaved off half of a zombie's head behind him. At that moment, Guohan Xue also raised her left hand, palm facing the sky, as small wind blades began to gather. The sharp sound of the slicing wind caught everyone's attention. With a swift motion, 6 wind blades whistled out, darting in the air and changing direction in an instant, causing the zombies in front of everyone to fall in droves. Dongfang Tian's eyes twitched, looking at the imposing Guohan Xue with some shock. How could her abilities be so strong? Han Xue? Dongfang Tian opened his mouth. The stunning display by Guohan Xue left her radiant, and she turned back to look at him in confusion. What's wrong? Dongfang Tian opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't ask, his gaze at Guohan Xue becoming even more profound. Jiang Yi observed everything with a glint of cunning in his eyes. He enjoyed seeing the look on Dongfang Tian's face as he desired something he couldn't have. With Qing Tu and Guohan Xue joining in, the team's pace quickened. Jiang Yi felt a bit frustrated. With these 2 guys around, he had no chance to make a move himself. Meanwhile, Dongfang Tian had yet to take action. Jiang Yi understood that Guohan Xue and Qing Tu didn't want their abilities to be revealed too soon. However, their intentions would soon become difficult to maintain. As the zombies gathered around them in increasing numbers, they finally attracted a higher-level zombie. Seeing this zombie, Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he instinctively took a step forward. But Dongfang Tian was even quicker. His long sword was drawn in an instant, slicing through the air as the sword, accompanied by a resonant hum, aimed straight for the zombie's neck. Dongfang Tian's speed was incredible, and his angle of attack was particularly tricky. The sword pierced through the neck of the higher-level zombie. Seeing this, Li Gang shouted excitedly, "Good." However, how could such a powerful higher-level zombie be slain by such a minor injury? Though its neck was pierced, the damage was negligible. It clamped down on Dongfang Tian's sword with one hand, while the other reached for Dongfang Tian's arm. Dongfang Tian had anticipated this, twisting his wrist to pull out the sword, and with a flash of blade work, the hand reaching for him was severed. But he underestimated the zombie's speed. Completely unconcerned about the loss of its fingers, it threw a punch directly at Dongfang Tian's shoulder. Caught off guard, Dongfang Tian stumbled and fell. The crowd gasped, watching as Dongfang Tian was pinned to the ground by the zombie. Li Gang roared and charged forward, his steps heavy, causing the ground to tremble with each footfall. Buzz! The pitch-black Tang Dao moved with incredible speed. Jiang Yi saw the zombie fall before Dongfang Tian. With a sweep of his left hand, he dashed forward at full speed, transforming into a streak of black light that instantly appeared in front of the zombie, swinging his sword down towards its neck. The sharp blade made the zombie feel a sense of danger, prompting it to instinctively dodge backward. Jiang Yi's sword narrowly missed its nose, and at that moment, Dongfang Tian got up from the ground. Seeing the zombie evade Jiang Yi's strike, he charged forward and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's stomach. The zombie was sent flying, crashing to the ground and roaring furiously at Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi and Dongfang Tian exchanged glances, wordlessly understanding each other, and simultaneously rushed forward, attacking the fallen zombie with sword and knife almost in perfect sync. The zombie was incredibly fast, but against two strong opponents, it soon found itself covered in wounds. It was clear that the upgraded zombie had learned its lesson and was desperately guarding its vital points, avoiding attacks. Dongfang Tian's swordplay was agile and unpredictable. Every strike carried a rhythm that was visually pleasing to the onlookers. In contrast, Jiang Yi's fighting style was hard to watch. He relied on the sharpness of his weapon and swung wildly. If it weren't for Dongfang Tian's vigilance, he would have been accidentally injured by Jiang Yi several times. After dealing with the surrounding zombies, everyone looked at Jiang Yi's combat style in disbelief. Li Gang turned to Qing Do and asked, "Is this really your team leader?" Qing Do lowered his head and slapped his forehead in frustration. Gua Huanxue felt embarrassed as well. Biting her lip, she raised her golden bow. Li Gang exclaimed in alarm, "President Gua, don't do anything reckless. Be careful of our leader." Unfortunately, Gua Huanxue ignored him completely, and with a powerful gust of wind, she shot an arrow that whistled sharply through the air. Dongfang Tian, tense all over, suddenly felt a chill in his heart as the sound of death-like whistling filled his ears, causing him to instinctively crouch and dodge to the sides. Jiang Yi also heard the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, but he merely shifted his body slightly. The powerful arrow grazed the edge of Jiang Yi's clothing and pierced through the zombie's arm, the immense force tearing off its right arm. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Nice shot. He drew his long knife and struck downwards, slicing through the zombie's left shoulder. Blood sprayed everywhere as the upgraded zombie howled in agony, its hind legs struggling to maintain balance without its arms. Dongfang Tian awkwardly got back to his feet and cast a cold glance back, finally landing on Gua Huanxue, who was still poised with her bow. However, Gua Huanxue was focused intently on Jiang Yi's battle. At that moment, Dongfang Tian realized that while he was momentarily distracted, Jiang Yi had already reduced the zombie to a mere piece of meat. The thought that he, a powerful fighter, had been outdone by Jiang Yi, who didn't even know how to wield a knife, made him feel a mix of disbelief and frustration. Dongfang Tian coldly stared at Jiang Yi's back, his hand gripping the sword radiating a chilling aura. A layer of frost clung to the dark red hilt, and cold mist gradually seeped out. Jiang Yi swiftly severed the zombie's right foot, watching as the unfortunate creature lost its balance and fell. A smile crept onto his lips as he deftly dodged the sharp sword energy that lunged at him from behind, infused with an icy chill. The sharp, long sword once again pierced into the zombie's abdomen. However, this time, the powerful upgraded zombie was not as fortunate as before. The moment the blade entered its body, swirling mist began to rise from the wound, and in an instant, frost covered the zombie's neck and head. Break! Dongfang Tian stepped forward, his left hand clenched into a fist, and he threw a punch. With a series of cracking sounds, the frost-covered zombie let out a terrible scream as its neck and head were completely severed. Black-red ice crystals splattered everywhere, slowly melting into blood that the earth absorbed over time. Jiang Yi stood quietly behind, watching as Dongfang Tian stood beside the zombie, his gaze fixed on him. Neither spoke, but the exchange of glances in the air was filled with fighting spirit towards each other. It wasn't until the others ran over that Jiang Yi sheathed his knife, transforming back into an innocuous appearance. Li Gang hurried to Dongfang Tian's side, anxiously asking, "Dongfang, are you okay?" Dongfang Tian shook his head, accepting the zombie core handed to him by his subordinate, and said in a deep voice, "Continue forward," with Dongfang Tian's subordinates clearing the way. Along with experts like Qing Do and Gua Huanxue standing guard, the group approached the third cafeteria without incident. From a distance, the third cafeteria resembled a hotel situated within the school. As they got closer, the operator's meticulous effort became evident. The entire third cafeteria was a three-story white building designed in a minimalist European style, with large floor-to-ceiling windows that made it look both clean and transparent. Even though Jiang Yi had never dined here, he knew that the third cafeteria was positioned as a high-end establishment. It was said that a meal here would cost no less than 1,000. Upon reaching the cafeteria's exterior, the once clean and tidy outdoor CAF area was now in chaos, with shattered glass tables strewn across the ground and the sunshades tipped over in disarray. Blood and disorder were everywhere, clearly indicating that a great turmoil had occurred here at the onset of the apocalypse. Strangely, there wasn't a single zombie outside the third cafeteria. The entire area was eerily silent. Not only Jiang Yi, but also Dongfang Tian and Gua Huanxue noticed the anomaly and refrained from rushing in. Dongfang Tian directed everyone to explore the surroundings. Jiang Yi slowly followed behind the crowd, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Guahanyue stood beside him and asked, "What are you doing? You had such a good opportunity just now. Why didn't you kill that zombie directly and instead let Dongfang Tian take the chance?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Guahanyue's puzzled expression, and explained, "Because I wanted him to kill that zombie. If I had taken it out myself, the zombie core would disappear, and I wouldn't be able to explain it later." Gua Huanxue suddenly realized why she had said that with Jiang Yi's strength. Even if he wasn't familiar with any techniques, he shouldn't have struggled so much against a zombie. However, this was also beneficial. With Dongfang Tian taking the lead, Jiang Yi could better conceal his true abilities. Although it was a pity not to obtain the potion, this loss was insignificant compared to the secret behind the potion. Of course, Gua Huanxue was unaware that Jiang Yi had lost not only a vial of potion, but also the experience that should have come from defeating that zombie. Even though he had contributed significantly, Jiang Yi's own ability determined that the kill belonged to Dongfang Tian, meaning he didn't gain even a bit of experience. Before long, the searchers returned. After listening to their reports, Li Gang shook his head at Dongfang Tian. "Dongfang, there's no zombie out there, and no corpses either." Dongfang Tian frowned. This was highly unusual. It was strange for an area to have no zombies at all, and he certainly didn't consider this a good sign. Chapter 48. The mysterious canteen number 3. Li Gang was tall, but he was not just brawn without brains. He clearly sensed the abnormality of canteen number 3. Yet his confidence in his own strength left him unfazed. Holding his barbell club, he looked at Dongfang Tian and asked, "Should we go in now?" Dongfang Tian pondered for a moment and turned to Gua Huanxue. "Huanxue, do you think we should enter?" Gua Huanxue frowned deeply. As the strongest among them, she instinctively felt a sense of repulsion towards this place, yet she couldn't quite grasp the reason behind it. Coldly responding to Dongfang Tian's inquiry, she said, "You should ask Jiang Yi. I'm not the leader." Gua Huanxue had already sensed that Dongfang Tian was subtly targeting Jiang Yi. Though she knew Dongfang Tian had feelings for her, she still found his behavior in the post-apocalyptic world increasingly annoying. A flicker of darkness crossed Dongfang Tian's eyes as he glared at Jiang Yi, filled with killing intent. Jiang Yi. Every day, it was just him on Dongfang Tian's lips. After chasing Gua Huanxue for 2 years, was he still inferior to a pretty boy who had only been around for 4 or 5 days? However, Dongfang Tian's strong self-control kept him from losing his composure entirely. He nodded and said to Jiang Yi, "Classmate Jiang, should we go in?" Jiang Yi gazed at the third-floor canteen. He had certainly overheard their earlier conversation, but he was too disinterested in the melodrama of "You love me, I don't love you. You love him, I'm afraid of him." It wasn't until Li Gang angrily shouted, "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Dongfang talking to you?" That Jiang Yi scratched his ear and turned to mock Li Gang. "If it's him talking to me, why are you shouting here? Do you think your voice is too loud? Afraid of attracting zombies or something?" "You." Li Gang's face turned red with anger, and he raised his steel club as if to charge, but Dongfang Tian intervened. He knew Li Gang would stand no chance against Jiang Yi in a verbal battle, and causing a scene in front of Gua Huanxue wouldn't benefit him at all. After giving Jiang Yi a meaningful glance, he smiled and said, "Captain Jiang, Li Gang has a bit of a temper. I apologize for him. What do you think we should decide?" Jiang Yi raised the corners of his mouth. He disliked someone like Dongfang Tian. Interacting with him was too much trouble. He shrugged casually, "You call the shots today. It's all up to you." Dongfang Tian nodded and shot a warning glance at the still fuming Li Gang before turning his attention to the cafeteria that was so close. For safety's sake, he definitely wouldn't want to go in, but in front of Jiang Yi and Guahanyue, he was unwilling to back down. After all, this was his first chance to showcase his abilities in front of Guahanyue. Gritting his teeth, he cast a deep look at Jiang Yi, who had a good show planned for him later. There was no way he would give up so easily. Anyway, they all had to go in together. No one could escape. With his decision made, Dongfang Tian declared firmly, "Everyone prepare, let's go in." Li Gang had been eager for this moment and rushed ahead with his stick. Jiang Yi led Guahanyue and Qing Do to the back of the group, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. To him, problematic places meant a wealth of experience. He wasn't keen on going to places without danger. Li Gang charged ahead and forcefully pushed open the door to cafeteria number 3. A wave of foul odor hit him, and his expression soured slightly. As everyone walked into the cafeteria with disgust written on their faces, they couldn't help but turn pale. This was no longer the once luxurious cafeteria number 3, but had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Dark red splatters covered the walls and floors, and dismembered corpses and decaying flesh were everywhere. The first-floor coffee lounge was a scene of devastation. Jiang Yi glanced down at a rotting human head beneath his feet and frowned. No matter how much he anticipated it, the shock of the scene before him was overwhelming. Dongfang Tian's face was also grim. He waved his hand. Be careful, don't get bitten. Though he wanted to retreat, everyone still slowly ventured deeper into Cafeteria No. 3 at Dongfang Tian's command. Unlike ordinary cafeteria buildings, Cafeteria Number 3 was designed to be high-end, with a transparent coffee lounge on the first floor. It was a place for people to enjoy coffee and do light work. Aside from a huge reception desk directly in front, the rest of the area was almost completely visible. Despite the scattered remains throughout the hall, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Li Gang kicked a decomposed head away in frustration and sulked over to Dongfang Tian, saying, I've checked. There's nothing on the first floor. Dongfang Tian nodded, but his inner unease did not ease at all, and his heartbeat quickened. He felt something was off. However, he saw Jiang Yi casually chatting with Qing Do and Guohan Yue and suppressed his disgust, saying in a deep voice, let's head upstairs. The staircase to the second floor was very spacious, allowing 5 or 6 people to go up or down side by side. Li Gang led the way upstairs, and Jiang Yi quietly asked Guohan Yue, can you really sense danger here? Since entering the building, Guohan Yue had looked somewhat pale. At Jiang Yi's question, she shook her head. No, I feel the danger isn't coming from this building, but I can't pinpoint it. Jiang Yi nodded, trusting Guohan Yue's instincts. Only he and Guohan Yue knew that she was the strongest among the group of over 10 people, compared to abilities like Dongfang Tian and Li Gang, who had merely absorbed a single zombie core. Guohan Yue had gone through the process of absorbing the core, taking potions, and gaining experience from killing zombies, and had completely reached her peak. In this state, Guohan Yue was highly sensitive. Her 5 senses were heightened, and her 6th sense was acute. She could easily detect any unusual sensations around her. Since she said there was no danger in the cafeteria, Jiang Yi felt reassured and noticed that everyone had stopped in front of the cafeteria door on the second floor, slowly walking over. Li Gang stood outside the closed door and suddenly turned to Jiang Yi, saying, Captain Jiang, since we're all acting together, we can't be the only ones charging ahead, right? How about you guys go in first this time? Dongfang Tian stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, just watching Guohan Yue and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, sure. Before he could step forward, Qing Do had already taken big strides ahead, glaring at Li Gang by the door, and without hesitation, pushed open the cafeteria door. Bang! The loud crash startled Li Gang. He didn't expect Qing Do to be so reckless, throwing open the door without any caution. What if there were zombies inside? Wouldn't they be walking into a trap? He instinctively opened his mouth to scold, but was stopped by Dongfang Tian, who was looking at the wide-open cafeteria door as Qing Do charged inside. Jiang Yi also smiled at Dongfang Tian and followed him in. The spacious cafeteria looked no different from the one on the first floor. Although the floors and walls were covered in grime, surprisingly, there weren't many zombies around. In fact, Jiang Yi didn't even have a chance to make a move before Qing Do had already drawn his knife and rushed forward. 3 zombies lunged at him simultaneously, but with both hands on his weapon, Qing Do struck down, decapitating 2 zombies before his knife pierced through the head of the third. As the bodies fell to the ground, Qing Do sheathed his knife and turned to Jiang Yi, proudly lifting his weapon. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. He knew Qing Do was showing off his strength. He had claimed yesterday that he was the strongest with a knife here. Damn it, where are all the zombies? Li Gang's face darkened as he smashed a chair with his baton, feeling utterly frustrated watching the triumphant Qing Do during this operation. Li Gang, control your emotions. Dongfang Tian said coldly, scanning the empty cafeteria to ensure there was no danger before reprimanding Li Gang. Li Gang's expression stiffened, swallowing hard and standing obediently to the side. However, the way he looked at Jiang Yi showed that he had completely disregarded Dongfang Tian's scolding. Jiang Yi suddenly turned around, giving Li Gang a meaningful look, causing Li Gang's heart to skip a beat, and he instinctively lowered his head. At this moment, Dongfang Tian stepped into Jiang Yi's line of sight, smiling. Looks like I was being overly cautious. There is no danger here. But this is good news for us. In such a large cafeteria, there must be plenty of food. Everyone, let us gather it up quickly. Jiang Yi naturally had no objections to this decision. He simply warned Qing Do and Guohan Yue, be careful. With that, he followed the others toward the kitchen and warehouse. Li Gang led 3 people to the kitchen, while Qing Do followed a few others toward the warehouse. The 2 teams arrived at the kitchen and warehouse doors almost simultaneously, this time without Jiang Yi by his side. Li Gang was too lazy to take matters into his own hands. A mere glance was enough for someone else to take action. As the 2 large doors swung open at the same time, a sudden turn of events occurred. Before the doors could fully open, they were violently shoved aside, and a cacophony of roars erupted from both directions. The members of the Martial Arts Society entering the kitchen didn't have time to react before everything went dark. A massive zombie grabbed one of them by the head and viciously sank its teeth into his neck. The man screamed in agony, struggling desperately as blood gushed from his throat. He turned to seek help from Li Gang, but the look of desperation in his eyes turned cold in an instant. Li Gang stood right behind him, and upon realizing there were zombies inside, he kicked the man out the door with all his might. The force sent both the man and the zombie tumbling out. As the man yelled, he barely had time to curse Li Gang for being a beast before countless putrid hands grabbed him, dragging him into the kitchen. An unrelenting horde of zombies crashed against the door. After delivering the kick, Li Gang turned and ran, shouting, "Run! There are zombies!" Meanwhile, the situation was no better at the warehouse. The moment the lock was turned, the entire wooden door was flung open, knocking the boy who opened it unconscious. Zombies surged through the door, drawn to the fresh blood, roaring in rage as they charged forward. Chapter 49: Death and Escape. Endless zombies, stimulated by the scent of fresh flesh and blood, battered against the door. Li Gang knew they couldn't hold them back. After kicking the door, he turned and sprinted away, waving his hands. "Run! It's all zombies." Over at the warehouse, Qing Do faced a similar onslaught. The moment the lock clicked open, the heavy door was smashed away, and the boy opening it had no chance to react before being knocked unconscious by the door. The terrifying zombies that burst through the opening were immediately attracted to the fresh blood, roaring in a frenzy as they charged forward. As the zombies rushed out, Qing Do's knife flashed in the chaos. The bloodthirsty zombies, still unaware of what was happening, were quickly dispatched. Qing Do swung his knife wildly, blocking the zombies that charged at him, but he felt increasingly overwhelmed. He shouted back, "Get him out of here." But when he turned around, his heart sank. The people who had been beside him were all gone, leaving only himself and the unconscious boy on the ground. "Damn it," Qing Do cursed, swinging his knife even faster. "Qing Do, come back." Jiang Yi, holding a black knife in his left hand, grabbed Qing Do with his right and pulled him to run. "But there's still one person," Qing Do shouted. Jiang Yi shot a cold glance at the boy. "You're beyond saving. Just take care of yourself." It was only then that Qing Do realized that within such a short time, several zombies had already mangled him beyond recognition. Jiang Yi grabbed Qing Do and started running back, while a seemingly endless wave of zombies surged behind them. With a sharp whoosh, several small blades of wind sliced through the air, crashing into the horde of zombies behind Jiang Yi, instantly creating a splatter of blood. With a powerful throw, Jiang Yi flung Qing Do away and sped up, finally breaking free from the encirclement of the zombies. Now temporarily safe, Jiang Yi looked up and spotted Dongfang Tian breaking through from the other side as well, but there were only 4 or 5 people with him. Clearly, this sudden attack had cost Dongfang Tian a significant number of his men. Dongfang Tian cleaved through a zombie with his sword and, with Li Gang and the remaining few providing cover, managed to meet up with Jiang Yi. Urgently, he said, "We can't stay here, let's move." Without a moment's hesitation, he led his group towards the cafeteria exit. However, just as they burst through the door, a scream echoed behind them, and Dongfang Tian, along with Li Gang, stumbled back in panic. Jiang Yi's pupils constricted as he saw a horde of zombies crazily pouring in from outside. "This is bad, we are surrounded," Do shielded Guohuanxue, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart at the sight. But Jiang Yi, while dodging the zombie attacks, kept scanning the surroundings. "Don't lose hope. It's too early to give up." At that moment, Jiang Yi's extraordinary speed came into play. No matter how many zombies surrounded him, he moved as if strolling through a garden, effortlessly evading their onslaught. While Dongfang Tian hacked away at the zombies, he noticed that Jiang Yi was managing quite well, flanked by Qing Do and Guohuanxue. The murderous intent in his eyes finally erupted without restraint. Why can he be so at ease while I, the leader of a faction, am left in such a state of disarray? Jiang Yi was oblivious to the extreme animosity Dongfang Tian harbored against him. After quickly surveying the cafeteria, Jiang Yi finally spotted a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he pointed at a window and shouted, "Quick, run to the windowsill." As he spoke, his black blade shimmered as he cleared a path for Qing Do and Guohuanxue. Hearing Jiang Yi's words, almost everyone turned to look at that window. Upon seeing it, they realized that outside the window was actually a platform. Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up as he remembered that there was a decorative platform on the first floor, making it easy to climb over from the second-floor window. Zombies wouldn't be able to scale the balcony, as long as they could get up there. They could jump down to the first floor and be safe. Go, go. All the survivors nearly went mad, rushing towards the windowsill. Jiang Yi was the fastest, weaving left and right to be the first to arrive. He twisted open the window, ripped through the screen, but didn't go in first. Instead, he turned back to look at Qing Do and Guohuanxue. Fortunately, with Guahuanshue's ranged arrow shots and Qing Dou's close combat slashes. The two were only a few steps behind Jiang Yi. Without hesitation, Guahuanyue firmly grasped Jiang Yi's outstretched hand and used the momentum to leap onto the balcony. Diving inside, before her feet even touched the ground, she had already drawn her golden bow once more, releasing an arrow that shot through several zombies next to Qing Dou. Qing Dou also took the opportunity to escape, flipping over the balcony. On the other side, Li Gang smashed the window with his stick, and Dongfang Tian, ignoring the cut on his arm, finally jumped across. Li Gang followed suit, while the others scrambled to climb up, screaming in panic. Just as they thought they were safe, a foul-smelling, robust zombie claw suddenly reached out from among the ordinary zombies, grabbing a boy on the windowsill. The boy's joy at surviving instantly turned to terror. Dongfang Tian watched helplessly as his teammate was dragged back through the window amidst his screams, disappearing into the horde of zombies. The smell of blood excited the zombies, and nearly all the windows were shattered as countless dark gray claws frantically clawed at them from the outside. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. It was yet another great opportunity to gain experience. However, the remaining 5 people with Dongfang Tian were completely paralyzed with fear, especially with the last distinctly different zombie, which robbed them of the strength to even lift their weapons. Having narrowly escaped death, they instinctively wanted to jump down. One boy, clearly confident in his jumping ability, was the first to roll over and leap down. A scream pierced the air as he crashed hard onto the cement ground outside the cafeteria, rolling in pain while clutching his foot. The others, about to jump down, froze in place at the sound. The scream attracted Jiang Yi's attention, and he looked down, only to witness a horrifying scene. A large wave of zombies, previously hidden, suddenly surged out from every corner, and in an instant, the boy who was writhing in pain was torn apart. Cold sweat broke out on Dongfang Tian's forehead, and he instinctively pulled back the leg he had already swung out. Looking up, he caught Jiang Yi's gaze not far away, and a strong sense of humiliation made him bite down hard on his lip. Jiang Yi glanced at the remaining people on the opposite side, feeling a weight in his heart. Just then, a panicked boy shouted, "What do we do? We're doomed." The hope that had gathered outside on the first floor was completely extinguished, and the mindset of those who had been repeatedly crushed was on the verge of collapse. Li Gang slapped the boy, shouting furiously, "Shut up! If you scream again, I'll throw you out. Jiang Yi, we can get to the 3rd floor from here." At that moment, Qing Dou, leaning against the outer casing of an air conditioning unit, yelled to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked where he was pointing and saw that the air conditioning unit hanging by the 2nd floor window was less than a meter away from the 3rd floor windowsill. Those with stronger physiques could definitely jump onto it. Qing Dou's words successfully caught the attention of Li Gang and the others. In their despair, they found a glimmer of hope, and without hesitation, they all rushed forward. Fortunately, there were plenty of air conditioning units on the 2nd floor platform, allowing 2 groups of people to climb up simultaneously. Qing Dou was the first to jump onto the machine, carefully peering through the window on the 3rd floor. Seeing that there was no one inside, he broke the glass, reached in to open the window, and jumped in. Dongfang Tian squinted as he watched Qing Dou enter, and then cautiously poked his head out, feeling relieved as he began to climb up from the other side. Jiang Yi used his knife to fend off the zombie claws extending from the air conditioning unit, taking the opportunity to take down several zombies. If he weren't worried about Dongfang Tian noticing, he would have preferred to eliminate all the zombies on the 2nd floor. As he was the last one to climb into the 3rd floor, he barely had time to assess the environment before he noticed that everyone was unusually tense, and there was an underlying tension in the air. He quietly asked, "What's going on?" Qing Dou replied in a low voice, "There's a person over there who got scratched by a zombie, and Li Gang wants to kill him. Don't come over. I'm not done living yet. Why do you think you can just order me around? I got hurt protecting you, and you're just going to watch Li Gang kill me?" Among the remaining 4, one tall guy wielding a bloody watermelon knife pointed it threateningly at Dongfang Tian, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. But Jiang Yi could see that behind the ferocity, there was also despair. Yes, he was injured. He was as good as dead. "Jia Chuan, don't get worked up. Li Gang didn't mean it that way. He's just worried about you." Dongfang Tian tried to calm Jia Chuan while attempting to approach him. But Jia Chuan was like a wounded wolf, not giving anyone a chance to come close. As Dongfang Tian tried to comfort him with a concerned expression, his right hand never left the hilt of his sword. Jia Chuan clearly saw through Dongfang Tian's true intentions and laughed bitterly. "I've followed you through thick and thin since the apocalypse began, and I always knew this day would come. I don't blame you. But you shouldn't take away my last glimmer of hope. You're forcing me to hate you." Suddenly, Jia Chuan shifted his gaze to Jiang Yi, who was leaning against the window, then looked back at Qing Dou and burst out laughing. "Qing Dou, Even though I've been defeated by you, I've never resented you. In fact, I envy you. You found a good leader. When following the strong, you must keep your eyes wide open. Dongfang Tian's expression darkened. Jia Chuan, what nonsense are you spouting? He shot a glance at Li Gang, signaling him to be ready. But Jia Chuan suddenly swung his knife wildly, pushing Dongfang Tian back. Stay away from me. Dongfang Tian, I know you'll never let me live. And I'm not afraid of death. I've had enough of this life already. Jiang Yi sheathed his black knife and looked at the pale-faced Jia Chuan, interjecting, actually, you might not have to die. You could even awaken your abilities. Everyone present was taken aback and turned to look at Jiang Yi. Jia Chuan trembled. A spark of desire for life flashing in his eyes. What do I need to do? Tell me, quickly. Jiang Yi held his knife and replied, eat a zombie core. If you do, there's a chance you'll survive. If you survive, you'll awaken. Jia Chuan's face lit up with joy as he turned his gaze toward Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian's complexion was extremely poor as he shouted angrily, Jiang Yi, what are you saying? Everyone knows that ordinary people will surely die if they consume a corpse core. Jiang Yi stood up and extended his hand, saying, what about me? Gua Hanyuan knows that I awaken my abilities by consuming a corpse core. Chapter 50. Parting ways. When Gua Hanyuan nodded, everyone present was shocked. All eyes turned to Jiang Yi. Although they knew that corpse cores could make awakened individuals stronger, they had never realized that a corpse core could actually awaken someone. Jia Chuan threw away the knife in his hand and looked at Dongfang Tian with a desperate expression. Dongfang Tian, you have a corpse core, please give it to me. I will repay you by being your servant from now on. Dongfang Tian's face was grim as he touched the corpse core in his chest, hesitating to speak. Jia Chuan's expression shifted from surprise to shock, and finally filled with rage. He picked up the knife and crazily lunged at Dongfang Tian, shouting, Dongfang Tian, die. Li Gang swung his club, hitting Jia Chuan's wrist with a crack. Jia Chuan cried out in pain, and his screams startled Dongfang Tian. In a panic, Dongfang Tian instinctively looked at the last person besides Li Gang. When he saw that person retreating to the corner of the wall with an indifferent expression, looking at him with disdain, Dongfang Tian realized that he had made a mistake. However, he still wouldn't give the corpse core to Jia Chuan. Seeing the fierce look in Jia Chuan's eyes made Dongfang Tian's heart race. He knew it was already irreversible. Since that was the case, he couldn't let Jia Chuan live. Jia Chuan, don't believe Jiang Yi's words. He only said it's possible, but it's more likely that you'll die directly. Shut up, you hypocrite. If I can't live, neither will you. After saying that, Jia Chuan dashed towards the stairs. Jiang Yi tightened his brow, but did not stop him. Dongfang Tian roared, stop him. As he spoke, a chilling air gathered in his palm. Li Gang, holding his club, chased after him, but even with his awakened power, he couldn't catch up to Jia Chuan, who was already resigned to death. Jia Chuan had a savage look on his face, thinking that if he was going to die, he might as well take everyone with him. As long as he lured the zombies from the second floor up, none of them would survive. Just as he was about to reach the stairs, the light suddenly dimmed. Looking up, he saw the boy who had climbed to the third floor with him blocking his way. Furious, Jia Chuan pushed with his left hand. Li Huiyu, get out of my way. Li Huiyu, who had his head down, suddenly lifted it and grabbed Jia Chuan's left hand. Jia Chuan was stunned. He never expected the usually inconspicuous Li Huiyu to dare to confront him. Just as he was about to slap him away, Li Huiyu lowered his body and unexpectedly lunged into Jia Chuan's embrace. Jia Chuan trembled all over, the intense pain causing his body to shudder. In disbelief, he looked down to see a short knife plunged into his heart. Li Huiyu, with an expressionless face, looked up and said in a low voice, I can't die yet. So you can just quietly die? Jia Chuan grasped at the empty air with his left hand, still unable to believe that he had been killed by the seemingly inconspicuous Li Huiyu. The people behind him only saw two figures collide, and Jia Chuan came to a halt. It wasn't until his body collapsed to the ground that he realized, in horror, that he was already dead, watching as Li Huiyu coldly gripped a bloodied knife. What are you doing? Qing Do shouted, pulling out his white knife with eyes wide in alarm. He sensed a chilling murderous intent emanating from Li Huiyu that surpassed even Jiang Yi's. Dongfang Tian and Li Gang were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Dongfang Tian looked up in shock at Li Huiyu's impassive face, while Li Gang brandished an iron rod menacingly, pointing it at him. Li Huiyu, I've never liked you, and now it seems you really are a problem. Put down the knife, or I'll smash your skull. Li Huiyu glanced at the bloody dagger in his hand, then looked up at Li Gang. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh, his body swaying as he swiftly vanished from sight. He reappeared right in front of Li Gang. The icy blade now pressed against Li Gang's neck, rendering him utterly motionless. Dongfang Tian shouted, Li Huiyu, stop. A chill radiated from him, but he did not act. Li Huiyu slowly retracted his knife, casting a disdainful glance at Dongfang Tian, then glanced at Jiang Yi in the distance before turning to leave. Relaxing. Li Gang couldn't help but shout in anger, "Li Huiyu, where do you think you're going? Don't forget, you're still one of us." Li Huiyu didn't look back, but merely raised his bloodied hand, coldly replying, "Not anymore." As Li Huiyu slipped into a nearby room, the corridor fell into silence. Li Gang was panting heavily, while Dongfang Tian's emotions were complex. He never expected that there was an awakened one hidden among them. No wonder the weakest member of their team, Li Huiyu, always managed to return safely. Qing Do was also deeply impacted, staring blankly as he sheathed his knife. He truly hadn't anticipated that among the 6 survivors, he would be the most ordinary one. Gua Huanshue's eyes lit up, seemingly admiring Li Huiyu's character. Or perhaps thrilled that an inconspicuous person possessed such strength. After all, Li Gang had a solid martial arts foundation and had also gained superhuman strength, making him one of the most formidable awakened individuals she had ever seen. Yet, he was utterly powerless against Li Huiyu. Jiang Yi, is he a speed type awakened? Gua Huanxue asked, glancing at her captain. Jiang Yi frowned. Li Huiyu's look before he left was hard to decipher, but after hearing Gua Huanxue's words, he shook his head. No, I've seen several speed types, and none can reach Li Huiyu's level. But I must admit, he has an exceptional grasp of his abilities. In that regard, neither you nor I can compare to him. At that moment, Dongfang Tian finally managed to suppress the fear that lurked deep within him. After all, having someone so powerful hiding nearby would make anyone with a bit of caution feel uneasy. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he turned to Jiang Yi and said, "Captain Jiang, Han Shui, we're safe for now. What should we do next?" Jiang Yi stepped forward, realizing this was Dongfang Tian's way of showing goodwill. Glancing at the solitary figures of Dongfang Tian and Li Gang, Jiang Yi smiled and said, "There are too many zombies gathered downstairs and outside. We can't leave just yet. Let us clear out the 3rd floor first and eliminate any potential hazards." Dongfang Tian nodded in agreement. "All right, Li Gang. Let us split up for now." Unlike the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor mostly consisted of private rooms, so it was more appropriate to disperse rather than stick together. Jiang Yi agreed, and the 5 of them headed toward different rooms. Jiang Yi approached one of the rooms, quickly scanning the area to confirm the door was undamaged before gently opening it. As soon as he cracked the door open, a zombie claw shot out. Reaching for his arm, Jiang Yi swiftly retracted his hand. With his speed nearing that of an ordinary ability user, he was now almost on par with the zombies. With a flash of his black knife in his left hand, he sliced off the claw and kicked the door open, sending the zombie tumbling out. 3 zombies fell to the ground, rolling in a heap. Jiang Yi stepped inside and, with 3 swift strikes of his blade, severed the heads from their bodies. Meanwhile, sounds of fighting echoed from other directions, indicating that there were indeed quite a few zombies in the private rooms, but the soundproofing had kept them undisturbed. Jiang Yi quickly searched the room, finding little of interest, just 4 mobile phones and some odds and ends in the handbags left behind by the corpses. He packed what was useful into his backpack and kicked open the next private room. Before long, the entire 3rd floor was nearly cleared by the 5 of them. Jiang Yi felt a bit disappointed that there were no advanced zombies as he had hoped, especially since the 2nd zombie corps was supposed to belong to him according to their agreement. When they regrouped, Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance at Li Huiyu, who was standing behind Gua Hanxue. Li Huiyu nodded lightly at Jiang Yi. Li Gang, upon seeing Li Huiyu, was instantly enraged and wanted to charge at her. But Dongfang Tian stopped him, fixing a wary gaze on the calm Li Huiyu. At that moment, Gua Hanxue stepped forward, glaring at Li Gang. "Dongfang Tian, I expect you to keep your subordinate in check." Both Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi were taken aback that Gua Hanxue would speak up at this moment. Unfazed, she stood her ground, looking at Li Gang and Li Huiyu. "I trust you understand that we're in a critical situation right now. I don't want any infighting at this time. The more people we have, the more hope we have. Any grievances can wait until we're safe. Do you understand?" Li Huiyu held his dagger upside down and whispered, "I never wanted to be your enemy. I just want to survive." Dongfang Tian, "I hope you 1T provoke me again. Otherwise, I 1T hold back." Li Gang laughed in fury. "Li Huiyu, you ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for us these past days, do you think you'd still be alive?" Dongfang Tian stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Gua Hanxue. Seeing her resolute expression, he barked, "Enough, Li Gang. If he no longer recognizes me as the leader, forcing him to stay is pointless." "I agree with Hanshue's suggestion." Gua Hanxue gave both sides a satisfied glance before retreating to Jiang Yi's side. She shot him a meaningful look, to which Jiang Yi chuckled and whispered, "Are you stirring up trouble for me?" Gua Hanxue rolled her eyes. "Come on, you're the captain. Shouldn't you be thinking of ways to strengthen the team? Li Huiyu is incredibly skilled. Don't you want to recruit someone like that? Jiang Yi shrugged noncommittally. Admittedly, Guahanxue wasn't wrong. But his criteria for choosing teammates weren't solely based on strength, as she suggested. His selection hinged on one thing alone: whether his team-forming ability recognized them as a potential member. It wasn't that Jiang Yi was overly reliant on his special ability. Rather, he had gradually uncovered some patterns in the team system. Though not entirely precise, Jiang Yi guessed that the selection criteria for his team weren't based on combat prowess. Chapter 51. Humanity in Darkness. Since both Guahanxue and Haruto, Kyoto, had been able to join, it proved that the team system didn't prioritize whether someone was an awakener. From the two additions to his team, Jiang Yi had noticed a pattern. Not only did he have to acknowledge the other person, but they also had to acknowledge him. In other words, while the team system belonged to him, the choice was mutual. He certainly recognized Li Huiyu's strength, but clearly, Li Huiyu didn't reciprocate that acknowledgement. In fact, he seemed more inclined to listen to Guahanxue than to Jiang Yi. Someone like that could never become his teammate. And those not on his team list not only failed to contribute experience, but were also competitors for kills, essentially, enemies. No wonder Jiang Yi had always been indifferent toward him. Trust level was an incredibly useful metric. Jiang Yi even treated it as a measure of friendliness or closeness. If he couldn't read someone's trust level, it meant they held no goodwill toward him, like Dongfang Tian and Li Gang. Seeing Jiang Yi's indifferent expression, Guahanxue felt like smacking his head to see what he was thinking. Li Huiyu is that strong. No faction would just let someone like him walk away, okay? Haruto, meanwhile, eyed Li Huiyu warily. Truth be told, hearing Guahanxue's suggestion gave him a sense of crisis. If Li Huiyu joined, he'd once again be the weakest member of the team. Dongfang Tian looked at Jiang Yi with a complicated expression. Originally, he had the most talented people around him. But after the battle, only Li Gang remained by his side. Li Gang noticed Dongfang Tian's mood was not good and leaned in to speak softly. Dongfang, don't worry. As long as our plan succeeds, everything here will still belong to you. Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up. But then he looked at Jiang Yi and Guahanxue with a complex expression. Do you think we should continue with the plan now? Maybe we should just give up for now. Li Gang was taken aback, his voice involuntarily rising before he quickly lowered it again. Dongfang, what are you thinking? Don't worry, I'll handle this. Dongfang Tian raised his head, only to find that Li Gang had already left. Captain Jiang, how can we get out of here? Is there any way? After the six of them organized their belongings, Li Huiyu took the initiative to ask Jiang Yi, completely ignoring Dongfang Tian. Jiang Yi looked around the environment and realized that while it was temporarily safe, it also blocked any means of escape. After all, they were on the third floor, and there was only one passageway leading to the second floor. There were no other exits, and jumping from the third floor to the outside was simply unrealistic. They had just awakened their abilities, not turned into superheroes. With no good options, he glanced at Dongfang Tian and Guahanxue. While Li Gang and Qing Do were completely overlooked, Dongfang Tian and Guahanxue were clearly more thoughtful, but in the face of the situation, they had no immediate solutions. Li Huiyu looked disdainfully at the three obvious leaders and said in a deep voice, "Since you all have no good ideas, why not listen to mine?" Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Li Huiyu. Leaning against the wall, he continued in a low voice. "Since you all know that the only way to escape is to return the way we came, instead of thinking of other methods, why not consider how to deal with the zombies on the second floor?" Everyone was shocked, and Jiang Yi became quite excited. Killing zombies? That was his favorite thing. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how many zombies are on the second floor? Are you trying to get us killed? Li Gang reacted very strongly, having just witnessed his people being torn apart by the horde. Even he, with his thick skin, felt chills at the thought of that scene. Li Huiyu snorted coldly. "I think you're the one who is crazy. Don't you see how much food is on the third floor? This little bit won't be enough for the six of us. If we just sit here, we'll all end up dead." Li Huiyu mercilessly exposed the biggest problem everyone was facing. Although this was a cafeteria, there was no kitchen on the third floor. All the food was brought up by the elevator. The meals in the private rooms had long rotted and become infested with insects. And the only edible things they had were some snacks collected from guests. Li Gang's face turned red with frustration, but he fell silent. After all, even awakened individuals needed to eat, and their appetites had actually grown larger than those of ordinary people. Li Huiyu shifted his gaze back to Jiang Yi. After all, he wasn't foolish. Although he looked down on someone like Jiang Yi, who could form a team without even knowing martial arts, he had to admit that Jiang Yi was currently the one with the most say in the situation. Jiang Yi stroked his chin, feeling tempted by Li Huiyu's suggestion. But he also had to face reality. The number of zombies on the second floor was overwhelming. With just the six of them, Charging in would not be about killing zombies, but rather feeding them. However, Li Huiyu's words sparked an idea in him. They still had a significant advantage. The staircase from the third floor to the second was quite spacious, and zombies couldn't climb stairs. Remembering how they had lured nearly all the zombies into the cafeteria on the second floor, Jiang Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He looked up and smiled, saying, "Perhaps there is a way." Everyone turned to him, and Jiang Yi pointed to the stairway. Li Huiyu is right. If we want to escape, we have to go back the way we came. But we also have an advantage. The zombies don't know we're above them. If we can quietly lock them in the cafeteria from behind, we should be able to handle the remaining zombies quite easily. As for the zombies outside, it will depend on our luck. Li Gang was the first to oppose. Have you lost your mind? There are so many zombies. How do you plan to lock them up? Who's going to do it? You? Guo Huanxue shot Li Gang a glare, effectively silencing him. After a moment of thought, Guo Huanxue nodded. Jiang Yi's plan might actually be the most suitable. As for who will close the door, I think the strongest, Li Gang, would be the most appropriate. Li Gang stood up abruptly, his face flushed with anger. Nonsense, Guo Huanxue. Are you trying to get me killed? Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not doing it. Why are you all so casually assigning me to this? Dongfang Tian frowned. Li Gang was his last subordinate, and sacrificing him at this moment would be highly disadvantageous for him. Yes, in the hearts of almost everyone present, locking the door was seen as a self-sacrifice to create a path for others. No one in the room was that noble. Jiang Yi opened his mouth, wanting to clarify that he didn't mean for them to sacrifice themselves. But before he could say anything, Qing Do had already stood up, declaring, "I'll go." Li Gang gave Qing Do's slender frame a disdainful glance. "Humph, you're so noble. Just don't come crying to us if you can't pull it off and end up attracting the zombies instead." Qing Do, furious, gripped his knife tightly. "You." At that moment, Li Huiyu reached into his bag and pulled out a deck of playing cards. "How about this? Let us draw lots to decide. One person going is indeed too dangerous. We need someone to cover them. Since we're all capable, we won't get infected." Captain Zhang's suggestion has a high success rate. He then fished out 6 cards and showed them to everyone. There are 4 number cards and 2 head cards. Whoever draws a head card will go, and the 4 with number cards will stay behind. Any objections? Jiang Yi took a closer look at him, surprised that even at this moment, Li Huiyu still had a deck of cards on him. Although feeling somewhat anxious, Dongfang Tian knew that the situation had reached a point where he could no longer refuse. With Jiang Yi's agreement, he reluctantly accepted as well. Li Huiyu quickly shuffled the cards and laid them out on the windowsill, indicating to the others, "To be fair, you can go first. The last card will be mine." The group had no objections. It was all about luck anyway. Soon, everyone had their cards, and under Jiang Yi's lead, they all revealed them. The results were somewhat unexpected. Li Gang, who was the most suitable to go but reluctant to do so, ended up drawing the queen, which meant he had to go down without question. The second card, however, was not drawn by the proactive Qing Do, nor by the one who had suggested going, Li Huiyu. Jiang Yi chuckled as he looked at the colorful joker in his hand, gently passing it to Li Huiyu. "It seems this is fate. It makes sense that I, who suggested it, and Li Gang, who has the greatest strength, would end up like this." Qing Do, feeling a bit anxious, suggested, "How about I go instead?" Jiang Yi shot him a glare. "Do you really want to go to your death? Just stick with Guo Huanxue." Guo Huanxue nodded in agreement, as she also supported the combination of Jiang Yi and Li Gang. After all, among the 6, Li Gang was the strongest in terms of power, while speed. She glanced at Li Huiyu. If he wasn't a speed-type ability user, then only Jiang Yi would be more suitable. Having witnessed Jiang Yi's agility amidst a horde of zombies, Guo Huanxue had no doubts about his strength. Li Gang seemed to have thought of something, swallowed hard, and no longer refused. Dongfang Tian's expression darkened. However, since he hadn't drawn a card, he didn't dare to voice any complaints, especially since he no longer had much say in the team. Jiang Yi handed his backpack to Qing Do and, noticing his worried expression, whispered, "Just stick close to Guo Huanxue and take care of yourself. Don't worry. I'll be fine." Guo Huanxue rolled her eyes from the side. "Come on, it's just going down to close a door. Don't act like it's a matter of life and death." Li Gang also said something to Dongfang Tian, then resolutely gripped his weapon and glared at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi found Guo Huanxue's comment amusing, but said nothing as he stood with Li Gang on the 3rd floor, already hearing the commotion coming from the 2nd floor. Everyone quieted down. Li Huiyu glanced at her phone. 5 minutes. If you're not back by then, we'll rush down. Saying that, she pressed the countdown timer. Jiang Yi smiled as he walked down the stairs. 5 minutes is plenty. Li Gang followed Jiang Yi down, leaning in closer, his eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity as he observed Jiang Yi's back. Jiang Yi was genuinely unconcerned. As long as they were careful not to make too much noise, the success rate of his plan was quite high. Chapter 52. Surprise attack and counterkill. Sure enough, as they approached the second floor, just as Jiang Yi had guessed, there were hardly any zombies outside. All the zombies had been drawn into the cafeteria by the earlier commotion. Jiang Yi felt a sudden lightness in his body as he leaped forward, pinning down a zombie on the second floor that had its back turned to the hallway. Before the zombie could even fall to the ground after being knocked by Jiang Yi, his knife had already stabbed into its temple from behind. Put down the dead zombie, Jiang Yi commanded as he and Li Gang cautiously made their way toward the cafeteria. The second floor wasn't entirely safe. There were still many scattered zombies that hadn't managed to crowd into the cafeteria. Jiang Yi didn't let Li Gang take action, worried that he might make too much noise. With swift strikes, he dispatched over 10 zombies, and to Li Gang's astonishment, they effortlessly reached the entrance of the cafeteria. From a distance, they could see the cafeteria doors wide open, filled with swarming heads, reminiscent of the days when they used to line up for meals. Unfortunately, the ones waiting for food inside weren't their beloved classmates, but brutal zombies. A flicker of determination flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. As long as they locked the door behind them, the zombies wouldn't be able to break out in the short term. However, luck wouldn't always be on humanity's side. Just when the two thought they could proceed smoothly, the zombies inside noticed the approaching humans, and immediately the ones at the front roared and charged toward the door. Jiang Yi's face changed drastically. He dashed forward, kicking the zombie that burst out of the door back inside, and shouted at the stunned Li Gang, "Close the door." Li Gang jolted, suppressing his fear, and dropped the iron rod he was holding to sprint over. Jiang Yi quickly slashed at the zombies rushing out. Not only that, but he even charged into the cafeteria himself. After all, he had to eliminate the zombies near the door, otherwise, Li Gang would never have a chance to pull the door shut. The zombies in the cafeteria were frantically trying to squeeze out toward the entrance. Jiang Yi had transformed into a killing machine, his black knife resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe. With each swing, at least one zombie was cleaved in two. Jiang Yi was blinded by rage, pushing forward step by step, forcing the horde back into the cafeteria. Li Gang stood behind him, his expression complex as he firmly gripped the door that opened inward, but suddenly turned and pulled the door outward. The cafeteria door was heavy, creaking as it opened and closed. Li Gang was incredibly strong, pulling the two sides of the door together with one hand. Just as he was about to close it completely, a figure suddenly squeezed through the increasingly narrow gap, slipping out from beneath Li Gang's arm. Boom! As Li Gang slammed the door shut, a thunderous banging sound erupted from inside. Jiang Yi, having squeezed out, quickly grabbed a sturdy bike lock and jammed it into the door handle, securing it tight. Just then, a gust of wind swept past the back of his head. Jiang Yi sneered, his left hand spinning the black knife in a swift motion. The immense force of the iron rod was formidable, but Jiang Yi merely shifted slightly, causing the iron rod to crash to the ground. He kicked out, landing a blow squarely on Li Gang's abdomen. Li Gang's face turned pale as he clutched his stomach, stumbling backward in shock at the sight of the severed solid barbell. Jiang Yi looked coldly at Li Gang. "Did you really think I could trust you enough to expose my back to you?" Li Gang gritted his teeth. Although Jiang Yi's strength wasn't exceptionally powerful, it was comparable to that of a robust man. Caught off guard, Li Gang took a hard kick to the abdomen, which left him in considerable discomfort. Struggling to endure the pain, he straightened up and swung his stick, demanding, "Did you know I was going to go after you? Who told you? Was it Li Huiyu?" Jiang Yi wrapped the leather strap around his left wrist in circles. "Li Gang, ever since I stepped into the gym, I've never let my guard down around you and Dongfang Tian. I know we're not on the same side, and a confrontation was inevitable. But I didn't expect you to strike at this moment. Let me think, what could have prompted this?" Li Gang shook his hand dismissively. "No need to guess. I can tell you. It's because of Dongfang. Your appearance has put a strain on Guohuanxue and Dongfang's relationship. Jiang Yi, I really underestimated you. If I had known it would come to this, I shouldn't have let you go." Jiang Yi shrugged. "You can say that when you see Dongfang Tian and Guohuanxue." Suddenly, Li Gang swept his stick toward him. "No need to say anything. You want to live to see them again." Jiang Yi took a half step back, feeling the rush of the stick's wind brushing past his nose. With a swift motion, he thrust his knife toward Li Gang's chest. After all, Li Gang was the vice president of the martial arts club. In terms of skill, there was no way Jiang Yi could match him. The moment Li Gang sensed the attack, he reacted quickly. He blocked with his long stick, and the silver staff clashed with the black knife, creating a spark as the blade scraped along the staff. Li Gang stared in shock at Jiang Yi's knife. "How can your blade be so sharp?" He saw a deep cut on his stick that almost split it in two. Jiang Yi shook his hand. Li Gang's strength was too overwhelming. According to Jiang Yi's stats, Li Gang's strength was at least around 30 points. However, compared to his terrifying strength, Jiang Yi's speed was his greatest advantage. Without answering Li Gang's question, he charged forward again. Jiang Yi was no longer the exemplary student of the past. Now, he could kill any opponent threatening his life with a single strike. Bastard. Knowing there was no way to back down, Li Gang roared and unleashed the stick techniques he had mastered, attacking Jiang Yi with wild ferocity. Jiang Yi moved swiftly, but Li Gang's attacks were methodical. In the spacious corridor, neither could gain the upper hand. Li Gang looked at his stick, which was now a mess, with a grim expression. He never expected that despite being proficient in martial arts and possessing superhuman strength, he couldn't take down someone like Jiang Yi, who was simply faster. Jiang Yi wasn't faring much better either. Thanks to his indestructible skull-cutting knife, he narrowly avoided having his neck shattered by Li Gang's stick. But even so, several exchanges had left him at a disadvantage in terms of strength. With only 7 points of strength, he was no match for Li Gang, and his entire left arm was now numb from the impact. Squinting, Jiang Yi realized that Li Gang was determined to kill him, even if it meant getting injured. He wouldn't back down. Despite appearing weak and fragile, when he got serious, he could fight for his life. With a resolution in mind, he suddenly abandoned all defense and charged forward. Li Gang's eyes lit up as he unleashed a powerful chop aimed directly at Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi slightly lifted his gaze and suddenly dodged to the left. The iron rod crashed brutally onto Jiang Yi's shoulder. With a sickening crunch, Jiang Yi let out a muffled groan as his entire right arm shattered. Yet, he showed no signs of retreating. Seizing this desperate opportunity, he plunged a knife into Li Gang's abdomen. Li Gang's eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared into Jiang Yi's cold, piercing gaze, spitting out a mouthful of filthy blood. He watched in horror as Jiang Yi slowly withdrew the knife from his belly, causing him to collapse to the ground. Dropping the iron rod, he pressed his hands tightly against his wound. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was not unscathed. The brutal strike from 3 men had shattered his shoulder blade and even injured his lung. But compared to Li Gang, his injuries were not fatal. Seeing Li Gang, blood flowing profusely yet still unwilling to give up on life, Jiang Yi let out a cold snort and, disregarding the imbalance in his right arm, began to approach Li Gang step by step. Panicking, Li Gang tried to cover his wound, but blood continued to gush out between his fingers. As he watched Jiang Yi draw closer, fear finally overtook him. He knelt down, attempting to rise, but it felt as if all his strength had vanished. The knife-wielding Jiang Yi loomed over him, exerting immense pressure. Faced with Jiang Yi, Li Gang could no longer muster any thought of resistance. In a desperate plea for survival, he stumbled back, shouting, "Jiang Yi, no, please don't kill me. You can't kill me, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me." Jiang Yi gritted his teeth against the pain and raised the knife to Li Gang's neck. The sharp blade left a thin line of blood, causing Li Gang to freeze in fear. Jiang Yi sneered, "Give me a reason not to kill you." All Li Gang could do was plead, gripped by fear. For the first time, he realized just how terrified he was of death. Jiang Yi waited a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "Looks like you can't think of a reason. Then it's time for you to die?" Just as he lifted the knife, a sharp, piercing sound reached his ears, followed by a thunderous shout, "Stop!" Jiang Yi quickly turned to counterattack, shattering the ice spike with a single strike. A flicker of shock crossed Dongfang Tian's eyes as he held the ice spike, but another ice spike was already aimed at Jiang Yi's heart. Whoosh! A flash of purple light suddenly shot between them, destroying Dongfang Tian's ice spike and pinning it against the wall, narrowly missing Li Gang's ear. Jiang Yi and Dongfang Tian both retreated. Li Gang's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting his bleeding ear. "Dongfang, quick, save me. Jiang Yi is going to kill me." Dongfang Tian looked at the blood flowing from Li Gang's abdomen, his expression extremely grim. At that moment, everyone had gathered around. Li Huiyu glanced at the tightly shut door that kept being slammed against, then looked back at Jiang Yi and Li Gang. Meanwhile, Qing Do had already raised his knife. Warily watching Dongfang Tian, "Dongfang Tian, what are you doing?" Dongfang Tian was equally furious. "What do you mean? What am I doing? Are you blind? He just tried to kill Li Gang. He is a murderer." "Enough." Guo Huanxue walked over, holding a golden bow, her face cold as frost, and cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yi, Li Gang, and Dongfang Tian. "Jiang Yi, what on earth is going on?" Instinctively, Guo Huanxue still trusted Jiang Yi more. Jiang Yi sneered, "That is something you should ask President Dongfang. Why did his underlings want to lock me up in the cafeteria, and after failing, they tried to ambush me?" The crowd gasped in shock, staring in disbelief at Li Gang, who was now kneeling on the ground, bloodied and pale. Li Gang panicked as he clutched his stomach. "Dongfang, help me. I'm dying." Dongfang Tian's eyelids drooped heavily as he released his grip. The ice spike in his hand instantly turned into mist and dissipated. He crouched down and pressed on Li Gang's wound, causing a swirl of icy mist to gather. When Dongfang Tian finally let go, the wound that had been gushing blood was surprisingly sealed by the ice. Chapter 53. A major crisis, however. Li Gang's condition was still not good. Sitting on the ground, his face was ashen, and his lips were turning purple. Clearly, Dongfang Tian's emergency measures had taken a significant toll on him. After saving Li Gang, Dongfang Tian stood up, his cold gaze fixed on Jiang Yi. Impossible. Although Li Gang has a bad temper, he would never kill anyone. After a pause, Dongfang Tian continued, on the contrary, Captain Jiang, could it be that you harbored ill intentions, seizing the opportunity to do harm to Li Gang, given that he has always targeted you? Jiang Yi chuckled in anger. Now I understand what it means to turn the tables. He slowly raised the knife in his hand. If that's the case, I don't mind playing the villain you speak of. Right here, I'll send you both on your way. Qingdou stepped forward as well. Dongfang Tian watched the two with caution, drawing the long sword from his waist. At that moment, Guohuanxue stepped between them, shot Jiang Yi a glare, and turned to Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian, do you mind if I ask Li Gang a question? Dongfang Tian was taken aback for a moment, frowning slightly. But he still took a step back. Guohuanxue crouched in front of Li Gang and said in a low voice, Li Gang, tell me honestly, what happened? Li Gang trembled, glancing at Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi, and said with difficulty, it was him. He suddenly attacked me when I was closing the door. He ambushed me from the side. With a sharp scream, Li Gang struggled wildly as Guohuanxue's fingers pressed into his frozen wound, chillingly controlling him. I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, I will make sure your wound never heals. Everyone shuddered at the sight of the fierce Guohuanxue. Jiang Yi swallowed hard, wondering if it was too late to dismiss her now. Li Gang screamed in agony, feeling that Guohuanxue was not joking. Her fingers were pushing deeper into his wound, blood oozing out once again. It's you, Guohuanxue. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. What's wrong with Dongfang? Why won't you accept him? Why are you interested in that pretty boy Jiang Yi? Where do you think you're leaving Dongfang's face? He waited for you for 2 years, and now that your strength has increased, you want to shake us off? As long as he dies, you'll have to return to Dongfang's side. Hearing Li Gang's frenzied roar, Guohuanxue was shocked into retracting her finger, allowing Li Gang to take a deep breath, feeling as if he had come back to life. Guohuanxue slowly turned to look at Dongfang Tian. So it was you who ordered Li Gang to kill Jiang Yi? Dongfang Tian was taken aback and hurriedly tried to explain, but Li Gang suddenly grinned widely, revealing bloodied teeth. So what if I did? Guohuanxue, don't be naive. This is the apocalypse. Lives are worthless. As long as we achieve our goals. What does it matter if a few people die? Dongfang is the chosen one. His abilities are unmatched. If you follow him, you'll live longer. Just then, a fist came crashing down on Li Gang's face. He looked in disbelief at the furious Dongfang Tian, unable to believe that the president he had always respected would actually strike him. Dongfang Tian was panting heavily, rage seeming to emanate from his eyes. He suddenly turned and solemnly bowed to Jiang Yi. I'm sorry, Captain Jiang. It's my failure to discipline my subordinates. For my personal matters, he actually attacked you. This has nothing to do with me, but I ask you, for the sake of our kind, to let Li Gang go this once. I promise to keep him in check from now on. Everyone knew the truth in their hearts. Watching the still hypocritical expression on Dongfang Tian's face, Li Huiyu turned her head disdainfully. Jiang Yi sneered inwardly. Did he think he could brush him off with just a few words? Was his injury to be taken lightly? What if he said no? Jiang Yi stepped forward, knife in hand. Li Gang looked at Dongfang Tian with a complex expression. Hearing Dongfang Tian's words, he felt as if his heart had turned cold. He had done all this for him, but in front of so many people. Dongfang Tian had actually struck him to prevent him from speaking out. How could he? Dongfang Tian kept feigning weakness, but seeing that Jiang Yi remained unyielding, it seemed he was forced to grip the hilt of his sword. Jiang Yi had truly had enough of Dongfang Tian's hypocrisy. Today, he would kill Li Gang. If anyone tried to stop him, he wouldn't mind taking them on too. Guohuanxue looked at Dongfang Tian with a complicated expression. To be honest, she really didn't know he still had such deep feelings for her. She thought her rejection a year ago had made her stance clear. Watching the two men about to clash because of her, she hurriedly stood up, ready to speak, when a loud explosion echoed from downstairs, followed by countless panicked footsteps and wretched cries filling everyone's ears. Li Huiyu and Qingdou rushed towards the first floor immediately. The fight between Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi was also forced to halt as everyone turned their attention to the situation below. Only Li Gang looked at Dongfang Tian's back with disappointment and anger from betrayal. What is going on? Jiang Yi snapped as he saw Qingdou and Li Huiyu rushing back. At that moment, a large group of people surged in behind them. To his shock, it was Li Zhitian and Zhu Jun, who had originally been in the gymnasium. Seeing these two, Jiang Yi had no doubt left. Following them were the companions of Qing Do who had been in the underground swimming pool. And Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up as he keenly noticed that there were many others he had left at the gymnasium among the crowd. As they looked at Dongfang Tian, it was as if they had found a pillar of support, and they shouted loudly, "President." Soon, all the survivors gathered on the second floor. And Dongfang Tian was taken by surprise at how quickly the situation had changed. Originally at his weakest, he regained his voice because of the appearance of his subordinates. Li Gang was supported by 2 people, and the terrifying malice in his eyes gradually faded as he saw Dongfang Tian being surrounded by more than 10 people. What is going on? Who sent you here? Dongfang Tian was still unclear about what had happened. At that moment, Zhu Kaijun, panting as he pushed his wet bangs aside, smiled and walked towards Dongfang Tian. President Dongfang, here's the thing. A horde of zombies suddenly gathered outside the gym, and to escape. Zhitian and I gathered your subordinates left on the 4th floor to get out. I didn't expect to run into you here. Inside, he was cursing. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. He had originally planned to seize Dongfang Tian's territory while his elite forces were out, but then a zombie horde stormed the gym. Meanwhile, Dongfang Tian's subordinates quietly explained a few things, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Dongfang Tian's eyes as he saw Zhu Kaijun gripping his sword, his knuckles turning white from the tension. However, this wasn't the time to pursue matters. He even had to thank Zhu Kaijun, otherwise he would have to face the attacks of Jiang Yi and the others himself. So, you're saying you were chased by the horde? Amid the relief of survival, Jiang Yi's face darkened as he glanced deeply at Li Gang and Dongfang Tian before turning to Zhu Kaijun. Zhu Kaijun looked at Jiang Yi's right arm, which hung limply, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, but he still smiled and said, "That's right. But don't worry, we managed to shake them off. And we've also taken care of many zombies outside the cafeteria." Jiang Yi was alarmed. "Not good. Qingtu, Hanyue, hurry. We need to go." With that, he turned to leave. Dongfang Tian quickly stepped forward, a hint of pride in his demeanor, blocking Jiang Yi's path. "Captain Jiang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If there's something, we can discuss it together. Or are you worried about Li Gang? Don't worry. I will discipline him properly and won't let you fall into any danger. Get out of the way." Jiang Yi's face was stiff as he spat out 2 words, his left hand gripping the knife and slashing towards Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian was taken aback. He never expected that even after his subordinates had gathered, Jiang Yi would still dare to strike at him. However, with his exceptional agility, he managed to dodge just in time. Jiang Yi didn't give him a chance to react, quickly rushing out. Qingtu and Guohanyue were momentarily stunned, but soon followed hurriedly. Li Huiyu frowned, instinctively sensing that Jiang Yi's demeanor suggested he wasn't trying to avoid conflict with Dongfang Tian, but rather something else. His body reacted faster than his thoughts, and he quickly followed behind Qingtu. This left Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun standing on the 2nd floor, momentarily at a loss. Jiang Yi swung his knife and decapitated a zombie, enduring the pain in his right arm as he swiftly surged through the remaining zombies on the 1st floor. Soon, Qingtu and Guohanshua caught up, and the 4 of them were more powerful than the last, with the 3 of them providing protection. The injured Jiang Yi managed to escape safely. Guohanshua swung her hand, slicing through the approaching zombies, and asked, "Jiang Yi, what happened? Why did you suddenly leave?" Jiang Yi panted heavily as he stepped on the shattered glass while exiting the cafeteria. There were too many people with Zhu Kaijun running this way. They definitely won't give up on so much food. It won't be long before they arrive. Jiang Yi, look. At that moment, Qingtu pointed in shock toward the gymnasium. Everyone turned to see countless heads bobbing just 100 meters away as hordes of zombies swayed and surged in their direction, cursing under his breath. Li Huiyu gripped his knife tightly, suppressing the urge to run away alone. Given the current situation, he actually wanted to see what Jiang Yi could do. Jiang Yi's expression changed dramatically. There was no way they could deal with such a massive number of zombies. Run. There was no need for further explanation as the 4 of them dashed in another direction. Jiang Yi was seriously injured, but without any healing potions. He could only endure the pain. Fortunately, he had gotten somewhat used to maintaining his speed with his right arm injured over the past few days. So while he couldn't run at his peak, keeping up with Qingtu was still manageable. Guohanshua led the charge, unleashing her wind blades without restraint, causing the surrounding zombies to topple over. With Qingtu and Li Huiyu on either side, they felt relatively safe. Jiang Yi just needed to focus on running. "Oh, don't bite me. Wait for me. Please take me with you. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." After running less than 200 meters, They heard a chaotic and desperate clamor behind them. Turning back, they saw Dongfang Tian and his group frantically escaping from the cafeteria. A swarm of zombies crashed into the crowd. Those who couldn't escape in time collided with the horde. How could the zombies miss such a great opportunity? Starved and eager, they excitedly lunged at the survivors, tearing into them with wild abandon. Very few managed to escape. Hearing the screams behind them, the expressions of the four changed. Guahanshua looked back and saw several familiar figures disappearing into the mass of zombies. Instinctively, she halted. Jiang Yi grabbed her arm. What are you doing? With a pained expression, Guahanshua hesitated for just a moment, and in that instant, more people were consumed by the horde. She suddenly pushed Jiang Yi away. You run. I can't just watch my teammates die like this. Saying that, she turned and ran back, sweeping her hands as several wind blades shot into the crowd of zombies. Jiang Yi's face darkened as he cursed. Damn woman, that's not how you seek death. However, his left hand had already drawn the black knife, swinging it in a wide arc and sending it flying. The sharp black blade whistled through the air, piercing 3 zombies in an instant. Immediately, Jiang Yi turned around and chased after them. Li Huiyu watched in shock. Are you all crazy? You're still thinking about saving people at a time like this. Qingdou laughed as he drew his white katana. These are my trusted partners. He followed Jiang Yi's lead and rushed forward. A bunch of lunatics. Li Huiyu cursed under her breath and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. The sudden return of Jiang Yi, Qingdou, and Guahanshua tore a large gap in the front lines. The leading group, including Dongfang Tian, brightened at the sight of the 3 returning. As a glimmer of hope pierced through their despair, all the ability users fought frantically against the zombies. Although Jiang Yi was back, he wasn't there to save everyone. He was merely blocking the scattered zombies at the front of the crowd, providing a slim chance of survival for those who were still alive. Guahanshua understood Jiang Yi's intentions, so despite her concern for her teammates, she gritted her teeth and abandoned those who were clearly beyond saving. The crowd and the horde of zombies were in a chaotic chase, running for several hundred meters before gradually creating some distance. At this point, the survivors, including Jiang Yi and the others, numbered only about 20. Among them were the injured, uncertain of their fate. The survivors looked at Jiang Yi and the others with gratitude in their eyes. Dongfang Tian, Li Zhitian, and Zhu Kaijun watched this scene with darkened expressions, knowing that after this, Jiang Yi's reputation would soar to unprecedented heights within the group, while they might completely lose their leadership. Li Gang glanced at the 3 tirelessly helping them and then at Dongfang Tian, who was only focused on escaping ahead, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. With the support of Jiang Yi and the others, the fleeing people finally had a moment to catch their breath. Although zombies continued to swarm from all directions, these were just ordinary zombies and not particularly dangerous. Soon, everyone managed to run several hundred meters while fighting and fleeing. By now, the zombies that could catch up were dwindling, with only a few advanced zombies still unwilling to give up. Jiang Yi watched the distant zombies chasing them, feeling tempted. But he knew he was definitely not a match for them at this moment. So he suppressed his desire for experience and potions, focusing on madly slashing through the ordinary zombies in front of him. The group ran forward frantically, but Jiang Yi quickly noticed a problem, due to fatigue. Some were clearly falling behind. Guahanshua and Qingdou continuously defended the area around them, but their speed was still decreasing. Knowing they couldn't allow the group to split up any further, Jiang Yi swept his blade horizontally, blocking the path of Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. Everyone was startled and hurriedly stopped. Li Zhitian, with bloodshot eyes, roared, "Get out of the way. What are you blocking for?" Jiang Yi coldly glared at him, and then looked at Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. Are you really just going to run away like this? Don't you see your teammates can't keep up with you? Are you really willing to abandon them? At this moment, Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun finally thought to look back, and upon doing so, their hearts sank. The group that had escaped with them was now reduced to barely 10 people, frantically fleeing as a few stragglers chased after their shadows. However, some exhausted survivors had collapsed on the ground, unable to rise again. At this point, Qingdou and Guahanshua quickly dispatched the zombies that lunged at them and pulled the person up. Yet, even with their protection, people were still being dragged away by the zombies. With each scream of despair, lives were extinguished and everyone trembled, already terrified by the horror of the zombie horde. Li Zhitian roared, swinging his knife. What does it have to do with me? Why should I care about their lives or deaths? But Dongfang Tian glanced at the large number of zombies disappearing behind them and realized that if they continued to flee like this, his team would be completely wiped out. Resolute, he turned around and led the people behind him to fight against the nearby zombies, with Dongfang Tian and the others joining the fray. Guahanshua and Qingdou finally found some relief. Jiang Yi stood in front of Li Zhitian, staring coldly at him. Either go back and save them, or you die. Li Jitian opened his mouth to curse, but was pulled back by Zhu Kaijun, forcing a hollow laugh. We're all classmates. Of course, we won't just stand by and watch. Li Jitian, hurry back to help. Jiang Yi stood behind the crowd, watching the reluctant expressions on their faces, feeling a chill in his heart. Is this what humanity has become in the apocalypse? Wouldn't it be long before he became just like them? An inexplicable restlessness surged within him, and he dashed out, crashing into the scattered horde of zombies, wildly hacking at the undead around him. Li Jitian, Zhu Kaijun, and the others blocked the zombies' attacks with their weapons while exchanging glances. With all the capable fighters joining in, the battle was no longer one-sided. Guo Hanxue and Qing Do finally breathed a sigh of relief. But they noticed that Jiang Yi was acting strangely, and immediately ran towards him. Jiang Yi, blinded by rage, found that a higher-tier zombie before him had little resistance against his ferocity, and he sliced off one of its arms with a single blow. After 3 strikes, in a frenzy, Jiang Yi actually decapitated the strong higher-tier zombie. Breathing heavily and feeling energy surging into his body, Jiang Yi's agitation finally eased a bit. But before he could relax, a small figure suddenly shot out from the zombie horde. Jiang Yi jolted, instinctively looking up, but the zombie's claws had already reached for his face. He instinctively wanted to close his eyes when a flash of white light sliced through from the side. The speed-type higher-tier zombie let out a wail as its outstretched arm was severed. Jiang Yi quickly kicked the zombie away, finally letting out a sigh of relief as he glanced at the alert Qing Do beside him. Thanks. Qing Do, cautiously watching the zombie rising from the ground, asked, Jiang Yi, are you okay? Jiang Yi shook his slightly sore left hand and stepped towards the incredibly fast zombie. I'm fine, just feeling a bit out of sorts. A growl erupted from the zombie. The armless zombie didn't give them a moment to chat. With a furious roar, it charged at them madly. Qing Tu and Jiang Yi swung their long knives simultaneously at the zombie. The creature tried to dodge, but even with its speed, Jiang Yi, who was faster, managed to land a blow on its shoulder. The small zombie's body twisted as Jiang Yi's heavy strike cleaved into its shoulder, the black blade getting stuck in the bone, effectively pinning it down. At that moment, Qing Tu executed a swift slash, severing the zombie's head clean off. Jiang Yi, impressed by their seamless cooperation, suddenly chuckled to himself. What was he thinking? He wasn't Dongfang Tian, and Qing Tu wasn't Li Gang. At the very least, he could trust Qing Tu and Guo Hanxue to have his back. With this realization, Jiang Yi was momentarily startled, glancing down at the decapitated zombie's head, and couldn't help but wail, Ah, Qing Tu, why did you steal my kill again? Advanced zombies were precious to Jiang Yi, not only for the experience, but, more importantly, because he needed the valuable potions they provided. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qing Tu scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes, and seeing that there was no immediate danger around, he squatted down to retrieve the core from the zombie's head. Although he wouldn't get the potion, the core was still important and could help Guo Hanxue enhance her strength. What Jiang Yi didn't know was that as he resolved his inner conflict, a wave of malice was directed at him from not far away. Just as he picked up the zombie core, a flash of a blade caught his eye, and instinctively, he wanted to retreat. Then he heard Li Jitian's crazed shout, You scum, die? Jiang Yi looked up to see Li Jitian, with a manic and triumphant expression, lunging at him with his knife. Qing Tu, alarmed, shoved Jiang Yi aside. Jiang Yi, watch out. Thud. The sharp katana plunged into Qing Tu's arm. Jiang Yi stumbled, and when he raised his head again, he was horrified to see Qing Tu impaled in the arm. Meanwhile, Li Jitian was frantically trying to pull out the knife to strike Qing Tu again. Get away. Furious, Jiang Yi's figure flickered, and he was already beside Qing Tu, grabbing his arm and kicking Li Jitian hard. Li Jitian let out a pain scream as he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, a pale-faced Qing Tu staggered back a few steps, with Jiang Yi shielding him fiercely. Chapter 55, Terrifying Orange Zombie, Get Away From Me. Jiang Yi shot forward with incredible speed, appearing right behind Qing Tu, pulling his arm back, and then kicking Li Jitian again. The kick sent Li Jitian crashing to the ground. Qing Tu, looking ghostly pale, was forced back a few more steps by Jiang Yi. Li Jitian struggled to get up, and upon seeing the situation, Guo Hanxue aimed her sharp bow at him. Don't move, or I'll shoot through your head. Li Jitian dared not move further, though his expression remained infuriatingly smug as he casually tossed the knife he was holding to the ground. The sudden turn of events shocked all the remaining survivors, and Jiang Yi, with a grim face, questioned, Why do you want to kill me? Li Jitian, under Guo Hanxue's control, laughed heartily, Because I hate you. If it weren't for you, Qing Tu wouldn't have joined Dongfang Tian's side. Our losses have been tremendous these days. If it weren't for you taking Ji Qingdo away, we wouldn't be suffering like this. Qingdao covered his arm, his face pale, but he still struggled to shout angrily. I want to leave. What does it have to do with Jiang Yi? I've been thinking about leaving you all for a long time. Zhu Kaijun, watching from behind the crowd, felt a twisted satisfaction seeing Qingdao's blood-soaked arm, even if it wasn't the outcome he had initially desired. Li Zhitian was indeed useful. A few careless words from him would send Qingdao charging forward. Seeing that the situation was under control, Zhu Kaijun stepped up, standing beside Li Zhitian, and looked at Jiang Yi and Qingdao with a feigned expression of remorse. I'm sorry, Zhitian's temper is a bit much. He was just momentarily irrational. I hope you won't hold it against him. Dongfang Tian stood aside, secretly enjoying the scene in front of him. Watching Jiang Yi suffer was something he relished at this moment. At this point, the zombies that had chased after them had been completely wiped out, and the mass of undead behind them couldn't catch up for a while. The people, able to breathe a little easier, turned their attention to the two conflicting sides. Guohanyue, fuming, exclaimed, everyone's fighting for their lives, and you still think about harming others? Have you lost your minds? Li Zhitian raised his hands in mock surrender and took a couple of steps back, smugly saying, I give up. I was just a bit hot-headed. You all are so capable, surely you won't stoop to my level. Seeing his shamelessness, Guohanyue furiously raised her bow. You bastard. Zhu Kaijun quickly stepped in front of her, wearing a conciliatory smile. Calm down, President Guo. You know that after the apocalypse, everyone is a bit on edge. Li Zhitian has already admitted his mistake. Captain Jiang, for my sake, please let him off this time. I promise to make him apologize properly to Qingdao later. Jiang Yi maintained a dark expression, showing no reaction to Li Zhitian and Zhu Caijuan's words. After hearing Zhu Caijuan's plea, he released the blood-drained Qingdao and stepped forward, bending down to pick up the knife that Li Zhitian had thrown on the ground. As he looked at the blood on the blade, the murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Jiang Yi's actions caught the attention of many. Guohanyue paused for a moment. Then her face went pale in shock. Zombie poison. The knife has zombie blood on it. Tightening her grip on the golden bow, Guohanyue pointed frantically at Li Zhitian. It's you. You wanted Jiang Yi and Qingdao to get infected with the zombie poison, didn't you? Li Zhitian feigned innocence. How could that be? I was just caught up in the moment. I never thought of that. But seeing the smirk on his face, everyone began to understand why he had been so pleased earlier. He had wanted to put others in danger. Realizing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Could such a malicious person really have been their classmate? Surrender? No need for that. Apology? Not necessary. Jiang Yi advanced step by step, his face growing more menacing with every move he made, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent. Zhu Kaijun and Li Zhitian were taken aback as they watched Jiang Yi stride confidently towards them, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers. At that moment, they realized they had no idea who Jiang Yi really was. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from him, Li Zhitian panicked and shouted, What do you want? I've already apologized. Are you really going to kill me in front of everyone? Jiang Yi grinned menacingly. Don't worry, after you die, I'll sincerely apologize to you. Zhu Kaijun was so frightened by Jiang Yi's aura that his legs trembled, and he dared not utter another word. He sensed Jiang Yi's terror more clearly than Li Zhitian. Guohanyue was startled, noticing the fearful gazes of those around her. She quickly grabbed Jiang Yi's arm. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Don't do anything reckless. Jiang Yi turned to her with a blank expression and suddenly broke into a smile. A debt must be repaid, and a life for a life. What do you think I'm going to do? Guohanyue felt a chill under his gaze and instinctively released her grip. At that moment, Li Zhitian realized he had underestimated Jiang Yi. Seeing Jiang Yi's complete disregard for the crowd as he prepared to kill him, he screamed and turned to flee. Jiang Yi lifted his head, squinting at Li Zhitian's retreating figure. In a flash, he surged forward like the wind, with everyone barely able to see him as he shot toward Li Zhitian. Qingdao, still dazed, finally regained some clarity and saw Jiang Yi pursuing Li Zhitian. He shouted, Jiang Yi, don't. He couldn't let Jiang Yi become a murderer in front of everyone. Otherwise, he would never be accepted back into the group. He couldn't allow Jiang Yi to become a killer for his sake. But at that moment, Jiang Yi had lost all reason, his mind focused solely on killing. Li Zhitian heard the sound of rushing footsteps behind him and couldn't help but look back, only to see Jiang Yi with his knife raised. A fierce expression on his face, less than 10 meters away. In panic, he stumbled and fell. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi swung his knife toward Li Zhitian's neck. Amid the crowd screams, the blow came down without delay. Clang! The harsh sound of impact echoed as both Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi staggered back a few steps. Jiang Yi glared at Dongfang Tian, his knife nearly broken in his hand. Dongfang Tian, are you trying to stop me from killing? Dongfang Tian sternly replied, Jiang Yi, what are you trying to do? You injured Li Gang before, And now you want to kill Li Jitian in front of everyone? Are you really that bloodthirsty? Do you just kill when things don't go your way? Jiang Yi roared. He wanted to kill me and injured Qing Do. What is wrong with me killing him? Dongfang Tian, stop pretending to be morally superior in front of me. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too. After saying this, Jiang Yi maneuvered around Dongfang Tian and lunged at Li Jitian, who was struggling to get back up. Unbeknownst to anyone, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Dongfang Tian's mouth as he turned to block Jiang Yi, but it seemed he was running out of strength, struggling to fend off Jiang Yi's attacks. Go ahead, kill him. Once you do, everyone will know you're a murderer. But I am your hero who stands in your way. Dongfang Tian pretended to be weak, but after Jiang Yi cleaved the sword from his hand and kicked him down, he widened his eyes and watched Jiang Yi chase after the already distant Li Jitian. Anger made Jiang Yi lose his rationality. All he wanted now was to kill Li Jitian. Seeing that Li Jitian had run far away, and with his knife completely broken, Jiang Yi stopped in his tracks. Gua Huanxue and Qing Do finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Dongfang Tian and Zhu Caijuan's faces turned grim. Puff! Li Jitian thought he had escaped the terrifying demon's pursuit and was filled with excitement, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and stumbled forward, barely managing to stay upright. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked down at the black blade protruding from his chest. In agony, he turned back to see Jiang Yi only 5 or 6 meters away. The others looked on in horror at this scene. Dongfang Tian screamed internally, "What just happened?" When did Jiang Yi pick up his knife? He clearly didn't have it during their fight. Jiang Yi dropped the broken knife from his right hand and coldly stared at the terrified Zhu Caijun not far away. "Didn't you always want my knife? Here you go." Li Jitian cried out in pain, "Help me. I don't want to turn into a zombie. President Zhu, please save me." Zhu Caijun turned pale with fear, watching Jiang Yi approach him step by step, collapsing to the ground. "It has nothing to do with me, Captain Jiang. I really didn't know Li Jitian wanted to kill you." Jiang Yi cast a cold glance at Zhu Caijun, who was sitting on the ground, his pants dripping with yellow urine. Amid Gua Huanxue and Qing Do's shouts, he walked step by step toward the dying Li Jitian. Li Jitian desperately tried to pull the knife out of his body, but could only helplessly roll on the ground. As Jiang Yi approached Li Jitian under the trembling gazes of everyone, just as he was about to torment him, he suddenly felt a chill run through his body and flew back, staring wide-eyed at Li Jitian. Not just him, everyone was staring in disbelief at Li Jitian. Li Jitian knelt on the ground in agony, clutching the knife in his chest, blood pouring from his mouth and nose as he looked to the crowd for help, only to find that everyone was staring at him, panting heavily. The foul stench wafted over to him. Li Jitian's hair stood on end as he forced himself to turn around. A massive, terrifying mouth clamped down on Li Jitian's neck, tearing at him wildly. Li Jitian screamed in horror as a tremendous force violently tore his head from his body in front of the terrified onlookers. The bizarre zombie that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere held Li Jitian's lifeless head, bloodied and wide-eyed, staring at the crowd. Everyone stood frozen, unable to move. Because no one could see where this zombie had come from, it was as if it had instantly materialized behind Li Jitian to attack him. Jiang Yi's body was covered in goosebumps. He could feel that this zombie's power far surpassed any advanced zombies he had encountered before. His gaze fell on the orange crystal embedded in the zombie's forehead, and a jolt shot through him. Wasn't it supposed to be red? The terrifying female zombie was holding Li Jitian's head in one hand and dragging his corpse with the other, staring blankly at Jiang Yi. It seemed to recognize him. And suddenly, it opened its blood-soaked mouth wide, revealing a sinister smile. In a flash of strong wind, when everyone finally reacted, they found that both the zombie and Li Jitian's corpse had vanished without a trace. Chapter 56. Escape from Death. What is happening? What kind of monster is this? Dongfang Tian asked in fear, but no one could provide an answer. The appearance of the terrifying zombie shattered everyone's confidence completely. At this moment, they even lost the will to escape. Could they really get away from such a monster? Jiang Yi felt his nerves relax, nearly stumbling as he almost fell. That zombie's last glance at him felt like a deep abyss, freezing him to the core. Not good, the horde of zombies is catching up again. Someone noticed first. Jiang Yi looked up and saw a large group of zombies roaring as they charged toward them from around the corner, not far away. Among the horde, several advanced zombies stood out distinctly. He quickly turned around and ran back, helping Qing Do up. Jiang Yi shouted to the still-dazed Gua Huanxue, "Quick, find a safe place. We can't handle this group of zombies." Gua Huanxue snapped back to reality, fear flashing in her eyes. Just then, Li Huiyu, who had been hiding who knows where, suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. After giving Jiang Yi a deep look, he pointed in the direction he had come from. "Run this way. There's a supermarket ahead." Without needing further prompting from Li Huiyu, the others, now fully aware, sprinted forward like madmen. No one wanted to die, and even the injured Li Gang was dragging one of his subordinates, unwilling to let go. Roar! The fast-moving advanced zombies quickly caught up, grabbing several survivors and tearing their necks apart with their sharp fangs before tossing them back into the horde. Dongfang Tian and a few other capable individuals frantically activated their powers, desperately escaping from the zombies' grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was also targeted by the zombies. He clenched his left hand, and the black blade appeared. The skull-slicing knife that had been taken by that bizarre zombie had returned. He swung it, cleaving through one zombie, and pulled the dazed Qing Do to break through the encirclement. Gua Hanyue was constantly on the move, her arrows long since depleted, resorting to unleashing small wind blades to clear a path for everyone. The intense survival instinct pushed the remaining survivors to their limits, and they finally reached the supermarket before being surrounded by the horde. The first few people rushed in and frantically lifted the rolling shutter door to get inside. The others followed, tumbling and scrambling in. As Zhu Kaijun burst through the door, he screamed, "Close the door! Hurry!" Jiang Yi, who was running behind Qing Do, blocked the half-closed door, pushing hard to force the two people trying to close it apart, and squeezed in with Qing Do. Gua Hanyue unleashed her final burst of abilities. Chaotic wind blades flew like wild blades, knocking the zombies in front of them away, and she collapsed into the supermarket, her face pale. Until this moment, the few boys who were intimidated by Jiang Yi holding the black knife forcefully pulled down all the roller shutters and glass doors, then moved a heavy cash register to firmly block the entrance. In the pitch-black supermarket, everyone huddled together in fear, listening to the sounds of banging and shouting from outside. It took a long time for the noises to gradually subside. A few of the bolder individuals found some candles in the supermarket, and after lighting them, the dim store finally became a bit brighter. Jiang Yi supported Qing Do, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He noticed that most of the items had already disappeared, clearly having been cleared out by others, which is why there were no zombies hiding here. Most of the food was gone, but there were still plenty of supplies. The survivors, feeling grateful to be alive, began to embrace each other in fear, as if this could provide them with a sense of security. One of the surviving girls couldn't help but sob. It was at this moment that Jiang Yi had time to look at Gua Huanxue. "Are you all right?" Gua Huanxue bit her lip, glanced at the scratches on her arm, and shook her head. "I'm fine, just some scratches from ordinary zombies." Just then, the remaining survivors began to scream in panic. "Sun Ji, you've been bitten. Li Ziyuan, you have blood on your hand." The crowd erupted into chaos, and those who had been seeking comfort just moments ago suddenly split into two groups. One group consisted of those who were uninjured, while 3 or 4 injured individuals, pale-faced, kept explaining, "No, it's just a scratch. I wasn't bitten by a zombie. That's it. I'm going to turn into a zombie. Mom and Dad, I can't go home." The scene descended into chaos. At that moment, Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun became the pillars of strength for the people. Dongfang Tian kicked the emotionally unstable Sun Ji to the ground and coldly said, "Tie them up. Anyone who resists will have their limbs broken." The injured tried to resist, but with Dongfang Tian and a few obviously skilled individuals in control, they were quickly bound up amidst their curses. Zhu Kaijun had people use shells to create a space to throw the injured individuals into. Only then did Dongfang Tian lead 4 men directly toward Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was calling out to the already unconscious Qing Do when he suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Dongfang Tian's eyelids twitched, and he unconsciously glanced at the strange black knife in Jiang Yi's hand before tentatively saying, "Captain Jiang, Qing Do is injured as well. Please understand. We need to take him into custody for everyone's safety." Jiang Yi stood up. "No need. Qing Do is with me. There's no trouble." A flicker of anger flashed in Dongfang Tian's eyes. "Jiang Yi, this is not the time for you to be stubborn. We cannot afford to have anyone turn into a zombie here. Otherwise, everyone's safety will be compromised." Jiang Yi's voice startled everyone, and they finally thought about Qing Do's injury. Even though Qing Do had saved them, the thought of him soon dying and turning into a zombie made them unable to resist exclaiming, "Yeah, hurry and tie him up. What if he turns into a zombie? What are you still tying him up for? Just throw him out. Can't you see he's already unconscious?" Jiang Yi argued with them, but Gua Hanyue stepped forward. "Jiang Yi has already said that Qing Do doesn't need your help. If he really turns into a zombie, I'll take care of him first." Dongfang Tian refused to back down. "Hanyue, this isn't a joke. Listen to me and step aside." Jiang Yi stood up. His knife pointed straight at Dongfang Tian. "Get lost, Dongfang Tian." Jiang Yi couldn't possibly hand over Do, who was injured because of him. Dongfang Tian's repeated provocations only fueled Jiang Yi's murderous intent once again. "Captain Jiang, there's a second floor in this supermarket. Why don't you take Qing Do up there?" Li Huiyu, who had been silent until now, softly suggested. Without thinking much, Jiang Yi turned around and helped the slightly feverish Qing Do to his feet. The tip of his knife aimed at anyone who tried to approach. Step back. Or don't blame me for making a cut on you too. Seeing Jiang Yi's knife, everyone instinctively backed away. They certainly hadn't forgotten that just minutes ago, Jiang Yi had killed Li Jitian. Han Yue followed Jiang Yi upstairs with some concern. But her arm was suddenly grabbed by Dongfang Tian. Han Yue, don't follow Jiang Yi. He is a murderer. Staying with him will only get you into trouble. Dongfang Tian was truly angry to see Han Yue still wanting to follow Jiang Yi. What was so great about Jiang Yi? If it weren't for his abilities, how could he ever get someone like her? And what was wrong with Han Yue, that she was so fixated on following such a person? Han Yue turned back. Her icy gaze locked on Dongfang Tian. Dongfang Tian, let go of me. My matters don't need your interference. And don't forget, you prayed that Jiang Yi wouldn't come after you regarding Li Gang. Dongfang Tian was taken aback and nervously released Han Yue's arm. Jiang Yi placed Qing Do on an iron bed on the second floor. At this moment, Qing Do was drenched in sweat, his body alarmingly hot. And the wound on his arm had already turned black, oozing a thick, foul-smelling blood. Li Huiyu leaned against the wall. Watching Jiang Yi tear open the fabric on Qing Do's arm. You shouldn't have brought him up here. Jiang Yi didn't look up and immediately said when he saw Han Yue come up. Han Yue, get a basin of water and a towel. Han Yue quickly got to work, opening a few bottles of mineral water to soak a towel and handed it to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi used the towel to wipe Qing Do's wound. Perhaps he had tugged too hard, as Qing Do suddenly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Grabbing Jiang Yi's hand with a bitter smile, don't worry about it. I know I'm done for. My body is getting stiff. Am I about to turn into a zombie? At this point, Qing Do suddenly let out a wretched laugh, looking at Han Yue, whose eyes were red from tears, and hoarsely said, Gua, can I ask you for a favor? If I turn into a zombie, please kill me. Don't let Jiang Yi do it. His skills are too poor, and he'd just make a big mess. Hearing Qing Do's self-deprecation, Han Yue smiled through her tears. Don't worry. I won't let Jiang Yi ruin your body. Jiang Yi saw two people seemingly preparing for the worst, and couldn't help but press down hard on Qing Do's wound. Qing Do let out a high-pitched yell, his body drenched in cold sweat. Li Huiyu jolted and took 2 steps back, looking at Jiang Yi's dark hand. Han Yue screamed. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Jiang Yi shot them a glare, talking about a will? It's a bit early for that. A team member as good as Qing Do? There's no way I'm letting him die so easily. Everyone was taken aback, and Qing Do's eyes gleamed with hope. I won't die? Jiang Yi, do you have a way to save me? Jiang Yi pulled a fiery red corpse core from his pocket and said in a deep voice, Qing Do you remember what I said before? If you swallow the corpse core, there's a chance you won't die, and you might even awaken your abilities. Everyone suddenly recalled Jiang Yi's words from earlier on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Han Yue excitedly stepped forward. Then what are we waiting for? Qing Do, eat it. Qing Do's eyes flashed with a strong will to survive. I want to eat it. I don't want to die. Jiang Yi nodded and, without further ado, shoved the corpse core into Qing Do's mouth. Qing Do swallowed hard, and fortunately, the core softened in his mouth, preventing the weak Qing Do from choking to death. Not long after swallowing the corpse core, Qing Do began to struggle violently, his body flushed red as fire. Jiang Yi found himself unable to contain the raging Qing Do. Chapter 57. Awakening Li Huiyu hurriedly grabbed a rope and tied Qing Do to the bed, allowing Jiang Yi to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The powerful ability was clashing with the virus inside Qing Do, but with his mouth blocked, Qing Do couldn't even scream in agony. The pain caused blue veins to bulge all over his body, and his eyes widened in terror. Han Yue was worried, gripping her hands tightly. Is Qing Do going to be okay like this? What's the success rate of swallowing the corpse core? Jiang Yi stood by the bed, watching Qing Do struggle intensely, and replied in a low voice, 50-50. Hearing this, Han Yue let out a sigh of relief. A 50% chance is still good. Qing Do has a strong will. He should be able to hold on. But Jiang Yi added, if he doesn't hold on, he'll die? Han Yue angrily punched Jiang Yi in the lower back, making him wince in pain. What are you doing at a time like this? Stop breathing so heavily. Tears were almost spilling from Han Yue's eyes due to anger. Yet Jiang Yi, holding his waist, calmly said, it all depends on Qing Do himself. If he can hold on, he lives. If he can't, he dies. Jiang Yi's words were harsh, but both Li Huiyu and Han Yue knew that in this situation, the one feeling the most distressed was Jiang Yi. Qing Do was injured while trying to save him and was now facing a life-and-death decision. How could Jiang Yi not be anxious? But there was really no way around it. It all depended on Qing Do's own endurance. Qing Do struggled wildly, the ropes cutting into his skin. and bloodstains began to seep onto the sheets. The sky darkened, yet Qing Do continued to writhe in pain. Jiang Yi, with a blank expression, asked Li Huiyu, "How many hours has it been?" Li Huiyu glanced at his phone, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. It had already been over 5 hours. He couldn't imagine how Qing Tu could endure such excruciating pain for 5 whole hours. If it were him, he would probably last no more than an hour. Yet, it seemed that Qing Tu was constantly reminded by Jiang Yi not to lose consciousness. Just kill them already. As the 3 people on the second floor watched Qing Tu struggle on the brink of death for nearly 6 hours, their bodies had grown stiff and numb from waiting. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, filled with screams and the sound of heavy objects crashing down. After a long pause, someone knocked on the door of the room where Jiang Yi and the others were. The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback. Guo Huanxue glanced at Qing Tu, still writhing in pain on the bed, and sighed, "I'll go answer the door." When she opened the door, she found a girl standing outside, hesitating at the threshold. Guo Huanxue was somewhat surprised. "Hanya, you escaped too." Jiang Yi looked up and recognized her as the girl who had relayed messages for him in the gym. The girl tiptoed cautiously, peeking into the room, her eyes flashing with fear. "President, are you all okay? The people downstairs have turned into zombies. They also injured 2 classmates and sent me to ask about you." Guo Huanxue sighed inwardly, understanding Hanya's purpose. Hearing about the situation downstairs made her feel uneasy. "Thank you. Tell Dongfang Tian that Qing Tu is fine." Hearing Guo Huanxue's words, Hanya couldn't help but be astonished. After all, she had witnessed several injured classmates turning into zombies without exception. When she heard that Dongfang Tian had sent her to inquire, her first instinct was to refuse, especially since there was an injured person upstairs. But Guo Huanxue's confident response left her incredulous. How could this be possible? After being infected for 5 or 6 hours, Qing Tu had not turned into a zombie. "All right, I'll let them know." Seeing that Guo Huanxue wasn't going to elaborate, Hanya's face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly went downstairs. Li Huiyu, sitting on a chair, watched Guo Huanxue return and couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. "Looks like the legendary President Dongfang's character is up for debate. Sending a woman to ask questions, what a move." Guo Huanxue shot him a glare. "What does that have to do with you? Should everyone be as selfish as you? Living only for themselves?" Li Huiyu shrugged. He didn't feel the need to argue with Guo Huanxue, just as she disliked him. He felt the same about her personality. Jiang Yi stared blankly at Qing Tu, who was struggling in agony on the bed. Qing Tu's sweat had soaked the mattress, and his hands and feet had been tied up by Jiang Yi and Guo Huanxue during his struggles. Yet, despite this, his frantic writhing had left his limbs covered in bloody marks. Jiang Yi was nearly driven to madness. It had taken too long. The time he had initially spent wasn't this long. Why? Was it possible that awakening had levels? Or was something affecting Qing Tu's awakening? Jiang Yi, however, was unaware that awakening the corpse core not only carried a significant risk of becoming a zombie, but also depended on many other factors. For instance, personal physical fitness, personality, mental state, injury conditions, and even the strength of the awakening ability all played a role. When Jiang Yi was initially injured, he quickly consumed the corpse core, effectively seizing the best opportunity for rescue by coincidence. In contrast, Qing Do delayed for a long time after being injured before finally reaching safety. Fortunately, Qing Do's constitution was several times stronger than Jiang Yi's at that time. Having meditated on his soul since childhood, he was also more resilient than Jiang Yi in character, allowing him to hold on until now during the most dangerous moments. Of course, the longer he persisted, the greater the benefits would be for Qing Do once he regained consciousness. Jiang Yi and the others had been waiting for too long, their expressions becoming somewhat dazed. On the bed, Qing Do gradually stopped struggling and glanced at Jiang Yi, who was sitting beside him, and Guo Huanxue, who stood a short distance away. With a hoarse voice, he managed to utter 2 words. The severe dehydration made his words sound like a saw scraping against stone, but it instantly snapped the 3 of them out of their stupor. Jiang Yi stiffened his neck and looked down at the struggling smile of Qing Do, while Guo Huanxue rushed in excitedly. "Qing Do, you're awake. Has he already?" "Jiang Yi." She turned to ask Jiang Yi, who was sitting next to her. However, after waiting for a while, they received no response from him. Guo Huanxue, puzzled, gave him a gentle shove. "What are you doing?" "Qing Do is fine. Aren't you happy? You can't even smile." Jiang Yi shook his head, and upon hearing Guo Huanxue's reprimand, he turned to Qing Do, who was in a similar state. When Qing Do smiled, blood gushed from his mouth, startling the 3 of them. Then, as his eyes rolled back, Jiang Yi collapsed to the ground. "Jiang Yi." Qing Do struggled hard, and the ropes binding his hands suddenly snapped. Guo Huanxue and Li Huiyu hurriedly helped the fainted Jiang Yi, and Guo Huanxue felt a sticky liquid on her left hand. When she raised her hand to look, she immediately screamed, "Blood!" Li Huiyu frowned and quickly tore open Jiang Yi's shirt, causing all three of them to gasp in shock. They saw that Jiang Yi's right shoulder was severely swollen and bleeding, and Guo Huanxue ripped the sleeves apart. Realizing that his entire right arm had swollen to the size of a thigh, Li Huiyu inhaled sharply. How did he get injured like this? The bone in his right shoulder is almost completely shattered. Qingdou, who was also a martial artist and familiar with such injuries, gritted his teeth. It's a blunt force injury. He slammed his fist onto the edge of the bed, realizing that despite suffering such a severe injury, Jiang Yi had still guarded him for nearly an entire night. How could he ever repay this debt of gratitude? With no time to explain, Guo Huanxue placed the unconscious Jiang Yi on the bed that Qingdou had occupied earlier and quickly began to clean his wounds. Fortunately, she still had some medicine in her bag. Li Huiyu expressed some disappointment. Captain Jiang is done for. With such a serious injury, his right hand will never fully recover. Just as he said, the blow dealt by Li Gang with all his strength had inflicted irreparable damage on Jiang Yi. Such an injury, even in a pre-apocalyptic world, would be nearly impossible to heal completely. However, Guo Huanxue and Qingdou were not overly worried. Qingdou lifted his head and said confidently, "No way. There is still a chance. As long as Jiang Yi wakes up soon." After saying this, he clenched his fist, staring meaningfully at his hands. This power was too mysterious, too profound. Qingdou felt that he was not only immune to being zombified at this moment, but his physical abilities had also improved significantly. He could now easily unleash sword techniques that he couldn't use before. He was sure that he could help Jiang Yi now. Unconscious Jiang Yi had no idea that his one action had deeply moved the already emotional Qingdou once again, and their trust level in the team mode had finally reached 100. Jiang Yi remained unconscious for a whole night, during which many things happened. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun were still worried, but when they saw Qingdou opening the door, even though they were reluctant to believe it, they finally understood that it was indeed possible to awaken someone from zombie poison using a zombie core. Upon learning this, the students on the first floor erupted. Some classmates of those who had previously died began to accuse Dongfang Tian and the others, cursing them for refusing to use the zombie cores to save lives out of selfishness. Even their original supporters began to murmur among themselves. Dongfang Tian was in pain. In the end, he reluctantly took out the only 2 zombie cores he had and fed them to the recently injured classmates, trying to salvage some of his reputation. However, the outcome wasn't too good. As dawn approached, one of the students who consumed the zombie core completely zombified and almost harmed someone again. The other one managed to awaken. But unfortunately, it was just an enhancement of vision. For the time being, he could only achieve night vision, able to see farther and clearer. Dongfang Tian's face turned as dark as a bottom of a pot because the person who awakened was from Zhu Caijuan's side, while his own member had died. Looking at the smug expression on that guy's face, Dongfang Tian wished he could stab him with an ice pick. Jiang Yi took a painful breath, awakened by the enticing fragrance. After staring at the ceiling in a daze for a while, he finally realized what had happened. He noticed that his right hand was wrapped up like a dumpling and let out a bitter smile. Chapter 58, Recovery. Qingdou, who had brought over the porridge, was instantly delighted to see Jiang Yi awake. "Jiang Yi, you're awake? How do you feel? Does anything still hurt?" Guo Huanxue, not in the mood, shoved aside Qingdou, who was almost sticking his face up close, and glanced at Jiang Yi, whose complexion was awful. "Are you stupid? You're injured and don't even say a word. Just pretending to be a hero?" Jiang Yi smiled helplessly. "All right, Huanxue, please don't scold me this time because I'm injured. I'm so hungry. Can I have a bowl of porridge?" Guo Huanxue huffed and placed the porridge at the bedside. "Let him feed you. You two are so close. One keeping watch over the other. I'm going to eat." Watching Guo Huanxue turn and leave, Jiang Yi and Qingdou exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Watching the clumsy movements of Qingdou, an embarrassed Jiang Yi quickly raised his left hand. "I can do it myself. My left hand is fine." Qingdou promptly handed him the spoon, and he helped Jiang Yi carry the porridge, finally alleviating the earlier awkwardness. Jiang Yi took big bites of the not-so-soft rice porridge. After the apocalypse, being able to eat a bowl of warm food, even without any side dishes, brought a wave of happiness. After finishing 2 bowls, his stomach was barely satisfied. While Jiang Yi was eating, Qingdou briefly explained what would happen next. Jiang Yi nodded. "Yeah, that's good. Once everyone knows that the corpse nucleus can cure the zombie virus, you and I won't seem so special anymore." Qingdou looked at Jiang Yi with gratitude. "Thank you. I didn't know how to express it, but really, thank you. You didn't give up on me at the last moment." The thought of possibly becoming a soulless zombie that only knows how to eat people sent a chill down Qingdou's spine. Jiang Yi shook his head. "It's nothing. Aren't we teammates? As long as it's not the last moment, I will never give up on you. Qingdao felt a deep respect and growing gratitude towards Jiang Yi, until Jiang Yi could no longer stand it and pushed him out to eat by himself, finally feeling relieved. He opened the light screen, still at level 8. But the previous battle had brought him close to leveling up again. Glancing at the team mode, Jiang Yi discovered that his trust level with Qingdao had reached its maximum, a state that wouldn't decrease. Trust level 100 will not decrease. This team member will fight alongside you for life. He is a partner you can trust 100. It is recommended to invest resources to train him. Jiang Yi exhaled deeply. Just thinking about Qingdao's seemingly fervent admiration made his heart swell. In the apocalypse, what could be more gratifying than having a strong and trustworthy teammate? In contrast, the rational Guo Huanxue, despite having significant trust in him, was still a ways off from reaching maximum. Closing the light screen, Jiang Yi opened his backpack to check his spoils. Thanks to the previous frenzied kills of zombies, his backpack no longer felt so empty. In addition to more purified water and jade fat meat, he had 100 pounds of fresh dog meat, a sky blue recovery potion, a bright green restoration potion, and a fiery red health potion. Thank goodness, I didn't suffer injuries for nothing. Jiang Yi excitedly pulled out the health potion and gulped it down. A wave of heat surged through his right arm. Jiang Yi felt his arm gradually mending beneath the bandages. Gritting his teeth, he tore off the bandages. His right arm, now regaining sensation, was even more painful. He held back a cry as he watched his once swollen purple arm slowly return to its original shape, starting from his fingertips. Hiss! As the potion's effects faded, Jiang Yi lifted his arm with effort, unable to suppress a gasp. It seemed this time the injury was too severe, and even the health potion couldn't restore him to peak condition in one go. However, that was enough. When Jiang Yi stood up and walked out of the bedroom with his upper body exposed, the 3 people dining on the second floor were taken aback. Li Huiyu was the first to react, standing up in shock. How is this possible, Jiang Yi? Your injury? Jiang Yi smiled, suppressing the pain from his bones as he raised his arm. It's almost good. I also have to thank you. If you hadn't come back at the last moment, I might still be running away. Li Huiyu's eyes were fixated on Jiang Yi's arm, completely ignoring his gratitude. Guo Huanxue knew exactly how Jiang Yi had recovered. Overjoyed, she stood up and shot a glance at Li Huiyu. It's nothing unusual. This is just Jiang Yi's ability. Li Huiyu absent-mindedly pulled her gaze away, hearing Guo Huanxue's words. She only assumed that Jiang Yi's ability was related to healing, without considering any more extraordinary system-related powers. Jiang Yi smiled, choosing not to expose Guo Huanxue's cover-up. After all, he couldn't see through Li Huiyu herself. Originally a minor presence in the team, she suddenly seemed self-absorbed in her own safety, but at the critical moment, they had escaped danger because of her appearance. Jiang Yi didn't want to think of her as sinister, but instinctively, he felt a significant wariness towards Li Huiyu. So he naturally wouldn't reveal his abilities. With Qingdao awakening and Jiang Yi's injuries healing, a layer of joy spread across the second floor. However, this joy was blinding to Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. When Dongfang Tian arrived on the second floor and saw Guo Huanxue and Jiang Yi laughing and chatting, he felt his anger boiling over. A whole day of fleeing had left him mentally drained, and the series of events even made him doubt himself. Could he really become a strong leader? In his days, he accepted Zhu Caijuan's suggestion to go upstairs and discuss the next steps with them. Upon seeing this scene, his fury erupted. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaijun was eyeing the steaming pot of porridge, swallowing hard. They had thrown away everything they could during their escape. And although there were still some food items on the first floor, if given a choice, he would gladly trade 10 bags of spicy chicken feet for a bowl of fragrant hot porridge. The two had different thoughts, but both were individuals with strong self-control. Even in their anger, they showed no outward signs, merely smiling and saying, Jiang Yi has woken up. When I came over earlier, Huanxue said you were resting. Dongfang Tian sat down beside Huanxue with a smile, while Guo Huanxue frowned slightly, moving a bit to the side, still not completely avoiding him. Zhu Kaijun also sat down, glancing at the white porridge and pickles on the table before smiling. Yes, about yesterday, both President Dongfang and I feel very sorry. I never expected Li Zhitian to be that kind of person, but he got what he deserved. I hope Captain Jiang Yi won't be too angry. Jiang Yi slowly drank his porridge, glanced at the two, and continued eating. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun exchanged a glance, both feeling a flicker of embarrassment and anger. They were well-known figures in school. When had they ever found themselves in such a submissive position, only to be ignored? Yet, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Despite the fact that Jiang Yi only had 4 people on his side, their combat power surpassed the combined strength of everyone on the first floor. Guo Huanxue was formidable enough to leave them helpless. Even Dongfang Tian couldn't match her wind abilities. Then there was the mysterious Li Huiyu, whose sudden rise to prominence made Dongfang Tian feel particularly insecure. And of course, there was Qing Do, who was supposed to have perished but instead awakened. This left Dongfang Tian even more vigilant, as he hadn't forgotten that he had a grudge against Qing Do. Finally, there was Jiang Yi, who appeared weak and pitiful. Although he had awakened his abilities, neither he nor Zhu Kaijun could grasp the extent of his powers. If it weren't for discovering his mysterious healing abilities, Dongfang Tian would have thought he was just an ordinary speed enhancer. But clearly, Jiang Yi was anything but ordinary. Anyone who could earn Guo Huanxue's trust must possess unfathomable strength. Unfortunately, they both completely overlooked the fact that earning trust isn't solely about having greater power. What truly made Guo Huanxue increasingly trust Jiang Yi was his small yet resilient spirit. When Guo Huanxue was at her most helpless, Jiang Yi's appearance was like a light piercing through the darkness, becoming her greatest support. Li Huiyu coldly observed the two before him, speaking with a casual tone while constantly probing for information. Annoyed, he turned around with his bowl, leaving without offering them the slightest bit of courtesy. After finishing his last bite, Jiang Yi raised his eyes to the two, who wore expressions of awkwardness and anger, and said mildly, "So, what exactly do you two want to say?" A flicker of anger crossed Dongfang Tian's eyes as he suppressed his fury. Without bothering to probe any further, he stated plainly, "I'll be straightforward, Jiang Yi. Earlier, I heard you mention that you're from the first cafeteria. I want to know the real situation there. And I want to take everyone back with you." Jiang Yi smiled and clapped his hands. "Just say it directly. There's no need for hesitation. Then let us go back together." Zhu Kaijun and Dongfang Tian were taken aback. They had considered various possible issues, but never expected that everything they had prepared would go unused. They felt a sense of frustration, even though their goal was achieved. They found no joy in their success. Watching their expressions as if they had swallowed a fly, Guo Huanxue finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She stifled her mouth to avoid breaking the awkward silence. She realized she was growing to enjoy watching her captain confront others. Zhu Kaijun, hearing Guo Huanxue suppressing her laughter, felt a bit embarrassed and inwardly cursed Jiang Yi for not handling things better. Still, he expressed his gratitude. "Really, thank you so much. Without your powerful combat strength, it would be really hard for us ordinary folks to reach the first cafeteria. I just wonder if they will welcome us there." Dongfang Tian scoffed. "Why wouldn't they welcome us? Don't forget, this is a school, and we are all students here. The cafeteria doesn't belong to them." Upon hearing Dongfang Tian's words, Qing and Li Huiyu couldn't help but roll their eyes. Clearly, Dongfang Tian had forgotten how just yesterday he had unilaterally taken control of the gym, prohibiting others from entering freely. Chapter 59. Rules of the cafeteria. On what grounds do they not let us in? This is a school, and we are all students here. The cafeteria is not theirs to claim. Dongfang Tian's words made Qing Do and Li Hui roll their eyes again. Had he really forgotten? Just a day ago, he had been the one controlling access to the gym, not allowing anyone else to come and go as they pleased. Zhu Kaijun didn't look at him. Instead, he focused on Jiang Yi, who nodded in agreement. "That's right. The first cafeteria can be entered freely, but it is managed by teachers and the school administration. Therefore, President Dongfang's previous actions probably won't work anymore." Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhu Caijuan's eyes. As the student council president, he was part of the administration too. If the first cafeteria was still under school control, it would be perfect for him. Just the thought of regaining his high status made Zhu Kaijun eager to rush over, but he still listened carefully as Jiang Yi explained the situation regarding the cafeteria. Jiang Yi raised 3 fingers. Compared to other places, the cafeteria has relatively well-established rules. If you really want to go there, I hope both of you can follow them. Otherwise, the consequences won't be as pleasant as you think. Seeing the confused expressions on the two, Jiang Yi lowered 1 finger. First, all supplies in the cafeteria must be submitted for centralized management. No matter who you are, if you want to go out and gather more supplies, you must do so. Those who don't want to go out can stay in the cafeteria and help with defense work. In short, the cafeteria does not support idlers. Of course, he silently thought to himself that this rule didn't apply to the management staff. Second, private fights and resource theft are strictly prohibited in the cafeteria. Anyone caught will be immediately expelled. Unfortunately, this rule only applied to ordinary survivors. Those who had awakened were already in a position of power. Third, no one is allowed to organize teams privately. If you want to join, you must accept the cafeteria's reorganization. No forming cliques. As Jiang Yi spoke, he observed the changing expressions of the two. Sure enough, upon hearing the third rule, their faces turned grim as they realized their plans were thwarted. Although the cafeteria had a large number of survivors, These three ironclad rules completely crushed any hopes they had of leveraging the cafeteria for a comeback. Even without exchanging words, the two quickly reached a decision. They had to go to the cafeteria because there was nowhere else for them to turn. Without a stable environment, even having more subordinates wouldn't help their situation. Seeing that they had nothing more to say, Jiang Yi smiled and tapped on the table. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you want to join the cafeteria, you can't come empty-handed. Before I left, the cafeteria established a rule that every new member must contribute at least 10 pounds of food or equivalent supplies. What? 10 pounds? That's so much. Zhu Kaijun jumped up, shouting in shock. Are you kidding me? There are still nearly 20 of us, and that's over 200 pounds of food. And this is just the minimum requirement for entering the canteen. According to the first rule, anyone wanting to go to the canteen has to surrender any supplies they have on them. Otherwise, they won't even qualify to stay in the canteen. The mention of 200 pounds of food made both their faces look grim. After all, given the current situation, the edible resources had already been nearly divided among everyone. No matter how skilled they were, it was impossible to conjure up that much food out of thin air. Jiang Yi chuckled at the two's frustrated expressions and turned to Hanyue, asking, Hanyue, didn't you say the medical room isn't far from here when we were eating just now? Hanyue furrowed her brows at all the requirements. She had thought the canteen would be a safe haven, but she never expected that it might not be as idyllic as she imagined. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's question, she was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it's not far from here. It's just the medical building. Why do you ask? Jiang Yi gestured to the two men. President Dongfang. President Zhu, I suspect the canteen is currently in dire need of medical supplies. Would you two be interested in taking a trip to the medical building? Their eyes lit up, clearly realizing they could substitute medicine for food. However, Zhu Caijuan's expression quickly shifted to one of fear. We can't go there. Before the apocalypse, that was a place filled with corpses, and by now, it's probably overrun with zombies. If we go there, we're just asking for death. Dongfang Tian had also considered this, and his face darkened. After all, it was a shame to let such a good solution slip away. Actually, Jiang Yi leaned forward slightly. Maybe things aren't as bad as you think. President Zhu is right. That place might have been the epicenter of the zombie outbreak. But remember, zombies need to feed too. Given how much time has passed, they surely won't be lingering in one spot without food. To zombies, medicine is no different from stones by the roadside. If we don't go now, when the people from the canteen arrive, we won't have any chance left. Hanyue looked at her captain with some confusion, instinctively feeling that Jiang Yi was setting a big trap, gradually pulling these two guys onto his ship. It wasn't until Jiang Yi pressured them into making a decision to leave and prepare that Hanyue finally asked, what exactly are you planning? Why do we have to go to the medical building? Don't tell me it's for the supplies. They aren't of much use to you. Jiang Yi shook his finger. No, I do want the medicine. Seeing Hanyue's skeptical expression, he relaxed his shoulders and smiled. All right, I'll tell you. Besides the medicine, I want to kill zombies even more. Nearby, apart from that place, I can't think of anywhere else with a large number of zombies. You've lost it, Hanyue exclaimed. I know your abilities require you to keep killing zombies, but you can't drag everyone from the first floor into this. Looking at Hanyue's furious face, Jiang Yi suddenly laughed. What do you think I am? Although I need to kill zombies, it's true that I want to help them. The cafeteria doesn't have equivalent supplies to get in at all. We can't just go provide them with over 200 pounds of food, can we? Do you have it? Hanyue huffed, clearly unwilling to answer Jiang Yi's question. Jiang Yi patted her shoulder and said, you need to understand that being weak is not an excuse in the apocalypse. Over at the cafeteria, there are even more people who are weaker and in worse shape. Yet they still go out every day to kill zombies and scavenge for supplies. This is the iron law of the apocalypse. No one is exempt. Those without value deserve to be thrown out to feed the zombies. Jiang Yi's expression was particularly cold. He used to be one of the weakest in the cafeteria and deeply understood what it meant to be in a survival of the fittest scenario. In the apocalypse, there is no sympathy, only respect for the strong and the belief in constantly growing stronger. He couldn't deny he was lucky, transformed from an ordinary person into an awakened one. However, Jiang Yi would never feel sympathy for the weak just because he knew their suffering. Instead, he hoped to see them grow strong. And strength requires life and experience to refine. Hanyue felt somewhat disheartened as she packed her things. The four of them didn't have much to take. The little rice they managed to scavenge from the second floor was devoured by the four big eaters. The remaining scraps were stuffed into a small bag by Qing Do, which he slung over his shoulder. Because the purple arrows were all used up, Hanyue carried the golden longbow on her back and held a bone knife in her hand. Li Huiyu also carried a backpack, playing with the short knife that had never left her side, casting furtive glances at Jiang Yi. Thanks to Qing Do's insistence, Jiang Yi was able to travel light, holding only a black knife. He hastily threw on a piece of clothing he found on the second floor and led the three of them downstairs. When they appeared on the first floor, nearly 20 pairs of eyes were immediately drawn to them. Jiang Yi looked around. Among those gazes were envy, jealousy, flattery, and anger. Yet, no one dared to approach to flatter or question them. They all knew that Jiang Yi and his group were strong enough to instill despair in others. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun watched Jiang Yi's imposing figure and buried their thoughts deep inside. They knew that to access the cafeteria, they still needed the powerful protection of Jiang Yi and his subordinates. All they could do was endure. Just wait, Jiang Yi. One day, I will tear you apart. Pouring all their hatred towards Jiang Yi, Dongfang Tian smiled and nodded. Captain Jiang, everyone is ready. Let us set off. Jiang Yi nodded, clearly having briefed them all. The surviving people no longer bore the heavy despair of the previous day. Their anticipation and anxiety about the cafeteria made everyone appear more energized. Li Gang stood among the crowd, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yi's back, clenching his fists tightly. Severely injured. He couldn't exert much strength and could only blend in with ordinary people, carefully seeking survival. Two boys quietly opened the supermarket's door, and as soon as the door creaked open, several arms stretched out from the gap. The two of them were so frightened that they quickly backed away, while the others screamed in terror, some even throwing their weapons to the ground. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and signaled to Qing Do, who immediately stepped forward and swung open the roll-up door. Roar! The zombies that had been blocked outside since yesterday surged in wildly. Dongfang Tian and the others shouted angrily at Qing Do, but those who had already prepared themselves charged forward, crazily hacking at the ordinary zombies. Li Huiyu and Qing Do followed suit. Li Huiyu, with her short knife in hand, moved like a dancing butterfly, her body flickering as she always appeared at just the right angle to stab a zombie in the neck. Qing Do wielded his knife with one hand, slashing fiercely with his right hand. No zombie was a match for him. What used to require him to cut halfway through a zombie's neck could now be done with a mere sweeping motion, sending the rotten heads flying. His strength, speed, and spirit had all received a tremendous boost. Qing Do felt that he was even stronger at this moment than his father. Jiang Yi observed for a moment and then lost interest. He was curious about Qing Do's abilities, but since Qing Do wanted to keep it a secret for now, Jiang Yi decided not to dwell on it. After all, these ordinary zombies shouldn't require Qing Do's awakened abilities to deal with. Chapter 60. Tyrant Jiang Yi didn't want everyone to die when he had Qing Do open the door. It was because after a night and the scent emitted by several survivors turned zombies, the zombies outside had already scattered. From the second floor, Jiang Yi could clearly see that there were barely 20 zombies still gathered outside the door. If they couldn't handle these zombies, he would seriously consider abandoning them. Sure enough, after the initial chaos, Dongfang Tian realized that the number of zombies that had burst in wasn't as many as he had imagined, and he immediately began directing everyone to attack the zombie horde. With Qing Do and the others' help, more than 20 zombies were quickly taken down. Remarkably, despite some initial fear, no one was injured. The surviving group was elated with this outcome, but Jiang Yi knew it should have been expected. After all, they were students from the gym. Either they had good physical fitness or had practiced their skills. Faced with the slow-moving zombies, as long as they didn't succumb to fear, they wouldn't encounter any problems. After the excitement, some people glared angrily at Jiang Yi, evidently recalling how recklessly he had ordered the door to be opened. Dongfang Tian and the others had no intention of explaining, but it was clear that they trusted Jiang Yi even less now. Closely following behind Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun as they left the supermarket, Li Huiyu followed behind, sneering at Jiang Yi. Qing Do, however, was furious and didn't understand why they were hostile towards him. Gua Huanxue rubbed her forehead and said, Jiang Yi, couldn't you have been a bit more tactful? Look what you've done now, you've offended everyone. Jiang Yi shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. I'm not their parent. I'm not obligated to coddle them. I agreed to take them with me, but I never said I would protect them the whole way. I'll be dead before I make it to the cafeteria. They need to learn to fend off the zombies themselves if they want to survive, right? Guohanyue rolled her eyes. I can't argue with you, but don't say I didn't warn you. Look at Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun. Everyone treats them like gods, while you're being seen as nothing. At this rate, when are we ever going to recruit more people? Jiang Yi ignored her ramblings. Spotting another group of zombies ahead, he swiftly drew his knife and charged forward. Every kill was valuable experience. Why would he want to listen to a woman nagging in his ear? Before Guohanyue could finish her sentence, she saw Jiang Yi running off and stomped her foot in frustration. Jiang Yi, I'm not done talking. Qing Do followed him out to fight. Exasperated, Guohanyue turned to Li Huiyu, who shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. I never agreed to join you. With that, he grabbed his knife and took off toward the medical building. The path to the medical building was anything but peaceful, as small groups of zombies frequently burst out from the buildings, aggressively charging at Jiang Yi and his group. However, this time, after being forced to pick up weapons and fight, everyone's fear of the slow-moving zombies began to diminish. Some of the ordinary survivors even managed to take down a few zombies with a single blow before Jiang Yi and the others could react, smashing their heads in until they stopped moving. Seeing that zombies weren't as terrifying as they once thought invigorated the team. The desire to survive, coupled with the thrill of bloodshed, sent everyone's spirits soaring. Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun observed the changes in the team closely. Realizing that all these changes stemmed from Jiang Yi, they grew even more wary of him. It wasn't that they didn't want everyone to fight. Rather, they had previously allowed those who were too scared to battle to stay behind in the gym, trying to show fairness and democracy. No matter how much they incentivized those going out to fight, over time, envy would brew among those who stayed behind, admiring the safety of the non-fighters while the fighters enjoyed their spoils. They were aware of this dynamic but chose to ignore it. As time passed, the division within the group became increasingly severe. Yet, with just a simple act of coercion, Jiang Yi managed to unify everyone's fighting spirit. Of course, this unity also sparked hostility toward Jiang Yi, the so-called tyrant, which Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun found amusing. After clearing the zombies in front of him, Jiang Yi took stock of the situation. The team now numbered 23 people. Excluding his own 4, there were 12 following Dongfang Tian and only 7 with Zhu Kaijun. While it seemed that Dongfang Tian had the stronger side, in reality, apart from Li Gang, a semi-injured ability user, Dongfang Tian had only one other person with powers. In contrast, Zhu Kaijun had 2, one with enhanced vision and another with enhanced speed. Zhu Kaijun is not just someone who relies solely on his intellect. When it comes to taking down zombies, he shows no mercy. As for the 4 individuals with Jiang Yi, they are truly anomalies. In a world where abilities are so rare, all 4 of them happen to be ability users. Leaving aside himself and Guo Huanxue, Li Huiyu gives Jiang Yi a huge surprise. He is not just a speed enhancer, but possesses the extremely rare space ability. Moreover, his spatial power isn't limited to mere storage. He can actually perform brief spatial jumps. This is his greatest asset that has allowed him to survive until now. One can see him flickering among the horde, each time striking with a bizarre angle for a lightning-fast kill before retreating like a flash. Watching his agile movements, both Jiang Yi and Guo Huanxue couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Wasn't he a natural-born assassin? Dongfang Tian also noticed Li Huiyu's stunning performance, gritting his teeth in frustration as he froze the zombies before him into blocks of ice, smashing them to pieces on the ground. Originally, Li Huiyu should have been one of his subordinates. Had he known how strong Li Huiyu was, he wouldn't have let him leave, even if it meant killing him. Zhu Kaijun found himself equally envious of Li Huiyu's immense power. If he could have someone like that on his side, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, both Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun mistakenly believed that Li Huiyu had already joined Jiang Yi, unaware that Jiang Yi was also eyeing him, practically drooling over his impressive abilities. Compared to Li Huiyu, Jiang Yi felt his own powers were utterly pathetic. Unfortunately, while he recognized Li Huiyu's strength, it was clear that Li Huiyu had no intention of joining him. Otherwise, after such a long battle, his team dynamics would not have overlooked such a powerful ally. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Jiang Yi took out his frustrations on the horde of zombies in front of him. His black blade swung wildly, making him appear incredibly imposing. Yet, he was oblivious to the countless onlookers behind him who were internally critiquing his fighting style as utterly lacking. Jiang Yi probably didn't realize that his frenzied slaughter of zombies was riddled with flaws in the eyes of seasoned martial artists. They looked at his blade and felt it was a fine weapon in the hands of the wrong master. Given Jiang Yi's technique, which was essentially a damage-proof skull-slicing knife, any other blade would have likely dulled or broken by now. Dongfang Tian squinted, carefully observing Jiang Yi's fighting style. Although Jiang Yi's combat lacked any formal techniques, his speed and reflexes were faster than most, allowing him to handle himself even in the midst of a zombie horde. However, Dongfang Tian was certain that Jiang Yi was not a speed enhancer, as the other speed enhancers in the team felt completely different from him. Only looking at another speedster, the running speed is incredibly fast. When they sprint with all their might, they appear as nothing more than a blur. However, that's not the case for Jiang Yi. His speed, while quick, does not reach a level that ordinary people cannot match. Moreover, his swiftness isn't limited to just running. His evasion and attack speeds are even faster. Although he may not seem as fast as the speed-enhanced individuals, The overall acceleration allows Jiang Yi to handle close combat with greater ease, completely mastering his newfound speed. With a swift slash, he sent a zombie flying, and Jiang Yi frowned slightly. Although these zombies were still ordinary, he could clearly sense that they had grown stronger. Their skin had become tougher. What used to be a clean cut through the neck now required all his strength to succeed. Roaring. A higher-tier zombie suddenly burst out from a building, its massive frame standing out conspicuously. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he charged forward. He had long been eager to kill a higher-tier zombie. Seeing someone running towards it, the higher-tier zombie angrily swung a massive hand. Observing its slow movement, a hint of disdain flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He nimbly dodged and raised his hand for a strike. The sharp black blade sliced through the giant zombie's arm, but it only grazed the skin. So tough. Grimacing, Jiang Yi jumped out of the combat zone and shook his stiff wrist. It seemed to be a defensive type of zombie. His multiple encounters with higher-tier zombies had allowed him to grasp certain patterns. After advancing, zombies, much like awakened humans, developed specific traits. Some had incredible speed, while others possessed immense strength, and this one clearly belonged to the category with exceptionally tough skin. Such zombies are particularly difficult to kill because their skin is resistant to knife cuts and axe blows. At least for Jiang Yi right now. It felt a bit like trying to stab a hedgehog, sadly futile. However, there was an advantage to dealing with this type of zombie. Although they were powerful in terms of strength, their speed was very slow, only slightly faster than ordinary zombies. A turtle-like higher-tier zombie may be unkillable, but it also posed no threat to him. Captain Jiang, I'm here to assist you. Dongfang Tian's eyes lit up upon seeing the higher-tier zombie. Knowing the importance of the core, no one could remain indifferent. Zhu Kaijun also signaled to the speed-enhanced individual beside him, and the man excitedly dashed forward, swinging a copper rod. Though he was a few steps slower than Dongfang Tian, his attack landed first on the zombie's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the solid copper rod struck the defensive zombie's skull. However, the massive zombie showed no signs of damage. It lifted its head to glare at its attacker and suddenly threw a punch. Huang Yi never expected that his full-force strike wouldn't shatter his opponent's skull. Stunned, he was suddenly hit by a massive fist that sent him flying. As he hit the ground, his vision blurred, his head buzzed, and blood began to flow down his hair. The scent of blood triggered the zombie, which let out a terrifying roar and stomped toward Huang Yi on the ground. Jiang Yi swung his black blade, managing to block the zombie's claw with it. The blade scraping against the zombie's nails with a sharp sound. Li Huiyu. The immense strength of the zombie pinned Jiang Yi down, making it impossible for him to rescue Huang Yi. Seeing the surrounding zombies getting ready to pounce on Huang Yi, he shouted urgently. Just as he finished speaking, the small figure of Li Huiyu appeared beside Huang Yi, looking disgusted at the vomit-covered Huang Yi. She grabbed him by the neck and retreated, tossing him to Zhu Kaijun. Take care of your person. Before anyone could react, she had already appeared behind the massive zombie, her sharp dagger ruthlessly slashing across the zombie's neck. However, it felt as if she was cutting through leather. The blade not only failed to sever the zombie's neck, but even became slightly dulled. The attacked zombie abandoned Jiang Yi's blade and turned to grab Li Huiyu. Dongfang Tian emerged from nowhere, slamming his palm onto the zombie's back, unleashing a torrent of energy. Seal it. Crack. The thick-skinned, fleshy zombie seemed to sense the danger behind it and spun around, but it was too late. An icy layer visibly spread across its body in an instant, encasing it in a thick layer of ice crystals. Dongfang Tian took a step back, casting a smug glance at Li Huiyu, who let out a quiet huff and turned to leave. Jiang Yi regretfully released his grip on the blade. The ordinary students who had been watching all this were suddenly thrilled by Dongfang Tian's heroic display, cheering loudly. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. A clear crack erupted from the ice surface, followed by a massive blast that sent ice shards flying. Dongfang Tian was startled and retreated, but still got cut by his own ice shards. Sweating from the scare, he saw the zombie breaking free and quickly thrust his sword forward. The sharp sword was icy cold, piercing into the zombie's throat. However, that was all it did. Dongfang Tian's full-force strike only punctured its throat slightly, causing just a few drops of black blood to slide down the blade, without inflicting any significant damage. But he had thoroughly enraged the zombie, which let out a furious roar, grabbing the sword blade lodged in its throat with one hand, while reaching for Dongfang Tian with the other. Dongfang Tian quickly tried to withdraw his sword, but the normally sharp blade was now firmly held in the massive zombie's grip. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back. Just as the zombie was about to grab him, he decisively let go of the sword, narrowly avoiding the zombie's grasp. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he slashed at the back of the zombie's neck, blood spraying, but he only managed to cut in a couple of centimeters. The zombie still gripping the sword, swung its hand at Jiang Yi, who agilely dodged out of the way. At this moment, Guohuanxue also noticed something unusual about the zombie. She wanted to lend a hand, but she was a bit too far away and needed to protect a few girls in the team, leaving her unable to assist. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows, watching the tough-skinned zombie that he, Dongfang Tian, and Li Huiyu had surrounded. His knife couldn't even cut through it. Was he really going to give up like this? Jiang Yi attempted to attack its eyes, but this zombie seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. It knew to protect its vital areas. Whenever it sensed Jiang Yi's intent to strike its weakness, it would block its eyes with its hands. Damn it, doesn't it have any weaknesses? Dongfang Tian watched in frustration as his sword was knocked away by the zombie. Neither his ice powers nor Li Huiyu's spatial abilities seemed effective against it. Not only could they not take down the zombie, but he had also lost his sword, which made him even more furious. Suddenly, he thought of something and, with bloodshot eyes, shouted to the crowd not far away. Li Gang, get over here and help. Li Gang, clutching his injured abdomen with one hand and wielding an iron rod to fend off the zombie with the other, trembled at the shout. He instinctively wanted to turn back, but the pain from his stomach made him grit his teeth, questioning once again if he had made the wrong decision. Li Gang, what are you waiting for? If we don't deal with it, none of us will get out of here. Zhu Kaijun was getting anxious as he saw more zombies gathering around, blocked by this one. Compared to the precious corpse core, Zhu Kaijun valued his life more. He didn't care if Li Gang was injured and gave him a hard shove. Li Gang's face turned pale, wanting to refuse. But when he saw everyone staring at him, he gritted his teeth and stepped toward the zombie. Just then, a slender hand grabbed him. Stay back, I'll go. Li Gang was taken aback and looked down to see Qing Do stepping out from behind him. At that moment, Qing Do's aura was rising continuously, sharpening his blade after slaying countless zombies. He had witnessed everything that unfolded. Since Jiang Yi hadn't called for him, he didn't intend to intervene. But when he saw Dongfang Tian and Zhu Kaijun pressuring the obviously seriously injured Li Gang, Qing Do felt a surge of anger. Watching Li Gang being forced to fight that strange zombie was unacceptable to him, given his warrior spirit nurtured since childhood. He grabbed Li Gang and stepped over him. Moving toward Jiang Yi forced the zombie back with a knife and turned to see Qing Do, immediately smiling. What's up? Do you have a plan? Qing Do nodded, slowly sheathing his white knife. Jiang Yi, step back and let me try. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had seen such confidence in Qing Do. After thinking for a moment, he stepped back, giving way to him. Dongfang Tian shouted in anger. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? Besides Li Gang's strength enhancement, we can't kill it. Qing Do shot him a glare, but didn't say a word. He gripped the knife sheath with his left hand, pressing on the hilt with his right, continuously adjusting every muscle in his body. He lowered his body slightly, resembling a cheetah preparing to pounce. Li Huiyu couldn't help but look at Qing Do with some wariness. The aura emanating from Qing Do sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. One sword style, rain of shallow thrust. Suddenly, it seemed as if Qing Do had springs in his legs. After sprinting a couple of steps, he jumped over 3 meters high, drawing his white katana. The blade shone brilliantly, dazzling in its sharpness, and it sliced directly from the zombie's left shoulder to its right abdomen. Thud! Black blood erupted as the zombie let out a horrific scream. A gruesome gash appearing on its chest, instantly staining its clothes red. Li Huiyu and Dongfang Tian were both momentarily stunned. The drawing technique. Dongfang Tian was utterly shocked. He never expected that the legendary killing technique known only to the greatest Yamato swordsman would manifest in Qing Do. Roar! A heavily injured zombie went into a frenzy, thrashing around wildly. Qing Do furrowed his brow, continuously blocking the zombie's attacks. He hadn't anticipated that his full-powered strike would merely break the zombie's skin. However, that was enough. Remembering how Jiang Yi had questioned him about his abilities that morning, he turned back and smiled, saying, Jiang Yi, weren't you always curious about my powers? Well, you better watch closely. Jiang Yi, coming out of his daze from the stunning slash, instantly became more excited upon hearing Qing Do's words. For some reason, ever since awakening, he had grown increasingly curious about the abilities others obtained, always wanting to delve into their mysteries. Qing Do took a deep breath, focusing on the zombie that had set its sights on him, slowly retracting his sword back into its sheath. Seeing his movements, Dongfang Tian and Li Huiyu immediately fixed their gaze on Qing Do. The legendary drawing technique was the ultimate secret skill of the Yamato swordsman, and it was said that only the strongest swordsmen of the current generation were qualified to practice it. Don't be mistaken. The drawing technique was not as simple as just drawing the sword and striking. In fact, the core of the drawing technique lies in achieving the unity of man and sword in that instant of drawing. Different angles, different points of force, and different cutting techniques are the true secrets that every swordsman must continuously study throughout their life. As the katana returned to its sheath, Qingdo watched the approaching zombie and suddenly closed his eyes, relaxing his body to the utmost. Then, he began to sprint at high speed, facing the terrifying zombie head-on. As his right hand slightly drew the blade, he was less than half a meter away from the zombie when he suddenly unsheathed the sword. The sound of the blade rang out, causing Jiang Yi's brow to twitch. He didn't even fully see how Qingdo had drawn his sword. It was just a blink of an eye, and Qingdo had somehow come to a stop, appearing behind the zombie. And his sword had surprisingly returned to its sheath. One sword style, aye, double slash, clang, with the sound of the blade striking the sheath. The zombie behind him suddenly let out a scream, its body splitting open from the chest, revealing a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, as if it had been torn apart from the inside out. The towering zombie was cleaved in two right before the astonished eyes of Jiang Yi, Dongfang Tian, and the others. Qingdo was extremely excited. After all, it was his first time using his supernatural power, and the effect was nothing short of amazing. However, he clearly hadn't forgotten his purpose. Seeing the zombie struggling with its upper body, he immediately shouted, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, momentarily distracted, quickly snapped back to reality. He rushed forward and plunged his knife into the zombie's eye. As he pulled out his black blade, the seemingly invulnerable zombie finally began to weaken. Dongfang Tian's face darkened with rage. Qingdo's strength surpassed his expectations. Not only did he possess supernatural abilities, but he also wielded an impressive sword technique. With him around, it was unlikely that Dongfang Tian could do anything to Jiang Yi. After all, even he might not be a match for Qingdo, let alone with Jiang Yi, whose strength was still unknown. This thought made the vengeful Dongfang Tian's palms bleed from his clenched fists. Chapter 62. The terrifying orange crystal zombie. Jiang Yi stared in shock at the sharp blade marks on the zombie, but he couldn't discern what supernatural ability Qingdo had used. However, this wasn't the time to ask questions. The death of the upgraded zombie boosted everyone's morale, and they quickly dealt with the remaining zombies. They could vaguely see the white medical building not far away. The medical building of the university was an old structure that had been renovated. Overall, aside from the fact that surgeries couldn't be performed there, it was equipped with facilities comparable to a regular small hospital, covering a large area. Besides the temporary ward on the third floor, the first and second floors were consultation areas. The first floor housed a pharmacy and a storage room for medications, which were the destinations for Jiang Yi and his group. As they got closer to the white building, the red cross on top became more pronounced. Everyone felt a sense of relief. Without any zombies obstructing their path, their pace quickened. However, they soon realized that many zombies were still trapped inside the white building. Before the apocalypse, the third floor had been piled high with corpses. Now, these corpses had reanimated. Some fell from the windows, breaking limbs, but still crawling out. More were packed tightly on the third floor, roaring madly, so loud that even from dozens of meters away, they could be clearly heard. Zhu Caijuan's face paled slightly upon hearing the roars, his heart racing. He contemplated giving up, but looking at the calm faces of Dongfang Tian and Jiang Yi, he swallowed his words. Dongfang Tian wasn't overly worried. Before the apocalypse, his martial arts club had participated in the task of moving corpses, and he clearly remembered that the dead were locked in rooms on the third floor. Not only that, but the corridors were also blocked by numerous locked doors. It wasn't just the clueless zombies. Even a living person locked inside would find it nearly impossible to escape. Since the zombies on the third floor couldn't get out, the remaining zombies were hardly a threat. Captain Jiang, when are we going in? Dongfang Tian asked Jiang Yi. Even though he knew the situation inside, he didn't want to take responsibility if anything went wrong. Jiang Yi was not fully aware of the situation inside the building, but he wasn't a fool either. The fact that the windows on the first and second floors were still intact indicated that the place wasn't too dangerous. Although most of the windows on the third floor were broken and the interior was crowded with people, there was nothing to fear from zombies that couldn't climb through windows. After a moment of thought, he turned to Gua Huanxue and said, Huanxue, break down the door. Gua Huanxue nodded, took her golden bow from her back, and grabbed an arrow from someone nearby. She knocked the arrow and aimed it at the all-glass door. A gust of wind began to swirl around her, and a fierce breeze gathered at the arrowhead. When her power reached its peak, Gua Huanxue instantly released her grip. A loud explosion echoed, and everyone felt a deafening blast in their ears as the distant door shattered into a shower of glass fragments. With the door wide open, a horde of zombies surged out of the hospital, but just as Jiang Yi had guessed, after about 30 or 40 zombies rushed out, no more followed. Without any advanced zombies present, the remaining ones were quickly dispatched, their skulls smashed, in under 5 minutes. Just after Jiang Yi had severed a zombie's head with a single strike, a sudden surge of powerful energy enveloped him. The strange sensation made him take a deep breath, and the fatigue he had felt moments before vanished instantly. Had he leveled up? Jiang Yi couldn't believe that he had ascended to level 9 so easily. With a swift movement, his speed increased to 19, making him even more agile. A single slash took down another head. It felt exhilarating. After leveling up, Jiang Yi felt an endless reservoir of strength coursing through his body. He struck quickly, and within just a few breaths, the remaining zombies collapsed almost simultaneously. Gua Huanchue's eyes brightened as she approached him and whispered, "Jiang Yi, you leveled up again?" Jiang Yi nodded excitedly, "Yes. I feel stronger than ever." Gua Huanchue was pleased too. After all, the stronger Jiang Yi became, the more secure their future would be. Watching Jiang Yi and Qing Do steadily growing stronger while she felt stagnant was frustrating. She didn't know how to break through her own barriers. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, startling everyone who had been lost in joy. They turned towards the source of the scream to see one of their own standing outside the crowd, writhing in agony and desperately trying to flee towards them. But a frail hand was gripping his neck. The seemingly weak hand felt like an iron vice, holding him in place, unable to move an inch. It was her, the zombie. Those with keen eyesight instinctively looked, but the sight was so terrifying that one person collapsed to the ground in fear, wetting himself, pointing at the small figure standing behind the man. Everyone shrank back in terror, wanting to run but too frightened to move. Even Li Gang could not help but retreat to a corner when faced with those cold, unfeeling eyes. Qing Do stood alertly in front of Jiang Yi, whispering urgently. Jiang Yi stepped back. "We're no match for it." Jiang Yi, feeling tense, loosened his grip on his knife. The creature that had suddenly appeared before them was none other than the female zombie that had killed Li Zhitian and taken his body the day before. At that moment, she was still dressed in simple clothes, looking no different from an ordinary zombie. However, the hint of orange on her forehead signaled that she was different. The zombie glanced at everyone, then suddenly exerted force, exposing the boy's neck in her grasp, and bit down hard. Blood splattered across her face as the boy screamed in agony, struggling helplessly. The female zombie raised her head again, devouring the flesh and blood in her mouth, while the boy clutched at his mangled neck, dying with his eyes wide open amidst his frantic screams. Witnessing this scene brought a tremendous visual shock to the young college students. Terrified, they instinctively wanted to scatter and flee, but at that moment, Dongfang Tian shouted, "No. If everyone spreads out, it will attack." His words successfully froze the crowd in fear, yet no one dared to confront the terrifying zombie. The female zombie tilted her head, suddenly dropped the body she was holding, swayed, and appeared right next to Dongfang Tian. Koreanya, with her heart fully focused on Dongfang Tian, was the first to scream, "Dongfang, watch out." Despite her fear, she charged forward recklessly to pull Dongfang Tian away. Dongfang Tian, terrified and his hair standing on end, was shocked to see the horrific zombie grinning at him, then reaching for his neck. The sudden grip on his arm jolted him back to reality. He quickly reversed his hold and, locking onto Koreanya's arm, pushed her away with all his might. Gua Huanxue, witnessing all of this, cried out in shock. "Dongfang Tian, what are you doing?" Koreanya, filled with disbelief, uncontrollably leaned toward the terrifying female zombie. Without any hesitation, the zombie's sharp claws pierced through Koreanya's chest. She leaned forward in pain, her eyes bloodshot as they locked onto Dongfang Tian's terrified face. With a dull thud, the female zombie pulled her hand out of Koreanya's body, revealing a hot, beating heart. The heart throbbed violently in her hand, but gradually slowed. Koreanya could never have imagined that, after narrowly escaping the cataclysm at the beginning of the apocalypse, she would meet her end just as safety was within reach. At the hands of her beloved man, Dongfang Tian stumbled back in horror, Koreanya's hot blood scalding his skin. The female zombie took a bite of the flesh from the heart and swallowed it, blood trickling down her neck and soaking into her clothes, making her appear even more terrifying. With a hunger for blood, she turned her crazed gaze toward Dongfang Tian and stepped forward, leaving the body behind. "Die!" Gua Huanxue cried out in anguish, raising her hand to unleash a massive wind blade. The female zombie halted, tilting her head to look at the incoming wind blade. Dongfang Tian's expression brightened. "Shoot her, shoot her." But with a casual wave of her bloodied hand, the female zombie effortlessly shattered the roaring wind blade in midair. The crowd, who thought everything was over, was instantly struck dumb with fear, holding their breath in terror. The female zombie was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her slashed finger. Suddenly, her face twisted into a fierce snarl as she opened her mouth wide and let out a piercing shriek at Gua Huanxue. Gua Huanxue's face turned pale. Without any energy left, she struggled to withstand the terrifying pressure exerted by the zombie. The female zombie turned and took a step towards Guohuanxue, but in an instant, a flash of light appeared. The zombie paused, her frail body swaying slightly before sliding several meters away. Jiang Yi brought his knife down onto the ground, slicing the tiles beneath him cleanly in half. Anger flared in his eyes as he glared at the zombie that had evaded him. Don't come near her. Guohuanxue collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain as she looked at the man standing protectively in front of her. Jiang Yi didn't turn back. He couldn't bear to. Sweaty and trembling, he watched as Guohuanxue faced danger. Without a second thought, he attacked the terrifying zombie, but unfortunately, she dodged again. At that moment, Qingdou rushed over, gripping a white long knife in his right hand while, for the first time, he drew out a pitch-black short blade with his left. Jiang Yi stood firm in front of everyone, fighting to control his trembling body. But fear robbed him of the courage to even lift his knife. Dongfang Tian had escaped danger and saw Jiang Yi standing ahead. Realizing how he had acted before, he knew he was doomed. With Jiang Yi presenting such a stark contrast to him, his past behavior revealed his humanity completely. No one would trust him again. Seeing Jiang Yi confront the terrifying monster, he felt a surge of rage in his heart. Kill him. Kill him. As long as he is dead, I will still be the beloved Dongfang Tian. After Jiang Yi cleaved the once feared female zombie, she stood there, stunned, her eyes fixed on him. Chapter 63. Division. Jiang Yi felt as if he had turned to stone, unable to move under the zombie's gaze. However, as time passed and she didn't make any move, he finally managed to catch his breath and realized that the zombie was not staring at him, but at the cleaver. Jiang Yi was taken aback. His knife? What is so interesting about it? He tentatively moved the black blade, and indeed, the zombie's gaze followed suit. A sinking feeling washed over him. Ordinary zombies had almost no vision, while advanced zombies could vaguely see shadows. But this orange crystal zombie seemed to have completely restored vision, clearly seeing even such a thin blade. This standoff drained everyone's stamina significantly, and Jiang Yi's complexion began to worsen. If he weren't holding on by sheer will, he would have collapsed. Damn it, it's now or never. If I die, I'll take my chances. Realizing they could no longer remain in a stalemate, Jiang Yi suddenly raised the cleaver and charged forward. But unexpectedly, his movement seemed to startle the female zombie. She let out two furious roars at the raised black knife and, with a swift motion, vanished into thin air once again. The crowd was horrified, fearing that the creature would appear beside them at any moment. Everyone nervously glanced around, but after a long time without any sign of it, Qingdou suddenly exclaimed, the bodies are gone. Jiang Yi, who had been alert and scanning the surroundings, was taken aback by Qingdou's words. He looked up and realized that both Hanya, who had her heart ripped out, and the boy with his throat bitten were nowhere to be found. It seemed that it had truly left. Releasing his grip, the black blade fell to the ground as Jiang Yi gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his face in sheer terror. At this moment, Guohuanxue finally snapped out of her daze, staring at the half-destroyed heart on the ground, and suddenly screamed, Dongfang Tian. She raised her hand, and a blade of wind shot toward him in an instant. Huanxue, have you gone mad? Dongfang Tian, still reeling from fear, saw the attack coming and quickly encased his right hand in ice, crushing the wind blade with force. However, even with the layer of ice, his palm was cut, revealing a deep wound down to the bone. Don't call my name, you don't deserve it. Guohuanxue shouted in anger, the wind blade swirling in her palm. Dongfang Tian roared back, are you blaming me? For what reason? Did I make her come closer? I was fighting at that time. What about her? A woman who didn't even dare to wield a knife suddenly approached me. It was courteous of me not to cut her down on the spot. The crowd gasped at Dongfang Tian's words. Is this really the Dongfang Tian they respected? So this is how he viewed ordinary people like them. You're lying. If that is the case, then why did you accept Hanya? You know she loves you, yet you repeatedly took advantage of her feelings. A boy who had once followed Dongfang Tian suddenly shouted, his eyes filled with anger, revealing how deeply Hanya's death had affected him. Dongfang Tian glared back with murderous intent, but the boy showed no fear. Dongfang, I'm not afraid of you. Today, I'll let everyone know what kind of person you really are. As the boy recounted Dongfang Tian's dark deeds, Guohuanxue stood in shock. She never imagined that the shy Hanya, who had always been by her side, was merely a plaything for Dongfang Tian. What's worse, he forbade her from telling anyone. He even pressured Hanya to get close to him and extract information about Jiang Yi's side. You're truly despicable. Guohuanxue spat in hatred, finally unable to hold back as she swung the wind blade toward him. Dongfang Tian shattered the wind blade with a single strike, his face dark with anger. So what if I am? Guohuanxue, this is the apocalypse. Put away your pathetic sense of morality. As long as I'm strong enough, I can have any woman I want. One Hanya dies, and soon there will be another Wangya or Zhangya. I told you, don't call my name. Grinding her teeth, Guo Huanxue picked up a longbow that had been set aside, nocking an arrow and aiming it at Dongfang Tian. Qingdou gasped, President Guo. Dongfang Tian, realizing her archery skills, was even more alarmed. Instead of fleeing, he charged toward her, attempting to intercept the arrow. However, he still underestimated Guo Huanxue. With a swift arrow, even though Dongfang Tian had wisely dodged, the sharp arrow still pierced through his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground as blood gushed out wildly. Guo Huanxue dropped her golden bow and walked towards Dongfang Tian step by step. Despite the excruciating pain, Dongfang Tian managed to thrust his sword forward. But Guo Huanxue effortlessly snatched it from him. Dongfang Tian was taken aback. He couldn't believe that his sword could be taken away so easily. Faced with Guo Huanxue, all his advantages seemed to vanish. With her legs firmly pinning Dongfang Tian down, Guo Huanxue raised the sword that originally belonged to him, screaming, Dongfang Tian, die. As she was about to stab down with the sharp sword, a sudden call made her pause. With a fierce scream, she plunged the sword down. Gasping heavily as she did so, Dongfang Tian stared in shock, feeling as if he could hardly breathe as the blade brushed past his face. Struggling to stand up from Dongfang Tian, Guo Huanxue turned to look at Jiang Yi, who was being supported by Qingdou behind her. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and she burst into tears. She pulled the sword from the ground, looking at the engraved words celebrating the establishment of the martial arts club. And with tears in her eyes, she coldly said, "You don't deserve to use it." With that, she turned and handed the sword to Qingdou, then walked away. Dongfang Tian was helped up, and Jiang Yi shot him a glance before saying to Zhu Kaijun, "There's no danger here anymore. You should take everyone inside to rest." Startled by the series of events, Zhu Kaijun blankly directed the equally unsettled crowd into the medical building. After sending Qingdou away, Jiang Yi slowly walked over to Guo Huanxue, who was leaning against a tree with her eyes closed, softly crying. He gently patted her shoulder. Guo Huanxue opened her eyes and wiped away her tears forcefully. "I'm fine, just a bit confused. Why has the world turned into this? Are we never going back?" Jiang Yi sighed and embraced Guo Huanxue lightly. "We will, trust me. One day, the world will return to the way it used to be." Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Guo Huanxue froze for a moment. Hearing Jiang Yi's soft words of comfort, she gradually relaxed, reached out her arms, and hugged him back, burying her face in his neck as tears streamed down, soaking him. After a while, they awkwardly separated. Jiang Yi felt the wonderful sensation of her hair slipping through his fingers and broke the awkward silence with a smile. "Let's go inside. It's time to head back." Guo Huanxue understood what Jiang Yi meant by going back. As long as they gathered enough medicine, they could return to the cafeteria, where the real struggle would begin. Upon entering the building, it was completely different from what Jiang Yi had imagined. Instead of collecting medicine after resting, they were now facing off against each other, creating a subtle three-way standoff. One side consisted of Zhu Kaijun and his 10 men. On the other side stood Dongfang Tian, but behind him were only 3 people. These 3 seemed to hesitate slightly as they stood at his back. As for the third party, Jiang Yi was particularly surprised to see that it was the injured Li Gang and the boy who had previously exposed Dongfang Tian's dark side. What surprised Jiang Yi the most was that Li Huiyu was actually standing beside Li Gang. Qingdou stood outside the circle, feeling somewhat at a loss. Dongfang Tian had a dark expression on his face as he glared at Li Gang. "Li Gang, what do you mean by this? Are you going to betray me too?" Li Gang shook his head. "Dongfang, it's not that I'm betraying you, but rather that you have long since given up on me." Dongfang Tian seemed to recall the events that had transpired in the cafeteria number 3 and said in a deep voice, "What kind of temper are you throwing? You should know that I had no choice but to act that way at the time. I have always taken care of you. How could you turn against me when I needed your help the most? You have truly disappointed me." Li Huiyu crossed her arms and sneered. "You should retract that smug attitude of yours, Dongfang Tian. Everyone knows your true colors now." Seeing Li Huiyu, Dongfang Tian grew even angrier, gritting his teeth as he pointed at her. "You have no right to speak here, Li Huiyu. My biggest regret is having misjudged you. Don't forget that it was you who killed Jia Chuan." Li Huiyu snorted coldly. "So what if I did? He was already infected with corpse poison long before that. You had the corpse core but refused to give it to him, forcing him to seek a mutual destruction. Don't you remember?" Dongfang Tian didn't want to get into this with her, turning back to Li Gang. "Li Gang, are you really going to betray me too? You have to understand that after this, we will be enemies." A flicker of fear crossed Li Gang's eyes, but he still looked firmly at Dongfang Tian. "Dongfang, I don't want to be your enemy, but I also have the right to choose. My choice is to distance myself from you." or I truly fear that I might be the one who ends up dead. You. Dongfang Tian was furious and wanted to curse. But Jiang Yi had already stepped into the middle of the three factions, looking at them coldly. What? Have you rested enough? Or do you think there aren't enough dead yet? I didn't bring you here to watch you split into factions. I don't care about your grudges. Right now, I'm in charge. If anyone has an objection, feel free to step forward. As Jiang Yi spoke, his left hand rested on the hilt of his knife at his waist, lightly drawing it out a bit. Seeing Jiang Yi's strong intervention, Zhu Kaijun, who had been watching with interest, immediately raised his hand. Don't look at me, Captain Jiang. This has nothing to do with me. We're all classmates. Why bother with fighting and killing, which would only hurt our feelings? Jiang Yi nodded, then looked at Li Huiyu, clearly noting that she had made her own choice. However, she had not chosen herself but instead aligned with Li Gang, thus gaining her own voice. As for Dongfang Tian, who had once been the strongest among them, he now found himself with the least say. Seeing Jiang Yi staring at him, he coldly glanced at the others, took 2 steps back, and turned to the remaining 3 behind him, shouting, "What are you still looking at? Go find the medicine." Jiang Yi saw Dongfang Tian retreat, and then scanned everyone present. Now, everyone go find the medicine. I'm giving you all half an hour. After that, everyone must leave. The first floor was crowded with a large number of living humans, which had already stirred the endless zombies on the second and third floors. If they didn't leave quickly, being surrounded by zombies wouldn't be a joke. Li Huiyu and Zhu Kaijun clearly understood the seriousness of the situation as well. So they stopped bickering and quickly led people off to search for the precious medicine. Jiang Yi's expression was somewhat grim. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and he was immediately supported by Qing Do. Jiang Yi, are you okay? Jiang Yi shook his head. I'm fine. Just a bit weak. You and Han Shui should gather some useful items for us. Opportunities to find medicine won't come by often. Although he was worried about Jiang Yi, Qing Do nodded and, along with Guohan Xue, headed toward the warehouse that had already been found. Jiang Yi slowly walked out of the building, gently sitting on the steps and looking at the chaotic scene in front of the building with a sigh. The constant battles over the past 2 days had left him not only physically exhausted, but mentally drained to the point of suffocation. He could tell that Guohan Xue had genuinely wanted to kill Dongfang Tian, and he even wished she could strike him down with a single sword. However, he couldn't let Guohan Xue do that. Besides Dongfang Tian's considerable reputation, his name was mentioned daily in the cafeteria. The most important reason was that Jiang Yi didn't want Guohan Xue to stain her hands with the blood of the living. He feared she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. However, Dongfang Tian posed a significant problem for him, as did Zhu Kaijun. Even Li Huiyu left Jiang Yi puzzled about what he was truly thinking. Li Gang was also an enemy, but perhaps frightened by Jiang Yi. He hadn't caused any trouble since. Jiang Yi, who preferred to avoid trouble, didn't mind taking the opportunity to deal with him. But now Li Huiyu had suddenly allied with Li Gang. Jiang Yi, who had initially dismissed Li Gang, fell silent. The current situation was truly dire for him. Just as he was at a loss about what to do, a low voice suddenly reached his ears. Be careful, don't attract the zombies. What bad luck. Why is it our turn for a mission again today? Stop complaining. Last time, Jiang Yi's incident made Gao Wei very unhappy with us. You're not stupid. Can't you see that Gao Wei is no longer paying much attention to us? Be careful, brother. It won't be long before we're no longer needed by Gao Wei. Jiang Yi stood up from his crouch, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his left hand unconsciously resting on his skull-cutting knife. After a moment's thought, he didn't rush in but instead leaned into the shadows under the sunlight. It wasn't long before he spotted 2 boys moving cautiously while talking to each other. It was clear that these 2 had a very close relationship, expertly watching each other's blind spots. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth viciously. Shintong, Wang Hai. Jiang Yi never expected that just before he was about to return to the cafeteria, he would run into the 2 men he hated the most. There were 2 of them. One was tall and muscular, wielding a thick, all-metal spiked club, while the other was as fat as a pig, but lacked the friendly demeanor typically associated with chubby people. Instead, he wore a sinister expression that made him look anything but trustworthy. Just days ago, these 2 had ambushed Jiang Yi while he was heading to the girls' dormitory, nearly causing him to succumb to zombie poison. After much thought, he finally found the chance to confront them alone. As it turned out, their target was also the medical building, and the pillar he was hiding behind was right in their path. Jiang Yi decided it was time to stop hiding. He stepped forward and stood in front of them. Gentlemen, long time no see. Shintong and Wang Hai were initially surprised by what was happening and were on high alert when Jiang Yi suddenly appeared, startling both of them. Jiang Yi, a ghost. Shintong, who had undergone strength enhancement, screamed, but Wang Hai quickly covered his mouth. What are you shouting about? Where's the ghost? It's Jiang Yi. You're still alive. Jiang Yi casually walked down to stand before them. What? Are you disappointed to see that I'm not dead? Shintong and Wang Hai exchanged glances and suddenly grinned wickedly. Yeah, we didn't get to see you get eaten by zombies. We've been itching to settle that score after getting scolded for it. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. So what are you going to do about it? Just right. I've been wanting to settle the score with you too. Go to hell. Shintong, who had been waiting to unleash his power, suddenly lunged forward, swinging his spiked club down at Jiang Yi. Buzz. The heavy spiked club was terrifying in its momentum. Boom. It crashed into the floor tiles, shattering them into dust. Wang Hai, witnessing this from behind, felt his pupils dilate instantly. Shintong, watch out behind you. Jiang Yi pressed a hand on Shintong's shoulder, causing Shintong to quickly turn around and sweep his weapon. But Jiang Yi had already stepped out of the attack range. This scene shocked both Shintong and Wang Hai, who stared at Jiang Yi in disbelief. Wang Hai said solemnly, "You've awakened." Jiang Yi looked at their frightened expressions, grinning as he slowly unsheathed the knife from his waist. That's right, and I should thank you both. If it weren't for your underhanded tactics that ignited my strong desire for revenge, I might not have made it through that painful transformation. Wang Hai put aside his earlier nonchalance and seriously pulled out a steel knife from his back. This knife resembled a sickle used for cutting fodder in rural areas. With a broad back, a long and wide blade, and an extremely sharp edge, just the sight of this imposing knife was intimidating. Now that he had drawn his weapon, Wang Hai felt emboldened. Humph, even if you've awakened, so what? It's only been a few days. I don't believe you can be stronger than us. Shintong, let us take him down together. The two charged at Jiang Yi simultaneously, with Wang Hai aiming the knife straight for Jiang Yi's head, while Shintong slyly aimed his club at Jiang Yi's feet. The two of them had used such tactics countless times, even causing the death of advanced zombies with their combined attacks. But this time, they were up against Jiang Yi, who was already aware of their underhanded tricks. How could he not be cautious? He stepped back, his left hand still aiming the black knife at the guillotine, while his right leg kicked out toward the sweeping copper rod. The two were delighted to see Jiang Yi's move, secretly mocking him for being overconfident. They knew that Shintong had enhanced strength. A single strike from him could shatter even an advanced zombie. Clang. A dull sound echoed as the immense force caused Jiang Yi to lower his body, yet the black knife continued to slice into Wang Hai's blade bit by bit. Wang Hai, pressing down hard on his knife, was startled to see his weapon being gradually penetrated by that thin black knife. Shintong was equally shocked, as his full-force strike was unexpectedly countered by Jiang Yi, who had simply stepped on the ground as the Wolf Fang club swept past his feet. Even so, Shintong's terrifying strength numbed Jiang Yi's right foot. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yi suddenly exerted force, slicing through the sharp guillotine and kicking Shintong hard in the chest. Both men staggered back, but Jiang Yi showed no signs of giving them any breathing room. Gripping his knife with both hands, he charged at Shintong, who was still reeling from the kick. Before Shintong could react, a flash of black light appeared, and his hand holding the copper rod slammed heavily onto the ground. The intense pain made Shintong scream in agony, while Wang Hai, terrified, turned to flee. He saw Jiang Yi's unhesitatingly ruthless gaze as he aimed for Shintong's arm. Shintong rolled on the ground, bloodied, and screamed in despair when he saw Wang Hai running away. Wang Hai, help me. Take me with you. Jiang Yi sneered, his body suddenly shooting forward. With a speed of 19 points, he was much faster than the plump Wang Hai. Just as Wang Hai had taken a few steps, darkness engulfed him, and when he looked up, he was met with Jiang Yi's expressionless face, causing him to recoil in fear. But Jiang Yi's knife was already aimed at his chest. Wang Hai raised his arms defensively, and the sharp blade grazed his forearms, leaving only 2 shallow cuts. What could sever an ordinary person's arms barely left a mark on Wang Hai, yet Jiang Yi's killing intent had already penetrated Wang Hai's psyche. That strike felt like a demonic hand, haunting Wang Hai's memory relentlessly. Panting heavily on the ground, he gasped, Jiang Yi, you can't kill me. I'm defensively enhanced. Your knife can't hurt me. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. That last strike felt like hitting a massive tree, rough and resistant. Hearing Wang Hai's furious shout, he raised his head and replied, thanks for the reminder. Without hesitation, the knife plunged straight for Wang Hai's throat. Wang Hai was taken aback and quickly raised his arms. However, after a prolonged moment without feeling any pain, he suspiciously lifted his head, only to find that Jiang Yi had vanished. Jiang Yi stood behind the sea, holding the Wolf Fang club that Shintong had thrown to the ground. With a fierce swing, he struck Wang Hai on the back of the head. Wang Hai staggered, turned to glance at Jiang Yi, and then his hefty body slammed down onto the ground. Jiang Yi took a couple of deep breaths and tossed the club aside. It was still too much for him to handle as a regular person. Feeling his strength returning, Jiang Yi grabbed Wang Hai by the collar and dragged him toward Shintong. At this moment, Shintong was losing too much blood. His face pale and trembling as he watched Jiang Yi pull Wang Hai over like a butcher with a dead pig. Fearfully, he pleaded, "Jiang Yi, please don't kill me. We're classmates." Jiang Yi sneered, "Don't rush, you're not dead yet." With that, he ignored Shintong's struggles and dragged both Shintong and Wang Hai into the nearby woods. What Jiang Yi didn't notice was that in the shadowy corner at the entrance of the medical building, a graceful figure had witnessed everything unfold. The tension had caused her to grip the marble pillar so tightly that it cracked. Chapter 65. Madness and Truth. Jiang Yi forcefully pulled the two of them into the woods, far from the medical building. He was filled with brutality, and Wang Hai and Shintong's incessant pleas did nothing to soften his heart. He threw them down at his feet, looking up and spinning around. He could feel his blood pulsing rapidly, his heartbeat pounding as if it would burst from his chest, adrenaline surging to its peak. "Jiang Yi, please let us go. We really understand our mistakes. I'm willing to listen to you from now on, to be your servant." Compared to the armless Shintong, Wang Hai, who had just regained consciousness, was even more desperate to cling to life. Once he realized what was happening, he knew he was no match for Jiang Yi. So he quickly dropped to his knees and begged loudly for mercy. But in his current state of extreme agitation, Jiang Yi couldn't hear it. Wang Hai's pleas became mere noise in his ears. Finally unable to contain himself, Jiang Yi roared, "Shut up. You're driving me crazy. If you say one more word, I swear I'll kill you." Wang Hai was terrified by Jiang Yi's fearsome appearance, trembling like a leaf, and dared not say another word. Jiang Yi looked at the two of them, and God knew how much self-control he needed not to snap their necks right then and there. Just seeing them made the painful awakening he experienced in the girls' dormitory echo in his mind. Die? He slammed his fist into a tree, taking deep breaths to keep himself from immediately going for the kill. Struggling to contain his rage, Jiang Yi turned around, summoned the scalpel from the medical building into his left hand, and pressed it against Shintong's neck. "Tell me, why did you want to kill me?" Shintong, who had lost an arm, was now pale and sweating profusely from the pain. Looking fiercely at Jiang Yi, he suddenly broke into a grin. "I was just happy. I wanted you dead." Seeing Shintong's reckless demeanor, Jiang Yi shook his head. "Wrong answer." "Uft. The black knife plunged deep into Shintong's abdomen, causing him to bend over and scream in agony, his features contorting into what resembled a monster. Jiang Yi yanked the knife out without sparing a glance at the injured Shintong, who was cursing himself while clutching his wound. He turned to see Wang Hai, whose eyes were wide with terror. Wang Hai took a step back. Although he had killed zombies before and even maimed people, he had never imagined someone could kill so ruthlessly as Jiang Yi did. When Jiang Yi looked at him, the black knife still dripping with Shintong's blood, Wang Hai immediately screamed, "It was Gao Wei. Gao Wei ordered us to kill you when we went out. It was him who wanted to kill you. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yi was momentarily stunned, then viciously grabbed Wang Hai's hair and yanked it back, locking eyes with the immobilized Wang Hai. "Why? I don't recall offending any of you three. Why do you want to kill me?" "I want a reason. It's because of Chun Jiaji." Shintong, half lying on the ground, looked at the enraged Jiang Yi and suddenly laughed with glee. Jiang Yi whipped around. "What about Chun Jiaji?" Shintong laughed loudly. "It's because Gao Wei has his eyes on your woman, but she said she wouldn't be with him unless you were dead." "Ha ha." Jiang Yi was taken aback, never having expected this to be the reason. His first reaction was disbelief. "You're lying." Wang Hai, sensing Jiang Yi's increasingly uncontrollable rage and fearing for his life, cried out to Shintong, "Stop talking, Shintong. Don't say any more." But Shintong had never regarded Jiang Yi as a threat. And even now that he was at Jiang Yi's mercy, all he felt was a bone-deep hatred for him. "Haha, you didn't see this coming, did you? Your woman betrayed you. She told Gao Wei herself that she wouldn't bear the shame of abandoning her boyfriend for someone else. So the only way for her to be single again was to have you killed. Then she could naturally be with Gao Wei." Jiang Yi trembled. He didn't want to believe it, but the remaining sliver of his rationality told him that Shintong's words were likely true. He forcefully threw Wang Hai to the ground and pressed the black knife to his chest. "Tell me, is what Shintong said true?" Wang Hai dared not speak. Jiang Yi pushed down slightly with the knife, the sharp blade cutting through Wang Hai's tough skin. I'll tell you. It's true. All of this was Chun Jiaji's idea. Please stop stabbing me. It hurts so much." Wang Hai felt the sharp blade piercing into him, and having not experienced such pain since awakening, he finally broke down, his tears and snot smearing his face. Whatever Jiang Yi asked, he answered. Jiang Yi stood up, trembling. So, this was the truth. There was no ancestral jade pendant. Chun Jiaji had sent him out just to provide herself with a reasonable excuse for her disappearance. She had probably smoothly gotten together with Gao Wei by now, and those who knew that he and Chun Jiaji were a couple wouldn't think she was at fault. because he would be dead. So this was how it was. Jiang Yi sighed, and upon learning the truth, he gradually calmed down, the brutal aura on his face dissipating. Wang Hai lay on the ground, clutching the blood on his chest. Jiang Yi, I swear it's all true. Let me go? I never wanted to kill you. It was Gao Wei who forced me to do this. Jiang Yi looked down at Wang Hai, his eyes devoid of any emotion. A jolt of fear surged through Wang Hai. He instinctively felt that Jiang Yi had no intention of letting him go. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi said, You can leave. Since you didn't kill me back then, I'll give you a chance to escape this time. Both of them were taken aback. Shintong, gritting his teeth and lying on the ground, felt a surge of hatred. Jiang Yi, what are you playing at? Jiang Yi sneered, What? Do you want me to kill you right now? Don't get ahead of yourself. I only said you could escape. I never said I wouldn't kill you. You gave me a chance to flee once, so it's only fair that I give you one as well. Run as fast as you can. The next time we meet, it will be your death day. With that, Jiang Yi took a few steps back, clearing the path behind him. Wang Hai and Shintong exchanged glances, and despite the pain coursing through them, they struggled to get up. Compared to Shintong, Wang Hai's injuries were relatively minor, while Shintong had lost an arm and had been stabbed. However, the enhanced physiques of abilities users had significantly improved their resilience, making what would be fatal wounds for ordinary people not too impactful on their lives. Supporting each other, they kept a wary eye on Jiang Yi, who showed no signs of movement. With gritted teeth, Wang Hai helped Shintong and began to run towards the exit. Just as they were about to leave the woods, a shadow suddenly appeared before them. Startled, they saw Jiang Yi wielding a dark, deadly blade, his face full of murderous intent. I told you, when we meet again, it will be time to kill you. Shintong, furious, pushed Wang Hai aside and lunged at Jiang Yi. I'll fight you to the death. Buzz. The sharp black blade sliced through the air at lightning speed. In an instant, Shintong's enraged eyes widened as blood gushed from his throat. And before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Wang Hai, pushed aside, didn't he look back, not even giving a final glance at the dead Shintong, and ran like a madman towards the edge of the woods. Don't kill me. I still want to live. Gao Wei, save me. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Shintong's death lightened the burden in his heart somewhat, and the accumulated resentment from these days dissipated a little. Watching Wang Hai slowly escape, he couldn't help but smirk and began to chase after him. Thud. Wang Hai looked back at the sunlight outside the woods, a sense of joy flooding him from surviving the ordeal. But before he could fully revel in it, a sharp wind blade suddenly pierced through his heart from behind. Wang Hai looked down at the blood hole in disbelief, his mouth agape as blood poured out. No, it can't be. Since awakening his defensive enhancements, he had never imagined that one day he would die from a pierced heart. Jiang Yi stepped out from the woods and saw Wang Hai lying on the ground. He hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and sighed softly. Come out. How long have you been here? From the shadow of a tree, Guohanyue hesitantly stepped forward, her hand still in the motion of casting the wind blade. Seeing Jiang Yi's complex gaze, Guohanyue hesitated and said, I'm sorry, Jiang Yi, but I have to take revenge for Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yi was taken aback, suddenly realizing who Guohanyue was referring to. It seemed that Wang Hai and his group truly deserved their fate. This was her first time killing someone, and Guohanyue's hands trembled slightly, but she had no regrets. As she had once told Jiang Yi, there would come a day when she would make Shintong and Wang Hai pay in blood for the humiliation of Jiao Jiao. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. It doesn't matter, as long as it makes you feel a bit better. Guohanyue took a deep breath and said, Jiang Yi, I think you shouldn't just listen to what those two say. After all, what they say isn't entirely true. Jiang Yi's body stiffened. He hadn't expected Guohanyue to bring this up at such a moment. To be honest, he had already believed Shintong and Wang Hai's words. But Guohanyue's attempt to reason with him instantly sparked a glimmer of hope in Jiang Yi. Indeed, how could he fully trust the words of his enemies? Perhaps everything they said was just a fabrication to deceive him. He had spent 4 years with Chun Jiaji, and although he now realized he had misjudged her completely, he still found it hard to believe that she could be such a ruthless woman. Was their 4 years together all a lie? Did Chun Jiaji truly have no feelings for him at all? Looking at Guohanyue, Jiang Yi suddenly forced a bitter smile. I don't know. To be honest, I just realized that the Chun Jiaji I knew for 4 years is completely different from the person others see. The things Qing Do had told him before also lingered in Jiang Yi's mind like a sharp thorn. If Shintong and Wang Hai could deceive him, there was truly no reason for him to doubt that Qing Do would fabricate a story to trick him.